The protagonist, facing a seemingly inescapable fate, contemplates his bleak circumstances. There is no escape, he reflects, only the acceptance of his destiny and a struggle for survival. He continues his internal monologue, expressing resentment towards a seemingly indifferent God, a bystander to his suffering. His feelings of abandonment are palpable. No matter what he does, God remains uninterested. Despite this despair, a defiant resolve emerges within him. He declares himself the only one capable of altering his predetermined fate, and vows to fight until the very end. A man cried out in pain, "Ah! Help me!" His body was riddled with wounds, and an eyeball lay nearby. He collapsed, clutching his chest, a sword lying discarded beside him. "And, no," he gasped, his final breath escaping him. More bodies lay scattered around him, each marked by similar brutal injuries. A chorus of pained cries echoed in the silence. The scene was a grim tableau of death and despair. A final, poignant observation was made: the way we live is different, but the end of our life here is similar. The panel depicts a fallen soldier, his body marred by wounds, lying amidst a grim battlefield. The caption reads, "Desperate Death." A woman, her face contorted in pain and fear, cries out, "Somebody, help me." She clutches a spear, her body already showing signs of mortal injury. The scene is chaotic and violent. Another warrior, his clothing torn and stained with blood, collapses to the ground, muttering, "I don't want to die like this." A surge of electrical energy erupts from his body as he succumbs to his injuries. His lifeless body falls to the ground, the electrical energy dissipating. Mortally wounded, the woman warrior urged her companion, Stepan, to hurry, confessing she could not hold on much longer. Wade, another warrior, refused orders, stating he could handle himself. The warriors continued their desperate battle against a monstrous foe, their combined efforts barely slowing its advance. Until a final, coordinated strike brought the creature down, momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, a warrior shouted for a final, combined assault to finish the beast off once and for all. But another warrior, seeing a hidden danger, warned against a premature attack. The monstrous creature lashed out with its long, thick tentacles, ensnaring several warriors in a deadly embrace. The scene a whirlwind of blood and desperate struggle as the warriors fought back with fierce determination. One warrior, Stepan, fell to the ground, mortally wounded, his lifeblood staining the stone floor. Another warrior, his face contorted in rage, shouted at his comrades, "Idiot, you shouldn't have stepped up." Amidst the chaos, Wade, ignoring the pleas of his allies, moved to engage the monster directly. The woman warrior, grievously injured, urged her remaining allies to retreat, move back. "If we rush in carelessly, there'll only be more people who'll die." Wade, facing the monstrous creature, internally acknowledged the problem: the tentacles' extreme hardness and speed made sustained combat difficult. He mused that if he had a better sword, things would be easier. If this fight dragged on, he knew he wouldn't last. He was quickly overwhelmed by the monster's tentacles, which ensnared him and several other warriors, flinging them through the air with brutal force. Blood splattered as they crashed to the ground. The monster, its many tentacles still active, continued its assault, tightening its grip on its captured victims. One of the warriors, Stepan, was clearly mortally wounded, his body limp and lifeless. The monster's central eye pulsed with a malevolent green light. Suddenly, a powerful energy erupted from the monster's core, causing a massive shockwave that sent the remaining warriors flying. Jong Hyok's name was shouted in the chaos. Wade, ensnared by the monster's tentacles, was violently flung through the air. As another warrior, seemingly uninjured, launched a desperate aerial attack, revealing a gleaming, futuristic sword, identified as Julian's sword, the Sword of Light. The warrior's attack connected, cleaving through the monster's appendage, causing a spray of green ichor, and leaving the monster wounded and reeling. The warrior landed, ready for another strike. The battle concluded. A large crater marked the battlefield, the monster was defeated. Exhausted warriors celebrated their victory. A mission completion message appeared, awarding them random skills and 10 souls. A surviving warrior, his face grim, surveyed the battlefield. More than half of his comrades lay dead, victims of a devastating long-range attack. "Take care of the souls and heal the wounds," he commanded, his voice low and resolute. "Let's leave before respawn." The warriors discussed the enemy's tactics, noting the precision of the attack and its long range. "It's so smart, even though it's a monster," one observed. "Unfortunately, there is no time to be sad," the leader stated, his gaze hardening. "Let's reorganize and go to the next battle." As they regrouped, another warrior, Lee Jong-hyuk, arrived on the scene. Lee Jong-hyuk, a warrior, called out, relief evident in his voice. Jong-hyuk, acknowledging the thanks, expressed gratitude for their efforts thus far. The woman warrior lunged, her blade a silver flash against the dark sky. She cleaved through one of the warriors, her attack precise and deadly. The warrior cried out, "Hsh," as he fell, mortally wounded. Another warrior crumpled to the ground, bleeding profusely from a deep chest wound. The dying warrior gasped, "Why?" The leader of the remaining warriors, a powerfully built man with gray hair, stepped forward. "The reason is obvious," he stated, "we decided to share your soul." He continued, "We don't think we need your help anymore. We're going to develop our independence." Mortally wounded, Wade gasped out a final, pained whisper, "Metal." Stepan. Stepan, unmoved by Wade's suffering, addressed the remaining members of Wade's gang. He stated that he couldn't save them, explaining that he was simply cleaning up the mess. He expressed a slight sadness about the women in the group, but insisted that he couldn't help it, adding cruelly that they would die soon anyway. The scene shifted to show Wade's dying thoughts. He reflected on a past injury, and then, with a hint of bitterness, he recalled his childhood dream of becoming a professional baseball player, a home run hitter. His final moments were filled with regret and disbelief. He muttered incoherently, unable to accept his fate. I can't end it like this. How did I come all this way?" His thoughts trailed off as he was struck down, the final blow echoing his unfulfilled ambition, home run. The final panel showed Wade's lifeless body, a stark contrast to the victorious Stepan, who stood over him. The woman warrior continued her relentless assault, her movements a blur of deadly precision. She cut down several more of Wade's men. Each strike swift and decisive, leaving a trail of carnage in her wake. Stepan watched, a grim satisfaction on his face as he barked orders to his remaining troops, "Don't give him time to use his skills." All at once. The woman warrior, fueled by righteous fury and a thirst for vengeance, moved like a phantom through the chaos of battle. She effortlessly dispatched another warrior. Her blade a silver streak against the grim backdrop of death and destruction. A final warrior lunged at her, screaming "Die!" But she met his attack with a brutal counter, sending him sprawling to the ground, lifeless. The battle raged on, a maelstrom of steel and blood. Stepan, observing the carnage with cold calculation, approached the fallen Wade. He addressed the dying man, Lee Jong-hyuk. "It's just like until the end. I'll finish you myself." The woman warrior, bloodied but unbowed, continued her relentless assault. Her blade a whirlwind of death, she cut down multiple enemy warriors with brutal efficiency. Each strike precise and deadly, leaving a trail of carnage in her wake. One warrior, his eyes wide with terror, fell to the ground, his lifeblood staining the earth. His lifeless body a testament to the woman warrior's terrifying power. Stepan watched, a grim satisfaction on his face. Meanwhile, Wade, betrayed and left for dead, lay dying, his breath ragged and shallow. Wade, mortally wounded and bleeding profusely, lay on the ground, his life ebbing away. Uttering a final, pained whisper, "I'm a mess until the end." His eyes reflected his despair and regret. His thoughts raced, filled with self-recrimination, "Damn it. I'm sick and tired of it. I can't believe I died like this." A bitter resentment surfaced as he thought, "I should have killed all the trash." In the distance, Stepan's voice echoed faintly, "Metal." "Stepan. We might be almost there." "Almost." Wade lay on the cold, hard floor, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and disbelief. His body splayed out, a stark contrast to the intensity of the battle that had just concluded. His labored breaths grew shallower, each one a testament to the life slowly ebbing away. His gaze remained fixed on the ceiling, unseeing. His final thoughts echoed the grim reality of his situation. This hell, which we cannot escape forever, does not even give me the perception of death. A man with short, blue hair is shown in a prison cell, his face etched with fear. He looks up, his eyes wide with terror, as the letters LAG are visible on the wall above him. His eyes bulge, reflecting the stark reality of his situation. A moment later, he is shown lying lifeless on the floor, the word FUCK appearing as a caption. The unnamed prisoner thrashed violently on the cold, hard floor of his cell, his body racked with pain. Uttering a string of curses, his voice raw with anguish. "Motherfuckers! I will kill them all," he screamed, his hatred a palpable force in the confined space. His rage subsided, replaced by a weary resignation as he lay still. Even in death, the bitter taste of failure lingered. He reflected on his futile struggle, the cyclical nature of his suffering. Nothing changes even if I scream and make a fuss myself, he thought, a profound sense of hopelessness washing over him. Even the hope of salvation felt distant, a cruel mockery of his plight. Even my savior, even my enemy, we won't meet again. His final moments were marked by a chilling acceptance of his fate. Finally, it's like this again, he murmured, his body growing limp. The unnamed prisoner, seemingly resurrected, stumbled through a dark, concrete corridor. His body still weak from his previous death, he braced himself against a wall. Finding himself back on the first floor of the facility, a space illuminated by a dark blue light. He muttered, "Ugh. It's still before awakening." The prisoner noted the familiarity of his surroundings. It is the first floor again, a space covered with dark blue light. Ah. Fuck. Shit. Observing his own feet, he realized how much time had passed since his last visit to this level. It's been a while since I came here. He continued his trek, noting that at least the first floor had the same starting point. The difference, he mused, was whether he was alone or not. This time, he was alone. The unnamed prisoner awoke in a dimly lit corridor, the letters L and G visible on the walls. He recalled his previous deaths, wondering how many times he had died on the first floor. He recounted his desperate struggle for survival, recalling the hunger and thirst that repeatedly led to his demise. "Motherfuckers, I'll kill them all," he thought, remembering the brutal reality of his situation. The prisoner's memories flashed to scenes of horrific violence and cannibalism among the other inmates. Not only did they kill each other, but they also resorted to eating each other to survive. Most prisoners couldn't survive until the end, dying at the hands of others. The unnamed prisoner's past self was shown, weak and vulnerable. Before his awakening, he was just an ordinary Korean man, repeatedly dying and being revived. "I always die, like now," he thought, resigned to his fate. The unnamed prisoner, recently resurrected, walked down a prison corridor. He muttered to himself, expressing annoyance at the designation LAG and a lack of concern for its meaning. His focus instead on survival and escape. He voiced a strong desire to avoid further repetitions of his past deaths. The prisoner's determination to avoid death was palpable, his resolve hardened with each step. He continued his journey, approaching a large chamber, where a massive pile of glowing red crystals dominated the space. A cylindrical container sat nearby. The prisoner cautiously approached the container, his curiosity piqued. Lee Jong-hyuk, the unnamed prisoner, placed his hand on a smooth, crystalline surface. A process initiated, confirming his identity and initiating an awakening sequence. A surge of energy coursed through him as the awakening progressed, culminating in a powerful surge that left him breathless and wide-eyed. The system displayed a list of newly acquired skills: light, active, flame, active, pant, passive, and barehanded combat, passive. He learned that he could only have up to 2 active skills, but an unlimited number of passive skills. A look of dawning comprehension crossed his face. Lee Jung-hyuk reflected on his past, noting that while he had faced numerous deaths, his ability to use active skills was always limited to 2. He mused that this fact remained constant. But now, the possibility of acquiring an infinite number of passive skills presented itself as a significant change. A system message appeared, indicating that weapons would be randomly assigned. Lee Jung-hyuk resolved to obtain a powerful weapon. And a strong mini pickaxe was presented, granting a 1% increase in muscle strength. He tested it, finding it satisfactory. He received other, more unusual items, including a mallet, a ladle, and a stuffed toy, commenting that he had received such peculiar things before. Lee Jung-hyuk stood before a large structure containing numerous glowing red crystals, declaring it a full-fledged start. Lee Jung-hyuk arrived at a crossroads in a dimly lit, metallic corridor, marked by 2 doors labeled B1-1 and B1-2. He paused, considering his options. In the past, he would have chosen B1-1, but this time, he sensed a better path lay ahead, choosing B1-2 instead. He descended a long, winding staircase that spiraled downwards into the facility's depths. The concrete steps stretching into the gloom. Activating his light skill to illuminate his way forward. He approached the B1-2 door, a pickaxe clutched in his hand, ready to proceed. Lee Jung-hyuk, having activated his light skill, stood before the entrance to the B1-2 section of the facility. He muttered to himself, "It's been a while. There is no turning back now." A detailed mission briefing appeared before him, outlining the common mission for beginners, to annihilate a random B1-2's monster or zombie. The rewards included skill acquisition, level ups, equipment, or a key to B2-1. Entering the pitch-black space, he found himself in complete darkness, unable to see even an inch ahead. The only indication of his location was the label B1-2 on the wall. Lee Jung-hyuk, acutely aware of the dangers, decided to remain as quiet as possible, sticking close to the wall to minimize his exposure in defense range. He knew what lurked in this area. His apprehension grew as he whispered, "Where are they?" Suddenly, a horde of monstrous figures emerged from the darkness, their guttural growls echoing through the corridor as they lunged towards him. Lee Jung-hyuk found himself in the B1-2 section, facing a sudden and unexpected threat. A horde of zombies emerged from the shadows. He braced himself, readying his defenses as the creatures lurched forward. "Incoming," he muttered, his eyes narrowed in concentration. A data box appeared, providing a brief analysis of the zombies. Zombie 1, characteristic, strong chin that breaks off beef bones at once. The highest level skill, 1, thankfully, their usual movements are slow. Jung-hyuk unleashed a beam of energy from his palm, aiming to keep the slow-moving zombies at bay. He urged them closer. "Come closer," he commanded, his stance widening as he prepared for a more direct confrontation. The zombies, drawn in by his energy, advanced relentlessly. He noted their proximity. "It's about 5 steps away." A grotesque, monstrous zombie lunged at Lee Jung-hyuk from the shadows. But Jung-hyuk, anticipating the attack, shouted, "Now," as he swung his makeshift weapon with deadly precision. The blow connecting with the creature's head with a sickening crunch. The impact sent the zombie sprawling. Jung-hyuk swiftly dispatched several more zombies with a combination of brutal strikes and calculated movements, his skill honed by countless encounters. Jung-hyuk reflected on his past battles, noting that while the zombies' bodies were resilient, their heads remained their critical weakness. He recalled past fights where he was overwhelmed by sheer numbers, leaving only severed heads in his wake. He also noted that their movements were more complex than he initially anticipated. The battle continued, with Jung-hyuk demonstrating his mastery of close-quarters combat against the relentless horde. Lee Jung-hyuk, facing a fresh wave of zombies, noted their peculiar attack pattern, a slow advance followed by a sudden, ferocious assault. He mused that this tactic would be difficult to counter on a first encounter. Activating his flame skill, level 1, an active ability that conjures fire. Engulfing the approaching zombies in a fiery explosion. Effectively neutralizing them. He reflected on his choice of weapon, a pickaxe and flame, for this specific area, B1-2. Observing that the zombies proved vulnerable to fire, ceasing their attacks when their heads were struck. and contemplating the lack of any clear message or pattern left behind by the zombies, leaving him with more questions than answers. Lee Jong-hyuk, victorious but still puzzled by the zombie's unusual behavior, observed a small, childlike zombie. Its movements surprisingly slow and deliberate. He noted to himself that it moved like a child. He concluded there was no reason to hesitate, as they were not even human. With a swift, decisive movement, Lee Jong-hyuk brought his pickaxe down, crushing the small zombie's skull with a sickening thud. He muttered in surprise at the unexpected ease of the kill, noting that he had never seen such a tiny monster before. Lee Jong-hyuk reviewed his newly acquired passive skills, increased recovery speed, enhanced barehanded combat, and tougher skin. It was his first time receiving 3 passive skills simultaneously, and he realized they were permanent. He pondered the implications, understanding that his physical abilities were heavily influenced by passive skills and that there was a possibility of acquiring an infinite number of them. This time felt different. With newfound confidence, he declared, "I can do it." To be continued. After awakening, Lee Jong-hyuk gained access to certain information. Name, public attributes, and highest skill level were visible, but not everything. Lee Jong-hyuk encountered 2 locked doors, labeled B2-1 and B2-2. A system message indicated that B2-1 required a key, while B2-2 did not. He recalled receiving a key as a reward and realized it was for B2-1. The text on screen confirmed this. Lee Jong-hyuk expressed frustration at the complexity of the spaces, but noted his perfect recall of the first part. He observed that the field of view remained consistent regardless of his location, with 1 or 2 zombies appearing in B1-1, and a small reward instead of a larger one in B1-2. He obtained the key to B2-1 from B1-2, despite the increased difficulty, and proceeded to B2-1, stating, "Let's go." Lee Jong-hyuk, armed with a crowbar, descended a flight of stairs within a stark, gray maze-like structure, his steps echoing in the oppressive silence. He reflected on his decision to accept the mission, explaining to himself that his confidence and success, coupled with the attractive reward, justified his choice. He gripped the crowbar tightly, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. Approaching a door, he reached for the handle and entered. The mission parameters, displayed on a nearby screen, detailed his objective: to eliminate the creatures lurking behind the wall in the B2-1-1 section of the second basement floor. The reward was level 1 speed boots and a randomly selected skill upgrade. Jong-hyuk noted the mission's vagueness, particularly the lack of specifics regarding the target monster, and the fact that the location was only 1 floor away, yet felt unusually challenging. Lee Jong-hyuk, though confident, felt a sense of unease. He mused, "I know everything anyway, but what bothers me is that man sitting against the wall and lowering his head." The man, Kim Tae-min, possessed the skill of underwater breathing, the highest skill level at 2. Jong-hyuk observed him, muttering, "What the fuck? Is he sleeping right now? Is he sleeping in this situation?" Jong-hyuk's thoughts were interrupted by a voice, "You're determined to die." Kim Tae-min remained slumped against the wall, seemingly oblivious to the danger. A data box appeared, revealing Lee Jong-hyuk's attributes. He can only have up to 2 active skills, his highest skill level is 1. He gripped his pickaxe, his expression hardening. Lee Jong-hyuk observed Kim Tae-min, noting the hammer he held. He recalled that the hammer was a muscle-boosting item, and questioned Kim Tae-min's unusual behavior. Kim Tae-min, seemingly startled, mumbled incoherently, claiming to have fallen asleep while waiting for someone. Lee Jong-hyuk considered the possibility that Kim Tae-min had moved to the next area without encountering zombies, but dismissed this, noting that Kim Tae-min wouldn't be there if he hadn't been rewarded for completing the mission. Lee Jong-hyuk wondered if someone had entered B2-1-1 first, or if someone had come down from the first floor. He then questioned Kim Tae-min directly about who he was waiting for. Kim Tae-min revealed that he had been waiting for Lee Jong-hyuk. Kim Tae-min explained that he and another person had completed the mission together, but that the other person had been killed by zombies. Despite his efforts, he was unable to save him. Kim Tae-min, still distressed from his partner's death, explained to Lee Jong-hyuk that he had arrived at the facility in a hurry and needed assistance to proceed further. He couldn't dare to go into the facility alone, so he waited for someone to arrive. Lee Jong-hyuk, understanding Kim Tae-min's predicament, agreed to accompany him. Kim Tae-min indicated that he was ready to proceed. As they approached the door labeled B2-1-1, Kim Tae-min opened it, revealing an unexpected sight that caused Lee Jong-hyuk to exclaim in shock. The scene beyond the door was a forest, a startling contrast to the sterile environment of the facility. Lee Jong-hyuk questioned the reality of what he was seeing. Lee Jong-hyuk and Kim Tae-min emerged from a building, only to find themselves in an unexpected location. A forest. It's literally a forest, Jong-hyuk observed, his voice laced with disbelief. Tae-min, visibly distressed, questioned Jong-hyuk's composure. "Are you okay with this situation?" he asked, his apprehension evident. Jong-hyuk, seemingly unfazed, simply replied, "What?" Tae-min continued, highlighting Jong-hyuk's immediate entry into the forest without hesitation. "You came in here without any hesitation." He then voiced his confusion, "Weren't we trapped somewhere like a building?" Jong-hyuk's confusion mirrored Tae-min's. "But a forest? It doesn't make sense," he stated, his voice filled with bewilderment. Kim Tae-min reflected on his actions, admitting to himself that his previous statements had been unhelpful in their current predicament. Lee Jong-hyuk, seemingly unfazed, simply stated that they were unaware of their surroundings and needed to remain vigilant. The two men continued their trek through the dense forest, the path winding through the trees. As they walked, Tae-min's unease grew, prompting him to question Jong-hyuk's composure. Jong-hyuk's response was terse. He pointed out a large, ominous figure looming in the distance, confirming Tae-min's fears. A large, spider-like creature, identified as a wooden spider, was revealed, its body as hard as wood, and possessing the highest skill level of 1. Lee Jong-hyuk silenced Kim Tae-min, urging him to remain quiet. As a tremor shook the ground, and a monstrous spider emerged from the earth. Kim Tae-min, witnessing the creature's size, was filled with terror, while Lee Jong-hyuk observed the spider's movements, noting its surprising agility. Lee Jong-hyuk, despite the danger, prepared to engage the spider, knowing that a direct hit, however powerful, would be enough to incapacitate it. Lee Jong-hyuk, prepared for battle, adopted a defensive stance, questioning his opponent, "Are you attacking me first?" He acknowledged the enemy's speed, stating, "It's pretty fast, but it's not a speed I can't avoid." He reflected on his own enhanced abilities. "I'm already not a normal human being. As soon as we finish awakening, we get a physical ability that far exceeds the ordinary humans." A giant spider emerged from the forest, its size dwarfing the human figures nearby. Kim Tae-min, overwhelmed by the sight, felt a surge of terror. Lee Jong-hyuk, however, remained focused, though uncertain about the nature of the awakening process. He mused, "I don't know precisely what the awakening is, but what's clear is that it changes to be suitable for survival in LAG." He understood that the awakening improved physical abilities and granted access to skills, as evidenced by his enhanced reflexes and combat prowess, allowing him to react to the spider's sudden appearance. Lee Jong-hyuk propelled himself forward with enhanced speed, his body a blur as he launched himself towards the monstrous spider. The impact of his landing sending tremors through the earth as he braced himself for the confrontation. A chilling shriek pierced the air as the giant spider lunged, its massive legs churning the ground. Lee Jong-hyuk, despite the fearsome sight, remained resolute, his expression grim as he muttered, "As expected, it's hard. It won't end once." Lee Jong-hyuk, facing a monstrous spider, braced himself for battle. He charged forward, unleashing a powerful, explosive attack. The impact caused a significant explosion, leaving Jong-hyuk momentarily stunned by the unexpected force of his own skill. He thought he was being observed. Lee Jong-hyuk continued his assault on the giant spider, his movements a blur of calculated strikes. Each blow aimed to exploit the creature's weaknesses. He noted a crack forming in one of its legs. The spider, weakened and reeling from the previous attacks, struggled to maintain its balance. Seizing the opportunity, Lee Jong-hyuk unleashed a powerful, explosive attack. The force of the blast sending tremors through the ground, crippling the giant spider and leaving it momentarily immobile. It can't move right now, he thought, I have to finish it now. Lee Jong-hyuk, his face contorted in exertion, swung his makeshift weapon with all his might. The force of the blow creating a shockwave that ripped through the air. A whirlwind of destructive energy spiraling outwards. The raw power of the attack visually depicted by swirling lines of force. The impact of Lee Jong-hyuk's attack slammed into the giant spider's abdomen, causing a massive explosion of fire and debris. The creature roared in pain as its body was severely wounded. An observer reflects on Lee Jong-hyuk's recent battle, noting that his physical strength is not his greatest asset, but rather his skill in using his abilities to their fullest potential. Even though he lacks passive skills to recover his physical strength. The observer concludes that Lee Jong-hyuk is a dangerous opponent, even in a weakened state. The observer, contemplating Lee Jong-hyuk's power, notes his ability to utilize significant power even while on the second basement floor, predicting his future strength. Despite his exhaustion, Lee Jong-hyuk suggests taking a break, but his companion is only interested in his continued assistance. The companion explains that the primary reason for keeping Lee Jong-hyuk alive is to utilize his abilities further. Lee Jong-hyuk, while seemingly agreeing to continue, secretly plans to eliminate his companion at any moment. Lee Jong-hyuk's companion apologized, prompting Lee Jong-hyuk to continue their journey. Lee Jong-hyuk noted his companion's appearance was similar to their first encounter, and reflected that in LAG, everyone deceives each other. The journey continued until it became clear that they were not alone. As expected, something had flocked to them. A swarm of monstrous spiders descended upon them. The companion cried out in fear, asking what they should do. Lee Jong-hyuk, seeing another man approaching, curtly instructed them to run. They fled as the spiders pursued them relentlessly. Lee Jong-hyuk and his companion fled through a dark forest, the ground trembling slightly beneath their feet. The sounds of pursuing spiders echoing behind them. They continued their desperate flight. Lee Jong-hyuk glancing back, his expression grim. He knew they couldn't outrun the horde for long. He assessed their situation, realizing they needed a place to funnel the spiders together for a better chance of survival. Spiders were left out, but we only got time soon, they will flock back to us. We need to find a place to drive them all together, he thought, his eyes scanning the surroundings. A memory flashing in his mind. He recalled a location nearby that might serve their purpose. It was definitely near here. He muttered, quickening his pace. And soon, they arrived at a dead end, a large cavern opening before them. Found, he breathed, a flicker of hope in his eyes. Lee Jong-hyuk's companion whimpered, prompting a harsh rebuke from Lee Jong-hyuk, shut your mouth. The companion, startled, stammered an apology. Lee Jong-hyuk's face was grim, he confessed to himself, I almost killed him out of anger. A map appeared, showing a location labeled B2-1. The text explained, B2-1 is decorated like a forest, but it is not an infinite space. Spiders will flock to this place. Lee Jong-hyuk, having assessed the situation, instructed his companion, let's start. He then called his companion over to a specific location. Lee Jong-hyuk demonstrated a fiery skill, labeled Flame. He asked his companion, you can do what you did earlier, right? Explosive attack. You can use that skill again, right? His companion, hesitant but compliant, nodded. Lee Jong-hyuk then revealed his plan, from now on, we're going to set fire to this forest. Use that skill on the tree that I set fire to. Make sure to spread the fire as wide as possible. Lee Jong-hyuk's companion silently obeyed his instructions, readying himself as Lee Jong-hyuk held a hammer and prepared to execute their desperate plan. With a sudden, explosive movement, Lee Jong-hyuk hurled the hammer, igniting a fiery blast. The flames spreading rapidly through the dry undergrowth, consuming the forest in a raging inferno. Lee Jong-hyuk, ruthless and determined, made a decisive move. He grabbed his companion, shouting, "We're going to ignite the forest." The flames erupted, consuming the area around them as they escaped the deadly spiders. The forest fire raged, creating a chaotic scene of destruction and escape. Lee Jong-hyuk's companion, though fearful, followed his lead. The public mission, killing the wooden spider, concluded. Lee Jong-hyuk's contribution was 94%, while Kim Tae-min's was only 6%. As rewards, Lee Jong-hyuk received speed boots and a skill level up. Later, Lee Jong-hyuk reflected on his reward. He noted that his contribution was high, but his companion's was too low to receive any compensation. He mused, "It's easier. Because I only came to the second basement floor. We don't have to catch each wooden spider. They have a habit of gathering, so we make them gather at us." Lee Jong-hyuk received a mission reward notification, speed boots increasing his movement speed by 5% and a level up in barehanded fighting. He mused about the rewards, commenting that the speed boots and the barehanded fighting level up weren't bad, adding that he was a fashion terrorist. Lee Jong-hyuk and his companion stood amidst the smoldering remains of the forest. His companion asked why Lee Jong-hyuk was looking at him like that. Lee Jong-hyuk's companion inquired if the ordeal was over. Lee Jong-hyuk confirmed it, noting his companion's excellence and the necessity of adaptation for survival. Lee Jong-hyuk reflected on his experience, wishing he had at least one of the spider's legs as a trophy. His companion looked on, silently. A system message appeared, explaining the reward selection process. They could choose their rewards simply by thinking about them. However, once a reward was selected, the choice was irreversible. The aftermath of a devastating battle was laid bare, a charred forest, the remnants of a fierce conflict still smoldering. The scene punctuated by the occasional flicker of dying embers. Lee Jong-hyuk and his companion moved through the desolate landscape. Their faces grim, reflecting the gravity of their recent ordeal. The air hung heavy with the scent of smoke and ash. Lee Jong-hyuk paused, his gaze fixed on the ground, a flicker of weariness in his eyes. He seemed lost in thought, his companion watching him with a mixture of concern and admiration. Lee Jong-hyuk's companion remarked that rewards are not solely mission-based, there are also rewards for killing monsters. And one such reward is the soul of the slain creature. The companion explained that souls function as skill points, allowing for skill level increases. However, the number of souls required varies depending on the skill and its level. For example, 2 souls are needed to raise barehanded fighting to level 3. The companion continued, explaining that souls can remain within the body until needed, or be extracted for transactions. In essence, souls are crucial for survival in LAG, serving as both a means to grow stronger and a form of currency. Lee Jong-hyuk, upon discovering a soul, questioned if only one was present. His companion then demonstrated the absorption process. A timer appeared, showing that there were 3 hours and 47 minutes before a soul was released. Lee Jong-hyuk's companion exclaimed, "What?" expressing surprise and confusion. He then muttered, "What the?" in disbelief. The companion explained that souls are owned by the person with the most outstanding contribution when killing a monster. Ownership lasts for 4 hours. If the owner doesn't claim it within that time, or renounces ownership, another person can take it. However, before that, no one can take it, no matter what they do. The companion added that there are other ways to obtain souls, but they did not elaborate. Lee Jong-hyuk's opponent lunged forward, unleashing an explosive attack with a heavy hammer. The force of the blow sending a shockwave through the air. But Lee Jong-hyuk anticipated the move. With practiced ease, he countered, his own attack landing with deadly precision. The hammer embedding itself in his opponent's chest, ending the fight swiftly and decisively. Lee Jong-hyuk stood over his fallen foe, his expression cold and calculating. "You're curious how I knew, right?" he taunted, noting the blood on the hammer. "Why didn't you wipe off the blood properly?" Lee Jong-hyuk reflects on the reasons behind the declining survival rate in LAG, noting that some members hunt both humans and monsters, and that souls can originate from humans as well. He recalls Kim Tae-min, who also hunted humans, and who was known for using others for his own benefit. Lee Jong-hyuk had anticipated this from their first encounter. The narration reveals that Kim Tae-min is currently on the second basement floor. Lee Jong-hyuk observes that zombies do not bleed, implying that the blood on Kim Tae-min's hammer came from a human. He further notes that zombies on the first basement floor lack souls. Lee Jong-hyuk, his face grim, surveyed the scene of Kim Tae-min's death. The carnage was familiar. A grim reminder of countless deaths he'd witnessed. He reflected on his own resilience, forged in the crucible of repeated deaths, and the weariness that accompanied them. He resolved to focus solely on survival, determined to escape this hellish place by any means necessary. He understood the brutal logic of this place. Lag, only the strongest survive, and their strength is amplified. He picked up a black hammer, its stats appearing before him, a 1.2% increase in muscle strength. Even after descending to the sixth basement floor, he'd used a crowbar as a weapon. He found his current makeshift tools surprisingly effective. I look like an engineer, he mused, a hint of dark humor in his tone. Lee Jong-hyuk stood before a desolate landscape, the aftermath of a recent battle stark against the gray sky. He reflected on the need for caution, reminding himself that impatience leads to mistakes that in this place are often fatal. He approached a metallic door marked B2-1-2, a place offering a chance to rest and reorganize. Lee Jong-hyuk pressed the button, the elevator descending to the designated floor. Emerging from the elevator, he walked down a long corridor, his black hammer held firmly in his hand. The system registered his entry into B2-1-2, a safe haven for rest and recovery. Lee Jong-hyuk, cautious and focused on survival, arrived at a safe zone marked B2-1-2. He decided to rest and reorganize before proceeding further. He approached a door labeled LAG, his mind already strategizing his next move. He reflected on a past experience, remembering a previous companion's reckless behavior. A vendor, a shadowy figure, appeared, its form flickering in and out of reality. Jong-hyuk noted that vendors are essentially virtual entities, lacking physical substance. Jong-hyuk recalled a past incident where a companion rashly interacted with a vendor, resulting in dire consequences. The memory served as a cautionary tale. The man, heedless of the warning, reached out to the vendor, only to be instantly and fatally injured. Jong-hyuk watched, his expression grim. Lee Jong-hyuk, cautious and observant, requested to see the vendor's equipment. The vendor displayed a variety of weapons and tools, including knives, pans, axes, and shields. Jong-hyuk noted the simplicity of the transaction, commenting on his ability to assess the item's attributes with a mere glance. He then requested to see the armor as well. A spectral figure emerged, its form indistinct but menacing. Jong-hyuk, after considering his options, chose 2 hammers. A white box containing text appears in the center of the panel. The text reads, "In LAG, we can communicate regardless of language." Lee Jong-hyuk stood before a mysterious vendor, a cloaked figure seemingly carved from ice. He pointed at 2 items, and requested them. The vendor remained silent, its glowing eyes the only visible feature. The transaction was unusual, the price was steep, a soul for each item. Jong-hyuk, however, seemed unfazed. He understood the cost, and accepted it. He had made a calculated purchase. Lee Jong-hyuk, having already made a calculated purchase from a mysterious vendor, stood before the cloaked figure, who extended a hand, offering an array of enhanced clothing and equipment. The items' descriptions appeared as digital text: an elastic jacket and pants, each boosting muscle strength and agility by 2%, and a leather hip sack increasing the speed of physical recovery by 2%. Jong-hyuk carefully considered his options before selecting the jacket and pants. The vendor then produced 2 hammers. Jong-hyuk, now equipped with his new gear, tested the enhanced agility of his new jacket and pants with a swift, practiced movement. A satisfied expression crossing his face as he confirmed the boost in his physical capabilities. The vendor, seemingly pleased with the transaction, offered a comment about the nature of their exchange: "Cooked meat and water, these are a kind of service. Jung Hyuk, initially unsure, reflected on the meal provided earlier. A man, weary and battle-worn, sat amidst the debris of a recent conflict, nursing a bottle. He reflected on the monstrous foe he faced, a creature he knew he could not defeat at his current strength, a beast that only appeared in the deepest, 7th basement levels. He finished his drink, then stretched his aching muscles, preparing for his next mission. He planned to head to B2-1-3. But decided a shower was necessary first. He considered the shower a kind of cleansing machine, a way to wash away the grime of battle. He turned the shower knob, but was startled by an unexpected sound. A sudden, unsettling noise that made him realize he couldn't relax. "Damn it," he muttered, realizing he couldn't comfortably shower under the circumstances. He grabbed a hammer, ready to defend himself, peering cautiously around the corner. A shadowy figure was visible, lurking just outside the door. A woman with short brown hair entered a room, a knife strapped to her thigh. She seemed unaware of being observed. A man with short blue hair watched her from a doorway, his expression one of surprise. He muttered, "Woman?" The woman, identified as Emma Garcia, continued to move through the space, seemingly oblivious to the man's presence. A message appeared in her mind, explaining the nature of the shifting environment. She mused that it was more refreshing than a shower. The man emerged from the shadows, weapon drawn, ordering Emma to raise her hands. He warned her not to move if she valued her life. He reiterated his threat, emphasizing the consequences of disobedience. He held a gun and a hammer, ready to use either. Emma, though clearly frightened, attempted to de-escalate the situation, suggesting a conversation instead of immediate violence. Emma Garcia, visibly shaken, obeyed the assailant's command. Slowly, she knelt and placed all her belongings on the floor. "Okay. I will," she whispered, her voice trembling. The assailant, a man with short, dark hair and a grim expression, remained impassive. "That's all," he stated, his tone curt and dismissive. Emma carefully placed her small pouch containing a knife on the floor, her movements slow and deliberate. The assailant questioned Emma about souls, a question he already knew the answer to. He knew she currently possessed none. Emma responded truthfully, I don't have any souls," her voice barely a breath. The assailant's expression remained unchanged. He pressed further, emphasizing that she must know the implications of his ability to detect the presence or absence of souls. He could not know the exact number of souls others possessed, but he could tell if they had any. The interrogator barked a curt command, "Stand up." Emma Garcia, visibly shaken, obeyed. He gestured towards a metallic container, adding, "Open it." Emma hesitated, fear etched on her face. Inside, the chamber was empty. "There's no one here," the interrogator stated, his tone unwavering. He pressed further, demanding, "Tell me honestly, what happened?" Emma, under duress, revealed that the person in the previous room had gone to B2-2-2 first. She explained that he left first, proceeding to B2-2-2 after completing a mission in B2-2-1, where 2 doors appeared afterwards. In the LAG facility, choices must be made at every crossroads. The unnamed protagonist, reflecting on this, decides that if he remembers the correct path, he can secure a valuable reward. He questions Emma Garcia about why she didn't accompany another individual. Emma explains that she refused because he was a pervert, and that when he entered section B2-2-2, she chose a different route. The protagonist contemplates his next move. The time to make a choice has arrived. He weighs the potential gains of killing Emma against the current circumstances, realizing that he would only gain 1 soul. He observes Emma, noting her strong understanding of the LAG facility and her unusual ability to utilize 2 active skills simultaneously. Her presence on the 2nd basement floor is also quite rare. Emma, seemingly unaware of his presence, greets him cautiously. The protagonist considers whether or not to kill her, stating that he is still thinking about it. Emma expresses her reluctance to fight, emphasizing that she doesn't intend to harm anyone. The protagonist, however, notes her quick wit, athleticism, and intelligence, before she interrupts him. The man, his face obscured by shadow, mused to himself, even if he killed her now, it would be better to wait. He could obtain at least one more soul later. He then addressed the woman, asking if she could turn around now. She complied, and he instructed her to pick up the item she had dropped on the floor. The woman, slightly apprehensive, questioned his intense gaze. He explained that he had initially perceived her as older and less attractive due to her voice, but found her younger and more handsome than he expected. However, he added that her eyes still betrayed a certain unpleasantness. She retorted that she was a positive girl, reminding him of his earlier promise to cooperate. He admitted that his previous offer of cooperation was merely a means of self-preservation. He was wary because he didn't know who she was. She stated that seeing his remorse, she felt sorry for him and no longer considered him an evil man or a pervert. This brought him a sense of relief. The unnamed protagonist declared, "The difference is whether I die or others die." Emma Garcia asked, "What are you going to do now?" He responded that he would proceed to B2-1-3. Emma agreed, noting that if they went that way, they would encounter more monsters. He stated that they had to go anyway, and urged her to proceed. They began to walk towards the door marked B2-1-3. As they approached the door, Emma expressed fear, but the protagonist reassured her that nothing would change until the door was opened. He then opened the door, prioritizing her safety. He explained that he learned this from a movie, stating that manners make a man. Emma, however, was hesitant to enter the dark corridor. The darkness of the corridor unnerved Emma. The protagonist urged her to enter, emphasizing that hesitation was pointless. A stark white box appeared against the black background, containing a cryptic message: "There is no way to know the number of souls others have." Lee Jung-hyuk led Emma Garcia deeper into a dimly lit corridor. As they ventured further, Emma's apprehension grew. "As far as I remember, this place it's so dark that I can't see what's inside," she thought, voicing her concern. "What should we do?" she whispered, her fear palpable. Lee Jung-hyuk, however, remained resolute, his expression unreadable. He responded curtly, "What do you mean, go in?" Lee Jung-hyuk and Emma Garcia found themselves in a dimly lit corridor. The air was heavy with the stench of decay. As they came upon a horrifying sight, two corpses hanging from the ceiling. Emma gasped in horror, but Lee Jung-hyuk quickly silenced her, warning her not to scream. The scene was observed from above, revealing the full extent of the macabre display. Two figures, bound and hanging, were clearly visible. Lee Jung-hyuk, assessing the situation, noted that only two people were present this time. Emma, still shaken, questioned the unsettling scene before them. Their eyes fell upon a wall covered in numerous screens, each displaying a different view of a complex maze-like structure. Emma expressed her bewilderment at the sheer number of monitors. Lee Jung-hyuk, however, recognized the significance of the screens, identifying one particular screen as their intended destination. He pointed it out to Emma. Lee Jung-hyuk and Emma Garcia cautiously moved through a dimly lit corridor. He seemed to notice something ahead. A figure further down the passage, apparently injured and struggling to move. Emma whispered a question, but Lee Jung-hyuk silenced her. Observing the injured man's slow, painful progress, Emma, concerned, suggested helping him. But Lee Jung-hyuk countered that any hasty action could lead to their deaths. Emma, though hesitant, understood his caution. As they continued to watch the injured man, the corridor opened into a wider area, revealing a large, injured creature lying on the ground. It was a monstrous, dog-like beast. A data screen displays information about a creature called the masked lion. Its characteristic is that it eats anything, and its skill level is 5, the highest. A security camera is shown, positioned in a dark, gritty corridor. Lee Jung-hyuk and Emma Garcia stand together, their faces etched with concern. Emma asks about the masked lion's presence in Sector B2. Lee Jung-hyuk reflects on the situation, noting that the change is not for the better. He admits to being complacent, a common mistake. A man runs down a corridor, pursued by the masked lion. The masked lion attacks the man, its powerful jaws sinking into his flesh. The masked lion continues its brutal attack, its claws tearing into the man's body. Lee Jong-hyuk, grave and concerned, attempted to pierce the masked lion with an ice spear, a skill he activated. However, the attack proved futile. The creature's immense power rendered the blow useless. At his current skill level, he realized, killing the masked lion was impossible. The masked lion lunged, its claws tearing into Jong-hyuk's body. Jong-hyuk, despite the grievous wounds, retaliated with a desperate counterattack, his blade flashing. But the masked lion's strength was overwhelming. Jong-hyuk was thrown back, bleeding profusely. Jong-hyuk fell to the ground, his body battered and broken. The masked lion stood over him, a terrifying predator. A woman and a large, muscular man with short, blue hair stood in a dimly lit corridor, observing several bodies hanging from the ceiling. A monstrous, bloodied creature resembling a lion, its face obscured by a mask, lay dead on the floor. Its appearance was unlike anything encountered before in the maze. The blue-haired man, his face etched with grim determination, muttered to himself, "Damn it! There was a monster in the maze randomly, but there was never a masked lion, a complicated maze, an unkillable mob. There is no way to avoid it. There is no chance of winning if we fight. It is ideal to go to the next floor without encountering a masked lion," his thoughts revealing his frustration and strategic thinking. He continued, "But it's easy to say. Is that possible? Damn it! Do I have to leave it up to luck?" His internal monologue highlighted his desperation and reliance on chance. The man's resolve hardened. "My heart can't be broken. I can't miss this opportunity. I'll survive no matter what I do," he declared, his determination unwavering. The woman watched him, her expression a mixture of concern and apprehension. She silently questioned his actions, wondering if he was trying to gather information. Lee Jong-hyuk and Emma Garcia stand before a door, the aftermath of a recent confrontation heavy in the air. Emma expresses her apprehension, voicing her concern about the potential danger that lies ahead. Lee Jong-hyuk, resolute, simply states that they must proceed. "Let's go," he declares, his tone firm. Emma hesitates, questioning the wisdom of their decision given the knowledge of the monster they encountered. Lee Jong-hyuk's response is curt, "I guess so." The scene shifts to Lee Jong-hyuk's perspective. He explains to Emma that entering the door is their only option for moving forward, emphasizing the lack of alternatives. He acknowledges the inherent risk, stating that if she doesn't like it, she can choose to stay behind. But the implication is clear: remaining means certain death. He points out that the system's design forces this choice upon them, leaving only two options: proceed through the door or accept the same fate as those who chose to remain. Lee Jong-hyuk reflects on the system's design, concluding that it was intentionally created to force this difficult decision. He summarizes their predicament: they have only two options, to enter the door despite the surveillance or to give up and face the same fate as the others. Emma, observing the bodies of those who chose to remain, silently acknowledges the grim reality of their situation. Lee Jong-hyuk urges her to make a decision quickly, warning that hesitation will lead to death. He instructs her to remain calm and quiet. Lee Jong-hyuk opened a door and questioned Emma Garcia about her skills. He asked what skills she could use and how many she possessed. Emma responded that she had 3 active skills: Heist, Magic Missile, and Mark. Heist increased her speed of movement, Magic Missile fired a sphere that delivered a physical blow, and Mark left a mark on a target. Lee Jong-hyuk mused that it was too much to deal directly with a masked lion using only these skills. He considered that in their situation, the Mark skill might be helpful. He noted that she only had 3 active skills. Lee Jong-hyuk reflected that he wasn't in a position to discuss other people's skills because he only had 2 active skills, Light and Flame. Emma, observing this exchange, stated that her passive skill was irrelevant to their current situation. Lee Jong-hyuk concluded that only active skills could help them in their current predicament. He needed to obtain a certain amount of information from Emma without raising her suspicions. Lee Jong-hyuk reviewed the data on the screen. The location was confirmed. He stated simply, "Yes." He continued, explaining to Emma that it didn't matter if she died, as taking her soul would be beneficial regardless. He reasoned that it was better for the masked lion if she were killed instead of him. Emma, apprehensive, was shown in a flashback, seemingly already dead, her body partially consumed by a monstrous creature. She reflected that this would buy her time. This mission would be dangerous for her as well. Jung Hyuk, meanwhile, considered his limited active skills, noting that the advantages of his passive skills would only become apparent later. But that active skills were more useful in the beginning. He demonstrated his abilities, unleashing a fiery blast. He couldn't overuse his skills because he relied on physical strength. But it was better than dying, even if his heart felt like it was about to burst. He concluded there was no choice, each person had to find their answer within the given circumstances. Lee Jung-hyuk and Emma Garcia stared down at the complex, labyrinthine structure before them, a seemingly endless maze of corridors and dead ends, populated by countless figures trapped within its confines. A chilling realization dawning on them as they processed the implications of the scene before them. The sheer scale of the prison was daunting, and the hopeless expressions of the trapped individuals spoke volumes about the futility of escape. The final panel revealed a stark truth: the door cannot be destroyed no matter what we do. The mission, already perilous, now seemed utterly hopeless. The details of a public and private mission are displayed. The public mission objective is to reach B3, with a 10% contribution rate or more as a condition. Rewards include equipment related to the masked lion, and a choice between a sword, mask, or bracelet, or 3 souls. The private mission's goal is to not kill anyone, with an additional goal of not killing monsters. Rewards include 4 souls and a randomly acquired skill, the level of which is also random. Lee Jung-hyuk and Emma Garcia are shown. He reflects on his unintentional conflict with the masked lion, acknowledging the unusual nature of his current private mission. He states that under the circumstances, Emma is lucky, as she won't die at his hands here. But adds that he cannot use her as bait, as leaving her alone is also problematic given her private mission. He finds her current predicament annoying, especially since it is the opposite of his own. Lee Jung-hyuk, assessing Emma Garcia, questioned her beauty, while simultaneously warning her to keep her distance. Wondering if she was merely vigilant or immature. He mused that based on her actions, he didn't need to worry much about her. Lee suggested they proceed together, but Emma proposed an alternative route, noting an electrical current flowing near the wall. Lee explained that the maze's layout changed frequently, making navigation difficult. He cautioned Emma against touching the current, as it was dangerous. Lee felt a tension he hadn't experienced in a long time, a mixture of anxiety about the potential finality of his life and a resolve to survive. Despite his apprehension, Lee reassured himself that there was nothing to be anxious about. Lee Jung-hyuk and Emma Garcia traversed a long, dimly lit corridor, the air thick with anticipation. Rows of ornate, yet decaying, candle holders lined the walls. Emma, ever vigilant, noted the lack of alternative routes. "Now, we can't beat the masked lion at speed," she observed, voicing her concerns. Lee acknowledged her point: "It's just a straight corridor, so it's hard to develop another strategy." He added, revealing his own awareness of the danger. Emma, despite wearing speed boots, felt the weight of their predicament. But the masked lion will definitely eat her, Lee thought, his gaze fixed on Emma's vulnerability. "We have no choice but to hope we don't encounter the masked lion," Lee stated grimly, resigned to their fate. They continued down the corridor, the silence punctuated only by their cautious footsteps. The narrow passageway seemed to amplify the tension. Lee Jung-hyuk and Emma Garcia walked down a dimly lit corridor, their footsteps echoing in the oppressive silence. They came to a fork in the road. "Where should we go?" Emma questioned, her apprehension evident. Lee, ever calculating, pointed left, stating that there was no other way than the messy path ahead. Emma, trusting Lee's judgment, simply replied, "Just do what you were doing." They continued down the chosen path. Only to find themselves at a dead end, the grim sight of a corpse, blood dried up, confirming their grim predicament. Lee felt suffocated by the reality of their situation. Lee Jung-hyuk suggested they take the other side of a forked road, a path they had passed earlier. Emma Garcia, visibly nervous, followed his lead. He tried to remain calm, acknowledging his own nervousness but determined not to be swayed. He stated that they should return. They proceeded down a long, narrow corridor. The silence was unsettling to Emma. The only sound was the echo of their footsteps. Lee noted that they were being funneled towards a confrontation with the masked lion. Lee acknowledged the grim reality: no matter what they did, the masked lion would hunt them down. He realized he had no choice but to abandon his private mission and use Emma as bait. He was visibly distressed, and Emma, sensing his despair, asked where they should go next. Lee Jong-hyuk and Emma Garcia continued their discussion about their next move. Emma insisted that Lee make the decision, but he deferred, questioning why she would leave such a life-threatening decision to him. Lee reflected on Emma's reliance on him, noting that while she appeared to trust him, he couldn't let his guard down, as one can never truly know another's intentions. Elsewhere, two figures engaged in a bloody confrontation. One, clad in white, wielded a katana; the other, more heavily built, fought with a large blade. The scene depicted a brutal fight, with blood staining the floor. Returning to Lee and Emma, they proceeded down a corridor. Lee carried a hammer, while Emma had a knife at her side. Their boots echoed on the metallic floor as they walked. A sound that was soon punctuated by a sudden, sharp cry from Emma, followed by Lee's muttered curse: "Shit." A monstrous, bloodied creature, resembling a grotesque lion, is shown in a close-up. Its features are sharp and menacing, its eyes filled with savage intent. The creature is seen moving through a dark, narrow corridor, its heavy footsteps echoing ominously. Lee Jong-hyuk and Emma Garcia are shown in a tense standoff. Emma pleads with Lee to leave, while Lee warns her of the approaching danger. The monstrous creature continues its advance, its presence filling the narrow corridor with palpable dread. Lee Jong-hyuk, his face etched with grim determination, realizes that retreat is impossible. He is trapped, and the creature is closing in. Lee Jong-hyuk, in a desperate gamble, devises a plan. He intends to use Emma as bait to lure the creature away, buying himself time to escape. Lee Jong-hyuk felt his body lighten, a sensation of newfound agility washing over him, as he prepared to enact his daring escape plan with Emma Garcia. "Ready," he confirmed, his voice low and determined. Emma, though terrified, nodded in agreement. The moment of truth had arrived. Lee unleashed a burst of flame, creating a diversion as he and Emma prepared to make their move. The magic missile spell was launched, exploding in a blinding flash of light. Seizing the opportunity, Lee and Emma jumped, escaping down a narrow corridor, narrowly avoiding a monstrous creature that emerged from the blast. Lee Jong-hyuk, exhausted but determined, barked a single word: "Now." He launched himself and Emma Garcia into action, using a controlled explosion to create a diversion, sending them hurtling through the air, away from the pursuing beast, while simultaneously creating a wall of fire to deter their pursuer. To keep the creature's attention focused, Lee strategically spread a wide flame across the floor. The beast, it turned out, intensely disliked fire. He wondered if his plan would work. Emma, clinging to Lee, whispered a plea: "Please go." The creature, momentarily distracted, began to lose interest in its prey, as there was no sign of movement. Lee Jong-hyuk and Emma Garcia, having escaped the immediate danger, found themselves amidst the smoldering remains of their diversion. Jong-hyuk, his breath ragged, scanned the area, his eyes darting nervously. He muttered, "Wait." A charred, monstrous figure lay before them, its features partially obscured by the flames. The creature's lack of scars caught Jong-hyuk's attention. He noticed something peculiar about its eyes, a detail that sent a jolt of realization through him. "It has no scars on its eyes," he exclaimed, his voice laced with dawning horror. "Shit." Jong-hyuk's face contorted in grim understanding. His thoughts raced. This was not just one creature, but something far more sinister. Is it not just one? A monstrous, fiery beast emerged from the wreckage, its roar echoing through the ravaged landscape. Lee Jong-hyuk and Emma Garcia watched in horror, as Jong-hyuk realized with dawning dread that this was not an isolated threat, there was more than one creature. Jong Hyuk, struggling to maintain his grip on a pickaxe, braced himself against the crumbling wall, his muscles straining under the immense pressure. Emma watched, fear etched on her face, as the wall threatened to give way under the combined weight of the collapsing structure and the sheer force of the creature's attack. Lee Jong Hyuk, already injured, muttered to himself, "I won't last long." He used his pickaxe to anchor himself and Emma Garcia to the crumbling wall, supporting her weight as the structure continued to collapse around them. A small piece of debris fell from above, narrowly missing them. More debris fell, forcing Lee to shift his grip and readjust his position to maintain their precarious hold. As the wall continued to crumble, they were falling. Suddenly, a large, fiery creature burst through the wall below them, its roar echoing through the debris. Lee's eyes widened in shock and fear. Lee Jong Hyuk watched, horrified, as a monstrous, flaming creature, a grotesque lion-like beast, collapsed to the ground, its fiery breath extinguished. He held a small, gray stone in his hand, a grim reminder of the battle's intensity. The air hung heavy with the smell of smoke and the lingering threat of further danger. Meanwhile, Emma Garcia, clinging precariously to Jong Hyuk as he scaled a crumbling wall, felt a surge of terror. Debris rained down around them, threatening to crush them both. Jong Hyuk strained every muscle, his grip tightening on Emma as he desperately sought purchase on the crumbling wall. "Just a little more," Emma mumbled, her voice barely audible above the din. Jong Hyuk's resolve hardened. "I can't wait any longer," he thought, his eyes fixed on the approaching threat. He knew there was no easy escape, they had to fight. A new, larger threat emerged from the shadows, another monstrous creature, even more terrifying than the first. "Whether it works or not, we have to fight," Jong Hyuk declared, his voice filled with grim determination. Lee Jong Hyuk, upside down and battered but defiant, declared, "Let's go." A cacophony of sounds echoed through the desolate corridor. As Jong Hyuk and Emma Garcia pressed onward, the sounds of pursuit growing closer. Emma noted, "It's the other side." Jong Hyuk, his senses heightened, identified the sounds as human footsteps and the masked lion's pursuit. He noted, "It's definitely the sound of human footsteps. And the sound of the masked lion chasing." A glimpse of a figure falling from above confirmed his suspicions. He recognized the figure, muttering, "Probably the one I saw on the screen earlier." "Wait!" Jong Hyuk, seeing danger approaching Emma, shouted, "Mark," as he shielded her from an unseen threat. Emma gasped, "Ah!" Emma Garcia, upside down and disoriented, focused intently, her fingers glowing with faint energy. A beam of energy shot out from her fingertips, striking a shadowy figure that fell to the ground. The energy beam continued its trajectory, leaving a fiery trail across the metallic floor, revealing a large, shadowy beast with glowing eyes, resembling a lion, emerging from the darkness. Lee Jong Hyuk's thoughts were revealed. He considered the man unlucky, but knew he couldn't survive with two masked lions chasing him. Jong Hyuk, carrying an injured Emma, leaped across a chasm, narrowly escaping the pursuing beasts. "Let's go," he urged. Emma Garcia urged Lee Jong Hyuk to hurry, stating that they needed to get out of there immediately. Jong Hyuk and Emma ran through a labyrinthine corridor, Jong Hyuk leading the way. Emma questioned whether they were going the right way. Jong Hyuk admitted uncertainty but emphasized the need to hurry, instructing Emma to tell him when she sensed the energy signature they needed to avoid. They navigated several forks in the corridor, encountering dead ends twice, but avoided further encounters with the masked lion because they moved away from the energy signature of the mark. Lee Jong Hyuk, ever cautious, reflected that if they had come this far, the end must be near. He resolved to press on. They rounded a corner and found a gruesome scene. A monstrous creature, its fangs dripping with blood, stood over a fallen body. Emma gasped in horror. Emma's shock gave way to a grim acceptance of their situation. Jong Hyuk, equally disturbed, simply stated that it was to be expected. Emma insisted that it couldn't end so abruptly, urging Jong Hyuk to flee. Jong Hyuk, however, remained resolute. The creature lunged, forcing them to run. Jong Hyuk pulled Emma along, shouting for her not to give up. As they fled, Emma sensed a powerful energy nearby. Jung Hyuk, initially dismissing her concern, was forced to reconsider when he felt it too. Lee Jung Hyuk and Emma Garcia fled down a metallic corridor, pursued by a terrifying roar. The sound echoing ominously through the narrow passage. 2 figures ahead were overtaken by a monstrous, masked lion, its teeth bared in a ferocious snarl. Jung Hyuk, witnessing the horrifying scene, muttered to himself, "Was that the sound they made earlier?" His face etched with grim determination. He observed the creature, noting something peculiar. Something weird, he thought, noticing the absence of a mark on the lion. Emma, equally unnerved, pointed out, "That masked lion doesn't have a mark, and also, there's no mark for the lion that is chasing us." The question hung heavy in the air: where was the marked lion? Jung Hyuk, his eyes narrowed in concentration, considered the implications. A monstrous, marked lion lunged, its roar echoing through the metallic corridor. Its massive claws aimed at Jung Hyuk and his companions. Jung Hyuk's expression hardened. This was exactly as he'd planned. As expected, the marked lion's attack was ferocious, but Jung Hyuk had anticipated this. He instructed Emma to run, while he used the lion as a distraction. Jung Hyuk, using the chaos of the attack, threw one of his companions towards the lion, creating an opening for his escape. The lion, momentarily distracted, turned its attention to the thrown man. Emma, following Jung Hyuk's instructions, fled the scene, narrowly avoiding the lion's deadly swipe. She quickly moved to a safe distance, observing the unfolding events. Surrounded by monstrous, snarling lions, Emma cried out for Jung Hyuk as she fought to defend herself. Jung Hyuk, seeing an opportunity, urged Emma to look to the other side of the corridor, where a solid iron door was visible. Emma, understanding his plan, immediately sprinted towards the door, followed closely by Jung Hyuk and another companion. They ran through a long hallway lined with columns, the iron door growing closer with each stride. The pursuing lions were gaining on them, their ferocious roars echoing through the corridor as the trio desperately tried to reach the door. Finally, they reached the door, a symbol of hope in their desperate escape, as Jung Hyuk grasped the handle, pulling it open to reveal a path to safety. Lee Jung Hyuk, Emma Garcia, and their companion continued their desperate flight, the sounds of pursuit echoing behind them. Suddenly, a monstrous figure burst from a doorway, its terrifying presence halting their escape. The creature's massive form loomed over them, its blood-soaked fangs bared in a terrifying snarl. One of their companions was caught in the creature's grasp, his pained cry echoing through the corridor. Jung Hyuk, recognizing the imminent danger, urgently shouted to Emma, "Emma, dagger!" Emma reacted swiftly, drawing a dagger and preparing to defend herself and Jung Hyuk. A monstrous creature burst through a door, its terrifying form filling the frame. Its massive jaws snapping shut with a sickening crunch. The text below reads, "Mobs can never come over the door." Lee Jung Hyuk, prepared for battle, stood ready to defend his companions. He roared a defiant "fuck off" as he prepared to engage the beast. The scene shifts to show Lee Jung Hyuk, Emma Garcia, and Dylan O'Brien entering a room marked Enter B3. A brief informational text box appeared, stating, "All doors can be opened by both pulling and pushing." Emma Garcia, having just entered room B3 with Dylan O'Brien and Lee Jung Hyuk, instructs Dylan to take his dagger. He complies, his expression one of gratitude as he acknowledges her life-saving intervention. He thanks her for saving him. Lee Jung Hyuk reviewed his stats. He had acquired a public attribute related to movement, increasing his skill level. A mission report appeared, detailing the successful completion of Mission B2-1-3, with Dylan O'Brien receiving 58% contribution, Lee Jung Hyuk 31%, and Emma Garcia 11%. Lee Jung Hyuk mused that Dylan's high contribution was likely due to his constant running while evading the masked lion. Emma Garcia noted that any contribution below 10% would not receive a reward, and speculated that Lee Jung Hyuk's low contribution might be due to the fragment, while Lee Jung Hyuk himself considered the possibility. The mission reward was announced: equipment related to the masked lion, a choice between a sword, mask, or bracelet. A digital display announced the completion of Private Mission B2F3, specifying the objective as not killing people. The mission's success was confirmed, with 4 souls acquired as a reward. Alongside the Masked Lion's mask, which unlocked the Masked Lion Growl skill at level 1. The character, having already collected 3 souls from a previous mission, now possessed a total of 7 souls, achieving the maximum reward for the second basement quest. As an additional reward, a random skill was acquired, in this case, Strong Bone at level 3, a passive skill that strengthens bones. A useful passive skill, the character reflected. The acquisition of this skill allowed for a clearer understanding of the overall situation. Although the character remained uncertain about Emma and Dylan's mission progress, the character deemed it unnecessary to share any personal information with them, especially given the potential for future conflict. The character recognized that information itself could introduce many unpredictable variables into the situation. Lee Jong-hyuk, his body scarred but his mind sharp, reflected on the mission's completion. He considered the knowledge his opponents possessed of him, and vice versa, a crucial factor in future engagements. He had been about to speak, but a notification interrupted him. The mission was complete. His companions, having witnessed the mission's end, urged him to disarm, concerned about the potential for further conflict. One of them, a woman, carefully sheathed her own blade. Despite their plea, Lee Jong-hyuk initially refused further collaboration, citing the difficulty of maintaining his own survival. Lee Jong-hyuk, Emma, and Dylan, having completed their mission, walked down a long corridor. The atmosphere remained tense. Jong-hyuk reflected on the precarious nature of their alliance, acknowledging the inherent instability of their situation. He knew that sustained tension was unsustainable, and that he would need to be constantly vigilant against any attempts to betray him. He felt he could trust Emma and Dylan for now, but maintaining his guard was paramount. He understood the harsh realities of their environment. Survival in this place often necessitated difficult choices, and he knew that killing someone might become necessary. He reached a door marked B3. Jong-hyuk paused before 3 identical doors, each labeled B3-1. He noted the difference from his previous visit. Lee Jong-hyuk, while walking with Emma and Dylan, voiced his concern about the layout of the building. He noted that what bothered him was B3-2. Questioning whether they should be able to go directly to the 4th floor basement through B3-2. Dylan agreed, pointing out that the further back the numbers went, the more space there was on that floor. Jong-hyuk acknowledged this was true, but also stated that it wasn't necessarily wrong. He explained that if one floor consisted of only one room, it would be difficult to estimate what the inside was like. Jong-hyuk continued, explaining that instead of rushing to the next floor, it was more important to descend slowly, gathering strength as they went. He added that he had previously seen the 3rd floor basement only have one room. He sensed something was amiss. Dylan, displaying a confident demeanor, declared that he didn't want to hear any complaints if things got tough, effectively dismissing any concerns from his companions. And then, asserting his decisiveness, proposed that they proceed to B3-1-1. The masked man's presence filled the room with an aura of fear. The text explicitly stated that his very presence emanated a palpable sense of dread. Emma, visibly frightened, whispered that the masked man was terrifying even to look at, while Dylan, seemingly unfazed, explained that he would only use his mask when absolutely necessary, prioritizing the strategic use of his abilities. After a brief moment of preparation, Dylan urged his team to move out, and they proceeded to their destination. Lee Jong-hyuk, his face etched with weariness, revealed that he had only one soul remaining. He resolved to keep it for a while. Then, he declared, "Let's go inside." He gestured towards the entrance, leading Emma and Dylan into the building. The group moved through a dimly lit corridor, passing by a closed door, before arriving at a larger chamber. Lee Jong-hyuk led his group, including Emma and Dylan, through a dimly lit corridor, their footsteps echoing in the oppressive silence. The group consisted of several individuals, each with their own unique appearance and demeanor. Lee Jong-hyuk's gaze hardened as he considered the number of people they faced. He internally calculated that he could kill 5, but at a great cost to himself. If I do that, I will die too, he thought. He acknowledged the sheer number of opponents, realizing that their survival depended on the combined strength of the group and the strategic use of their abilities. This will all depend on how much Dylan and Emma show their strength, he mused. The group proceeded cautiously into a large chamber, their movements deliberate and tense. Lee Jong-hyuk's team entered a large chamber. He noted a teammate's stat boost, a cheat attribute that increased in strength the lower they went. Emma and Dylan remained apprehensive but followed his lead, while another team member suggested uniting their forces to increase their chances of survival. The suggestion was met with some hesitation, as Lee Jong-hyuk's team considered the potential risks of an ambush. Despite the concerns, they pressed forward, introducing themselves to a large, imposing man named Dwayne. Dwayne, in turn, introduced himself, and was immediately assessed by Lee Jong-hyuk as being over 190 centimeters tall. Lee Jong-hyuk wondered if Dwayne was the leader of this group, but Dwayne confirmed that they had already met in B3. Lee Jong-hyuk and Dwayne shook hands, agreeing to cooperate. Lee Jong-hyuk's team observed a large group of people, noting a lack of complete trust among them. Emma voiced her apprehension about trusting the new group, while Dylan, ever alert, remained cautious, stating that he didn't trust them either. Dwayne, however, proposed that a needless fight would be unproductive, suggesting they cooperate for now. Emma, despite her reservations, expressed her trust in Lee Jong-hyuk's judgment, while Dylan reiterated his distrust of strangers, emphasizing the potential for exploitation. Lee Jong-hyuk, assessing the situation, declared that if the current B3-1-1 area was the same as the one he traversed in the past, it would be impossible to navigate alone. He emphasized that the more personnel involved, the more profitable the operation would be for them. And with a decisive gesture, he commanded his assembled team to proceed into the area. The team, a mix of hardened fighters and wary newcomers, stood ready to follow his lead. The group moved as one, their footsteps echoing in the vast, empty space. Lee Jong-hyuk led the way, his expression grim but resolute. As they advanced, a subtle tension arose. Emma and Dylan exchanged worried glances, while Dwayne remained stoic, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Emma questioned whether anyone was following her, revealing a lingering apprehension. Lee Jong-hyuk, noticing their hesitation, internally scoffed at their lack of faith. He considered their apprehension ridiculous, highlighting his own superior understanding of the situation. The scene concluded with Lee Jong-hyuk, Emma, and Dylan sharing a tense moment, their expressions reflecting their differing perspectives on the mission ahead. A group of mercenaries, wary of each other, stood in a dimly lit room. One woman voiced the group's hesitation, stating that risking their lives with strangers was unwise, especially given the high-stakes situation. Their leader, Dwayne, attempted to rally them, raising his voice to urge them to cooperate. Emma readily agreed to accompany Dwayne, stating, "Yeah, I will go with you." Dwayne then turned to Dylan, questioning his willingness to join them. Dylan, after some hesitation, responded that he trusted Dwayne more than the others and that he owed Dwayne his life, thus deciding to join them. With Dylan's affirmation, Dwayne declared, "Let's move now," and the group began to depart. Dwayne, however, anticipated that simply appealing to the remaining mercenaries would be futile, predicting their refusal to move. He proceeded to leave the room, and the remaining mercenaries, noticing his departure, followed suit. Dwayne, leading the group, urged Dylan to leave. Dylan, hesitant, eventually agreed. Dylan pondered Dwayne's words, his expression serious. Emma asked if Dwayne was coming, expressing concern. Dwayne, resolute, declared he had no intention of convincing anyone unwilling to join. He further explained that those lacking determination would only be a burden. Dwayne, despite his initial reluctance, ultimately decided to join the group. Encouraged by Dwayne's conviction, several individuals declared their intent to join his group, shouting, "I will go too, and me too." Dwayne reflected on the group's dynamic, noting that the sight of others moving spurred immediate action in others, as no one wanted to be left alone. He acknowledged that while having more people wasn't ideal, it was better than being alone, and that the current situation demanded quick thinking and decisive action. The scene shifted to a broader view of the group, highlighting the shared fear and desperation among its members. Their expressions were uniform in their anxiety. Dwayne observed the group, concluding that while most were similar in their fear, some individuals could prove useful. He recognized the need to act decisively as a leader, making independent judgments rather than being swayed by the emotions of others. Dwayne, his expression grim, made a cold calculation. He stated that anyone with such a nature would eventually die, and that he would use their nature to his advantage. Meanwhile, Emma and Dylan, though anxious, showed their resolve by silently accepting their fate. Dwayne, however, cautioned them not to disturb him. The preparations were complete. The baits to draw attention were set. A group of recruits, led by Lee Jong-hyuk, entered the designated area. Dwayne, having conveyed the mission parameters to his team, announced that their names would be called in order. The recruits stood ready. They proceeded cautiously toward a large, pulsating red crystal at the center of a vast, empty chamber. A command to stop was issued. The mission parameters were displayed, a staring contest, with the goal of surviving and escaping the B3H1 area. The first place prize was 2 souls and a random level 2 passive skill. Second place received a random level 2 passive skill. Dwayne, confident and manipulative, mused to himself, only if everything went smoothly. A line appeared on the floor, marked stop. One of the recruits questioned, "What line is this?" Lee Jong-hyuk, leading the recruits, noticed something behind the crystal. He observed, "There's something like a crystal in the middle there." He realized, "That's the door. There's a door behind the crystal. It's a relief that it's the same as I remember." The recruits stood before a large red crystal, awaiting instructions. A digital message appeared, "The staring contest will start from now on. Please start all together when the start signal appears." One recruit prematurely started, causing a false start. The system announced, "That is a false start." An announcement blared across a stark, metallic corridor, "Miets will be deployed." The recruits reacted with a mixture of shock and apprehension. Murmurs of "what" and "Miets" filled the air. One recruit, his face etched with concern, mused internally, "There is always someone like him." He considered the implications, questioning, rationally, if he sees such a line, shouldn't he normally not cross it? Another recruit, observing his comrade, commented, "He who does things without thinking." He continued, "At this rate, that bastard will come out soon. Well, he'll show up when the time comes anyway." Their leader, a stern figure, barked orders, "Listen. No matter what will appear, don't take your eyes off it." He added, "We're not too far from the door." One recruit, expressing doubt, stated, "You're right, but we have to do all comes to get out of this place, right?" Another recruit, eager to proceed, declared, "I go." A third recruit echoed, "Me too." The leader gave the final command, "Let's go." The announcement appeared again, "That is a false start." One recruit apologized, "I'm sorry, I'll go first." Another said, "I'll pay that debt next time." Dwayne, radiating confidence, addressed his recruits. "Don't rush. The mission will start once the start signal appears. Also, don't take your eyes off the crystal." A large, pulsating red crystal stood at the center of a circular platform, its energy visibly thrumming. The crystal's energy intensified, causing a ripple effect across the recruits' training ground. Lee Jong-hyuk, leading the group, watched intently. Suddenly, the crystal erupted in a blinding flash of light, sending shockwaves across the area. The recruits reacted with alarm, shouting in surprise. The intense energy subsided, leaving behind a smaller, yet still powerful, crimson crystal. Emma and Dylan, among the recruits, stared at the crystal with a mixture of anxiety and determination. The crystal pulsed once more, emitting a final burst of energy before settling into a state of quiet power. A wave of crimson energy erupted from the crystal, engulfing Dwayne's recruits. Each one screaming in agony as they were struck by the force. The intense energy leaving trails of blood in its wake. Emma and Dylan watched in horror as the recruits were violently thrown back. Lee Jong-hyuk's face was grim as he witnessed the brutal scene unfold. One recruit, seemingly unharmed, stood defiantly, his fist clenched, revealing newly activated passive skills, tough skin, and strong bone. He muttered, "Thanks to the passive skill, there wasn't even a single scratch other than a bit of dust sticking to my hand." Dwayne, confident and manipulative, oversaw the activation of the crystal, a dangerous game he had prepared for his recruits. He watched as one recruit, seemingly incapacitated, was discarded with a dismissive comment. "That trash-like bastard. Forget it." The other recruits, including Lee Jong-hyuk, watched with a mixture of concern and apprehension. The casual cruelty of the situation was palpable. As one of them noted, "This place is indeed that kind of place. Also, he's going to die after all." A sense of dread filled the air. As a monstrous figure began to emerge from the swirling mist, its presence immediately felt by all present. "There's something there," one of them whispered. The creature's terrifying form fully materialized, its eyes glowing ominously. A guttural roar echoed through the chamber. "Full," it shrieked, its monstrous form filling the panel. A system message appeared, "Miat, distinct character, has eyes, maximum level, 6. A monstrous creature emerged from the swirling smoke, its imposing form silhouetted against the backdrop of terrified recruits. Among the recruits, expressions of shock and fear were evident. One exclaimed, "What's that?" while another questioned, "What is it called?" A wave of terror washed over the recruits as they realized the source of the creature's emergence, the crystal. Panic spread as the creature lunged, its movements swift and brutal. One recruit activated a haste LV2 skill in a desperate attempt to escape the creature's wrath. The creature's terrifying visage was fully revealed, its eyes glowing ominously as it unleashed a devastating attack. A recruit, eyes wide with a horrifying expression, lunged forward, transforming into a grotesque, monstrous creature as the crystal's power surged through him. "Fool!" it shrieked, its voice echoing with rage. The creature lashed out, its claws tearing through the air, leaving a trail of bloody destruction in its wake. Another recruit cried out in pain, "Arg!" The monstrous being continued its rampage, its movements erratic and violent. "Fool!" it roared again, its voice filled with unrestrained fury. Another recruit fell victim to the creature's brutal assault, their body riddled with wounds. "I will kill you," the creature hissed, its eyes burning with hatred. A monstrous creature, its body a grotesque fusion of flesh and bone, let out a guttural roar, "Full." It lunged forward, its movements jerky and unnatural. The creature's attack was met with fierce resistance. A figure, partially obscured, retaliated with a desperate counterattack, shouting, "I will kill you." A figure, seemingly human, leaped across a chasm, his movements swift and precise despite the perilous jump. He wielded a pickaxe, his grip firm and determined. A blond man, wielding a makeshift weapon, lunged at a monstrous creature, shouting, "Die, you monsters!" The creature retaliated swiftly, its powerful blow sending the man sprawling. Blood splattering across the grimy floor as the creature's attack connected. The man cried out in pain as the creature continued its assault. Another brutal blow landed, leaving the man severely wounded and barely conscious. The creature, ignoring the man's pleas, delivered a final, fatal blow, as the man screamed, "Earg," and the creature roared, "Full." Dwayne, facing a monstrous creature, braced himself for battle. He stood amidst fallen comrades, the scene a testament to the ferocity of the beast. A guttural cry escaped his lips as he lunged forward, his sword flashing in a desperate attempt to pierce the monster's hide. The creature's claws lashed out, catching Dwayne off guard. "Damn it," he thought, his vision blurring as pain overwhelmed him. The monster's attack proved too powerful. As Dwayne fell, his comrades cried out for help, desperate pleas echoing in the confined space. "Spread out. Don't huddle," someone shouted, urging them to escape. But the monster's shadow loomed large, its presence a chilling reminder of the dire situation. The final panel showed the monster's victory, a stark image of the price of defying the rules. The panel depicts the aftermath of a brutal attack. Dwayne lies dead, his body mangled by a monstrous creature. A caption reads, "Niets will attack for no reason if someone commits a foul." Another caption explains the nature of the location. "Anyone would want to come to this place, it's outrageous, but that's what a place called LAG is like." Emma and Dylan observe the scene, their expressions grim. Emma asks, "Shouldn't we help them?" Dylan responds, "Don't you understand after seeing that, it's not something we can kill just by fighting it." A group of soldiers watches the creature from a distance. A caption states, "Also, this mission is not to be completed by killing it." The leader of the soldiers shouts, "If you want to go there and die, do as you please." Dylan, having narrowly escaped a monstrous attack, utilized jump LV.21 to propel himself through the air. His body a blur against the backdrop of a towering, metallic structure, leaving behind a trail of debris and the lingering threat of the creature he'd evaded. Emma, observing Dylan's escape, voiced her grim assessment to an unseen companion, "He'll die." Meanwhile, Dylan, having landed, found himself cornered. He braced himself. His face contorted in a grimace of determination as he prepared for another confrontation. A man, presumably a leader, instructed the group, "Everyone, close your eyes and open them later." He continued, specifying, "Close your eyes only when the monster turns around. Other than that, you guys should keep your eyes open." The instruction was emphasized with a final warning, "Don't ever blink." A hand reached for a door handle. The door opened, revealing a gruesome scene. A decapitated body slumped against the doorframe. The head lay severed, blood splattered across the metallic surface. The scene opens on a grisly aftermath. Several bodies litter the floor, their forms glowing with an ethereal blue light. A voice, calm yet firm, instructs the survivors, "Don't scream. Also, don't covet the souls and equipment of the dead." The voice continues, issuing precise orders, "Don't do anything. Walk slowly towards the door." Emma, visibly shaken, is addressed sharply by another survivor, "Emma, don't you ever scream." The scene shifts to a conversation between Emma and another survivor. He explains, "I'm saying it one more time because you keep shouting everywhere. Don't just hear it, but keep it in your mind." Emma expresses her concern, "What will happen if we take our eyes off it?" The survivor responds, "If we avoid it or close our eyes when the monster looks at us, it will attack us right away. That means we will die like those people just now. So we just have to walk slowly there." A group of survivors huddled together, fear etched on their faces. What should we do?" one of them stammered, their voice laced with panic. Another replied, "I don't know either." The vast chamber was littered with the bodies of the fallen, crimson stains marring the gray floor. A chilling silence hung in the air. As the monstrous creature emerged from the shadows, its grotesque form a horrifying spectacle of exposed muscle and bone. Its eyes glowed with malevolent intent. The survivors watched in terror as the creature advanced, its movements swift and deadly. Its terrifying presence filling the chamber. One of the survivors, Lee Jong-hyuk, began to formulate a plan, his mind racing to find a way to escape this nightmare. Lee Jong-hyuk addressed the group, "That bastard will approach us and provoke us to have a staring contest. Just don't avoid or close your eyes. Don't scream or give any reaction. Just follow the rules, and that bastard won't attack you." A monstrous creature loomed, its eyes fixed on the group of survivors. The text above it read, "Staring contest." One of the survivors muttered, "Damn it." Lee Jong-hyuk observed the scene, a plan forming in his mind. He instructed the others, "Walk now. Don't you ever run." The monster lunged, its massive hand reaching for one of the survivors. The survivor cried out, Save me." Another survivor struggled against the monster's grasp, yelling, "Gee, get your hand off me." The monster's terrifying eyes filled the panel. Emma and the other survivors, fleeing from the monster, stumbled and fell, their desperate escape marked by a pained cry, "Arg." Lee Jong-hyuk, observing their frantic pace, cautioned them, "That's too fast." He continued to instruct them, "Do not rush. Calm down. Don't increase your speed. You might die." The survivors, though terrified, followed Lee Jong-hyuk's instructions, their escape a desperate scramble across the desolate landscape, leaving behind the fallen bodies of those who had not made it. The monstrous figure loomed behind them, its presence a palpable threat, but Lee Jong-hyuk's calm guidance helped them maintain their pace. Lee Jong-hyuk reassured them, "That's okay. Don't have to look at him when he's not looking at us from the front. Walk just like that." Lee Jong-hyuk, Emma, and the other survivors found themselves cornered by a monstrous creature. The creature's menacing presence filled the space, its guttural "let's play" echoing in their ears. The monster's every move sent shivers down their spines. One survivor noted the feeling of goosebumps on the back of his neck. Lee Jong-hyuk, however, remained calm, aware that the creature was waiting for them to make a mistake. The group, guided by Lee Jong-hyuk, began their escape, the monster's shadow looming behind them. Lee Jong-hyuk, thanks to his passive breathing skill, was able to maintain his composure, breathing calmly despite the intense pressure. He strategically guided the others, ensuring they moved slowly and deliberately to avoid detection. With only 20 steps left to safety, Lee Jong-hyuk continued to lead the escape, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to the terror gripping his companions. Lee Jong-hyuk urged the survivors onward, shouting, "Just a little more." His voice was calm, a stark contrast to the terror etched on Emma's face and the fear reflected in the eyes of the other survivors. As they sprinted through a ravaged corridor, the sounds of destruction echoing behind them. The monster's presence loomed large, its shadow stretching across the walls. But they pressed on, fueled by adrenaline and the hope of escape. Lee Jong-hyuk, ever vigilant, kept a watchful eye on the approaching threat. The monster, a grotesque figure of muscle and bone, emerged from the shadows, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. It snarled, "Let's play." Emma's eyes widened in terror as she stared into the monster's gaping maw, its teeth like jagged shards of obsidian. The others stood frozen, paralyzed by fear. A monstrous creature, its gaping maw revealing rows of jagged teeth and a single, malevolent eye, loomed over the fleeing survivors. Its massive form casting a terrifying shadow as it pursued them relentlessly. Emma, her eyes wide with terror, could only watch as the creature's shadow consumed her. A monstrous creature loomed over a group of terrified survivors, its menacing form filling the frame. One of the survivors, a woman, let out a gasp of fear. As the creature's horrifying visage came into full view, its eyes glowing menacingly. Another survivor muttered "damn" in despair. Two men, faces etched with grim determination, stood amidst the chaos. One muttered, "Damn." The other echoed the sentiment, also exclaiming, "Damn." His thoughts, however, revealed a different layer of emotion. "I should have been more careful." A woman, her face pale with terror, appeared before them, gasping, "Jae Jong-hyuk." One of the men observed, "It's over right at the moment when she screams." But it was too late. The woman's scream echoed as a monstrous creature emerged, its massive hand reaching for her. She cried out, "Help me," as the creature's grip tightened. Lee Jong-hyuk's mind raced, every cell in his brain screamed for action, but he felt paralyzed by the weight of his past failures. He knew he should intervene, but the memories of past mistakes held him back. The result of his past actions had always been self-destruction. He had tried to help, but it always ended with him paying the price. Now, facing the monstrous creature and the desperate pleas of the other survivors, he felt a chilling sense of inevitability. He could do nothing but protect himself. The monstrous creature lunged, its claws tearing through Emma's body. The other survivors watched in horror as Emma fell, her lifeblood staining the cold metallic floor. A desperate cry for help escaped her lips as she succumbed to the creature's brutal attack. The scene was a testament to the helplessness of the survivors. The creature, having finished its gruesome meal, leaped into the air, its shadow falling over the remaining survivors, who were left paralyzed by fear and despair. Emma lay dead on the ground, her eyes wide with terror, a gaping wound marring her chest. A faint blue light emanated from her corpse. As other survivors looked on in horror, Lee Jong-hyuk, haunted by his inaction, stood nearby, his face etched with guilt. The scene a stark reminder of his failure to protect them. He watched as two other survivors fled the scene, leaving the bodies behind. Their fear palpable. One of them muttered about securing the remaining souls before the creature's return. Lee Jong-hyuk, however, voiced his dissent. "I don't want that." The other survivors simply replied, "Up to you." Lee Jong-hyuk, conflicted, considered his options. A decision forming in his mind. With a surge of energy, he unleashed a powerful blast. A monstrous creature loomed over the fleeing survivors, its shadowy form filling the panel. One survivor urged another to enter a doorway first, voicing his belief that the creature could no longer harm them. But the other survivor hesitated, whispering a warning against going inside. The panel shows the door slamming shut, indicating a hasty retreat. Lee Jong-hyuk and Dwayne entered room B3-1-1. The on-screen text confirmed their location. Lee Jong-hyuk expressed his resignation, stating there was nothing more they could do. Lee Jong-hyuk, his face grim, reflected on the harsh reality of their situation. Death was inevitable for everyone. A woman's worried expression filled the next panel, her features etched with fear and uncertainty. Dwayne's close-up revealed his internal turmoil, a single word escaping his lips: "Damn it." A mission completion screen appeared, declaring mission common B3-1-1 completed. Lee Jong-hyuk and Dwayne Smith were listed as those rewarded. The two men stood before a door marked B3-1-1, their expressions unreadable. Dwayne expressed his discomfort with the rewards system, stating that he hated thinking about rewards in such a dire situation. Lee Jong-hyuk agreed, noting that everyone felt the same. Dwayne reassured him, saying he didn't have to blame himself, as their survival was necessary for the next mission. A screen displayed the reward: for one soul, they would receive 2. Dwayne explained that Emma and Dylan each had 2 souls. He currently possessed 7. Lee Jong-hyuk received his mission reward, a passive skill upgrade to his swordsmanship, increasing it to level 2. He reflected that any passive skill would be useful, reasoning that there would be no useless skills in this harsh world. The skill's versatility, applicable to all weapons, further solidified its value in his eyes. A new mission briefing appeared: common mission, be a hot person. The goal was to safely exit area B3-3-1, reducing the number of creatures by at least 1. The reward was 6 souls. Lee Jong-hyuk and Dwayne began immediately. Dwayne commented on the mission's ruthlessness, noting that the struggle for survival began the moment they opened their eyes and ended only in death, unless they escaped this hell. The mission location was confirmed as B3-3-1. Dwayne questioned the meaning of "be a hot person," while Lee Jong-hyuk clarified that the objective was simply to reduce the number of any creature. A statement that shocked Dwayne, who exclaimed in disbelief. Lee Jong-hyuk and Dwayne stood in a stark, metallic corridor, their figures silhouetted against the cold, gray walls. Dwayne's apprehension was palpable. Lee Jong-hyuk, however, remained outwardly calm, his gaze fixed on something beyond Dwayne. A woman, seemingly injured, knelt on the ground nearby. Lee Jong-hyuk's internal monologue revealed his thoughts: "She is a good fellow." He considered her further, his internal monologue continuing: "She might become a fellow I can trust if I stay with her a little longer." But she left quickly, exceeding his expectations. His internal monologue shifted: "She left faster than I thought." Lee Jong-hyuk and Dwayne walked away from Emma's body, leaving her hand visible in the foreground. Dwayne stated that it seemed Lee Jong-hyuk had been aware of Emma's condition from the start, and that there was nothing they could do, she had passed away. He expressed his condolences. Lee Jong-hyuk, in turn, apologized for taking Emma's soul in that situation. Dwayne replied that it was unfortunate, but that there was nothing more to be said. Lee Jong-hyuk insisted he hadn't finished talking, but Dwayne interrupted, stating that he knew what Lee Jong-hyuk wanted to say and that he could stop. Dwayne emphasized that there was no need for further explanations or justifications, they simply needed to do what they thought was right. He suggested that if they disagreed, they should part ways. Dwayne reminded Lee Jong-hyuk of their earlier handshake, suggesting that it was a sign of trust between them. Lee Jong-hyuk agreed, stating that they could trust each other by doing that. The scene opens with an explanation of the significance of shaking hands. It signifies that both parties are unarmed and willing to trust each other. Lee Jong-hyuk and Dwayne shake hands, a gesture of mutual trust and cooperation. Dwayne suggests they move forward, and Lee Jong-hyuk agrees. As they begin to walk away, Dwayne stops Lee Jong-hyuk. Lee Jong-hyuk expresses his uncertainty about the future, but Dwayne reassures him that they should not fight each other. Dwayne explains that their current situation necessitates cooperation, emphasizing that they should not kill each other over souls. Lee Jong-hyuk reflected on the precarious nature of alliances, acknowledging that while he could potentially kill Dwayne in a fight, the existence of a trustworthy ally is invaluable in the cutthroat world of LAG. He considered the difficulty of finding a truly trustworthy companion, especially after countless lives had been lost due to betrayal. A past filled with betrayals that now seemed inconsequential. Lee Jong-hyuk's resolve hardened. He wouldn't trust anyone, not even a potential ally. His cooperation with Dwayne was purely transactional, based on shared goals and mutual interests. Dwayne, noticing Lee Jong-hyuk's hesitation, inquired about his delay. Lee Jong-hyuk, after a moment of contemplation, simply stated, "Let's go." Lee Jong-hyuk and Dwayne stood before a door marked B3-3-1, their mission seemingly at a standstill. As a blizzard unexpectedly descended upon the snowfield. The harsh, unforgiving landscape now a significant obstacle. Dwayne exclaimed, "Damn it." He then worried aloud, "It's a blizzard in the snowfield at this time? At this rate, we might freeze to death." Lee Jong-hyuk, equally concerned, questioned, "What should we do?" Lee Jong-hyuk's face was etched with worry as he gazed at the blizzard raging outside. His grim expression reflected a harsh truth: if the conditions remained as dire as in the past. A vast, snow-covered landscape stretches before them, the wind whipping snow into a frenzy. Towering, jagged peaks pierce the overcast sky. Light. Lee Jong-hyuk, his face etched with worry, used his light-based skill to warm himself and Dwayne. Light can cover the whole body and make it warm without requiring complicated control, he explained. This would help a little, he added. Dwayne, feeling a little better, expressed his gratitude. He then asked if Lee Jong-hyuk possessed a skill to generate heat, but Lee Jong-hyuk replied that he did not, and that he never even imagined this kind of situation would happen. The conversation shifted to their current predicament. Lee Jong-hyuk suggested they continue moving, as remaining still would be more dangerous. Dwayne agreed, stating that moving was better than standing still. As they trekked through the blizzard, Lee Jong-hyuk recognized their surroundings. He stated that he remembered this space, eliminating the need to continue searching for a path. Despite this, Lee Jong-hyuk reflected on his lack of a heat-generating skill, lamenting that if he possessed such an ability, he could have easily overcome this stage without major problems. Lee Jong-hyuk, his breath misting in the frigid air, continued his trek across the snow-covered landscape. He mused on the mission's unexpected nature. The objective was simply to eliminate any creature encountered. But the stark reality of B3-3 was far more desolate than he anticipated. As far as he could tell, there were no creatures here, only the biting cold and endless snow. Dwayne, lagging behind, remained oblivious to the grim truth. Lee Jong-hyuk's thoughts turned darker. The only way out of this place, he realized, was to kill anyone who entered with them. A chilling prospect that Dwayne, seemingly, hadn't yet grasped. Lee Jong-hyuk could almost see the inevitable outcome once Dwayne understood the situation. He considered waiting for another person to arrive, but the risks were too high. Before that, however, he needed to find someone else besides Dwayne. Lee Jong-hyuk and Dwayne traversed a desolate, snow-covered landscape, the towering, jagged peaks of a mountain range looming before them. Dwayne, oblivious to the true nature of their mission, exclaimed, "Hey! Over there! There!" Spotting a dark opening in the mountainside, Dwayne pointed and declared, "It's a cave." Lee Jong-hyuk, his apprehension growing, responded, "Let's go there." As they approached the cave's entrance, Dwayne's excitement faltered. He questioned, "Do you even know what's in there?" Lee Jong-hyuk, his expression grim, replied, "We have to prepare ourselves." The two men entered the dark mouth of the cave, the cold air biting at their faces. Dwayne, shivering, muttered, "Now I can finally escape this cold." Lee Jong-hyuk, noticing Dwayne's haste, cautioned him, "Don't rush. Lee Jong-hyuk warned Dwayne that his body was freezing and that an attack in his current state would be fatal. Dwayne, shivering, mumbled his thanks. Despite the cold, Lee Jong-hyuk detected a faint noise from inside a nearby cave. He considered it might be the wind, but suggested they investigate. Lee Jong-hyuk agreed with Dwayne that they couldn't remain outside to freeze. They decided to enter the cave cautiously. As they approached the cave's entrance, Lee Jong-hyuk turned off his light as a precaution. He noted that this place seemed to have never existed before. Lee Jong-hyuk admitted to Dwayne that he had no idea what was inside the cave, but speculated that if there was a living creature, it must be there. Lee Jong-hyuk and Dwayne cautiously entered the dark, mysterious cave. Lee Jong-hyuk tested the cave wall, muttering, "This place is not that solid." Dwayne, assessing the situation, thought, "The current me will definitely be able to destroy it with my bare hands. If I'm lucky, maybe I can find something." Dwayne, struggling to keep his footing, stumbled. As Lee Jong-hyuk steadied him, saying, "Hang in there a little more. Don't worry. It's nothing for me." Lee Jong-hyuk observed Dwayne, concluding, "I can tell, this place is a sauna if you compare with the temperature outside. That he is a good man." Dwayne reflected, "If I don't find anything to kill, then I have only one choice." Lee Jong-hyuk, his face partially obscured by a mask, resolved to proceed further into the cave, stating that Dwayne's life would be in his hands. He and Dwayne continued deeper into the cave's network. Dwayne expressed a desire to rest if they found nothing further. As they ventured onward, Lee Jong-hyuk noticed something ahead of them. Having reached a relatively warmer area, Dwayne expressed relief, while Lee Jong-hyuk reassured him, taking charge of the situation. They proceeded further, approaching a large, barren area with a dead tree at its center. Lee Jong-hyuk and Dwayne continued their trek through the desolate landscape. Dwayne, still slightly apprehensive, voiced his concerns about their progress, prompting Lee Jong-hyuk to reassure him with a simple, "I'll check it out." Meanwhile, hidden behind a mask, Lee Jong-hyuk's thoughts turned darker. He contemplated the potential to eliminate Dwayne, seeing the current situation as an opportune moment. He mentally strategized, calculating the most efficient method for a swift and silent kill, a precise strike to the head or neck to ensure a quick death. His internal monologue continued, linking this opportunity to the requirements for exiting the B3-3-1 area, reducing the number of creatures present. Lee Jong-hyuk's gaze fell upon a charred tree, a stark reminder of the harsh environment. He identified it as a living being, a testament to the dangers they faced. He pointed out the charred remains to Dwayne, confirming his assessment that it was indeed a charred tree. Dwayne, still uncertain, questioned Lee Jong-hyuk's certainty. Lee Jong-hyuk examined the strange object in his hands, muttering to himself that there was nothing special about it. A frustrated Dwayne approached, asking what was wrong. Lee Jong-hyuk dismissed his concern, stating there was nothing to worry about. He then suggested they move to another area. Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted from Lee Jong-hyuk's hands. The intense flames subsided, and Lee Jong-hyuk suggested they rest. Dwayne, relieved, expressed that he had been waiting to hear those words. The two men sat by a burning tree, taking a moment of respite. Lee Jong-hyuk sat alone, a grim expression etched onto his face. He muttered to himself, "I will continue to face endless dilemmas until I get out of LAG." The words kill or save appeared below him, highlighting the weight of his choices. Dwayne, sitting beside him, observed Jong-hyuk's silence. He commented, "Surprisingly, you didn't say a single word." Jong-hyuk responded, "What word?" Dwayne continued, "I thought you'd ramble on asking why I didn't use flame when we were outside earlier." Jong-hyuk explained, "It must not be easy since the blizzard kept swirling." He continued, reflecting on the challenges of his new ability, "The problem could also be because of your stamina. It will be difficult if you continue to use it while we walked. Moreover, it doesn't make sense to warm my huge body with flames that are only the size of a palm." Dwayne acknowledged Jong-hyuk's point, stating, "I can't blame you even if I froze to death out there. It's definitely the best option to cover your whole body with that warm light like you did." Dwayne expressed his gratitude, "I survived the previous mission thanks to you. Even if I can't pay you back, I won't be a burden to you." Whatever it is, I managed to survive because you became a walking heater. Thank you. Jung Hyuk, observing Dwayne, thought, he can use his brain better than I expected. He also saw from various perspectives about the reason why I chose to use light instead of flame. Lee Jong-hyuk, alone amidst the embers of a small fire, reflected on the precariousness of their situation. He mused that perhaps he should have killed Dwayne when he had the chance. A thought that weighed heavily on his conscience. Damn it, he muttered, recognizing the self-doubt creeping in. A guy like me will think back to this moment, he realized, the gravity of his inaction settling upon him. Meanwhile, Dwayne, feeling the warmth of the small flames, expressed his gratitude. Jung Hyuk asked if he felt better now. To which Dwayne replied, thanks to you. He then pointed out that he wasn't wounded. Jung Hyuk, sensing their shared purpose, suggested they delve deeper into the cave. Dwayne, agreeing, stated, we've come all this way, after all. A system notification appeared, revealing Anton Raid's stats. His public attribute increases one of his possessed skills by 1 level, with a highest skill level of 5. Another system notification showed Ibri Hudson's stats. Her public attribute, when eating a carnivore diet, reduces her agility by 10%, with a highest skill level of 41. Lee Jong-hyuk observed the two individuals. 2 of them have no weapons, but the clothes they both wear are not bad. Maybe it can increase their physical ability, he mused. He continued his analysis, focusing on Bree. As for Bree, the public attribute she has is a weakness, just like mine. Then her secret attribute should be strengths, and the skill level she has isn't bad, he concluded. From the outside, they don't look dangerous, but we don't know what will happen. If we have to fight, then I'll be the one who has to do the first attack. But it's too late, Lee Jong-hyuk thought, bracing himself. Lee Jong-hyuk and Dwayne exchanged a look. I didn't expect there would be humans here, Lee Jong-hyuk stated, surprised. We also think so, Dwayne replied. Lee Jong-hyuk and Dwayne exchanged a look of apprehension. The unexpected humans before them, a man and a woman, spoke, their words revealing an unforeseen complication. We didn't predict this, the woman stated, her voice laced with concern. The man, seemingly her partner, added, are you two lovers? Their question hung in the air. A simple yes confirming their relationship. The scene shifted, revealing 2 additional figures observing the scene. You two too, one of the observers questioned, their tone inquisitive. The pair responded, explaining that they had decided to move together. Prompting another question, did you two also meet in LA? The initial pair's response was a firm no, revealing that their meeting predated their arrival at this location. Yes, we met a long time ago, the woman confirmed, her statement carrying a weight of unspoken history. One of the couples explained that after getting engaged, they went on vacation, and upon returning, they found themselves in this unfamiliar place. A claim met with skepticism by a nearby observer who questioned their story, prompting a defensive response about the lack of need to justify their actions. One of the men, addressing his companion, remarked on their surprisingly good health given their circumstances. The other man agreed, stating there was no point in continuing the conversation any longer, suggesting they part ways with a mutual best wishes. He then called out to Dwayne, urging him to leave. Dwayne, initially confused, quickly agreed and the 2 men departed. However, they were immediately stopped by Anton and Ibri, who pointed out that there was nothing further in the cave. Anton and Ibri insisted that the other 2 should simply leave, reiterating that there was nothing of value beyond that point in the cave. Ibri and Anton watched as Dwayne and Lee Jong-hyuk walked away from the cave entrance, their figures growing smaller against the desolate landscape. The 2 remaining individuals exchanged a look of mutual suspicion. Anton voiced his suspicions, stating, no matter how much I think about it, those 2 were lying. Ibri agreed, I think so too. Anton continued, we can only confirm it after we check it. Ibri nodded in agreement. They proceeded cautiously into the darkness of the cave. Anton and Ibri discovered 2 corpses, the victims of a brutal attack. Judging by the fresh blood, they had been killed recently. The wounds appeared to be from gunshot, but the attackers possessed no conventional weapons. Anton surmised that a unique skill was involved. A skill Ibri recognized. The bullets had passed cleanly through the bodies, a detail that indicated a high level of precision. Ibri confirmed that the victims' souls were gone, and Anton concluded that their target had been eliminated. Despite the relief, the grim reality remained: to escape, someone would have to die. Footsteps echoed in the desolate landscape. Someone was approaching the group of survivors, their presence a stark reminder of their precarious situation. Anton Raid, Ibri Hudson, and the others remained tense, their eyes scanning the surroundings. A man emerged from the shadows, his face grim, a glowing, intangible sword materializing in his hand. The text on the panel identified it as an intangible sword, level 51, an active skill. He cautiously advanced, his eyes narrowed, clearly assessing the situation. He remained hidden behind a rock, his expression unreadable. The man, wielding his intangible sword, continued to approach, his movements deliberate and purposeful. Anton and Ibri watched as the unnamed man, wielding an intangible sword LV-51, approached. The man suddenly lunged forward. His attack was swift and brutal, catching the unnamed man off guard. The impact sent the unnamed man reeling, a pained erg escaping his lips. With a final, desperate strike, the unnamed man was defeated, his body falling limp to the ground. The victor stood over his fallen opponent, a faint blue orb materializing in his hand, 2 souls. Anton and Ibri stood over the unnamed man's corpse, the scene grimly silent save for the occasional drip of blood. A system message appeared, confirming the completion of their shared mission. Anton, his expression a mixture of relief and concern, questioned Ibri's whereabouts. Ibri, ever vigilant, cautioned Anton against reckless actions, emphasizing the need for caution. Observing the 2 bodies, Ibri deduced that they were killed by someone with gun-like skills. Further analyzing the situation, Ibri noted Anton's swordsmanship and speculated that if he possessed gun skills, he wouldn't engage in close combat. Anton, assessing the situation, questioned Dwayne, "Dwayne, what active skills do you have?" Dwayne hesitated, replying, about that." Dwayne continued, explaining, "It's not because of that. But that's because the 3 skills I have will help us in this situation." He elaborated further, Bree's skill is not yet a strong skill to the point that it can penetrate through the body. As long as it's not a vital area. Dwayne concluded, "I have a plan." Dwayne, exuding confidence, addressed Anton. "We have to try," he stated, "it's not like we have other options." He placed a reassuring hand on Anton's shoulder, adding, "Don't worry." Meanwhile, Bree, unseen, observed the situation from afar. Her thoughts were sharp and calculating. Anton, that useless bastard. A flashback revealed her motivations. "I seduced him because he looked the strongest among the other bastards who entered with me. I was planning to only kill those 2 bastards, but why should I run into those bastards too?" Bree's gaze hardened as she continued her internal monologue, "But why don't they come out? I don't know what kind of plot they have, but with this skill, I will be able to kill them before they even get close to me." She prepared a defensive maneuver, muttering, "I'll shoot you both right in the head when you come out." Bree, observing from a distance, muttered, "What's that?" Dwayne, carrying the unconscious Anton, navigated the treacherous terrain of the cave, struggling to maintain his footing. A sudden, sharp sound echoed through the cavern as Dwayne stumbled, causing Anton to cry out in pain. Bree's eyes narrowed as she observed Dwayne using the dead man's body as a shield. Activating her revolver's LV-41 skill, she prepared to fire bullets from her fingertips. A flurry of bullets erupted from Bree's fingertips, disappearing into the darkness of the cave. The unnamed man, used as a shield by Bree, fell to the ground, his body riddled with bullets. His lifeless form a testament to the brutal efficiency of Bree's revolvers. A pained groan escaped his lips as his arm was severed. The impact of the bullets sent tremors through his body, leaving him utterly still. Bree, her face grim, aimed her weapons again, shouting, "Die," as she prepared another shot. She unleashed another volley of bullets, aiming for the enemy's exposed position. "Just die," she hissed, her resolve unwavering. With a swift motion, Bree reloaded her revolvers, a practiced efficiency in her movements. She muttered, "Huh," as she checked her weapons. Jonghyek's desperate cry echoed through the cavern as he was used as a human shield, his body taking the brunt of the attack. Dwayne, carrying the unconscious Anton, continued his frantic escape through the treacherous cave, dodging falling rocks and navigating the narrow passageways. Bree, ever vigilant, observed the scene, her thoughts turning to the unique fighting style of her opponent. She noted that while he was skilled, he lacked strategic thinking, a fact she intended to exploit. She internally calculated the reload time of her revolvers, noting that each held 6 bullets and took only 2 seconds to reload. This knowledge would prove crucial in the coming moments. With a swift, precise movement, she disarmed the man using the pickaxe, his weapon flying through the air. The reload complete, Bree's eyes hardened with determination. "I'll kill you," she vowed, preparing for the next attack. A masked figure, his face a terrifying visage of snarling fangs and demonic features, unleashes a skill called Masked Lion's Growl. "Of course you will avoid it," the text proclaims. The effect radiating outwards in a burst of energy. Bree, the red-haired warrior, is shown reacting to the skill. This is a skill that can give off a sense of fear, she realizes. Her body tenses involuntarily. But the effect is minimal, lasting less than a second, as it's only level 1. Still, in this situation, that's enough. Bree, her face contorted in pain, clutched at her throat. The lingering effects of the masked lion's growl still racked her body. Meanwhile, a figure emerged from the dust, revealing a woman with fiery red hair, her expression grim. She stood amidst the carnage, a bloody axe embedded in the chest of a fallen foe. The unnamed man, already wounded, collapses to the ground, gasping for air. As the unnamed woman stands over him, her face grim. "I won't die alone," she declares, her voice filled with grim determination. "I will take you with me," she adds, before delivering a final, fatal blow. The masked lion, enraged, shouts, "Venomous wench!" but realizes his masked lion skill is a one-time use. The masked lion skill cannot be used more than once, he thinks, his face contorted in frustration. "And now it will have no effect on Bree," he continues, resigned to his fate. "Damn it! I have no other choice but to trust my passive skill," he exclaims. The masked lion's passive skill, Tough Skin, Strong Bone, activates. He roars in pain as the unnamed woman's attack connects. The unnamed woman, having just dispatched 2 assailants, felt a sharp pain pierce her side. She collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Her body lay near the corpses of her fallen enemies. 2 men, Dwayne and another, stood over the fallen woman and the 2 corpses. "She fainted," one of them stated. The other man, holding a pickaxe, suggested, "You should finish her and take her soul." Dwayne looked down at the unconscious woman, then at the pickaxe. He hesitated, then resolutely declared, "I can't." His companion looked at him, clearly surprised by his refusal. Dwayne expressed his uncertainty about killing the unconscious woman, stating that he cannot kill without feeling anything, especially if it's a girl. Anton, seemingly unfazed, pointed out that she had already lost consciousness and suggested they leave her there. Dwayne, however, remained conflicted. Anton, showing impatience, urged Dwayne to kill the woman if that was his choice. He claimed to have no desire to persuade anyone, but then admitted that he couldn't let her live. Dwayne, protesting, tried to stop him. Anton, ignoring Dwayne's pleas, prepared to strike the unconscious woman. The panel shows a close-up of Anton's blade as he swings it down. Anton Raid, unwavering in his resolve, declared that he would kill anyone who tried to take his life, regardless of who they were. He revealed that he had recently acquired 2 more souls, bringing his total to 5. Anton and Dwayne paused for a moment's rest. Anton instructed Dwayne to make a decision during their break. Anton, reflecting on his actions, explained that he had given Dwayne a choice to avoid unnecessary conflict. He wanted to avoid fighting if possible. Dwayne had 2 options, either continue alongside Anton or fight him. Anton, having fulfilled a certain requirement, made a decision. He would let Bree live, just as Dwayne had suggested. Anton pondered the implications of his decision to spare Bree's life. He mused that she might thank him, but also acknowledged the risk of creating another enemy. A risk he felt he shouldn't take. He continued his journey, his thoughts heavy with the weight of his choices. Anton reflected on the scene he had just witnessed. A man had died protecting a woman. Their sacrifice painting a poignant picture of love and loyalty. He observed the lifeless bodies of the couple, blood staining the ground. Anton, uncertain of an afterlife, expressed a silent wish for their souls to find peace together. His curiosity piqued by the events, Anton continued on his path. Anton Raid paused before a weathered stone, a strange symbol etched into its surface. He pondered, should I check it? The scene before him was still fresh in his mind, the aftermath of a tragic encounter. He had spared Bree, but the unnamed man and woman lay dead, their sacrifice a stark reminder of the world's cruelty. Bree, though alive, was still shaken. Anton reflected on his actions, his thoughts a mixture of guilt and grim determination. Bree spoke, "You are more humane than I thought." Anton, lost in his thoughts, simply replied, "Well, you're right." Bree continued, "Did you decide to keep moving with me?" Anton, though hesitant, admitted, "I like you." Bree responded, "I want to keep moving with you, but I don't want to kill anyone." Anton considered this, understanding her reservations. Bree added, "I wonder if your opponent will think so too, but that's all up to you." Anton, accepting her terms, stated, "As long as you don't get in my way, I won't mind." Despite his agreement with Bree, Anton's thoughts turned to Dwayne. He mused, "I can feel Dwayne's humanity, but he's someone who shouldn't be here. Because in the end, his humanity will only be a liability." Anton and Bree continued their journey, encountering a peculiar pattern etched into a stone wall. Anton, reflecting on his past, noted the similarity between his former self and the pattern's creator. Bree, noticing the pattern, questioned Anton about its origin, wondering if it was made with a burning knife. Anton confirmed her suspicion, noting that there seemed to be some hidden space behind the pattern. Anton, attempting to break through the pattern, found it stronger than anticipated. He warned Bree to back off. With a powerful exertion, Anton struck the wall, shattering the pattern and revealing a hidden chamber. Anton's strength impressed Bree, who observed that the average man would be no match for him. The hidden chamber was revealed, and Anton and Bree looked inside. Anton and Bree peered into the newly revealed chamber, curious about its contents. Anton and Bree stood before a newly revealed chamber, its depths shrouded in shadow. A sword lay embedded within the stone floor, its hilt partially visible. Anton's companion remarked on the discovery, "It's a sword." As two examined the weapon, Anton's companion questioned, "So it's here?" A detailed description of the sword appeared, "Iron Flame Sword. Contains heat energy, increases agility by 2% when used." Anton drew the sword, its fiery energy faintly visible. Anton, amazed by the woman's ability to shoot bullets from her fingers, questioned how she could be so surprised by the Iron Flame Sword's discovery. He then asked if he could have the sword, prompting a response that he was the one who discovered it. The other man suggested using the sword as payment for destroying the wall, deeming it quite useful. The two men, along with Bree, then set off, leaving behind a fallen foe. Their journey continued. As they reached a cavern, Anton reflected on why the cave felt like heaven, expressing his reluctance to leave. He mentioned possessing the light skill, suggesting it would be better to keep the sword until then. Anton handed a sword to Bree, explaining that it would provide warmth in the frigid cave. Bree thanked him. The blade ignited with a fiery glow, surprising Bree. Anton and Bree continued their journey across the snowy landscape. They came across the body of a man, seemingly lifeless. Anton examined the body, concluding that the man's soul had departed. He questioned if anyone else remained in the area, but Bree responded that it was unlikely. Urging haste, they continued their trek, fearing further danger. Anton and Bree, traversing a frigid, mountainous landscape, found themselves facing a biting cold. Anton, his face etched with concern, muttered that the cold was extreme. But at least they would reach their destination before succumbing to the elements. The scene shifted to reveal two doors, labeled B3-3-2 and B3-2, respectively. One led to the next space, the other to a single space. Anton, his predictions rendered useless by the changed circumstances, expressed his apprehension. Bree, equally disturbed, echoed his sentiment with a simple, "Oh gosh." Anton, his expression hardening, urged Bree to choose quickly between the two doors. Bree, shivering, admitted to freezing. Anton, unwavering, pressed her to decide, stating that she could also die because of his choice if she didn't choose quickly. Anton explained that he had prepared himself for this moment, giving Bree the right to choose. The weight of the decision rested solely on her shoulders. Anton, his expression somber, offered Bree a word of comfort. "All right. I won't blame you, so don't worry." Lee Jong-hyuk and Dwayne Smith proceeded to enter the designated area, B3-2. Lee Jong-hyuk and Dwayne Smith entered B3-2, a stark, metallic corridor. Lee Jong-hyuk, his face etched with relief, muttered, "Finally, I can live now." Dwayne Smith, observing the surroundings, commented that this area was unlike anything they had seen before. Lee Jong-hyuk and Dwayne Smith, having completed their mission in B3-1, emerged from the depths of the facility. A system message announced their reward, 6 souls, which were added to their respective accounts. Lee Jong-hyuk, clutching his sword, reflected on his survival, attributing it to the weapon's power. He suggested they rest before continuing their exploration. Dwayne Smith agreed, noting that their current physical state necessitated a period of recovery. A detailed list of newly acquired skills and their levels appeared on screen. Lee Jong-hyuk reviewed his current status. He possessed 11 souls and his highest skill level was 4, though he could increase it at any time. He felt his greatest need was for more active skills. He expressed a desire for skills more useful than light and flame. However, he was also pleased with his new equipment. The system display detailed his new gear, an elastic jacket and pants, each boosting physical strength and agility by 2%, a leather waist bag increasing stamina recovery speed by 2%, a black hammer increasing physical strength by 1.2% when used, and boots enhancing movement speed by 5%. He also acquired the Masked Lion's Growl active skill, level 11. Lee Jong-hyuk examined his newly acquired red flame sword. Its description indicated that it increased agility by 2% when used. He mused, "I knew there was something there, but I didn't expect it to be this thing." He considered its usefulness, concluding that it would prove valuable in the deeper levels of the basement. The location was identified as B3-2 on his device. Lee Jong-hyuk and Dwayne Smith stood before a door marked B3-2. Dwayne remarked that they had rested sufficiently and asked if they should proceed. Lee Jong-hyuk agreed, stating, "All right." The mission parameters appeared on screen. Goal 1, make any form of transaction. Goal 2, get rid of anything heavy and bulky in B3-2. Rewards included 10% contribution to 1 to 10 souls or more, random equipment, and random skill exchange coins. Dwayne Smith, surveying their surroundings, remarked that this was the third-floor basement, expressing disbelief at the prospect of obtaining 3 rewards by completing only 2 goals. He noted this was their first experience with such a high difficulty level. And then paused, seemingly lost in thought. The scene shifted to show Lee Jong-hyuk, along with Dwayne Smith and 2 other individuals, resting in a dimly lit cavern. A helmet lay discarded on the ground nearby. Elsewhere, a group of adventurers, including a man who appeared to be their leader, sat on the ground, seemingly engaged in a transaction or trade. Various items and coins were spread out before them. Lee Jong-hyuk and Dwayne Smith found themselves in an unfamiliar location. "What place is this?" Lee Jong-hyuk wondered aloud, his gaze sweeping across the scene. Dwayne Smith, equally perplexed, observed the unusual behavior of the people around them. "Why is everyone putting their items down?" he questioned, his curiosity piqued. The scene before them was unlike anything they had encountered before. A man beckoned them closer. "Hey there! Come! It's all right, come here," he called out, his voice surprisingly welcoming. A character profile appeared, revealing the names Song Wai Ryong and his stats, public attribute, movement speed increases by 10% when using movement speed enhancing equipment. Highest skill level, 51. Lee Jong-hyuk and Dwayne Smith cautiously approached, wary of their surroundings. I can hear you clearly from here, so just say it from there, a voice stated. Lee Jong-hyuk, understanding the situation, responded, I understand why you be like that, but you are too much. You offended me. Another man, seemingly the one who had spoken, addressed them. Stop being so harsh, listen to me first. You still don't understand what kind of place this is, do you? Lee Jong-hyuk, reflecting on the man's words and the overall atmosphere, concluded, based on what he said, this is a place to exchange items while taking some rest. In the end, it must be because of what's behind the curtain. The scene opens on a collection of discarded items, shackles, pots, and a lone candle, suggesting a place of stagnation and neglect. A place formed because they could not move forward. The text clarifies that this location is mostly filled with trash. But Lee Jong-hyuk, despite the surroundings, notices something of interest. 2 vials, labeled Stamina Restorer, and a skill stone with the Composed Mind skill are shown. Lee Jong-hyuk and Dwayne Smith approach a vendor seated amidst the debris. The vendor asks if they are interested in anything. Lee Jong-hyuk, uncertain, states he will look for something to buy as well. He inquires about the price of the Stamina Restorer. The vendor, surprised by his immediate recognition of the currency, explains that the basic currency in this place is souls. He reveals that he sold the Stamina Restorer for 2 souls. Lee Jong-hyuk, pragmatic and observant, haggled with a merchant over the price of a Stamina Restorer. The merchant initially insisted on 3 souls for the item. But Lee Jong-hyuk countered, pointing out the flaws in the merchant's other wares and the fact that he didn't need to sell it at all. The merchant explained that the reason people sold their items here was to gather souls to become stronger. Lee Jong-hyuk, understanding the system, pressed his advantage, offering to buy the Stamina Restorer along with a skill stone for 2 souls instead of 3. The merchant, initially resistant, eventually relented, accepting the offer. Lee Jong-hyuk's resourcefulness secured him a valuable item at a reduced cost. The 2 men extended their hands, completing the transaction. Lee Jong-hyuk received the Stamina Restorer, while Dwayne Smith, observing from a distance, noted the successful negotiation and the environment. Lee Jong-hyuk received a Stamina Restorer, the seller instructing him to take it with his right hand. A silent exchange completed with a chuckle from the seller and a simple thanks from Lee Jong-hyuk. Lee Jong-hyuk, having successfully acquired the item, immediately consumed the Stamina Restorer. A system message appeared, detailing the effects on Song Wai-ryong's abilities, revealing that his highest skill level had increased. Dwayne Smith, observing from a distance, reflected on the event. He was used to such occurrences, having experienced many life-threatening situations from the start, and thus found Lee Jong-hyuk's actions rather insignificant. Dwayne Smith, observing the scene from a distance, reflected on the situation. He noted that the man who had just negotiated a deal for a Stamina Restorer was being underestimated. The fact that his opponents were attacking without considering his skills suggested that they were unaware of his true capabilities. A thought that solidified his suspicion that something was backing the attacker. Lee Jong-hyuk, having successfully acquired the Stamina Restorer, confronted his attackers. He stated, with a grim determination, that he would only say this once, "Give me back my souls if you don't want to die." One of the attackers scoffed, calling him an insane bastard for misjudging the situation. He explained that even if he wanted to return the souls, it was impossible, as he had already used them. The attacker, satisfied with his explanation, expressed relief at being able to leave the area thanks to Lee Jong-hyuk's actions. However, this relief was short-lived, as Lee Jong-hyuk swiftly kicked him, sending him sprawling to the ground. The attacker cried out in pain as he fell, the pink Stamina Restorer vial shattering nearby. Lee Jong-hyuk, despite his injuries, stood defiant. His attacker, enraged, declared his intention to take Jong-hyuk's souls. The attacker, boasting of his superior skill level, taunted Jong-hyuk, questioning his will to fight. Jong-hyuk responded with swift action, delivering a powerful kick that sent his opponent sprawling. The impact shattered the ground, leaving the attacker screaming in pain and defeat. He cursed Jong Hyuk as bastard, while Jong Hyuk, unfazed, calmly instructed him to stop his futile struggle and use his remaining hand to kill him. Lee Jong Hyuk's attacker groaned in pain, clutching at a deep wound across his face. As several onlookers watched the scene unfold, one of them, Dwayne Smith, observed the confrontation with a critical eye, questioning the inaction of the bystanders. "Why are you guys just watching?" he wondered aloud. The attacker, enraged, screamed, "Get that bastard!" while others echoed his call, shouting, "Kill him! Kill him!" Lee Jong Hyuk, despite his injuries, stood defiant. He had no intention of returning the souls willingly. "So, you don't intend to return it obediently? Then, I have no other choice," he concluded, launching a swift, powerful kick that sent his attacker sprawling to the ground. Lee Jong Hyuk, injured but defiant, glared at his fallen attacker. "Bastard," he spat, the word echoing the intensity of his barely contained rage. The attacker, his face contorted in pain and disbelief, clutched at his side. Meanwhile, Dwayne Smith observed the scene, his expression a mixture of concern and disapproval as he witnessed the brutal exchange. Dwayne approached Lee Jong Hyuk, offering a hand. "I'll help you for now, since we're already in this situation," he stated, his tone laced with a hint of disapproval. "But you didn't have to kill him," he added. Lee Jong Hyuk, ignoring Dwayne's words, continued to assess the situation. "I will continue to do this," he declared, his gaze hardening. The text box revealed a crucial piece of information: Song Wai Ryong has 4 souls in total. His resolve unwavering, Lee Jong Hyuk's inner monologue became clear: "And I will kill anyone who puts my life in danger. That goes for whoever it is." Lee Jong Hyuk's gaze hardened, his expression grim. He reflected on those who had tried to harm him and vowed vengeance, his words echoing the harsh reality of their world: "Good people will die early in this place." His thoughts turned to the fate of those who showed mercy, concluding that such leniency would be a death sentence. If he's someone who'll give mercy even to bastards like them, he won't live for much longer anyway. Despite the bitterness of his decision, Lee Jong Hyuk felt it was unavoidable. "It was bitter, but I had no choice." The grim faces of 2 men, their expressions etched with a mixture of shock and grim determination, filled the panel. Their eyes, narrowed and intense, reflected the weight of unspoken words. As the news of Song Wai Ryong's death hung heavy in the air, one of the men, his voice laced with cold pragmatism, stated that there was nothing they could do about it. Their only course of action was to seize everything that belonged to the deceased, including his share. Observing a group of men, one wonders about their purpose in this place. They did not enter together, and the question of their next move hangs heavy in the air. One man speculates on the possibility of internal conflict among them, a development that would be advantageous to an observer. Suddenly, a swift attack unfolds. One man lunges forward, his movements a blur of speed as he closes the distance. A hooded figure, eyes narrowed in intense focus, braced himself as a powerful blow impacted his jaw, sending him reeling, the force of the strike causing him to stagger back before he was thrown to the ground by a swift kick. The man in the yellow tunic, wounded but defiant, muttered, "It seems I was wrong." Lee Jong Hyuk observed the conflict, identifying the opponent's tactic as a pincer movement. He noted that their skills were all suited for close-quarters combat, a style he recognized from having repeated similar life-or-death situations many times before. And he confidently assessed that he could predict their next moves based on the slightest visual cues. A burst of flames erupted from one of the combatants' hands. The flames, though powerful, were uncontrolled, spreading wildly. Lee Jong Hyuk's opponent, a man with a determined expression, was struck in the eye with a sharp object, falling to the ground with a pained cry of "Arg!" The impact momentarily stunned the attacker, buying Lee Jong Hyuk some time. He thought, "I can stop those bastards' movement," preparing for his counterattack. Lee Jong Hyuk's opponent, enraged, shouted, "Bastard! Don't you dream of having a graceful death." A data box appeared, displaying information about Lee Yokbong, public attribute, visual acuity 0.11, highest skill level, 51. Lee Jong-hyuk internally mused, I have nothing to worry about if its attribute affects vision only. He continued his internal analysis, they might have a high chance of victory if they attack at the same time. However, Lee Jong-hyuk countered, but people who have lost their minds tend to move blindly. Lee Jong-hyuk's opponent lunged forward, sword flashing, but Lee deflected the blow with ease, the attack failing to pierce his defenses. My sword can't pierce him, the opponent thought, surprised. Lee seized the opportunity, his counterattack swift and precise. A fiery red energy erupting from his blade as he struck, the opponent screaming in pain as he was fatally wounded. Lee faced two more opponents. One possessed a skill to increase his muscle mass, while the other could create explosions. Lee, however, moved with deadly efficiency. Lee Jong-hyuk, already having dispatched two opponents, faced a third attacker. He moved with practiced ease, his movements a blur. A burst of flame erupting from his hand as he countered the attack, engulfing his opponent in fire. The screams of the burning man echoing through the chamber as Jong-hyuk effortlessly continued his assault, leaving another opponent incapacitated on the ground. With a final, swift motion, Jong-hyuk finished off the last of his attackers, leaving them all defeated and injured. He surveyed the scene, a grim expression on his face. He addressed the remaining survivors, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. Do you expect everyone here to work together in harmony to get out of this place? Lee Jong-hyuk, grim and victorious, was confronted. What will you do now? Someone asked. He responded, I want you to make it clear this time. Another opponent fell, defeated by Lee's swift and brutal efficiency. The man groaned, huh? Lee continued his relentless advance, another opponent falling before him. Hey, wait the man cried out. Lee stood over his fallen foes, his expression unchanged. Now I know exactly what kind of place this is, he mused. He declared, if this is a place where death must be avenged with death, then I have no intention of avoiding it either. Everyone in this place is mostly like that. Because in the end, the death of others is strength to us. Lee Jong-hyuk, victorious and pragmatic, stood amidst the aftermath of battle, his expression grim. A passive skill, composed mind, was displayed, highlighting his ability to maintain composure under any circumstances. He observed his companion, his thoughts turning to the recent conflict. Just as I expected, he mused, none of them reacted. Lee Jong-hyuk's assessment of the situation was sharp and calculating. He noted that those close to Song Hwi-ryong were all dead, and that the remaining individuals were unlikely to interfere rashly, as they didn't know him. His analysis continued, emphasizing the low risk of further interference. The others present were likely meeting him for the first time, and thus unwilling to risk their lives for a stranger. The recent victory over Song Hwi-ryong's gang had been swift and decisive. Lee Jong-hyuk and his companion discussed their strategy. The suppression of the other opponents had been sufficient, and there was little chance of further unexpected attacks. Their victory was complete. Two men stood in a dimly lit area. One, noticeably tense, reported hearing a sound like breathing. He expressed uncertainty about what was present but felt the tension in the atmosphere. Yu Byung-ho, a man with vibrant teal hair, greeted others, his introduction accompanied by a display of his skills, the ability to use two skills simultaneously, with the highest skill level of 61. Byung-ho prioritized regaining his stamina, expending 11 souls to increase his breath level from 3 to 6. Byung-ho confidently revealed his identity to the group, stating he could tell their names even without them speaking. He then inquired about their purpose. One of the men responded that they had no ulterior motives and intended to leave the area. Another man, observing Byung-ho, asked if he could accompany them. He explained his desire to follow them to the next floor, citing their strength as his reason. The group questioned his trustworthiness. Yu Byung-ho, pragmatic and confident in his own strength, addressed Lee Jong-hyuk. He stated that while he understood Lee's skepticism, their chances of escaping their current predicament would increase significantly if they worked together. Lee Jong-hyuk, acknowledging the inherent risk, responded that he knew you would betray him if given the opportunity, but that he didn't care, as he intended to survive. He emphasized his desire to stay alive, claiming to be more trustworthy than he appeared, before revealing a significant problem: a powerful, unseen enemy pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Yu Byung-ho, intrigued, questioned what this problem entailed. Three men stood amidst the rubble, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and apprehension. One voiced his opposition, stating, "I'm against this, I can't believe it." Another, acknowledging their strength, added, "I know you two are strong, but..." He continued, "I can say that it doesn't make sense at all." A fourth man, unseen until now, responded, "Let me show you." Lee Jong-hyuk, gesturing urgently, revealed a hidden door concealed within the crumbling stone wall. He was pragmatic, cautiously optimistic about the potential alliance. While Yu Byung-ho, intrigued by the revelation, considered the implications of the proposed alliance. The scene was grim, blood staining the stone. As a large section of the wall was violently shattered, revealing a monstrous figure beyond. The force of the impact sent debris flying. Yu Byung-ho and his companion reacted with shock and alarm to the sudden appearance of the creature. A colossal, stone-like being emerged fully, its menacing presence filling the space. It was identified as a megalithic mange, a formidable foe. Its stats displayed: skill level 81, characteristic rock-hard body. The threat was undeniable. Lee Jong-hyuk revealed a hidden door, behind which loomed a massive, monstrous figure. "This is the problem," he stated, his voice laced with grim determination. He continued, explaining that once the door was opened, the creature would immediately attack. Luckily, he added, it had been contained thus far. Lee Jong-hyuk and Yu Byung-ho discussed the mission's objective: to eliminate something heavy and big, over 3 meters tall. They surmised that the colossal being was located on the third basement floor. The men acknowledged the creature's limited mobility, a fact known to others. Byung-ho questioned Jong-hyuk's confidence in handling the threat. Jong-hyuk expressed uncertainty. They debated the feasibility of killing the creature, acknowledging the difficulty even if a method existed. Jong-hyuk then unexpectedly proposed an alliance. Jong-hyuk justified his sudden shift in allegiance, citing the duo's strength as his reason for seeking a partnership. Lee Jong-hyuk, despite his apprehension, remained determined. He reflected on the immense power of the giant monster they had discovered, acknowledging that even a small group could potentially harm it. But noted the lack of immediate action from others. He questioned Yu Byung-ho's inaction. Yu Byung-ho explained his delay, revealing that he had been seriously injured in a previous encounter and was still recovering. He expressed his anger and frustration at the situation. Then, noticing Lee Jong-hyuk's surprisingly rapid recovery from similar wounds, he expressed his astonishment. Lee Jong-hyuk revealed that he possessed a skill allowing him to quickly heal minor wounds, a skill previously unknown to Yu Byung-ho. Leaving Yu Byung-ho both impressed and intrigued by this previously unseen ability. Lee Jong-hyuk reflected on the recent changes, muttering to himself, "Missions, mobs, skills, some changes I've never seen before. This feeling. I think it may be my last life." He then added, "Then, there are some new passive skills." Yu Byung-ho, still recovering from his injuries, questioned Lee Jong-hyuk, "So, what are you gonna do? Are we gonna do it together?" Lee Jong-hyuk responded, "Well, I don't want to die here either. I hate it, but I can't hold him at this point. I'm not sure if I can withstand a single hit from that megalithic man." Despite his apprehension, Lee Jong-hyuk showed determination, stating, "Nonetheless, this is better than taking it with a bare body." A system message appeared: "Strong bones upgraded to level 7, consume 11 souls." Lee Jong-hyuk, Yu Byung-ho, and another man stood amidst a dilapidated structure, contemplating their next move. "So, what do we do now?" one of them questioned, suggesting they gather more people. Lee Jong-hyuk, however, disagreed, muttering, "Not like that." Lee Jong-hyuk then addressed the group, shouting, "Everybody, listen to me." He explained the grim reality of their situation: all you can do is survive or die, or kill each other like before. A wide shot revealed a large group of people gathered in a desolate arena, seemingly awaiting a confrontation. Lee Jong-hyuk, standing before them, offered a stark choice. I'll give you two options: come with us and fight that monster, or you all fight the three of us. He emphasized his resolve, stating, whatever you choose, I won't hold back. The final panel showed Lee Jong-hyuk standing defiantly, his sword drawn. He revealed his true intentions to those who chose not to fight the monster. If you don't want to fight that monster, we plan to kill you all and collect your souls to fight that monster. Hyung-nim, taken aback by the unexpected ultimatum, demanded an explanation, his voice laced with disbelief. While Dwayne urged him to take action, highlighting the gravity of the situation. Lee Jong-hyuk, unfazed by their apprehension, calmly proposed a more efficient solution, eliminating them all. Mark Rowan, despite acknowledging Lee Jong-hyuk's strength, found the idea of fighting all of them simultaneously absurd. His skill level, 61, was displayed. Yoo Byung-ho, observing Lee Jong-hyuk's demeanor, concluded that he was the leader of their group, explaining why Song Wei-ryeon had failed to control the situation. Lee Jong-hyuk, confident in his abilities, challenged anyone to test his strength, but emphasized the need to convince Mark Rowan first. Lee Jong-hyuk, his expression grim, stated that he did not wish to fight them. He agreed with their assessment, to an extent, explaining that it would be better to combine their strength to fight the monstrous creature rather than squabbling amongst themselves. They had reached their limits, and it was time to make a decision. The question hung in the air: what would they do? Mark Rowan questioned Lee Jong-hyuk's plan, asking if he had a strategy to kill the creature and ensure everyone's survival. Lee Jong-hyuk's response was a look of barely concealed amusement. Dwayne, openly skeptical, declared that Lee Jong-hyuk's claim that everyone could survive sounded like bullshit, and that surely someone would die. Lee Jong-hyuk and Dwayne exchanged words. Dwayne pointed out the obvious need for everyone to fight hard for survival, while Lee Jong-hyuk countered that such talk was unnecessary in his presence. Lee Jong-hyuk declared there was no time for talk and ordered Dwayne to leave immediately. A powerful impact shook the prison. The creature, previously contained, was breaking free. The scene shifted to show the creature's destructive force as it smashed through the bars. The other prisoners reacted with alarm, questioning if this had happened before. One prisoner explained that the creature sometimes crashed itself against the bars, but this was different, the bars were failing. The creature's destructive power continued unabated, causing widespread chaos and fear among the prisoners. A woman with red hair expressed her concern about the situation. The creature, a monstrous amalgamation of stone and shadow, shattered the confines of its cell with a violent surge of power. Its escape heralded by a deafening roar and a wave of pulverized stone that sent shockwaves through the prison. The guards, caught off guard, could only watch in horror as the creature's immense form filled the corridor. Lee Jong-hyuk, however, remained resolute, his gaze fixed on the escaping monstrosity. He barked an order to Dwayne, "Leave." While Yoo Byung-ho and Mark Rowan watched, their faces etched with alarm and concern, as the creature's escape became undeniable. Yoo Byung-ho muttered, "My worries are gone." The creature continued its relentless advance, its movements a blur of destructive force. Mark Rowan, assessing the situation, stated grimly, "It's happening. What do we have to do now? I can't even think. Concentrate on him." The creature, a grotesque amalgamation of stone and flesh, shuddered violently, its body racked with unseen forces. A blinding white light erupted from its core, sending shockwaves that rippled across the prison courtyard. As guards, caught completely off guard, were thrown back by the force of the blast. Dwayne, witnessing the chaos from a distance, yelled a warning, "Watch out." The creature's attack proved devastating, several guards were thrown to the ground, groaning in pain. Others were flung into the air, their bodies impacting the ground with sickening thuds. The creature's escape was complete. A monstrous creature, possessing an enormous body and incredible strength, unleashed a devastating attack. One of its victims cried out, "Yuk!" The creature's assault continued, its power overwhelming the defenders. Its speed was astonishing, defying its massive size. The creature's attack was swift and brutal, leaving one man severely wounded. With a single, devastating blow, the creature crushed the remaining hope of the defenders. The creature's escape was complete. The sheer size and rigidity of the golem's body were impressive, yet its speed was ridiculously disproportionate to its mass. As it moved with surprising agility through the training grounds, effortlessly dodging and weaving between numerous trainees. A single, devastating blow had shattered everyone's hope, leaving a group of survivors visibly shaken and fearful. Amidst the chaos, a calm voice cut through the tension, "Everybody, calm down." The speaker, a man with teal hair, urged them to maintain distance and utilize long-range attacks. As the monstrous creature advanced, its legs becoming the target of their desperate assault. The coordinated attack began, but the creature's power proved overwhelming. Two figures launched a coordinated assault against a monstrous foe, their combined might barely slowing its advance. The creature's relentless onslaught continued, its blows shattering the ground around them, leaving the two fighters battered and bruised, but still defiant. From a distance, a third combatant observed the scene, shouting, "Back off," as he witnessed his allies struggle against overwhelming odds. He assessed the situation, muttering to himself, "Keep the distance, this is bad, they can't hear my voice because they're scared of what's going on right now. There's nothing I can do about this." Resigned to his fate, he resolved to face the threat alone, declaring, "I'll just have to finish this on my own." A surge of energy emanated from him, a faint glow illuminating his hand as he muttered, "3 souls." Dwayne, observing the chaotic battle, muttered to himself, "It's still not enough. I have to collect as much as possible." Yu Byung-ho's powerful voice cut through the din, shouting, "Everybody, calm down. It's coming again." The words "powerful voice" appeared in a bold, digital box. He continued to direct the battle, barking orders, "Keep your distance. Aim for its legs." Meanwhile, a group of fighters, including Lee Jong-hyuk, moved swiftly, their movements a blur of motion as they attempted to coordinate their attack against the approaching threat. The scene shifted to show a large, mechanical enemy advancing on the battlefield, its presence causing widespread panic among the soldiers. Yu Byung-ho, seeing the desperate situation, yelled another command, "Those with long-range skills, use it now." Yu Byung-ho, surprised by the effectiveness of his powerful voice skill, reflected on its unexpected utility. As he calmly observed the fallen foe, stating that there was no shame in doing whatever it takes to survive. A fierce battle erupted, with a flurry of attacks and counterattacks, culminating in a powerful energy blast from one combatant, which was met with a fiery counterattack, resulting in a massive explosion. Yu Byung-ho, observing the scene from above, noted that the opponent's magic was currently ineffective against his stone-like defenses. Yu Byung-ho observed the battle, calmly advising Dwayne, "You should hit it directly." Lee Jong-hyuk cautioned Dwayne, "Don't be reckless." Yu Byung-ho encouraged Dwayne, instructing him to collect souls and raise your level, "Then let's attack it together." Dwayne, heedless of the warnings, charged forward, unleashing a powerful attack, the force of which sent the creature reeling. But the creature retaliated, striking Dwayne with a blow that sent him sprawling. Ah! Arg! Dwayne, wounded but resolute, stood over his fallen foe. He sheathed his sword, muttering, "Make sure you don't hold a grudge against me." A nearby comrade urged him, "Hurry." The camera focuses on the lifeless body of Dwayne's opponent, blood staining his clothes. A stark reminder of the brutal battle just concluded. A simple epitaph appears, "Rest in peace." Elsewhere on the battlefield, a large, monstrous creature unleashed a devastating energy blast, the shockwaves sending several soldiers sprawling. As the creature's attack decimated the ranks of the opposing army. The aftermath of a brutal battle was strewn across the ground, bodies lay scattered, crimson staining the stone. More fallen soldiers littered the scene, their struggles ended. The air hung heavy with the scent of blood and the silence of death. A lone figure, his face grim, stood amidst the carnage. "Time is up," he declared, his voice echoing in the desolate space. He had collected 19 souls. Another wounded warrior, despite his injuries, showed defiance. "I can fight to some extent," he declared, his resolve unwavering despite his weakened state. A fierce clash ensued, a blonde-haired warrior engaged a colossal stone golem, blows raining down. The warrior fought valiantly, but the golem's strength was overwhelming. A red glow emanated from the warrior's hands, a desperate attempt to counter his foe's might. A detailed description of the time bomb LV-61 skill appeared. It creates a bomb detonatable between 1 and 10 seconds. A large, stone-like creature stood before a blonde-haired man, who prepared to use his skill. He shouted a warning, "Everyone stay away." The man activated his time bomb skill, resulting in a massive, fiery explosion that engulfed the creature, leaving behind only a cloud of dust and debris. Someone asked, "Is it over?" Despite the apparent victory, the blonde-haired man insisted, "Do one more explosion." "I know, but I can only do it once at a time." Lee Jong-hyuk and Dwayne coordinated their attack, splitting to flank their massive, stone-like enemy. "Dwayne, you go right," Lee Jong-hyuk instructed, "I'll go left." They moved swiftly, closing in on the creature from both sides. As the beast roared in pain, its massive form shaking from the combined assault, Lee Jong-hyuk, seizing an opening, unleashed his time bomb skill, targeting the creature's back and legs. The resulting explosion tore through the monster's defenses, causing it to stumble and collapse. A final, desperate blow from Lee Jong-hyuk ended the threat. The battle raged on. Lee Jong-hyuk fought valiantly, but Dwayne was severely injured. A powerful enemy unleashed a brutal attack, the impact sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Cries of pain echoed as soldiers fell. The monstrous foe, weakened but still dangerous, collapsed amidst the carnage. The ground was littered with the fallen. Lee Jong-hyuk, witnessing Mark Rowan's death, felt a surge of grim determination. With Mark's death, those who's left will lose their remaining will to fight, he thought, his eyes hardening. He vowed to annihilate the remaining enemy forces. "I'm going to annihilate them," he declared, his resolve unshaken. Lee Jong-hyuk activated the Strength Increase LV5 skill, his muscles bulked visibly, his strength increasing by 50% over time. Lee Jong-hyuk, fueled by grief and determination, lunged at the monstrous enemy, shouting, "Stop it! You bastard!" He swung his pickaxe with all his might, the blow connecting with a sickening crunch, the force of the impact shattering a portion of the creature's stony hide. A pained cry escaped the beast as the attack continued. Lee Jong-hyuk's relentless assault culminated in a devastating blow, the on-screen text proclaiming, "The attack was successful." The creature fell, its body broken. Lee Jong-hyuk, breathing heavily, muttered to himself, "A sword will break easily, but a pickaxe won't." He stood over his fallen foe, a grim satisfaction etched on his face. A pickaxe lay abandoned on the desolate ground, amidst a scene of carnage. The remnants of a battle were scattered around it. Large, stone-like creatures, their forms shattered and broken, lay amongst the fallen soldiers. A man, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, stood amidst the chaos. Lee Jong-hyuk grimaced, his arm throbbing. "If I didn't use the strength-enhancing skill, my arm would have been broken," he thought, wincing. He gritted his teeth, pushing himself to his limits. "I can't hold any longer, I don't know what to do," he muttered, his resolve wavering. With a roar, he unleashed a powerful blow, shouting, "Take this," as he lunged forward. His fist connected with the monstrous creature, sending a shockwave through the air. The impact was brutal, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Despite his strength, Jong-hyuk stumbled back, his body battered and bruised. "It's hard," he groaned, his breath ragged. He realized the futility of his efforts. "It's impossible to beat him with bare fists after all," he thought, despair creeping into his mind. Lee Jong-hyuk, already exhausted and wounded, launched himself at the monstrous creature with a desperate, powerful blow. The force of his attack sending tremors through the earth as he connected with the creature's stony hide. The impact shattering the creature's defenses and sending chunks of rock flying. Following the brutal confrontation, a system notification appeared, detailing the upgrades to Lee Jong-hyuk's physical attributes. His strong bone skill increased from level 7 to level 9, consuming 11 souls, and his tough skin skill rose from level 3 to level 6, consuming 8 souls. Despite his victory, Lee Jong-hyuk was left battered and bruised, his body screaming in protest from the exertion. But his resolve remained unbroken as he continued to fight, his movements fueled by an unwavering determination to survive. Lee Jong-hyuk, severely injured but resolute, muttered, "Let's do this." He braced himself for a final, desperate attack, unleashing a powerful blow against his monstrous opponent. The impact sent tremors through the ground. As Jong-hyuk, fueled by adrenaline and sheer will, continued his assault. He moved with surprising speed, despite his injuries, delivering a flurry of strikes that shattered the creature's defenses. With a final, earth-shattering blow, Jong-hyuk brought the creature down, his own body battered but his spirit unbroken. He gasped, "You must end it like this." Jong-hyuk pushed himself to his limits, whispering, "Just a bit more, come on," as he mustered his remaining strength for one last effort. A figure lunged at Lee Jong-hyuk, shouting, "Hyung, look out!" Jong-hyuk barely registered the attack before a wave of energy slammed into him. He muttered, "What's that?" The impact sent him reeling, his face contorted in pain as he cursed, "Shit." With a roar, Jong-hyuk retaliated, shouting high up, as he unleashed a powerful counterattack. He sent his attacker sprawling, the force of the blow sending him tumbling across the cobblestones. The dust settled to reveal a scene of devastation, with numerous figures lying defeated around a large, mechanical creature. Lee Jong-hyuk found himself facing a sudden, overwhelming attack. Multiple opponents surrounded him, their assault relentless. One attacker lunged forward, shouting, "Against me! Take this! And die!" Another opponent, wielding a glowing blue blade, declared, "I'll be taking your soul." Jong-hyuk observed his attackers, noting, "They waited for me to run out of energy before making a surprise attack. There must be people like this, people who aim at our backs when we're unguarded." Jong-hyuk skillfully evaded and countered, his movements precise and deadly, leaving one attacker severely wounded. He muttered, "What an annoying bastard." Lee Jong-hyuk, victorious but weary, stared at his fallen opponent. Blood splattered across his face, the man's final words echoed in his ears, "If you were gonna do that, at least shut your mouth." He moved with practiced efficiency, his movements a blur as he dispatched another attacker with a swift, precise strike, the force of his blow sending the man sprawling to the ground. The battle was far from over, but he had gained the upper hand. Another foe lunged, axe raised high. Lee Jong-hyuk grunted, his expression grim. "You should have done that when it was still in chaos," he muttered, deflecting the blow with ease. With a powerful counterattack, he sent the attacker flying, the man's body shattering upon impact. The fight was brutal, each strike precise and deadly. Lee Jong-hyuk surveyed the scene, his breath ragged. A large, monstrous figure loomed in the distance. "We will have to take care of that monster when the chance is available," he said, a grim determination hardening his features. "Stupid bastard." Lee Jong-hyuk, already battered from previous battles, found himself facing a colossal, stone-like figure. The creature lunged, its massive fist aimed at the warrior. But Jong-hyuk, with a desperate cry, managed to evade the devastating blow. One of his allies suggested joining the fight, but the other countered, stating that they should conserve their strength for the remaining threat. The scene shifted, showing the aftermath of a brutal fight. Two more opponents lay defeated, their bodies marred by grievous wounds. One of the surviving warriors commented on the impressive display of skill Jong-hyuk had shown moments before, while the other expressed concern about future threats. The surviving warriors discussed the dangers that lay ahead, acknowledging that their victory was far from assured. They knew that others would seek to exploit their exhaustion. One warrior inquired about the other's arm, relieved to find it unbroken. They then strategized, focusing on collecting as many souls as possible before facing the next challenge. A man, his face etched with grim determination, declared, "We have to do it eventually." He spoke to another, seemingly conflicted, who responded, "You Byung-ho. You don't have to fight." The scene shifted to a brutal battlefield, littered with the fallen. A man, his eyes narrowed, shouted, "YFG, Hyungnim." Another man, his back to the viewer, stood amidst the carnage, his arms raised, as if preparing for a spell or attack. In the background, a woman and another figure watched the scene unfold. The camera focused on a fallen woman, her body lifeless, a faint blue glow emanating from her chest. The man from before stood over her, his expression unreadable. The man, seemingly lost in thought, stood amidst the chaos, his face a mask of contemplation. The scene ended with a close-up on his face, his expression unreadable. Lee Jong-hyuk, still contemplative after his recent battle, reached for a glowing orb, claiming it with the words, "This is mine." Another man, his hands stained with blood, warned him, "You idiot. Look to your side." Jong-hyuk turned to see a massive, stone-like creature charging towards him. The creature's attack was swift and brutal, sending Jong-hyuk sprawling. He barely managed to avoid a fatal blow, the impact sending a shockwave through the ground. With a final, desperate lunge, Jong-hyuk destroyed the creature, its body shattering into fragments. Lee Jong-hyuk, exhausted but victorious, stood amidst the rubble of his recent battle. He was battered, but his resolve remained unshaken. A grim determination etched on his face. He muttered to himself, "I have to try it." He prepared himself, focusing his energy, readying for a final, desperate attempt against the remaining stone creature. With a battle cry of "Come on," he lunged forward, delivering a powerful blow that shattered the creature's defenses, finally defeating his formidable opponent. The impact left him wounded, but he had prevailed. A powerful blow connected, sending a shockwave through the air, the impact shattering the ground beneath the combatants, leaving a crater and sending debris flying as one combatant cried out in pain, "Arg!" A powerful blow connects, sending a shockwave through the air. The dust settles, revealing a figure battered but standing. He examines his injuries, muttering, "As I hoped, my bones are fine." He observes his opponent, thinking, close combat is possible if the defense is in a low state. A confident grin spreads across his face as he declares, "Let's see." He identified the monster's weak point and prepared to exploit it. With a powerful swing, he aimed for the exposed area. But the monster reacted swiftly, dodging the attack. The monster's quick reflexes surprised him, as it widened the distance between them. A man with short, dark hair observed the scene, his expression thoughtful. "This is the first time I've seen the megalithic man take a step back," he mused. "Why? It's advantageous when it comes to close combat, right?" He continued his internal monologue, "Or maybe it thought that I'm hard to fight, so it wants to kill people first." The megalithic man launched a powerful attack, his fist smashing into the ground, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Nearby, a group of people watched in fear, one of them having survived the attack. One of the observers reflected, "I think he invested all of his passive skill. I should have killed the megalithic man earlier that time. We just have to wait for the chance and do it together." A colossal, stone-like figure smashed through the cityscape, its sudden appearance causing widespread panic among a group of onlookers. Two men, observing from a distance, reacted with alarm. One of them shouting, "What? Why is it suddenly? It's coming here." The other man, displaying a passive skill called Steelskin LV3, prepared for battle, charging forward with a determined yell, "I'll stop him. If he can do it, then me too." His attack, however, proved ineffective, as the megalithic man easily overpowered him. A woman nearby watched, disgusted, and commented, "Idiot, you should always close your hands while defending." The megalithic man continued its assault, striking the woman with brutal force. She screamed in pain as the impact sent her flying. The man who had previously attempted to stop the creature was left severely injured on the ground. The megalithic man continued his assault, ignoring the pleas of the terrified onlookers. A woman with dark hair shouted, "Step aside." As the man with short, dark hair, Dwayne, braced himself for another blow. The woman urged him, "Now." Dwayne, despite his injuries, responded with a strained, "Why yes," as he prepared to counterattack. Another bystander cried out, "Dwayne, watch out." The megalithic man unleashed a devastating attack, sending Dwayne sprawling to the ground. A system notification appeared, hammering LV1, strike with a fist as hard as a hammer. Active skill. Dwayne, assessing his situation, thought, with my current stamina, I can use it once more, but it means nothing if I die. With a surge of adrenaline, he prepared for a final, desperate attack. The man with short, dark hair, already critically injured, unleashed a desperate counterattack. He channeled his remaining strength into a powerful blow. A raw display of his newly acquired hammering LV1 skill. The impact sent shockwaves through the ground and momentarily staggered the seemingly unstoppable megalithic man. A brief opening appeared in the relentless assault. But the respite was short-lived. The man with short, dark hair lost his balance, his body screaming in pain. "Ku," he grunted, his face contorted in agony. He realized, with grim determination, that if he didn't regain his footing, the next attack would be fatal. His thoughts raced, if I don't return to my position, on the next attack, I will surely die. Meanwhile, another individual, a man with vibrant teal hair and a red bandana, moved with astonishing speed. He activated his rapid step LV51 skill, a technique that increased his movement speed by 50% for a short duration. The man with teal hair activated his rapid step LV51 skill, a blur of motion. Arriving just in time to intercept the megalithic man's devastating blow aimed at the critically injured man with short, dark hair, sending the man with short, dark hair sprawling across the ground, narrowly avoiding death. The impact created a small crater in the earth. The man with teal hair, despite his timely intervention, found himself in a precarious position, the megalithic man's attack having left him vulnerable. He braced himself for the inevitable counterattack, shouting, "Attack and run," as he assessed the dire situation. His thoughts echoed his words, "This is bad." He managed to create some distance, shouting to the injured man, "Hyung, I saved you. Don't forget it." The man with teal hair, observing the critically injured man with short, dark hair, urgently shouted instructions to the others, "Attack his left eye." A swift, coordinated attack followed, with two men lunging forward, their blades flashing as they aimed for the megalithic man's left eye. Their blades struck true, piercing the creature's thick hide, causing it to roar in pain. The megalithic man, momentarily stunned by the assault, stumbled backward, its massive form reeling from the unexpected attack. With a guttural cry, the megalithic man collapsed, its body shuddering as it succumbed to its injuries. The sounds of "Aha" and "Arg" echoed through the area. The immediate threat neutralized, the remaining combatants surveyed the scene, the ground littered with the bodies of the fallen, and the megalithic man lying defeated. A single, pained "Ku" escaped the megalithic man's lips. The man with teal hair, still recovering from the battle, stood amidst the rubble and blood. He looked down, his expression grim. A wave of self-doubt washing over him. I could die if I saved them, he thought, the weight of his recent actions heavy on his conscience. The scene shifted to the fallen megalithic man, his body riddled with wounds. The narration continued, bitter and cynical, they beg you to save them and risk your life, and then someone stabs you in the head from behind. The man with teal hair's gaze hardened. He looked at the scene, a dark humor twisting his lips. This damn LAG is such a nice place, he muttered, the sarcasm dripping from his words. His thoughts turned inward again. I don't mean to blame those who try to kill me, he reflected, a hint of weariness in his tone. But a sense of helplessness followed. But I can't help it. I'll pay back as much as possible, he resolved, a steely determination hardening his features. The aftermath of the battle was grim. The ground was littered with the bodies of fallen soldiers, their blood staining the cracked stone. A colossal, megalithic figure lay amongst them, defeated but still imposing. A stark testament to the ferocity of the conflict. A text box appeared, stating, now only 7 people are still alive. A woman with dark hair watched the scene with a mixture of shock and concern. Nearby, a man with graying hair, his face etched with exhaustion and worry, stood beside her. Their silence heavy with unspoken anxieties. The woman, Hyungsnim, spoke, suggesting they finish the fight now to avoid wasting stamina. The man with teal hair, however, was focused on something else. The woman with dark hair declared, then, it's time to finish this. Her team, energized by her words, shouted, "Let's go," and charged forward. The megalithic man, wounded but still formidable, stood his ground. The woman launched a swift, powerful kick, striking the creature with surprising force. The man with teal hair observed, "He attacks the weakest first." He reflected, "That rock bastard," knowing that the end was about to come. In the end, there is at least one more person who will be killed. The woman with dark hair, frustrated by the ongoing threat, shouted, "Stop following me." She unleashed a burst of energy, her attack accompanied by the words, "You pervert stubborn rock." A system notification appeared, displaying her skill, Lanjia, public attribute, agility increases by 5% when equipped with metal equipment, highest skill level, 5, revealing a new ability. A large, monstrous figure smashed through a crumbling stone wall, its movements clumsy yet powerful. The main character, along with 2 companions, prepared for battle. "Let's go," one of them shouted. The main character, assessing the situation, instructed his teammate, Yu Byung-ho, to attack the monster's left flank when it overextended. He admitted to his other companion, Hyung-nim, that landing a powerful blow alone would be difficult. Assessing the situation, the main character consulted with Dwayne, inquiring about the possibility of another stamp kick. He explained that due to his current stamina, he could only perform the move once more. Meanwhile, a female character, seemingly aware of the enemy's weakness, provided tactical advice: to target the enemy's weight-bearing leg. She then activated her ice cone skill, LV5, a move that creates an icebreaker and freezes the affected area. The resulting impact shattered the ice, creating a visually striking effect. As the ice shattered, another character, Yu Byung-ho, declared his intention to save Hyung-nim, rushing towards the scene. Hyung-nim, however, rejected the offer, stating that she was not his subordinate. Despite her refusal, Yu Byung-ho persisted, stating that the offer was fitting for her situation. He then launched a powerful attack. Yu Byung-ho, seeing Hyung-nim in grave danger, shouted, "No on-im, run!" He launched a desperate attack against the monstrous creature, but the sheer size and power of the enemy was evident. As the main character observed the scene, warning, "That's dangerous." He then directed Yu Byung-ho, advising him to attack the place where you can maximize the impact. The main character's tactical advice was immediately put into practice as Yu Byung-ho focused his attack, delivering a powerful stamp kick directly to the creature's joints, resulting in a devastating blow that shattered the monster's leg and sent it reeling. Yu Byung-ho, following the main character's tactical advice, launched a devastating attack, his powerful stamp kick connecting with the monster's body. The impact sending tremors through the ground as the monster roared in pain. Byung-ho continued his assault, relentlessly pounding the creature, each blow shattering more of its stony hide. Until finally, with a final, earth-shattering blow, he brought the monster down. The monster's heart, ripped open and exposed, pulsed weakly before finally ceasing its movements. As Yu Byung-ho, his breath ragged, stood over the fallen beast, he declared, "Let's end this now." With a final, fiery burst of energy, the monster was completely annihilated, leaving behind only scattered debris and a lingering aura of destruction. The remaining members of the group watched from a distance. One commented, "I'll take this soul." Another replied, "I don't mind." A third added, "You defeated him, so do as you like." Dwayne, Hyung-nim, and a blonde woman watched in awe as Yu Byung-ho stood amidst the aftermath of the battle. "That's amazing," Dwayne murmured, his voice filled with wonder. The next panel displayed Jeff Norris's stats: public attribute, steel hard hand, highest skill level, 71. Followed by Alejandro Sanchez's public attribute, you will faint if you hold your breath for more than 2 minutes, highest skill level, 61. And finally, Ayanna Taylor's public attribute, can't hold the same posture for more than 1 minute, highest skill level, 7. The scene shifted to Dwayne, his expression grim. He muttered to himself, "Well then, let's take care of this now." The blonde woman approached him, her voice soft, "You saved me." "Thank you so much." The main character pressed the blonde woman, Ayanna Taylor, for information, stating that her response would determine whether she lived or died. He insisted on knowing her highest skill level. But she refused to answer, claiming she had no obligation to do so. Dwayne, pragmatic as ever, suggested they discuss the situation with the other survivors, unless they were on the same team. He emphasized the need to avoid unnecessary interference. Undeterred, the main character repeated his question about Ayana's skill level. This time adding that he wouldn't mind if she chose not to answer, as her silence would also be considered an answer. Finally, seemingly satisfied, the main character turned to address the others. The main character, observing Ayana's actions from afar, recognized a familiar skill in her movements, prompting him to question her directly. Ayana, however, dismissed it as a coincidence, claiming it was due to the chaotic situation. But the main character countered, noting the incredible accuracy of her skill. He pressed further, stating that he didn't need to know her thoughts, only to confirm his suspicions, revealing his belief that they were attempting to eliminate him to gain a reward. He pointed out the reward conditions, including the 10% contribution bonus for killing him and the megalithic man, but dismissed their plan as foolish, claiming his invulnerability to such schemes, and revealed that the megalithic man was strong enough to defeat them all, even in death. He then delivered the final blow, stating that those who aided them were already dead, and that their fate would be the same. The main character, unwavering in his accusation, stated that he was merely a person without feelings, and that the group's plan to kill him would soon fail. He declared, "Die in my hands soon." His opponent, a man with silver hair, smirked, holding a glowing blue orb. He countered, "There's one thing you're wrong about. This shit is yours only, and you're the one who will die, not me." The silver-haired man launched a swift attack, the blue orb swirling around him as he lunged forward. The main character met the attack head-on, his sword clashing against the energy of the orb in a brilliant display of sparks and force. The impact sent shockwaves outward. A fierce exchange of blows ensued, each strike carrying immense power. The air crackled with energy as the two combatants traded devastating attacks. Finally, the main character, using his superior skill and agility, managed to overpower his opponent, leaving the silver-haired man battered and defeated. The main character, victorious and assertive from his recent confrontation, stood over his fallen opponent. His expression was grim, his body tense. The defeated Ayana Taylor lay on the ground, defeated and exposed. Her attempt to conceal her skills had failed. Dwayne, Yu Byung-ho, Hyung-nim, Jeff Norris, and Alejandro Sanchez observed the scene from a distance, their faces impassive. The main character addressed his fallen opponent, his voice cold and unwavering, "If you dare to threaten other people's lives, you must be ready to risk your own." With a swift, decisive movement, he delivered a final, fatal blow. The defeated opponent let out a pained cry, "K." Ayana Taylor, defeated and bleeding, knelt on the ground, her body ravaged by the main character's attack. The final blow delivered, leaving her lifeless. The main character stood over her, victorious and assertive. The main character surveyed the scene. Dwayne, Yu Byung-ho, Hyung-nim, Jeff Norris, and Alejandro Sanchez watched from a distance. "Now, looks like there's no one else to kill," he stated. He added, "Let's get out of this bust place." The group, led by the main character, moved towards a door marked B4. They exited the room and proceeded down a corridor. The mission in B3-2 concluded successfully. The main objective, Deal in Any Way, was completed, along with the secondary objective, Get rid of something heavy and bulky in B3-2. Lee Jong-hyuk received 63% of the contribution, Dwayne Smith 17.8%, Yu Byung-ho 12.1%, and others 7.1%. The rewards were distributed accordingly. Lee Jong-hyuk, Dwayne Smith, and Yu Byung-ho received rewards. Lee Jong-hyuk contemplated which skills to upgrade, needing one that could be steadily invested in. As rewards included 10 skill points, a random piece of equipment, and a random skill exchange coin. The random equipment turned out to be a general skeleton jaw, an active skill called Bone Blade usable by skeleton soldiers, level 1. Lee Jong-hyuk noted it was his first time seeing this equipment. Finally, he received a random skill exchange coin. The main character examines his mission rewards, his gaze settling on two new skills, Bone Blade, M, which creates a sword from his bones, adapting to his physique, and Skeleton Soldier, LV1, which summons a warrior adjusted to his strength. He muses that the Skeleton Soldier skill might synergize well with his passive skill, Strong Bones. Deciding to test it later, he resolves to check the skill's properties.
Hyungnim suggests resting before departure, noting everyone's fatigue.
His suggestion is met with agreement. They decide to regroup before leaving. A reward message appeared, Reward 2, one random piece of equipment will be given. Hyungnim, pleased with his reward, declared, I like this. His companion, observing the equipment, commented, Oh, Hyungnim's looks cool.
His companion then questioned, What about me?
Hyungnim examined his reward, muttering to himself, Damn it, I have to wear it to get the effect. His companion commented on the item's appearance, Hey, it's pretty cool when you put it on your face.
Hyungnim's companion continued, seemingly unimpressed, I wore it not because it looks cool. The woman responded defensively, Who doesn't know that? I just complimented you.
Hyungnim's companion retorted, If you were that rude, you wouldn't be popular with girls.
The woman conceded, Well, I like it though. Hyungnim, standing before a long staircase, reflected on the numerous choices he'd made amidst the chaos, each leading to death.
Concluding that in this situation, there is no right answer, only survival determines the correct path.
The scene shifted to a group of individuals standing before four doors in a stark, gray room. Hyungnim wondered what awaited them at this juncture.
Observing that the layout of the doors had changed, specifically door B4-3-1, which now had a different front and size compared to its previous state. He noted that this alteration presented both danger and the potential for significant rewards. Hyungnim's companions, Lee Jong-hyuk and another man, stood beside him.
Lee Jong-hyuk stated that whatever decision Hyungnim made, he would follow. And Hyungnim himself resolved to persevere, regardless of the time it took.
Hyungnim, his face partially obscured by a mask, voiced his uncertainty, I'll never know until I go inside. He then issued a directive, let's go to B4-3-1.
A group of individuals, including a woman with dark hair, stood before a door. One of them stated, I have no intention of forcing you to join us.
It's about risking lives, decide and choose for yourself.
The dark-haired woman and another member of the group affirmed their decision to proceed, stating, Yes, I will join you too, and me too.
With their decision made, the group prepared to move forward.
Then, let's go. Hyungnim approached the door, his companions watching expectantly. Hyungnim and Lee Jong-hyuk approached a heavy door. Move aside, Hyungnim instructed, I will try it.
Hyungnim strained to open the door.
Lee Jong-hyuk observed, questioning, Is it opening? It seems that it needs a lot of strength.
Hyungnim continued to struggle, grunting with exertion. Having big muscles doesn't seem strong enough, Lee Jong-hyuk noted, he was weaker than he seemed.
It seems a bit pathetic. Hyungnim groaned, Ah.
Lee Jong-hyuk shook his head, muttering, Muscle Hyung.
I don't even dream of it. You can't get in by the usual way. Hyungnim, his face contorted in exertion, declared, If it won't open, I'll destroy it. He strained against the heavy door.
A guttural sound, kyuk, escaping his lips as he pushed with all his might. Finally, with a loud cracking sound, the door burst open. Oh, it's open, he exclaimed, collapsing to his knees in exhaustion. Lee Jong-hyuk urged, Muscle Hyung, hang on, as he and the others watched Hyungnim's struggle and subsequent triumph.
Hyungnim, reaching his limit, gasped, This is my limit.
He had expended all his strength opening the door. Lee Jong-hyuk shouted, Get in quickly, urging the others to enter the newly opened passage. Lee Jong-hyuk's mission parameters are displayed, a public mission to stop the beast's cries in B4-3-1, with a reward of 15 souls for 5% or more contribution. Lee Jong-hyuk and his team stand before a dark passage. He is centrally positioned, his team members flanking him. A private mission is then revealed. Lee Jong-hyuk's private objective is to not kill any humans in B4-2-1, with a reward of 20 souls. Lee Jong-hyuk contemplates the potential reward of killing everyone in the area, estimating it at 20 souls. And reflects on the fact that everyone is likely preoccupied with their own private missions, causing them to be worried about each other's objectives. Lee Jong-hyuk, ever vigilant, moved through the dim passage, his sword at the ready. His team followed close behind, their faces grim. The air hung heavy with unspoken tension, the weight of their conflicting objectives pressing down on them. Ahead, a large stone statue of a wolf stood sentinel, its form partially obscured by dust and debris. The passage beyond seemed to lead deeper into the heart of the ancient structure. As they proceeded, a sudden light emanated from the depths, causing them to pause, revealing a large chamber with intricate golden gears and a figure lying prostrate in the center. "What's that? Is it a human?" one of them whispered. Lee Jong-hyuk and his team entered a large chamber. A strange golden dust swirled in the air, and they found themselves alone in the vast space. The only other presence was a faint, ethereal glow at the center of the room. Then, a distressed woman, lying on the ground, called out for help. One of Jong-hyuk's team members commented on the woman's appearance, while another urged him to focus. Jong-hyuk, however, remained cautious, his gaze fixed on the mysterious scene before him. As Hyun-nim questioned his hesitation, reminding him of his duty to help those in need. Lee Jong-hyuk's team entered a mysterious chamber, its center illuminated by a spotlight. A beautiful woman lay distressed on the floor, and Hyun-nim voiced his suspicion that this was a trap, especially given the woman's appearance. But Lee Jong-hyuk remained uncertain, acknowledging the possibility of a similar situation but expressing his hesitation. Hyun-nim pressed further, stating that ultimately, the situation was either a reward or a trap. The distressed woman, weakly, pleaded for help. Lee Jong-hyuk's team watched as she spoke. Then, she urged them to take her hand quickly, her voice filled with desperation. Lee Jong-hyuk hesitated, his expression unreadable, as he considered the situation. The woman's plea for help was met with his silent contemplation. A woman cried out in pain, a sharp ugh escaping her lips, as a powerful force propelled her backward across the floor, leaving a trail of shimmering particles in her wake. A man, witnessing the scene, exclaimed, "Hey, what happened?" Another man, observing the horrifying transformation, stated grimly, "She melted." The onlookers stared in disbelief as the woman's form continued to dissolve into a viscous, white substance. A chilling sight that prompted one of them to ask, What's that?" Lee Jong-hyuk, his face partially obscured by a mask, observed the scene with a thoughtful expression. "It's weird. But," he continued, "rewards in this place come with a cost." The text above him clarified, rewards like this are given in lag. The gold powder, he realized, was being collected. The gold powder is being collected. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he added, "There must be a price to pay." A golden orb descended, dripping a viscous, golden liquid onto a metallic surface below. The liquid coalesced into a larger pool, glowing intensely. The scene shifted to a grand hall, where the golden orb now hung suspended in midair. As golden particles rained down from the ceiling, creating a shower of glittering dust. A sudden explosion rocked the hall, as indicated by the on-screen text exclamation point. Golden particles erupted from a central point, radiating outwards in shimmering lines, illuminating two imposing stone wolf statues, their eyes glowing with an eerie light. A caption box appeared, identifying the statues as wolf statues, possessing solid body and agility, with a highest skill level, 61. Another caption box declared, "From now on, the trials of those who help and those who don't will begin." Lee Jong-hyuk, witnessing the spectacle, reacted with a single word, "What?" A stark announcement appeared on screen, "From now on, the trials of those who help and those who don't will begin." A monstrous, snarling wolf statue emerged, its eyes glowing menacingly, followed by two more similar creatures, their growls echoing through the desolate space. The sound of growling and kaak filled the air. Stone wolf statues, positioned on ornate pillars within a grand hall, stirred, their forms cracking and shifting as they came to life, snarling menacingly. Surrounding Lee Jong-hyuk, who stood ready with his sword, his apprehension growing.
Observing from a distance, another man muttered, "The wolf statue is alive."
His expression reflected disbelief and a dawning realization of the unexpected turn of events. This is beyond expectations.
I can't take it for granted. Lee Jong-hyuk found himself encircled by the animated statues, their movements swift and aggressive. Lee Jong-hyuk and Dwayne faced a pack of animated stone wolf statues.
That bastard wolf! Dwayne exclaimed, eager to charge. Hyungnim cautioned, don't rush.
That's a bad habit.
You'll just get killed if you go there recklessly. Ignoring Hyungnim's warning, Lee Jong-hyuk lunged forward, unleashing a powerful attack. His strike shattering a stone wolf statue into fragments.
But he was soon overwhelmed by the remaining wolves.
Hyungnim, observing the chaotic scene, moved swiftly to assist, his own attack sending another stone wolf statue crumbling. Hyungnim, his body battered but his spirit unbroken, let out a pained cry, "Arrghishish." The scene shifted to a grand hall, where a disembodied voice declared, "Consequences, a choice always has a result that depends on you. It might be cruel, but basically life is unfair and unpredictable.
And there's a reason for that."
A system message appeared, the helper fails the trial. The camera focused on the aftermath of the battle, showing Lee Jong-hyuk and Hyungnim surrounded by defeated stone wolves. The extent of their injuries was evident.
Another system message flashed, the trial will be given to those who don't help.
A group of warriors stood their ground, facing an ominous sight. Panic rippled through them as one exclaimed, "They're coming! What do we do?" Their leader, a stoic figure, responded calmly, "Be prepared to react no matter what." He observed the scene, his gaze fixed on a peculiar wolf statue, a sight unfamiliar to him.
He mused, "This wolf statue is the first time I've seen it. It's not much different from the megalithic man, what about this?"
There's still souls left, but it's too early to use them. A pack of wolves emerged from the shadows, advancing menacingly towards the group of warriors.
Hyungnim's advance was halted. Lee Jong-hyuk observed the scene, noting the pause in the wolves' attack.
He resolved to conserve his stamina, knowing the battle would require all his strength. I have to conserve as much stamina as possible, he thought. Meanwhile, Hyungnim urged his team to act swiftly.
We'll finish this quickly, he commanded. A powerful, dark energy erupted from the lead wolf, signaling an imminent attack. Lee Jong-hyuk's eyes widened in alarm.
He launched himself into action, his team following close behind, attacking the pack of wolves with a coordinated assault.
Attack! Hyungnim shouted. Lee Jong-hyuk felt an unusual tremor in the ground.
The wolves had stopped their advance, maintaining a cautious distance.
He noted a wall behind them.
A warning flashed through his mind, getting pushed against that wall meant certain death. The wolves were preparing a ranged attack. Hyungnim's voice cut through the tension, "We must destroy their formation before it's too late."
The wolves unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. Lee Jong-hyuk, dodging the initial wave of attacks, moved swiftly to disrupt the wolves' coordinated assault.
Lee Jong-hyuk, assessing the situation, muttered to himself that it would be difficult to withstand the wolves' attacks if he were to take them head-on.
He launched himself into the air with a powerful leap,
delivering a swift, precise blow that sent one of the wolves crashing to the ground, and followed up with a devastating strike that shattered another wolf's skull.
Despite his success, Lee Jong-hyuk found himself struggling, exclaiming, "Damn it! This is harder than I thought."
Lee Jong-hyuk, already exhausted from the previous battle, unleashed a powerful, sweeping attack, sending a shockwave that ripped through the pack of wolves. The force of the blow causing him to grunt in exertion as he braced himself against the recoil, sending several wolves flying backward, their bodies impacting the ground with heavy thuds. He landed hard, his body battered but his bones miraculously intact thanks to a passive skill. However, he recognized the difficulty of engaging the remaining wolves head-on, their sheer number posing a significant threat. Concluding that he needed a significant increase in strength to overcome this challenge, A description of his new skill, Bone Blade, appeared. It creates a blade using bones, free form, adjusted to the user's physical ability, an active skill. Lee Jong-hyuk reviewed the limitations of his newly acquired Bone Blade skill. It was powerful, but consumed a significant amount of stamina. A fact he realized as he felt his own stamina depleting rapidly after the attack. He launched a powerful attack, a golden energy wave slicing through the air. The force of the blow impacting his opponent with devastating effect, causing a loud scream. Lee Jong-hyuk observed the aftermath, noting that the attack had created an armor-like effect on his opponent, a skill previously unknown to him. He reflected on the unexpected power of his frontal breakthrough, exceeding his initial expectations, as a large stone wolf emerged from the background. Lee Jong-hyuk, exhausted but exhilarated from his previous attack, braced himself. As a monstrous, wolf-like creature lunged at him with surprising speed. Its claws extended, ready to tear through his defenses. The impact was immense, sending Jong-hyuk sprawling across the ground. The force of the blow sent tremors through the battlefield. But Jong-hyuk, despite the pain, quickly assessed the situation. 9 enemies remained. Lee Jong-hyuk was caught in a powerful explosion. The force of the blast sending him sprawling across the ground. Debris rained down around him as he struggled to regain his footing. He looked up, assessing the remaining enemies and the damage inflicted upon him. His body ached, but his resolve remained unbroken. More projectiles streaked towards him, forcing him to dodge and weave through the deadly barrage. He found himself unable to close the distance to his opponents, his frustration mounting with each failed attempt. "I can't close the distance," he muttered, his voice tight with exertion. "Damn it!" Nearby, 2 female combatants engaged in their own desperate struggle. One of them cried out, "Kya!" The other, clearly exasperated, shouted back, "Don't you have a skull that can make you stop screaming and help me?" The scene ended abruptly. A warrior unleashed a devastating attack, a dark energy swirling around his weapon as he let out a guttural roar. The force of the blow shattered the ground, sending cracked spider webbing across the stone. Lee Jong-hyuk's punch was deemed ineffective against the approaching hit, a statement made by a nearby observer. However, Hyung-nim believed he could still make a difference. And with a powerful roar, he launched himself into action, taking the full force of the attack. The impact sending him flying and creating a massive explosion. Hyung-nim, despite the devastating blow, declared his intent to continue fighting, shouting to his companion, "Hyung, I'm going." A powerful blow sent Hyung-nim sprawling across the ground, a cloud of dust and debris erupting around him. As Lee Jong-hyuk watched from a distance, his expression unreadable. "Hyung, now," urged a voice, spurring Hyung-nim to action. Hyung-nim's opponent, Yoo Byung-ho, was warned, "Watch out." But before he could react, Hyung-nim launched a desperate counterattack. The impact sent Hyung-nim flying backward, a pained ugh escaping his lips as he crashed to the ground. He tumbled through the air, landing heavily near a large, shadowy wolf-like creature, the fight far from over. Hyung-nim, already injured from a previous attack, fell to the ground after another blow. A monstrous, stone-like canine creature loomed over him, its eyes glowing ominously. Hyung-nim coughed weakly, a sound barely audible above the creature's menacing presence. The on-screen text read, "He fell into a terrible position." Lee Jong-hyuk observed from a distance, his expression grim. Meanwhile, Hyung-nim muttered, "Damn it." Yoo Byung-ho launched a powerful attack against the creature. But the creature retaliated with brutal force, sending Yoo Byung-ho reeling back with a pained roar of "Arrgghh." The impact of the attack left Yoo Byung-ho severely injured, his pained cry echoing once more, "Arrgghh." Yoo Byung-ho grappled with the creature, a fierce struggle ensuing as he attempted to subdue it. The creature's strength proved too great, and Yoo Byung-ho was thrown violently to the ground, severely injured. Lee Jong-hyuk observed the scene, his expression grim. Hyung-nim, already wounded, cried out in concern, "Are you okay?" Lee Jong-hyuk, assessing the situation, instructed, "Hold on for a while. Hurry up. Get rid of them first." A woman, seemingly panicked, let out a scream, "Kya!"
Another woman, witnessing the chaos, urged her companion, "Don't you have a skill that can make you stop screaming and help me?" Lee Jong-hyuk, alert and prepared for battle, sprinted towards a new threat, his expression grim. He moved swiftly, dodging debris as he approached a pack of monstrous wolves, their eyes glowing ominously. Each one radiating dark energy, their forms distorted and menacing. Meanwhile, Hyung Nim, already severely injured, attempted to evade the creature's attack, but he was too slow and was struck, his body crumpling to the ground. The impact sent a shockwave through the ground, shattering the stone beneath him. Lee Jong-hyuk, engaged in fierce battle, shouted, "Don't stop, I'll take care of the rest." He moved with a burst of speed, delivering a powerful blow that sent his opponent sprawling. The impact shattered the surrounding stone. Meanwhile, a pack of wolves emerged, their eyes glowing menacingly. Hyung Nim, already severely wounded, was surrounded. Jong-hyuk, seeing the dire situation, muttered to himself, "If I mistakenly swing the current flame sword, it will definitely break. There is only one option left." With a determined expression, he unleashed a devastating attack, a golden energy surging from his body. The force of the blow obliterating one of the wolves. The remaining wolves recoiled in fear. Lee Jong-hyuk muttered, "This didn't work either." He launched another attack. Then, a blue box appeared, displaying the words "strong bones and tough skin." He braced himself, concluding, "I have no other choice but to believe in my passive skill." With renewed determination, Lee Jong-hyuk unleashed a powerful blow, the force of the impact shattering the ground around his opponent. He noted, "I'm lucky I didn't lose an arm after throwing them." His assessment continuing, "My skin is slightly scorched, but that won't interfere with the fight." Lee Jong-hyuk, slightly injured but resolute, launched a final, devastating attack. He channeled his passive skills, the force of his strike shattering the ground and sending up a cloud of dust. His opponent, a monstrous, shadowy wolf-like creature, was overwhelmed by the sheer power. The impact leaving a gaping crater in the earth. The battle was over. With a powerful, swift kick, labeled stamp kick, Lee Jong-hyuk delivered a final blow, the force of the blow sending his opponent sprawling. The fight concluded with a decisive victory for Lee Jong-hyuk. A blonde woman, wielding a massive, extendable arm, smashed a monstrous creature into fragments, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. The on-screen text reads, "Big hand LV.81, the hand can be enlarged." Another woman, watching from a distance, observes with a mixture of surprise and awe. She thinks, surprisingly, she has such a skill. A man with a mask, observing the scene, comments, "She's lucky to get to the 4th floor with that." Lee Jong-hyuk stands amidst the aftermath of a battle, surveying the fallen bodies of his defeated opponents. His name appears in a speech bubble above him. Two women approach Lee Jong-hyuk, one of them asking, "How is his condition?" referring to Hyung Nim, who lies severely injured on the ground. The other responds, "Not good." One of the women assessed Hyung Nim's condition, stating that his spine appeared to be crushed. Lee Jong-hyuk, observing Hyung Nim's critical state, questioned his ability to heal such severe injuries, admitting his healing skills were only sufficient for minor wounds. Hyung Nim, resigned to his fate, pleaded with Lee Jong-hyuk to end his suffering, believing his current state to be as good as death. Lee Jong-hyuk, understanding Hyung Nim's despair, acknowledged the gravity of the situation, emphasizing the stark difference between Hyung Nim and himself. Lee Jong-hyuk offered Hyung Nim a potion, suggesting it might not be highly effective but could provide some temporary relief. Lee Jong-hyuk then instructed Dwayne to carry Hyung Nim, planning to take turns carrying him. Lee Jong-hyuk, assessing Hyung Nim's critical injuries, suggested that they proceed to the next room, hoping to find medicine there. Hyung Nim, resigned to his fate, pleaded with Lee Jong-hyuk to end his suffering, claiming to be a burden. Lee Jong-hyuk, pragmatic and concerned, firmly instructed Hyung Nim to remain silent, adding that he would kill him if he failed to find a cure. Meanwhile, Woman 1, having observed the scene, asked if she could proceed ahead. Lee Jong-hyuk, without explanation, simply told her to do as she pleased. Woman 1, having entered the next room, discovered that the door was locked and she couldn't open it. Woman 1, her expression one of growing frustration, tried to open a heavy, ornate door. The door remained stubbornly shut, she muttered, the door can't be opened. Woman 2, observing from a distance, voiced her concern, what happened? A chilling response echoed in the silence, everything got darker. A large, ornate door, seemingly made of dark wood and metal, appeared before Lee Jong-hyuk, Hyungnim, Woman 1, and Woman 2. The group reacted with surprise, Woman 1 exclaiming, what's this? As the door opened, revealing a long red carpet leading into a dark, imposing hall. The surroundings grew darker, the hall's architecture becoming visible. The group proceeded cautiously down the hallway. The hall was vast, with dark stone walls and a floor patterned with intricate symbols. Dust and debris littered the ground, suggesting recent destruction. Lee Jong-hyuk, his face partially obscured by a mask, acknowledged the gravity of the situation. I know it's not over, he stated, his voice firm despite the palpable tension. Hyungnim, his expression grim, addressed his companions. Everyone get ready. Woman 1, clutching a flaming sword, braced herself for the impending confrontation. The intense heat of the blade seemed to mirror the rising tension in the hall. A dark, ominous energy coalesced before her, growing rapidly in size and intensity. The dark energy exploded, leaving Woman 1 shaken and covered in dust, the remnants of the blast settling around her. She looked down at her hands, a look of disbelief on her face. Woman 1 looked up, her eyes wide with shock as she felt a surge of dark energy. A monstrous, shadowy figure emerged before her, its eyes glowing ominously. The creature unleashed a devastating attack, striking Woman 1 with immense force. She cried out in terror as she was thrown back, heavily injured. The dark energy continued to surge, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Woman 1 fell to the ground, her body battered and bruised. The fight was far from over. The aftermath of the battle was grim. 3 figures lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies marred by grievous wounds, blood staining the dark stone floor. 2 of Hyungnim's team members supported a third, clearly injured. Woman 1, pale and trembling, clutched her side, her eyes wide with terror. A monstrous, shadowy form coalesced from the darkness, its eyes glowing with malevolent energy. The creature's form resembled a wolf, its features distorted and menacing. The creature's attributes were displayed, Shadow Wolf, attribute, can do anything in the dark, highest skill level, 8. Lee Jong-hyuk's gaze hardened, his expression grim. He understood the fight was far from over. The Shadow Wolf's power was immense, and the team was severely weakened. News of the Shadow Wolf's emergence spread amongst the group. Lee Jong-hyuk, his face partially obscured by a mask, muttered to himself, he finally came out. He continued, reflecting on past encounters, Shadow Wolves, I've fought them before. There were countless deaths at his hands. The sheer power of the creature was evident, even in its stillness. Lee Jong-hyuk's grim expression deepened as he recalled, there were times when I couldn't handle it even if I was stronger than I am right now. The scene shifted to reveal the aftermath of the Shadow Wolf's attack. Hyungnim and Lee Jong-hyuk stood over Woman 1, who lay critically injured, surrounded by a pool of blood. The scene spoke volumes of the brutal power unleashed. Lee Jong-hyuk observed the Shadow Wolf's swift retreat, commenting, he disappeared to the floor. He is very picky and also strong. His assessment of the situation was clear and concise, a Shadow Wolf can never be killed unless you know how to deal with it. Lee Jong-hyuk, having analyzed the Shadow Wolf's past attacks, felt a surge of confidence. But now I really believe I can beat him, he thought. Suddenly, the Shadow Wolf vanished. Hyungnim, tending to the injured Woman 1, exclaimed, "Ha! Where did he go?" Lee Jong-hyuk, now alone with the injured, muttered, "Damn it! Everything's dark, I can't see it." He resolved, I will deal with it. He commanded, everyone back off. Hyungnim, concerned for Woman 1's well-being, asked, are you gonna be okay? Lee Jong-hyuk, determined to face the threat alone, responded, it would be better to deal with it alone. Lee Jong-hyuk, his boots echoing softly on the stone floor, moved purposefully toward the darkness.
a faint glow emanating from his hand. He knew the shadow wolf's aversion to light, it would be his advantage. He reasoned that by isolating himself, he could draw the creature's attention away from the injured women. The blood-soaked floor served as a grim reminder of the battle's toll. He braced himself, the shadow wolf was coming. A tense silence filled the chamber as Lee Jong-hyuk stood ready, his senses heightened, anticipating the shadow wolf's attack. The air crackled with anticipation as the shadow wolf's presence loomed, a palpable sense of dread filling the space. From the inky blackness, a monstrous shadow wolf emerged, its eyes glowing ominously. Its shadowy form looming large and menacing. Lee Jong-hyuk, prepared for the confrontation, stood his ground, his gaze unwavering. He launched a swift attack, his blade a blur of motion. The impact sending shockwaves through the air. A fierce clash of steel against shadow, the outcome uncertain. Lee Jong-hyuk lunged forward, his attack a blur of motion against the shadowy form of the monstrous wolf. The impact echoing as the dark energy rippled outwards, leaving behind only the faintest trace of the beast's presence. Hyung-nim, observing from a distance, noted with surprise that Woman 1's critical injuries had vanished. "The wound is gone," he muttered, a mixture of awe and concern etched on his face. Woman 2, though still injured, showed signs of improvement. Hyung-nim's expression hardened. "Damn it," he exclaimed, his frustration palpable. Lee Jong-hyuk, having defeated the shadow wolf, reflected grimly. As expected. He realized the limitations of his current attacks against the creature in its current state. When that bastard is in that state, it has no substance, so attacks won't work. Lee Jong-hyuk, his face partially obscured by a mask, stood poised, his flaming sword raised. Before him, the shadow wolf was contained within a shimmering, protective orb. He muttered to himself, "It's tough, but knowing its weakness makes it manageable." Jong-hyuk explained, "It's basically about supporting physical abilities." Lee Jong-hyuk, his back to the viewer, stood poised in a dimly lit chamber. He held his sword, ready for action. The remnants of his battle with the shadow wolf scattered around him. The air crackled with residual energy. He launched himself forward, executing a swift, acrobatic maneuver. His blade arcing downwards as he struck the shadow wolf with precise force. The impact sent shockwaves through the chamber. Before the creature could react, Lee Jong-hyuk's sword ignited with a fiery energy, finishing the shadow wolf. Lee Jong-hyuk, his face grim with determination, channeled his remaining strength into a final, desperate attack. He knew he had to end this quickly. "I have to finish it in one hit," he thought, his mind focused solely on the task ahead. Meanwhile, Hyung-nim and the two women watched anxiously from a distance. Woman 1, her healing magic still active, murmured, "Will he be okay?" Woman 2, though still recovering herself, offered a word of encouragement, "Trust him." Hyung-nim, his gaze fixed on Lee Jong-hyuk, added, "How about you?" Woman 1 responded, "It's hard to do this for a long time, but I'll do my best." Hyung-nim nodded, acknowledging the difficulty of the situation. "Yeah, this guy too, it will be hard for him," he said, referring to Lee Jong-hyuk's perilous position. "We'll also be in danger if this doesn't finish soon." With a final burst of speed and power, Lee Jong-hyuk launched a devastating attack, his fiery blade cleaving through the shadow wolf's defenses. Lee Jong-hyuk, seizing the moment, unleashed a torrent of flames, engulfing the shadow wolf in a fiery inferno. The beast roared in pain, its shadowy form flickering and wavering under the intense heat. The shadow wolf, weakened and exposed, struggled against the flames, its form becoming increasingly unstable. A voice, seemingly emanating from the battlefield itself, declared, "The weakness of the shadow wolf is the light. The area exposed to the light will materialize and the attack will succeed." Lee Jong-hyuk, slightly injured but victorious, focused on the shadow wolf. He knew that once the creature materialized, it would lose its ability to vanish into the darkness. And this was his chance. The wolf, partially materialized, snarled, smoke curling from its shadowy form. Jong-hyuk realized he hadn't yet inflicted a fatal blow. He needed to maintain his offensive, using light-based attacks before his flames died out.
Surrounded by several smaller shadow wolves, Jong Hyuk moved with practiced precision. He used his blade and fire magic to keep them at bay, maintaining a constant barrage of attacks to prevent them from regrouping and overwhelming him. He knew he had to keep the pressure on. With a final, powerful burst of flame, Jong Hyuk struck the shadow wolf, forcing it to fully materialize and leaving it vulnerable. The battle was won. Lee Jong-hyuk, already wounded, channeled his remaining energy, his hand glowing with a brilliant, white light, trapping the shadow wolf within a sphere of searing flames. "Gotcha," he declared, his voice filled with grim determination. The intense heat consumed the creature, its howls of pain echoing through the chamber. As Lee Jong-hyuk, exhausted but triumphant, collapsed to his knees. "Damn dog, now I'm going to end you," he had thought, before the final blow. The final image showed the defeated shadow wolf consumed by fire, its form dissolving into nothingness. A system message appeared, explaining that when an item is destroyed by more than 50%, its function and effect will disappear. Lee Jong-hyuk, in a final, desperate maneuver, launched himself forward, his fire magic crackling around his fist as he aimed a powerful blow at the shadow wolf's exposed heart. The impact sent a shockwave through the air, the force of the blow visibly shaking the very ground beneath them. The shadow wolf, weakened and vulnerable, finally succumbed to the assault, its form dissolving into shadows as it vanished. The shadow wolf lunged, its shadowy form a blur of motion. But Lee Jong-hyuk reacted instantly, his eyes narrowed in concentration, raising a hand to unleash a torrent of fire magic. Hyungnim and the two women watched, their faces etched with worry as the battle raged. "Don't miss it," one of the women thought, her heart pounding in her chest. "I will lose it if I don't take care of him," she silently vowed, her gaze fixed on Lee Jong-hyuk's struggle. "He will heal all his wounds in the dark," Hyungnim mused, his expression unreadable. "Either way, I have to end it," he resolved, his eyes hardening with determination. Lee Jong-hyuk, channeling his fire magic, unleashed a torrent of flames against the shadow wolf, the intense heat warping the air around them as the beast lunged, claws extended. But Jong-hyuk, agile and swift, dodged the attack with practiced ease, his movements a blur. He countered with a precise strike, his blade slicing through the creature's shadowy form. The shadow wolf roared in pain, "Arrrghh," as Jong-hyuk's attack connected, sending it reeling. A final, desperate blow from Jong-hyuk shattered the shadow wolf's dark energy, leaving only remnants of its power behind. The shadow wolf lunged, its claws extended, aiming for Lee Jong-hyuk's heart. But Lee Jong-hyuk, anticipating the attack, sidestepped with practiced ease, the beast's claws tearing through empty air as it overshot its target. Hyungnim watched, a silent concern etched on his face, while Woman 1 and Woman 2 observed with growing apprehension. Lee Jong-hyuk, seizing the opportunity, unleashed a torrent of fire magic, engulfing the shadow wolf in a searing inferno. The creature roared in agony, its form dissolving into ash and smoke as Lee Jong-hyuk collapsed, exhausted but victorious. "Ugh," he groaned, the effort taking its toll. Lee Jong-hyuk, his face contorted in a grimace, unleashed a final, desperate burst of fire magic, engulfing the shadow wolf in a searing inferno, reducing the monstrous creature to ash and dust. Hyungnim, Woman 1, and Woman 2 watched from a distance. "Is it over?" one of the women whispered. Hyungnim responded, "I think so." A sinister voice echoed, "As I said, this guy's soul and Anna's soul will be mine." Woman 1 anxiously asked Lee Jong-hyuk, "Are you okay?" He replied, "Yes, I'm okay." A system message appeared, announcing the successful completion of Mission B4-3-1, kill all the animals. The light indicated the mission's end. Lee Jong-hyuk received 55% of the contribution, followed by Dwayne Smith with 25%, Yoo Byung-ho with 10%, and An Jia with 5%, with the remaining 5% distributed elsewhere. As a reward, Lee Jong-hyuk, Yoo Byung-ho, Dwayne Smith, and An Jia each received 15 souls. Separately, Lee Jong-hyuk completed the private mission B4-3-1, Don't Kill Humans, earning an additional 20 souls, bringing his total to 80. Having completed their mission, the group found themselves facing 4 doors labeled B4-3-2, B4-3-3, B4-1-2,
and B4-2-1. Uncertainty hung in the air as they contemplated their next move.
What do we do? One of them questioned, voicing the collective uncertainty.
Lee Jong-hyuk, resolute in his purpose, declared his intention to proceed as far as possible, leaving the decision of which door to choose to chance. He addressed his companions, saying, "You guys," leaving his sentence unfinished. Lee Jong-hyuk, carrying a comrade, addressed Woman 1 and Woman 2, stating that they would proceed together.
Woman 1 and Woman 2 agreed.
And Lee Jong-hyuk, with his group, proceeded to the next area. A system message appeared, displaying that Lee Jong-hyuk, Dwayne Smith, Anja, and Yoo Byung-ho had entered area B4-2-1.
Another message detailed Anil Kapoor's stats, followed by a message displaying Kim Jina's stats.
The group moved through a sterile, metallic corridor.
Anja noticed something
and warned the others that someone was approaching. Lee Jong-hyuk reassured Kim Jina, telling her to stay still while he dealt with the situation. Lee Jong-hyuk, leading the group, observed, being on the 4th floor, that level is quite high. He continued, thoughtfully, "It's better to avoid fighting, but we should be prepared." A system message appeared, displaying the requirements for various level advancements: catch breath, level 6 to level 7, consumes 6 souls; barehanded combat, level 4 to level 5, consumes 4 souls; tough skin, level 6 to level 7, consume 5 souls; strong bones, level 9 to level 10, consume 7 souls; swordsmanship, level 2 to level 5, consume 7 souls. The message concluded, "There are 51 souls left."
Anja stated, "We're not interested in that."
She added, "You seem busy, but don't worry, just carry on."
Meanwhile, Hyung-nim commented, "That bastard has a big mouth." Anja responded, "Ignore it."
Lee Jong-hyuk, observing the situation, declared, "I'll go there first."
Yoo Byung-ho questioned, "Shouldn't the person that's being carried be prioritized?"
Kim Jina, noticing Lee Jong-hyuk's concern, stated, "Looks like he's in danger."
Lee Jong-hyuk explained, "Yes, that's why I want to try to buy an antidote from the peddler." However, Anja informed him, "The peddler here doesn't sell antidotes."
Anja concluded, "Also, there is a full recovery room next to you." Lee Jong-hyuk, acknowledging this, headed towards the recovery room.
Lee Jong-hyuk, upon hearing about a full recovery room, expressed his unfamiliarity with such a facility, but reasoned that just because he hadn't encountered it before doesn't mean it's impossible, because this situation was unlike anything he'd experienced previously. This was confirmed by the unique circumstances surrounding the current crisis.
The group arrived at a room containing several recovery pods.
Hyung-nim, Woman 1, and Woman 2 observed the scene.
Lee Jong-hyuk urgently directed his team to place Dwayne Smith into one of the pods, as Dwayne was carefully placed into the recovery pod. The recovery pod assessed Dwayne Smith's injuries, revealing that Yoo Byung-ho requires 124 souls for complete recovery, a stark deficit of 103 souls, rendering full recovery impossible. Lee Jong-hyuk reacted with a frustrated "shit," while the others contemplated the grim reality of the situation. One woman suggested that the number of souls needed might depend on the severity of the wound. Another offered a glimmer of hope, suggesting that combining their souls might be enough, but Lee Jong-hyuk, resolute in his decision, declared that he had no intention of sacrificing all his souls for Yoo Byung-ho. He stated, "I don't care if it's called selfish. I want to live." Lee Jong-hyuk's grim expression reflected more than just his own thoughts. A shared burden weighed heavily on him. As Woman 2 proposed a drastic solution, uniting all their souls to save Yoo Byung-ho. Hyung-nim, Woman 1, and Lee Jong-hyuk stood around the medical pod containing the critically injured Yoo Byung-ho. The proposal hung heavy in the air. Dwayne Smith, injured and confined to his bed, weakly asked Hyung-nim for assistance. Meanwhile, Lee Jong-hyuk contemplated the gravity of the situation, questioning the wisdom of sacrificing their souls. Dwayne Smith voiced his concerns about the potential consequences of such a drastic measure, questioning the fairness of using all their souls to save one person, especially considering the risks involved for those who might not survive the next stage. Hyung-nim, torn between compassion and caution, grappled with the decision, acknowledging his desire to help but fearing the potential blame if Dwayne were to die as a result. Lee Jong-hyuk voiced his dissent, stating, "I don't want that." He then muttered to himself, It seems to be cover for me." Woman 2, addressing Hyungnim, pleaded, "Jong-hyuk Hyung, please. I don't know why, but I think it's easier if it's done by Hyung."
Hyungnim, showing understanding, responded, "Yes, I understand." And then revealed his remaining soul, a glowing blue orb in his hand, requesting, "Please share."
Lee Jong-hyuk, Hyungnim, and Woman 1 stood together, their expressions reflecting the gravity of the situation. Woman 2's pleading had seemingly persuaded Hyungnim to sacrifice what remained of his soul.
As Hyungnim uttered a final, quiet wish for their safe escape,
the scene concluded with a to be continued message, leaving the reader in suspense. Lee Jong-hyuk, his face partially obscured by a mask, stood over Hyungnim, who sat wounded and weary. He urged Hyungnim, "Close your eyes."
Hyungnim, despite his pain, offered a weak smile and whispered, "It's okay."
Lee Jong-hyuk, his face partially obscured by a mask, addressed Hyungnim with a solemn tone.
"Don't worry," he reassured, "it won't hurt." He then added, "See you in that world."
Jong-hyuk instructed Hyungnim, "Close your eyes."
Hyungnim, weak but resolute, responded quietly, "I'll be fine." The scene shifted to show Hyungnim inside a futuristic medical pod.
Jong-hyuk stood over him, sword drawn, as two women watched from a distance.
The atmosphere was tense. Hyungnim's lifeless body lay on the ground, blood staining the metallic floor. Jong-hyuk, his expression grim, reflected on his actions.
"I can't even count how many times I've sent people like this with my own hands." His thoughts drifted to past losses. "There was a time when I had to end the breath of the people who had been with me even longer than Yoo Byung-ho. At first, it was very difficult." Lee Jong-hyuk, still solemn and remorseful after his actions, proposed a solution: "Let's share the souls left by Yoo Byung-ho." He explained that there were 21 souls remaining, suggesting a distribution plan: "I'll take 8 souls, you guys share the rest."
Woman 1 questioned the feasibility and ethics of this plan, expressing doubt, "Is this really okay? Can we share the souls in this state?"
Lee Jong-hyuk interrupted, stating that the process would be equally painful regardless. "Stop it.
It's just as painful."
Lee Jong-hyuk continued, reiterating the proposal to share the souls. While Woman 2 observed the scene with a stoic expression. Lee Jong-hyuk's incredible speed surprised his opponents, they were unable to react. He moved with such swiftness that he effortlessly dispatched one of them with a single, precise strike. Another opponent attempted to dodge, but Lee Jong-hyuk anticipated his movement and closed the distance, leaving him vulnerable to a fatal blow. The man exclaimed in shock. The onlookers watched in astonishment as Lee Jong-hyuk revealed his newly acquired teleportation skill. It was level 12, allowing for 3 consecutive uses. One of the women observed that he would likely only use this powerful ability when facing dire circumstances. A warning appeared, and if you forget about that, it will be hard to handle.
Lee Jong-hyuk, using his newly acquired teleportation skill, appeared suddenly before his opponent, leaving the opponent stunned and speechless. What? The opponent, still reeling from the surprise, could only manage a bewildered, "How did you do it?" The opponent's body felt heavy, as if burdened by an unseen weight. "Why did my body suddenly become heavy?"
Lee Jong-hyuk explained the drawback of his teleportation: if he connects with someone, they will be transported together. The stamina consumed increases with the number of people carried, and the ability is unusable for a while after use. A man, his face partially obscured by a mask, groaned in pain, his body contorted in agony. As he was confronted by another man, who demanded, "Take out all the souls you have. All the souls you took from us in your own." The masked man, seemingly defiant, retorted, "Get lost." The second man lunged forward, his attack met with a desperate parry from the masked man, resulting in a bloody clash of blades. The masked man, despite his injuries, remained resolute, muttering, "It doesn't matter if you don't want to give up."
"Just in time, I also need an object to take out my anger on. Let's see what I'm going to do."
He then calmly stated, "Well then, let's start with the feet first.
Let me know if you want to die."
A wounded man, clutching a glowing orb, pleaded, "Wait.
Here it is. Let me live." Lee Jong-hyuk, swords drawn, stood over him, his expression grim. He had no intention of sparing his opponent.
Ignoring the man's pleas, Lee Jong-hyuk swiftly ended his life, coldly stating, "Sorry, I'm not interested." In another part of the building, a woman with vibrant purple hair stood over a corpse, her expression unreadable.
Lee Jong-hyuk, seeing the woman, questioned her intentions. "Are you going to mess with me?"
She responded calmly, "I have no intention."
Another woman, with pink hair, appeared, observing the scene. She commented, "Aren't you on the same side?"
The purple-haired woman replied, "We just met.
I'm just trying to have fun." You might not believe it, but it's true.
Woman 1, her expression resolute, declared, "If you try to kill me, I won't stand still." Lee Jong-hyuk, his face partially obscured by a mask, responded quietly, "I'll believe it once.
I don't want to kill a woman, right now." A man, seemingly a recent adversary of Lee Jong-hyuk, lay defeated.
A young man, possessing ethereal orbs, announced to Woman 1 and a muscular man, "There were 42 souls I got from him. We can divide it and share 14 souls." As Woman 1 and the muscular man watched, Lee Jong-hyuk started to leave.
Woman 1 questioned, "Where are you going?"
The muscular man called out, "Wait a moment."
Lee Jong-hyuk, having seemingly completed his task, stated, "I'm finished.
You guys go to the peddler first. I'll wait here." Lee Jong-hyuk, pragmatic and wary, sat with his sword at his side. He responded to Woman 1's offer of protection with a curt, "I don't trust anyone." He made it clear that any attempt at deception would be met with lethal force. He would kill her immediately.
His expression was cold and resolute. Woman 1, undeterred, calmly stated that she wouldn't attack him if he didn't attack her first. Lee Jong-hyuk's gaze hardened, and Woman 1's face reflected a mixture of apprehension and determination.
The scene shifted to show Lee Jong-hyuk, the muscular man, and Woman 1 walking away together.
Lee Jong-hyuk declared, "We're done." Woman 1 urged him to leave, suggesting he should go.
The implication was that their paths were diverging.
Woman 1 and the muscular man, standing amidst a group, prepared to continue their journey.
"We don't know what she will do, stay alert," one of them cautioned, while another reassured, "Don't worry."
This was no ordinary bet.
A hooded figure emerged from a pool of dark water, its glowing eyes piercing the gloom. Its presence both mysterious and imposing. The muscular man, observing the figure, noted a key difference from previous encounters. The hooded figure, seemingly a peddler of skills, stood before a wall of glowing skill icons.
"Show me the skills you have," the muscular man demanded. The peddler responded, "First, I have to choose a skill."
The muscular man, aware of his lack of active skills, pressed further. He pointed towards a specific skill, stating, "Give me that." The peddler then revealed the selection: 6 passive skills and 1 active skill. A selection of skills was presented: owl eyes, allowing clear vision in the dark; underwater breathing, enabling underwater respiration; electric man, increasing static electricity generation and resistance; danger detection, enhancing danger sense; lizard tail, boosting regeneration; and pain relief, reducing pain. The muscular man, reviewing his options, noted that only 15 souls remained. He considered the necessity of carefully assessing the situation before making any decisions regarding the souls. He requested to see the items offered by the hooded figure.
Upon inspection, the muscular man found the items to be useless and expressed his disappointment. Frustrated, the muscular man let out a furious exclamation, "That be *tch."
A woman with vibrant pink hair, clad in a revealing, flowing garment, stood amidst a swirling vortex of energy. Suddenly, a powerful hand clamped around her throat, cutting off her breath. A woman with pink hair was strangled. Her eyes widened in terror. A muscular man with a mask approached her, shouting, Hey!
What did you do?" He seemed concerned, yet his tone was accusatory.
The muscular man, his face partially obscured by a mask, glared intensely. He warned the pink-haired woman, "But I will kill you if you do something stupid." The pink-haired woman, her expression a mixture of fear and defiance, responded, "You said the peddler didn't sell any antidotes." She continued, her voice strained, "But the peddler was selling an antidote." The muscular man, his suspicion growing, questioned her, "I don't. Why did you lie to me?" She retorted, "I didn't lie." He pressed further, "Whatever it is, I won't let you." The muscular man confronted the pink-haired woman, his anger evident. "What? If you want to stop me, then stop me," he challenged. The woman, defiant, retorted, "I didn't get any antidotes either." The muscular man paused, considering her words. He noted that the items he'd found at the peddler's had been the same, but now it had changed. Unless they needed another target to unleash their anger on. The pink-haired woman, seemingly resigned, stated, "I'll let this go." The muscular man, his back to the viewer, wore a distinctive purple jacket adorned with a sun and moon symbol. The garment showed signs of wear and tear. A digital display showed the designation B4-2-1. The question, "What are you going to do?" hung in the air. Inside a sterile, gray room, the muscular man, woman 2, and another figure stood before a door marked B4-2-1. Woman 2 stated that there seemed to be no other choice but to proceed together. The muscular man, seemingly resigned, moved towards the door, a sense of grim determination etched on his face. He entered the room. A digital display announced that Lee Jong-hyuk, Dwayne Smith, and Jia and Kim Jina had entered B4-2-1. The scene shifted to a desolate graveyard, littered with fallen swords. A figure lay prone amongst the carnage. Another, seemingly surveying the scene, observed that everywhere, the battle appeared to be over. The group, comprised of the muscular man, woman 2, Lee Jong-hyuk, Dwayne Smith, and Jia and Kim Jina, found themselves in a desolate, graveyard-like area. A stark, metallic blue announcement box appeared, outlining the mission parameters. The mission objective, only 5 could survive. The reward for success was 15 souls and a random piece of equipment. As they moved forward, a masked man noticed something ahead. A grisly scene unfolded before them. Several bodies lay scattered amidst a group of survivors, engaged in a desperate struggle for survival. The scene was brutal, marked by blood and violence. The masked man, reflecting on the mission's grim reality, stated that only 5 people could survive, meaning 3 among them would have to die. He grimly concluded that to escape, they would have to complete the mission. A wide shot revealed the group's position in the vast, desolate graveyard. The scale of the scene emphasized their vulnerability and the harshness of their situation. The masked man's internal monologue revealed his grim acceptance of the inevitable. To survive, they would have to kill each other. The mission's brutal truth hung heavy in the air. Ryo Katsuji, his face a mask of grim determination, cursed under his breath. Again. How do we survive, he wondered, the weight of their impossible mission pressing down on him. His despair was echoed by another team member, who exclaimed, "Shit. Shit," the harsh words reflecting the brutal reality of their situation. The manhwa panel then shifted to display a crucial piece of information, Ryo Katsuji's status, revealing his high skill level and the limitations of their active skills. Another team member, observing the corpses scattered around them, spoke, "Corpses and members, the remaining missions." A third member, his face partially obscured by a mask, responded, "I think I understand." He explained the mission's reset mechanic. When someone enters during an ongoing mission, it resets. The team must finish it as quickly as possible. The muscular man acknowledged a point, stating that it was true. He then added that killing people who haven't harmed them is not easy. But noted that the opposing party hadn't reacted after seeing them. And woman 2 observed that those people weren't looking at them, but rather, upward. A portal opened above them, causing a reaction of surprise, prompting the muscular man to question what it was. And the muscular man identified it as a gate, expressing his unease about the situation. A swirling, dark portal opened above a desolate graveyard, littered with broken swords and decaying trees. A lone figure, katana drawn, stood before it, a desperate cry echoing from the speech bubble above, "Run!"
A woman, breathless and running, called out to the figure, "Katsuji? Katsuji, what are you doing?" The figure, Ryo Katsuji, lowered his sword, his face etched with weariness and despair. He confessed, "I can't kill anymore.
I killed my friends, and this is how it ended up."
Muscular Man, observing from a distance, offered a grim assessment, "Wouldn't it be better to die than be here? Don't try too hard. You guys will die here too." Katsuji, seemingly resigned to his fate, turned to face the approaching group. A violent clash of steel followed. The impact of the ensuing battle sent Katsuji crashing into the dark portal, disappearing into its depths. Something fell from the sky, landing amidst a desolate landscape littered with broken swords. A group of onlookers, Muscular Man, Woman 2, Lee Jong-hyuk, Dwayne Smith, and Jia, and Kim Jina watched from a distance. As a cloud of dust and debris settled to reveal a large, armored figure emerging from the crater. The figure, a knight clad in rusty armor, appeared to be heavily damaged but still standing. The on-screen text identified the figure as a rusty knight, describing it as rusty but sturdy with a highest skill level of 141. The group of onlookers cautiously approached the fallen knight. Muscular Man led the group, his expression a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. Muscular Man muttered, "Rusty knight, damn it," expressing his surprise and concern. He then addressed his companions, warning them, "Don't get beaten." The rusty knight stirred, its glowing eyes suggesting a flicker of remaining power. The group, led by the Muscular Man, cautiously approached the rusty knight, its form emerging from a swirling portal. The knight lay damaged, yet its presence radiated a palpable threat. A sudden burst of energy erupted from the knight, sending the group scattering. The Muscular Man, propelled by adrenaline, found himself dodging a powerful blow, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike as the knight's sword sliced through the air. The Muscular Man, wounded but defiant, stumbled back, his resolve hardening. "I won't die," he roared, his voice filled with a desperate determination. His repeated mantra, "I won't die. I'll never die. I'll survive," echoed his unwavering will to live. Observing the Muscular Man's struggle, Woman 2 questioned why he had stopped fighting the rusty knight. Another onlooker offered a grim explanation: he had given up. The rusty knight, relentless and tireless, was described as never getting tired. The onlookers understood the dire situation: if they didn't qualify, escape would be impossible. Muscular Man, wounded and exhausted, admitted to himself that he could fight no longer. The rusty knight's attack was brutal, leaving him grievously injured. The group watched in horror as the Muscular Man's fate was sealed. They knew that if they all got killed, it would soon be their turn. The public mission, B4-2-2, concluded with the objective survive being completed. Only 5 participants, Lee Jong-hyuk, Dwayne Smith, and Jia, Kim Jina, and the rusty knight, remained. 15 souls were exchanged for random equipment, and 15 exchange coins were given as rewards. A question arose: was the rusty knight considered the 5th survivor? Lee Jong-hyuk assessed the situation, noting that escaping was relatively simple, all they needed to do was exit through the door. He then shouted the order, "Run towards the door." Lee Jong-hyuk, Dwayne Smith, and Jia, and Kim Jina immediately sprinted towards the exit, leaving the scene of the Muscular Man's death behind. And Jia, concerned, questioned Lee Jong-hyuk's hasty departure, asking, "Where are you going?" Lee Jong-hyuk, seemingly unfazed, responded curtly, "I'm finished." He instructed the others to proceed to the peddler's area first, stating, "You guys go to the peddler first. I'll wait here." Dwayne Smith and Kim Jina, following Lee Jong-hyuk's instructions, sprinted towards the door, their movements a blur. And Jia, witnessing their speed, noted the almost silent approach, marveling at their incredible pace. Kim Jina activated her level 7 skill, like a feather, making her body as light as a feather, further enhancing her speed. She was determined to gather as many souls as possible. And Jia, assessing the situation, muttered to herself, "With this speed, I can dodge it." She then unleashed a burst of energy. A swift, precise maneuver that allowed her to evade an incoming attack,
leaving her opponent incapacitated on the ground. Dwayne Smith, eyes fixed on the distant door, shouted, "The door is in sight." He sprinted towards it, pushing forward with renewed determination, despite the chaos and dangers surrounding him. Kim Jina and Dwayne Smith continued their desperate flight, dodging debris and obstacles as they raced towards the apparent exit. And Jia, sprinting across the desolate battlefield, glanced back. A wave of dread washing over her as she saw a hulking armored figure closing in on her. Dwayne Smith, witnessing the scene from afar, cursed under his breath. Damn it, he thought, his escape hampered by the urgency of Njia's situation. At this rate, she would be caught before reaching the exit. Dwayne, seeing Njia's peril, shouted a warning. "Dwayne," he yelled, "Njia is about to get caught." Meanwhile, Dwayne and Kim Jina continued their desperate flight, but the looming threat of attack was palpable. "We'll get attacked before we arrive," Dwayne muttered, his grim determination unwavering. And Jia, cornered by the armored warrior, braced herself for the inevitable blow. And Jia, agile and alert, evaded a brutal attack, her movements a blur as she sent her opponent sprawling. Kim Jina and Dwayne Smith, meanwhile, continued their desperate flight through the desolate landscape. Dwayne urged Kim Jina, "Don't die in vain. If you die, I can't escape either." A looming shadow appeared on the horizon, signaling the pursuers' return. Fear etched itself onto their faces. Dwayne, determined to buy time for the others, made a desperate stand, his body bracing for the inevitable impact. The force of the blow sent him flying, a pained cry escaping his lips as he crashed to the ground. And Jia, witnessing Dwayne's sacrifice, moved with surprising speed, her eyes narrowed in determination. She muttered, "Didn't he get pushed?" And Jia's muscle strength increased by 1 point, a surge of power coursing through his veins. He unleashed a devastating hammering attack, the force of the blow shaking the very ground. The impact sent shockwaves radiating outwards, a testament to his raw power. Despite his enhanced strength, Njia's assault proved ineffective against his opponent's impenetrable shield. He realized the shield was the key to his adversary's resilience. All previous attacks had failed to penetrate its defenses. Njia urgently shouted a warning to Dwayne, urging him to dodge the impending attack. Njia groaned, feeling the strain on her body. As she channeled her energy, ice shards forming around her, creating a protective barrier around herself and Dwayne Smith. Dwayne Smith watched, his eyes narrowed, as Njia struggled to maintain the shield, knowing that if it failed, they both would be in grave danger. He muttered, "Damn it." Njia's shield faltered under the relentless assault. Dwayne, seeing the imminent collapse, knew he had to act. He thought, "I need to stop it or otherwise they will both die." Dwayne Smith, his face grim with determination, launched a devastating attack, shattering the ice shield Njia had painstakingly created. The force of the blow sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Kim Jina, caught in the crossfire, was thrown violently to the ground, groaning in pain. Her body slammed against the hard earth with a sickening thud. She lay still, unconscious. Dwayne, ignoring Kim Jina's plight, pressed his advantage, his attack relentless. He delivered a final, crushing blow, sending his opponent sprawling to the ground, defeated. Dwayne Smith, fueled by adrenaline, launched himself through the air, aiming a powerful blow at his opponent. His fist crackling with raw energy as he connected with a devastating strike, sending his foe sprawling to the ground, defeated. The on-screen text read, "Eagle Claw, LV.11, hunts like an eagle. Active skill, ... Kim Jina, seizing the opportunity, unleashed her Eagle Claw skill. A knight, seemingly impervious, stood amidst a storm of debris. A bolt of energy struck its chest. But the knight remained unyielding. In the distance, Dwayne Smith, his face grim, shouted a command to Njia. Dwayne, facing a powerful foe, braced himself for a devastating attack, the electric energy arcing around him as he prepared to counter. The impact sent shockwaves through the ground. And Dwayne was thrown back, his body battered but his resolve unbroken. And Njia, heeding Dwayne's warning, fled the scene. The knight, its armor cracked and smoking, raised its sword, preparing for another strike.
Dwayne, despite his injuries, clutched a knife. A masked figure, radiating power, stood defiant.
His eyes burned with intensity. A surge of energy crackling around him like a storm.
The raw power threatening to overwhelm his surroundings. The scene ends abruptly.
Dwayne Smith, injured but resolute, channeled his remaining strength, unleashing a surge of energy that momentarily disrupted the powerful enemy's attack. He launched himself into the air, his movements a blur against the backdrop of crackling energy.
His defiant declaration, "Rusty wouldn't die this way.
I just made it stop temporarily," echoed through the ravaged landscape as he prepared for the next assault. Dwayne Smith, his body racked with pain, muttered to himself, "Electric shock consumes too much stamina. We have to hurry before that bastard moves." He looked up, surprised, at the scene before him, and Jia lay injured amidst a graveyard, surrounded by fallen enemies.
He wondered, what?
Dwayne saw the extent of the carnage, the bodies of several opponents scattered around in Jia. He could hear the faint sounds of approaching footsteps. Focusing on Njia, Dwayne noted the severity of her injuries.
She was hit by Rusty Knight's shockwave from the front.
Despite the critical blow, she survived thanks to her ice shield.
Thanks to the ice shield, she didn't die immediately, but she won't last long. Because of me. Dwayne, along with another man, rushed to Njia's side. You can't help it either. We can't get out of here if Njia dies. She is still alive.
Dwayne Smith, his mind racing, urgently urged Njia, "Let's get out of here and find a way."
He continued, "Dwayne, clear your mind.
There is no time to hesitate." The pressure mounted as he added, "Now is not the time to be discouraged."
Dwayne, with renewed determination, carried Njia, stating, "We have to get out of here quickly." He pressed on, his resolve unwavering, "The door is near."
They approached a structure with 3 identical doors, but there were no numbers to guide them. Njia, critically injured, lay on the ground, her hand outstretched.
A faint glow emanating from her palm.
A nearby door vanished into the ground with a puff of smoke. Dwayne Smith, determined to save her, carried Njia away from the scene as the ground trembled slightly. A system message appeared, "Mission cancelled.
Mission conditions have not been met, therefore unable to claim rewards."
Njia's soul and skill levels were restored to their original state. One of Dwayne's companions exclaimed, "No way.
I don't understand, Njia is still alive." He questioned, "Why was the mission cancelled? What is the problem?"
The mission parameters appeared on a screen. Paula Nordine and Mario Sanchez entered B4-2-1.
If so,
a grim message followed. 6 people and 1 Rusty Knight remained. One of the survivors exclaimed, "Holy shit." The mission's objective was stark: only 6 survivors in B4-2-1.
An additional condition required disabling the Rusty Knight.
Another condition stipulated that those achieving 40% contribution or more would receive a reward of 20 souls. The reward for completing all conditions was 4 potions.
Dwayne Smith carried Njia, who was critically injured but alive. 2 more people emerged from the door.
But not from the same place they had entered. A female survivor observed, "The door that just went out now became different. It seems that the location of the door changes when the mission is reset." A group of survivors, including Kim Gina, stood before a dark, ominous gate, its appearance causing a sense of unease among them.
One of them exclaimed, "It's the gate again."
A man, his face partially obscured by a mask, reacted with a grim expression, muttering, "Don't tell me." 2 other survivors discussed their situation, one noting, "I think we have enough people to get out of here."
Another added, "Someone is approaching. Isn't that guy Rusty Knight?" They observed something in the distance, one of them questioning, "What the hell is that? There's something up there like a gate. I don't feel good."
Suddenly, a dark, imposing structure emerged from the sky, crashing down with immense force.
The impact sent shockwaves through the ground.
2 figures in rusty armor emerged from the structure, their appearance adding to the growing sense of dread. One of the survivors counted 6 people, 2 rusty knights. Mario Sanchez, his body racked with pain, muttered, "My body." The accompanying text box revealed his public attribute: if he cries, he won't be rewarded, and his highest skill level is 10. He found himself facing 5 people, 2 of whom were rusty knights. Engaging in a desperate struggle. Polan Nardini, his face contorted in anger, shouted, "Bastard." The text box displayed his public attribute: 10% slower wound healing, and his highest skill level is 111. He lamented, "It's impossible to do it alone." A woman cried out for help as the 3 remaining individuals, Dwayne, and Jia, and Kim Jina, surveyed the desolate landscape. One of them observed, "If that person dies, the condition will be fulfilled." Another added, "The conditions will be achieved if he dies, and we'll be able to get out." However, a third countered, "But the exit hasn't appeared yet." Meanwhile, Jia sat alone amidst a field of broken swords, her despair palpable. The man in the mask, contemplating the situation, grimly stated, "Otherwise, I'll have to kill Jia." Dwayne Smith, his back to the viewer, stood amidst a desolate graveyard. The weight of his past actions pressed heavily upon him. He had killed his friends, and though he survived, the result was a profound sense of guilt and despair. "I had killed my friends and survived, but the result is like this," he thought, the words a bitter echo of his remorse. His gaze fell upon the fallen bodies scattered around him, a grim reminder of his failures. "I can't kill anymore. Wouldn't it be better to die here than be here?" he contemplated, the question a desperate plea for release from his burden. "You guys will die here too," he muttered, his voice laced with grim resignation. His words were directed at his companions, who were also caught in the deadly situation. "Damn it!" Dwayne exclaimed, frustration and self-loathing boiling within him. Kim Jina, observing the scene, felt a surge of fear and uncertainty. "I don't know what you're thinking, but whatever it is, you don't have to be responsible for everything," Kim Jina said, trying to offer a word of comfort and perspective to Dwayne, who was grappling with immense guilt. Dwayne Smith, activating his standing in the air skill, launched himself into the air, propelling himself forward with incredible speed and agility. Navigating the battlefield with ease, dodging enemy attacks with practiced precision. Kim Jina and another fighter coordinated their assault, Kim Jina stating, "I'll take the left side. You take the right. Avoid the front and the back." The scene opens with a grim announcement: current personnel, 5 people, 2 rusty knights. This sets the stage for a battle against overwhelming odds. As a lone fighter, seemingly Jia, is pursued by heavily armored figures. She is clearly outmatched in speed. Uttering a desperate "damn it," as she narrowly avoids a brutal attack. The enemy's speed is emphasized, with a character shouting, "They're so fast." Jia, pursued relentlessly by heavily armored knights, channeled his energy, his movements blurring as he unleashed a lightning-charged strike. The raw power of his attack leaving a trail of crackling energy in its wake, sending one knight sprawling with a pained cry of "ugh." Despite his impressive display, Jia found himself still surrounded, the knight's relentless pursuit continuing unabated. A female knight, her expression grim, offered a hand to Jia, who accepted with a simple thanks. She immediately countered his gratitude, stating, "This is not the time to be thankful." Jia, still pursued by the enemy knights, executed a series of lightning-fast maneuvers, her sword a blur of motion. Each strike imbued with the power of lightning, narrowly avoiding the relentless attacks of her pursuers. She activated her skill, like a feather, LV.01, enhancing her agility and allowing her to evade the knight's blows with incredible grace. The speed of her movements left trails of shimmering energy in her wake. One knight, momentarily stunned by her display of skill, found himself momentarily off balance. Jia seized the opportunity, using her enhanced speed to deliver a powerful kick that sent the knight sprawling. Jia, utilizing the newly acquired eye drop kick LV11 skill, simultaneously jumped and kicked, launching himself forward with incredible force. The impact of his kick created a shockwave that sent his pursuer reeling, leaving the enemy knight momentarily stunned and vulnerable. Despite his success, Jia landed hard, his body visibly strained. A female knight, appearing suddenly,
asked, "Are you okay?" And Jia, wincing slightly, simply replied, "Yeah."
In the distance, more enemy knights approached.
One of them shouted, "Can you kill the junk? We just need to buy time." A statement appeared, declaring that a certain person would destroy something. Another statement explained that electric shocks could manifest in various forms. This time, the shock took the form of a wave, as Jia unleashed a powerful electrical attack. The shockwave impacting an enemy knight with considerable force. And Jia, having delivered the shockwave, moved swiftly to engage another opponent, readying for a close-quarters confrontation. The enemy knight cried out in pain as Jia's attack connected. And Jia unleashed a powerful electrical shockwave, the energy crackling and arcing outwards. The force of the blast sending several enemy knights sprawling. One knight, thrown high into the air, cried out in shock, "Shit." And Jia, however, felt the strain of the attack, his hands trembling slightly. He muttered to himself, "Impossible. I need a stronger attack." Meanwhile, two other figures observed the battle from a distance. One suggested, "Hey, do you have a plan?" Get his attention once again. And Jia, exhausted but resolute, muttered, "Otherwise, I will die." A powerful shockwave rippled outwards, the force of the attack sending a nearby enemy knight sprawling, while others braced themselves against the impact. An ally shouted a warning, "Watch out for the shield." Despite the temporary reprieve, Jia's ally recognized the limitations of their current strategy. He grimly assessed the situation, it can't last long. Driven by desperation, Jia resolved to end the fight decisively. He thought, "I have to somehow end it." With a surge of adrenaline, Jia channeled his remaining energy, drawing a bone blade from his arm. A trail of blood and dark energy marked the ground wherein Jia's bone blade had just been manifested. As the enemy knights pressed their attack, their armor battered and their numbers dwindling. An ally shouted, "Let's go." Two figures, one of them and Jia, launched themselves into a furious counteroffensive. And Jia moved with surprising speed and power, despite her injuries. Her movements a blur of motion as she expertly evaded and countered the knight's attacks. The impact of her strikes sent tremors through the ground. The bone blade shattered against a knight's shield, but the force of the blow still sent the knight reeling. And Jia, eyes blazing with determination, prepared for a final, decisive strike. Now, she thought, unleashing a devastating blow. And Jia, critically injured but fueled by the bone blade's power, unleashed a devastating counterattack. A surge of energy erupted around him, the force of the bone blade propelling him forward in a blur of motion, sending a shockwave that ripped through the ranks of the enemy knights. One knight after another sent flying by the sheer force of the blow. The bone blade's power was undeniable. The on-screen text read, 5 people, 1 rusty knight. And Jia internally noted, expected, this sword consumes a lot of stamina. He reflected further, I must at least increase breath to LV10 in order to use this. That guy's condition. Iliam Wilson entered Zone B4-2-11. Two figures, their faces etched with surprise, watched him arrive. One muttering what? No. No way. In disbelief as a woman nearby exclaimed, damn it. A system message appeared, continue with existing missions, but goals and conditions will be partially different. The mission parameters updated, mission public, only 7 are alive. Goal, only 7 will be remaining in B4-2-1. Additional Condition 1, disable Rusty Knight. Additional Condition 2, those who reach the contribution limit of 30% or more. Singularity, after reaching 7, the Rusty Knight will stop. Reward, 20 souls. Reward when additional conditions are achieved, 4 potions. A final system message confirmed, mission change completed. The previous mission will continue as changed. One of the observers, his face partially obscured by a mask, declared, I get it. Another, a knight, observed, I can't get out until the number is appropriate. This is fun. Then it will be easier to deal with that first. A lone figure, cloaked and resolute, walked towards a large, imposing stone door situated amidst a desolate graveyard. Rows of weathered tombstones and discarded swords marked the somber landscape. Meanwhile, a fierce battle raged nearby. A muscular man with blonde hair engaged in hand-to-hand combat with a masked opponent, while a pink-haired woman skillfully deflected blows with a shield. The pink-haired woman, agile and quick, launched a swift counterattack, her movements a blur as she evaded the attacks of several heavily armored foes. A pink-haired woman groaned, her breath misting in the cold air. She lay on the ground, wounded, amidst a desolate battlefield littered with broken swords. Nearby, a muscular woman in green combat gear pursued a fleeing figure. Calling out, "Hey, where are you going?" The fleeing figure was a blonde-haired man, his face grim. He ignored her, his focus solely on escaping. The blonde-haired man thought, this is not the time to save stamina. He continued his desperate flight, his movements blurring. Meanwhile, two armored knights fell near the blonde-haired man, defeated. He muttered, before they joined, his eyes fixed on a final, approaching foe. I have to be by Dwayne's side and deal with the rusty knight. The blonde-haired man braced himself for the final confrontation. The scene opens on a grim landscape, the text above stating, 6 people, 2 rusty knights. Below, a character's inner monologue questions, is the exit door still not there yet? The group, consisting of the blonde-haired man, the pink-haired woman, and another individual, are shown in a desolate graveyard. They discuss their dwindling stamina and the need to eliminate one of the remaining knights. The blonde-haired man states, "Yeah, I haven't seen it yet." Another adds, "What should we do? Our stamina is decreasing too." Finally, a decision is made, we have no choice but to kill one of those guys. The blonde-haired man, showing determination, prepares to confront a knight alone. He declares, everyone can't do it. He explains his reasoning, everyone is going through unnecessary hardships, I will take care of this now. The focus shifts to the blonde-haired man's resolve, his inner thoughts emphasizing his target, not a rusty knight. Another character questions his intentions, what is he aiming for? The blonde-haired man approaches the injured lone figure, who is lying on the ground. His expression is one of intense focus and determination. His gaze hardens, suspicion and concern evident in his eyes. He questions internally, don't tell me. The pink-haired woman, wounded and gasping for breath, weakly uttered, what happened? A detailed description of a new skill appeared before the blonde-haired man, forefinger rifle LV11, use your index finger like a gun. Fingernail bullet. Active skill. Observing the skill description, the blonde-haired man muttered, a revolver skill. No, it looks the same but it's different. This is my first time seeing that skill. The blonde-haired man channeled his energy, his index finger glowing with crimson light as he prepared to use his new skill. He fired a concentrated blast of energy from his fingertip. The projectile hurtled towards his target, leaving a trail of energy in its wake. He aimed for an Ajia. The aftermath of the battle was grim. A lone figure, grievously wounded, lay on the desolate battlefield. Their hand outstretched, a desperate plea for help seemingly lost in the silence. Blood staining the ground, a stark testament to the brutal conflict. Nearby, the blonde-haired man moved with purpose, his movements precise and deadly. He had mastered the forefinger rifle technique. A bullet, fired with pinpoint accuracy, found its mark. The impact leaving a small, but significant wound on his palm. He continued his advance. A young woman with dark hair lay critically injured on the snow-covered ground, her teal clothing stained with blood. A faint, ethereal glow emanated from above her. A stark reminder of the battle's brutal conclusion. A system message appeared, declaring public B4-2-1 mission has ended. The mission results were displayed, goal only 7 are alive completed. Lee Jong-hyuk, Dwayne Smith, Kim Gina, Pauline Nordin, Liam Wilson, and 2 Rusty Knights were listed as prize recipients, with their contributions detailed. Lee Jong-hyuk, his face grim, muttered, and his gaze lingering on the pink-haired woman, who stood nearby, wounded but observing the scene. 3 heavy metal doors slammed shut, signifying the end of the mission and the isolation of the survivors. The sound echoed the finality of the battle.
The blonde-haired man examined his injured hand, a system message appearing, Lizard Tails, 5, increases regeneration.
A lone figure, critically injured, sat amidst a desolate landscape. A man approached, questioning, "What are you doing?"
The man's words were accompanied by an on-screen text box displaying Lizard Tail.
He then explained, "Ah. You mean the girl? I'm sorry if she was someone who went with you. It's because she seems to be the easiest person to kill here." The man continued, justifying his actions, "Wasn't the mission completed quickly thanks to me?"
Another man, his face partially obscured by a mask, retorted, "What bullshit?
Mission completed? Sorry? You just killed our comrade." The first man responded, "Comrade? There seems to be something like that here.
You call her a comrade, but if she had no value over life, you wouldn't kill her."
Then the one who can do it is me."
The man in the blue scarf smirked, a chilling thought crossing his mind: the mission will be reset if I die.
"Wouldn't it be a problem if you do it again?"
He scoffed, internally dismissing the notion. "You wouldn't be that stupid."
The masked man, Liam, cursed under his breath, "Shit."
The blonde-haired man, seemingly unfazed by the recent events, issued a curt command, "Let's go."
The masked man protested, "What? Are you going to just leave it like that?"
Lee Jong-hyuk, his face etched with grief, questioned the blonde-haired man's resolve. "Then are you going to risk your life to avenge Njia?
Is Njia's life that important?"
The man in the blue scarf, his expression unreadable, simply stated, "I'll look forward to it." Lee Jong-hyuk urged the blonde-haired man, "Hurry up." The blonde-haired man explained his decision to the group, stating, "We don't know who else might come. You guys seem like good people, but I'll choose a different path.
I don't want to get involved in a vengeful relationship."
Lee Jong-hyuk and the man in the blue scarf responded with understanding, "I understand, and good luck, respectively." The blonde-haired man, ignoring the masked man's simmering anger, addressed the group one last time, "Just stop waiting for me.
I thought about going out last. It'll be annoying if you follow me and aim at me from behind."
He then turned and left, the masked man seething with barely contained rage. The others, Lee Jong-hyuk and the man in the blue scarf, exchanged a look before following the blonde-haired man's instructions.
"Let's go."
A digital display shows the designation B4-4. The blonde-haired man, Lee Jong-hyuk, and the man in the blue scarf stand in a large, gray room. The blonde-haired man discards a weapon, stating, "I don't need this anymore." The man in the blue scarf suggests, "Let's set up here and rest for a bit." Lee Jong-hyuk agrees, replying, "Okay."
After a brief rest, the man in the blue scarf urges them onward, saying, "Now let's go."
The three men proceed down a series of spiraling staircases. The blonde-haired man and his companions, Lee Jong-hyuk among them, found themselves in a disconcerting situation. The floor had inexplicably dropped several levels. A sudden, unsettling drop that left them questioning their surroundings. "It's weird," one of them muttered, expressing the group's shared unease. A system message then appeared, outlining their current mission: escape from the B4-4 floor, reaching the 5th floor basement. The mission would be considered complete once someone reached the 5th floor, with a random skill as a reward.
A public mission announcement appeared: survive.
Escape from B4-4.
Reach the 5th floor basement.
Mission completion occurs when one person reaches the 5th floor basement. The reward is a random skill with a random level. The group, including the blonde-haired man, Lee Jong-hyuk, and the man in the blue scarf, stood on a staircase, reacting with surprise as the floor beneath them suddenly dropped away.
What?
Is the mission here?" one of them exclaimed. The blonde-haired man and Lee Jong-hyuk looked around in confusion. The man in the blue scarf remained calm, but his expression was serious.
"Why isn't anything changing?"
Lee Jong-hyuk wondered aloud. A section of the floor gave way beneath the masked man, sending him plummeting downwards. The impact echoing through the structure as he crashed into the lower level. His masked face contorted in fury. The blonde-haired man and Lee Jong-hyuk reacted with surprise to the sudden collapse. Lee Jong-hyuk exclaiming, "This is crazy," as the ground continued to tremble. The man in the blue scarf observed the scene, his expression serious as he shouted a warning, "The stairs are crumbling. Run!" The three remaining individuals scrambled to escape the collapsing staircase. The structure continued to collapse around Lee Jong-hyuk, the blonde-haired man, and Kim Ji-na. "It's collapsing faster," someone shouted, urging them to hurry. The masked man, desperate, yelled, "Kim Ji-na! Look up," as he launched a desperate attack. Kim Ji-na, reacting instantly, dove to the ground as a large chunk of debris fell where she had been standing moments before. "Get down," someone warned. The masked man watched in disbelief as his attack was interrupted. "Why did you stop? Move," he demanded. Kim Ji-na and the others continued their frantic escape, dodging falling debris as the building crumbled around them. The masked man, cursing, "Shit," was caught in the final collapse, falling into the abyss below. The aftermath of the collapse was catastrophic. Kim Ji-na lay injured amongst the rubble, the blonde-haired man and Lee Jong-hyuk having already fled the scene, while the masked man and the lone figure lay lifeless, victims of the sudden devastation. Kim Ji-na, despite her injuries, mustered her strength, her eyes wide with terror as she looked down at the chasm that had opened beneath her. Uttering a single word, like a feather, as she braced herself for the fall, a scream escaping her lips as she plummeted into the darkness below. Lee Jong-hyuk, surveying the devastation, saw Kim Ji-na fall into the chasm. He dismissed concerns for her, stating that his immediate problem was himself and Dwayne. Lee Jong-hyuk, attempting a desperate leap across the widening chasm, fell. Dwayne, also falling, let out a scream of terror. Lee Jong-hyuk, clinging to the edge, urged Dwayne to move closer to the wall for safety. But Dwayne, too, plunged into the chasm, his final word a guttural cry of despair. Lee Jong-hyuk watched in horror as Dwayne, his comrade, plummeted into the chasm below. He was panicking, unable to hear Lee's desperate calls for help. Dwayne's fall was a blur of motion, a chaotic tumble of limbs and debris against the crumbling stone. Lee, fueled by adrenaline and a desperate need to save his friend, launched himself across the chasm, shouting Dwayne's name. But his desperate attempt was met with a brutal counterforce. Dwayne, in a moment of panic and disorientation, lashed out, striking Lee. The impact sent Lee reeling, his body twisting violently in midair. Lee, despite the blow, managed to regain his composure, shouting at Dwayne to snap out of it, even as he himself teetered on the brink of falling. Lee Jong-hyuk urged Dwayne to remain calm, explaining that they could use their strength skills to navigate the treacherous chasm walls, emphasizing Dwayne's ability to survive this ordeal. He reassured him, "You can live." As a large chunk of the floor gave way, Kim Ji-na fell into the chasm below. Dwayne, reacting swiftly, yelled "Dodge," as he attempted to avoid a similar fate. Lee Jong-hyuk, witnessing the perilous situation, used his enhanced abilities to propel himself towards Dwayne, narrowly escaping a fatal fall himself, as he grabbed Dwayne's arm. "Let's go," he shouted, pulling Dwayne to safety. Lee Jong-hyuk, in a desperate attempt to save Dwayne from plummeting into the chasm, lunged forward, grappling with Dwayne as the ground beneath them crumbled. Dwayne, shocked and disoriented, could only utter, "What?" The force of the collapse sent both men hurtling through the air, debris raining down around them as the walls of the chasm seemed to shift and move. Lee Jong-hyuk, despite his own injuries, felt a growing unease. "This is not just my feeling," he thought, as he struggled to maintain his grip on Dwayne. He noticed the unsettling reality: the walls are moving. The chasm itself seemed to be actively shifting, increasing the distance between them and safety. Lee Jong-hyuk realized the gravity of their situation. It can't be reached with just one jump. It's because the distance is getting farther. The escape was becoming increasingly improbable. Lee Jong-hyuk, still reeling from the previous ordeal, found himself precariously perched on the crumbling edge of the chasm. His eyes fixed on the unstable ground beneath him, the chasm's unpredictable nature a constant threat. Dwayne, having narrowly escaped a fatal fall, plummeted towards the abyss. His panicked thoughts echoing in his mind, "The floor is getting closer." His fear was palpable. In a desperate attempt to save himself, Dwayne thrashed wildly, his body tense with terror.
Lee Jong-hyuk, with a surge of adrenaline, reacted instantly, extending his arm to grab Dwayne.
Lee Jong-hyuk and Dwayne plummeted through the collapsing chasm, the ground rushing towards them.
"We'll soon hit the ground,"
Dwayne exclaimed, his voice filled with terror.
Dwayne's fear intensified.
"We'll both die if we stay like this," he thought, desperation coloring his internal monologue.
He considered a desperate gamble. It's possible to get through it if I'm alone.
But the reality of their situation struck him.
But holding Dwayne makes it impossible.
Lee Jong-hyuk grimly realized, his grip tightening on Dwayne. Lee Jong-hyuk, despite the perilous situation, focused intently. "I have to somehow reduce this speed," he resolved, desperately searching for a solution. With a surge of adrenaline and strength, Lee Jong-hyuk managed to use the unstable terrain to their advantage, slowing their descent slightly.
The impact, however, was still inevitable.
Lee Jong-hyuk and Dwayne continued their perilous fall into the chasm, the ground rushing towards them. Lee Jong-hyuk, with remarkable strength, attempted to lessen the impact of their descent, while Dwayne, clinging desperately to Lee Jong-hyuk, braced himself for the inevitable impact.
The sounds of shattering rock echoed around them as they plummeted.
Lee Jong-hyuk and Dwayne continued their fall, the impact of their plummet echoing in a guttural cry from Lee Jong-hyuk, "Aarrrggggh." As they hurtled downwards, a system notification flashed before Lee Jong-hyuk's eyes: "Thick skin LV up.
Strong bones LV up."
The impact of the fall sent shockwaves through the ground, creating a massive crater as Lee Jong-hyuk braced for impact. The force of the collision caused further destruction, the ground cracking and crumbling around them.
Lee Jong-hyuk and Dwayne lay amidst the rubble, their bodies battered but alive. The image of manhwafreak.com was visible on the panel.
Lee Jong-hyuk groaned in pain, "Uggggggh."
A massive impact shook the ground,
sending debris flying in every direction as a large fissure spread across the earth. Lee Jong-hyuk and Dwayne lay injured amidst the rubble, groaning in pain. "You can't do it twice," one of them muttered, while the other groaned, "Ugh."
"What happened? Did you lose your mind?" one of them asked. Lee Jong-hyuk, despite his injuries, looked determined.
"Thank you," he said, though he admitted, "I'm not relieved."
Dwayne urged, "Move."
They both struggled to their feet, the ground still trembling beneath them.
Dwayne shouted, "It's not over." Lee Jong-hyuk roared, a guttural cry of exertion and pain as he unleashed a devastating blow,
the force of his attack shattering the concrete beneath him, sending a shockwave of destruction outwards. Dwayne, caught in the blast radius, cried out in agony as a piece of shrapnel tore into his arm. The impact sent Dwayne sprawling, the ground cracking around him as he crashed into the earth, a cloud of dust and debris obscuring his form as he lay wounded and defeated. Dwayne, defeated and injured, plummeted from the shattered remains of the arena floor, the debris raining down around him like a deadly shower, his descent accelerating as if pulled by an unseen force. Dwayne noted the unusual speed of his fall, muttering, "What? The falling speed is strange." The speed of the falling rocks increasing with each passing moment, a vortex-like effect pulling him downwards as he observed, "The speed of the falling rocks are getting faster. It's like the floor is being sucked." Dwayne, already reeling from Lee Jong-hyuk's previous attack, found himself propelled backward with immense force, the impact sending tremors through the very structure of the arena. Debris rained down as he hurtled through the air, his body a blur against the falling rocks. A look of disbelief and pain contorted his features. The rocks were falling randomly, a chaotic cascade of destruction. Dwayne's fall continued unabated, each impact further compounding his injuries. He was rapidly losing altitude, his body braced for a brutal impact with the ground below. Dwayne, already severely injured, was sent flying backward by the force of Lee Jong-hyuk's attack, his body impacting the ground with a deafening crash. "Oh no," he thought, fear gripping him as he felt the full extent of his injuries. He tumbled down a long corridor, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. each impact further exacerbating his already critical condition. "Arg," he groaned, the sound lost in the echoing devastation. Finally, he came to a stop, his body broken and defeated, the fight clearly over. Lee Jong-hyuk, in a blur of motion, launched a devastating attack. Dwayne, momentarily stunned, observed Kim Jina's unusual fall, muttering, "Isn't the way Kim Jina is falling strange?" His expression shifted to one of alarm as he exclaimed, "Damn it!" The impact of Lee Jong-hyuk's attack sent a shockwave through the ground. Dwayne, caught in the full force of the blow, was sent flying backwards. The raw power of the attack leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Lee Jong-hyuk, severely injured but resolute, delivered a final, devastating blow to Dwayne. The impact sent Dwayne and the woman he was carrying hurtling through the air. A cry of Dwayne, escaping her lips as they plummeted towards the shattered ground below. Meanwhile, observing the scene from a distance, another figure declared, "Leave it to me." He launched himself into action, a fiery aura engulfing him as he moved with incredible speed, closing the distance rapidly and engaging in a fierce, close-quarters battle with the still-falling Dwayne. The resulting explosion of energy leaving a massive crater in the earth. The aftermath of Lee Jong-hyuk's attack was catastrophic. A massive shockwave radiated outwards, leaving Dwayne pinned beneath a colossal chunk of pulverized earth, his body contorted in agony. "Aarrrgghh," he screamed in pain. More tremors shook the ground as further cracks spiderwebbed across the battlefield, the force of the impact sending debris flying in all directions. Dwayne, trapped and bleeding, could only watch in horror. Another guttural cry escaped Dwayne's lips as he felt the searing pain intensify. "Arg!" The dust settled, revealing the extent of the destruction. A vast crater marked the spot where Dwayne had stood moments before. The aftermath of the battle left a trail of destruction. Dust and debris filled the air as Dwayne lay defeated, his body ravaged by Lee Jong-hyuk's attack. "You barely lived," echoed in the silence. Meanwhile, an unidentified woman lay unconscious, a victim of the battle's collateral damage. Two men approached, assessing her condition. "How is her condition?" one asked. "She fainted from the impact," one of the men stated, examining her injuries. "I think this can help her," the other man said, holding up a vial. The other man recognized the contents. "Yeah, we can treat her wounds with this." "Isn't that the antidote you got as a reward from last time?" However, administering the antidote proved difficult. "I don't think she can drink it well because she fainted," one of them observed. Lee Jong-hyuk stood over the fallen Dwayne, his own body bearing the marks of a hard-fought battle. Nearby, an unidentified woman lay unconscious, her injuries severe but seemingly not fatal. Unidentified Man 1 and Unidentified Man 2 tended to her wounds, their movements efficient and practiced. Unidentified Man 2 administered an antidote. And she stirred, her eyes fluttering open. She looked around in confusion, her memory of the events hazy. A system message appeared, announcing the successful completion of the mission and the awarding of a random skill to each participant who reached the 5th floor. The woman, still disoriented, reflected on her near-death experience. The aftermath of the battle was stark. A concrete room lay in ruins, the ceiling and walls fractured and crumbling around a central point of destruction. Dust motes danced in the weak light filtering through the gaps. An unidentified woman, pink-haired, lay amidst the debris, slowly regaining consciousness. One man knelt beside her, asking if she could get up, another stood nearby. She weakly responded, expressing surprise at her own recovery. The man explained that he had administered an antidote, prompting her confusion about how she ingested it while unconscious. Lee Jong-hyuk, demonstrating his unique fighting style, explained his techniques to the unidentified woman and the man in the mask. He moved his hands, illustrating the movements. The masked man questioned their actions, his expression one of confusion. The woman, however, remained silent, her gaze fixed on Lee Jong-hyuk. The woman reflected on the recent events, concluding that the situation was unavoidable. She was relieved that a particular person wasn't involved. Lee Jong-hyuk, seemingly unburdened by the situation, expressed surprise and questioned why he was the one chosen. The woman, however, retorted that she was better than those who rely on men. She defended her actions, emphasizing that she had no choice but to stay and face the situation.
Her expression was one of defiance. The masked man apologized, stating that was enough. Lee Jong-hyuk advised them not to waste their energy. The text "Take the reward" appeared on the screen, indicating the start of a new phase.
A description of a new skill, Unlimited Door LV41, was displayed. The skill description explained that opening the door would grant power, but also increase the risk of stamina loss or damage. Lee Jong-hyuk, upon receiving the reward, commented that this was the first time he had seen this skill, and that he only had 2 active skills, so he would use this one instead. Adding that this active skill was no different from a passive skill. He considered this a positive development. Lee Jong-hyuk mused that if he could obtain a passive skill that could withstand the risk, it would be a great strength. He reflected on the limitations of other active skills, such as bone blades or skeleton soldiers, which can only be obtained through equipment.
Multiple doors materialized before Lee Jong-hyuk, an unidentified woman, and an unidentified man. The woman questioned their destination,
but the man curtly told her to stop asking questions.
They agreed that they couldn't possibly move separately.
They chose to proceed together, entering door B5-3-1. Upon entering, they found themselves in a room with 2 entrances and 1 exit, labeled B5-2-12.
Lee Jong-hyuk observed the layout. They realized that even if they had chosen a different door, they would still have ended up in the same place. This was a new variable in their reality.
Lee Jong-hyuk pondered the implications, recognizing the possibility of encountering unexpected individuals, even when using different doors. He found the situation unsettling. Lee Jong-hyuk, along with an unidentified woman and man, stood before a door marked B5-3-1.
He gave the order, "Let's go."
The unidentified man entered the door, the sound of a door closing echoing faintly. A mission briefing appeared. The objective was to defeat the water ghost in area B5-3-1, requiring 10% contribution or more for a reward of random equipment exchange coins. Additional goals included collecting 20 or more souls, reward, 20 souls, and finding a water ghost, with an additional reward of 1 random piece of equipment related to water ghosts. The group emerged into a forest clearing.
The woman questioned, "Water ghost, is it a real ghost?" Lee Jong-hyuk responded, "You will know if you go." He added, "If you mess up, I'll understand." The woman, seemingly still upset, muttered, "Haven't you forgiven me?"
She replied simply, "Not yet."
The group proceeded deeper into the forest. The unidentified woman declared, "Wait a minute. I will go up and check the front." She ascended, her movements graceful despite the urgency. Soaring above the forest canopy,
her pink hair a vibrant streak against the muted greens and browns below. She landed lightly, her eyes scanning the horizon. Lee Jong-hyuk and the unidentified man watched from below, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and anticipation.
Lee Jong-hyuk's group paused, contemplating their next move.
"Whether it is a river or the sea, it won't be easy to cross it," one member observed, voicing a shared concern.
Another added, "Yeah, I didn't see the end either."
The pink-haired woman, however, remained unconvinced. "No, I can, but what about you guys?" she questioned, her tone suggesting a plan. Lee Jong-hyuk, seemingly unfazed, suggested, "Let's make a raft out of trees." The focus then shifted to a man with a teal mask, who spoke thoughtfully.
"I think I know where this place is. This is similar to the room that was in the basement of the 4th floor in the past."
"If my prediction is correct, this is a pretty tiring place," he stated, his words hinting at a dangerous challenge ahead. "There will be a lot of things that are quite difficult to kill," he continued, his grim prediction prompting a reaction from his companions.
"Hard to kill?"
"What do you mean?" they asked, their apprehension growing. The masked man simply replied, "It's just a feeling," his words leaving the group to ponder the ominous implications of his intuition. Lee Jong-hyuk, the group's leader, along with an unidentified woman and man, continued their trek through the forest. The woman voiced her disbelief at the number of people trapped in Lag, a place where killing monsters was already difficult, while the man echoed her sentiment, expressing his own incredulity. Even if it were him, he couldn't believe it. As they walked, they came upon a peculiar sight, trees laden with iridescent, egg-shaped fruits. The woman questioned if they were edible. And Lee Jong-hyuk, observing the scene, simply stated that they should wait and see. Lee Jong-hyuk, having seemingly teleported, appeared in a burst of fiery energy. Continuing his rapid movement through the forest, leaving a trail of fiery particles in his wake. He arrived at a clearing where the unidentified woman and man stood, observing glowing, multicolored fruit scattered around a large tree. The woman expressing apprehension, questioning the safety of the strange fruit, while the man voiced his disbelief at the situation, asking if Jong-hyuk had gone mad. Jong-hyuk, however, calmly stated that it was easy to handle. The woman, still hesitant, questioned the edibility of the fruit, noting it was unlike anything she had ever seen. Jong-hyuk encouraged them to try the fruit, and upon tasting it, the group reacted with surprise, one describing a cheesecake-like flavor, another a fishy taste, both finding it amazing. Lee Jong-hyuk, holding a piece of strange fruit, explained that it tasted different from other similar fruits, but that no matter how much one ate, they could survive. He added that the enjoyment of the fruit was instinctive and couldn't be ignored. The unidentified woman tasted the fruit, commenting that it tasted like kimchi stew. Meanwhile, the group continued their journey through the forest. The unidentified man noticed something in the distance. A new character, Barbara Dova, appeared, observing the group from a distance. She commented on their lack of strength and warned them to be careful, as the area would soon be crowded. Barbara Dova's character information was displayed: public attribute, increased strength proportional to agility, highest skill level, 151. Barbara questioned the group about the type of people they were referring to, receiving the answer fishmen. She then described them as having human bodies but fish heads, with bodies similar in size to children. Lee Jong-hyuk, his face partially obscured by a mask, silently observed the surroundings. He knew, with a certainty that chilled him, that their pursuer was near. A group of fishmen emerged from the forest, their battle cries echoing through the trees. Their leader bellowed orders, eager for a fight. The fishmen, armed with crude weapons, advanced towards the group, their enthusiasm bordering on savagery. One suggested grilling their prey, another called for red chili paste. Barbara Dova, calmly assessing the situation, stood alone, facing the oncoming horde of fishmen. The group of humans, including Lee Jong-hyuk, watched from a distance. A detailed status screen appeared, revealing the fishmen's skills and attributes. Fishman, boy, level 121. Attribute, can breathe in water. Also good at swimming. Barbara observed the approaching threat. Barbara, swift and decisive, moved to intercept the fishmen, her movements a blur of motion as she engaged in combat. She effortlessly dispatched one of the creatures. A masked man, his face partially obscured, registered his surprise. "She's fast," he thought, "faster than when I used the electric shock." He and his companions, including a woman with pink hair, stood amidst a dark forest. "What should we do?" one of them questioned, prompting the masked man to respond. "First, we have to deal with those who want to attack us before it's too late." He continued, his gaze fixed on something unseen. "We have to kill the fishermen before they turn into that state." A lone figure, seemingly a woman with long blonde hair, sprints through a forest, pursued by a large, fish-like creature. The creature's movements are swift and powerful, its presence a clear threat. The woman's expression is one of intense focus and determination as she continues her desperate flight. Lee Jong-hyuk, along with an unidentified man and woman, walked through the forest, their pace measured and cautious. They paused, sensing a disturbance in the air. Lee Jong-hyuk and his companions watched from the forest as a group of fishmen attacked another group of people, one of whom was a blonde woman. Lee Jong-hyuk questioned what they should do. Deciding their priority was to deal with the immediate threat posed by the fishmen before they could be attacked themselves. With a battle cry of "Let's go," the group charged into action, engaging the fishmen in close-quarters combat. The fishmen, shouting "Kill them," and "Kill," attacked with bows and spears. The blonde woman, agile and quick, evaded a spear thrust from a fishman, only to be shocked by an electric discharge from the creature she had just evaded. The blonde woman, having narrowly avoided a fishman's attack, was shocked by its electric discharge. Meanwhile, a muscular man grappled with a fishman, the latter shouting, "Let me go. You gorilla." The man, clearly annoyed, retorted, "G gorilla?" He then engaged the fishman in a fierce exchange, the fishman exclaiming, "Look carefully with your rotten eyes. Do I look like a gorilla?" With a swift, powerful strike, the muscular man defeated the fishman. In another part of the battlefield, a pink-haired woman engaged another fishman, the fishman pleading, "Let me go," as he was struck. Lee Jong-hyuk delivered a final, brutal blow, the force of his strike sending the fishman's body sprawling to the ground, leaving it lifeless amidst a pool of its own blood. The fight was over. Unidentified Man 1, having also dispatched his opponent, stood over the fallen creature, observing the scene with a grim expression. 2 more fishmen were visible in the distance, fleeing. The blonde woman and unidentified Man 1 ran, the blonde woman stating, "You're helping me." Unidentified Man 1 responded, "I just got rid of these bastards, just to take their souls." A blonde woman, pursued by 2 figures, sprinted through a forest, her movements blurring with speed. The narration box reveals that she relied on incredible speed rather than special skills. Meanwhile, in a separate location, a fierce battle raged between the blonde woman and a fishman wielding a crude club. The woman, despite being outnumbered, skillfully evaded the fishman's attacks. She then launched a swift counterattack, her movements a blur of motion, delivering a powerful blow that sent the fishman sprawling to the ground, defeated. The aftermath of a brutal battle is shown. A monstrous, fish-like creature lies defeated, its body broken and lifeless. A lone, masked figure stands amidst the carnage, his weapon still clutched in his hand. He surveys the scene, his expression unreadable. The man, seemingly uninjured, prepares to leave the area. He casually walks away from the scene of the battle, leaving the dead creature behind. Earlier, the unidentified man engaged in a fierce struggle with the fishman. The fishman, wielding a crude spear, lunged at the man, but the man skillfully dodged the attack, countering with a swift kick that sent the fishman sprawling. With a final, decisive blow, he broke the fishman's weapon and ended the fight. The unidentified man unleashed a powerful kick, imbued with electric energy, directly into the fishman's chest, the impact sending jolts of electricity through the creature's body, causing the fishman to stumble back, his body visibly weakened. Seizing the opportunity, the man swiftly moved in for a finishing blow. He grabbed a broken branch from the ground, and with a brutal strike, he shattered the fishman's arm. An unidentified man swiftly delivered a powerful blow, defeating a fishman opponent, the impact sending the creature sprawling to the ground. Later, the same man, along with a pink-haired woman and a blonde woman, walked through a forest. The man mused that the mission was proving unexpectedly easy, commenting on the weakness of their enemies. The pink-haired woman agreed, adding that it felt like they were acting as villains. She then inquired about the blonde woman. The blonde woman, seemingly surprised, asked if the pink-haired woman intended to attack her. The man intervened, urging calm and reminding them of their past teamwork. The blonde woman, however, expressed frustration at the ease of the mission, finding it unsatisfying. The pink-haired woman voiced her skepticism, stating that trust couldn't be established solely on the basis of having fought monsters together, given their recent acquaintance. A sentiment echoed by the blonde woman, who pointed out the inherent risk in trusting someone so recently met. The blonde woman, surrounded by the aftermath of a battle, clarified that she had no intention of fighting unless provoked, reiterating her lack of desire to kill anyone. The pink-haired woman, however, questioned the believability of this statement. Despite the pink-haired woman's doubts, the blonde woman confidently proposed that they cooperate, prompting a surprised reaction from the pink-haired woman and the unidentified man. The blonde woman, unfazed by the skepticism, bluntly stated that she didn't care about convincing her companion, further highlighting her assertive and somewhat reckless nature. The pink-haired woman, skeptical of the blonde woman's proposal, questioned whether she had a choice in the matter. The blonde woman, unconcerned, simply replied that the pink-haired woman could do whatever she wanted. Meanwhile, unidentified man 1, observing the tense exchange, turned his gaze to the blonde woman, silently questioning her motives. The blonde woman, addressing unidentified man 1 directly, stated that if he wanted to join her, he could move with her. She then added that it would improve their chances of survival, even if only slightly. The pink-haired woman, unconvinced, voiced her doubts about their survival, threatening to kill them if they made any foolish decisions. The pink-haired woman challenged the blonde woman, accusing her of overestimating her strength and daring her to try. Unidentified man 1 intervened, telling the two women to stop their argument. His quiet observation revealed a sense of loneliness. The group continued their trek through the forest. One of them, a woman with pink hair, questioned if their current situation could be considered embarrassing. While another, a blonde woman, remained unconcerned, prompting a man to express his sorrow and to explain that the situation was understandable, but not over yet. A strange sound echoed through the trees. The pink-haired woman and the blonde woman both reacted with confusion, as the man explained that it sounded like someone crying. The man revealed that the sound was the whining of the fishman's parents, leaving the others shocked and questioning his meaning. A man, his face partially obscured by a teal mask, stands amidst a dark forest. His expression is grim, his posture tense. He thinks to himself, the weight of his purpose heavy on his shoulders, to avenge the deaths of his children. Now, driven by grief and rage, he prepares to confront those he holds responsible for their deaths. The words "to avenge their dead children and now they're going to find and kill us" appear as captions, underscoring his unwavering resolve. Consumed by grief and rage, the unidentified man stood amidst the trees, his face partially obscured by a mask. The words "to avenge their dead children" appeared as a caption, underscoring his burning desire for retribution. He observed a group of individuals, teenagers, adults, and middle-aged people, all with different appearances and strengths. He noted their varied physical characteristics, silently assessing the threat they posed. One woman, with striking blonde hair, questioned his ability to assess the situation so quickly. She remarked on his uncanny insight, suggesting it went beyond mere intelligence. The blonde woman pressed him, demanding to know his identity. "Who are you? Tell me straight," she insisted. The blonde woman, suspicious and assertive, confronted the unidentified man. She voiced her belief that he might be a member of LAG, a group she clearly distrusts. While the man, though feeling the weight of their suspicion, maintained his composure, insisting that he acted alone, even though he regretted the circumstances that made him appear as the enemy. The blonde woman remained unconvinced, warning him that their alliance was fragile and could easily turn hostile depending on his actions. Further pressing him on his earlier claim that he wouldn't kill humans, prompting him to admit that there are always exceptions. Meanwhile, another man, observing the scene, commented on the unidentified man's intelligence and the fact that he and Dwayne wouldn't be alive if not for him. Emphasizing his trust in the unidentified man, despite acknowledging the high stakes and potential for fatal consequences. The unidentified man, his face etched with grim determination, explained his unique attributes. Equipment use increased his strength by 10%, but active skills consumed his health 10% faster. Meanwhile, the pink-haired woman revealed her own vulnerability. Fear significantly decreased her physical strength. The blonde woman, her gaze sharp and unwavering, pressed the reluctant man for information about monster characteristics, noting his hesitation. He finally relented, stating he could provide a rough estimate. The blonde woman, unsatisfied with his vague response, demanded a clearer explanation. The man, visibly uncomfortable, revealed that his private attributes were blood-related. Injuries caused him to bleed far more than a normal person, a fact that could prove fatal. He then shifted the focus back to the blonde woman, urging her to share her own private attribute. The unidentified man explained his ability to sense the characteristics of a room upon entering it, likening information to power in this context. He noted this ability was particularly useful in his initial room, where he discovered a hidden button that, if left unfound, would lead to starvation and sleeplessness. He was able to deduce this information
revealing that his private attributes aren't always active. The clues provided so far have been randomly determined, he stated.
A method he used to convince his colleagues. He had died repeatedly, a fact most people found hard to believe, but it was a matter of trust. Leading to several problems, the most common being people asking to die instead.
While it may sound absurd, humans will do anything when their lives are threatened.
And this uncertainty applies to his current companions. The blonde woman agreed. In the past, he had dealt with monsters after knowing their weaknesses. The unidentified man with gray hair explained his past experiences and abilities to his companions, emphasizing the need for caution and trust.
Detailing how his unique skill allows him to sense hidden information within a room.
He stressed the importance of believing in him, and highlighted the potential for a new partner if the current situation continues. The pink-haired woman then questioned how they could eliminate all the remaining threats, prompting the gray-haired man to clarify that he doesn't know the exact number of remaining enemies. He further explained that the next targets would likely be more challenging than the previous ones, and that younger enemies are more dangerous than older ones. The gray-haired man then emphasized the crucial strategy of eliminating all the younger enemies before confronting the leader, explaining that if the leader dies, one of the surviving younger enemies will rapidly mature, creating the same dangerous situation again. The group acknowledged the unusual nature of this situation. The group discussed the meaning of water ghost, questioning if a fishman elder was one, and whether a water ghost might be something different. One member pointed out that their strength was limited by their reliance on active skills. Another man reflected that while information was advantageous, it was only useful if it helped deal with the situation. He emphasized that seeking information wasn't his strength.
Suddenly, they spotted a group of enemies. "Found them," one exclaimed.
The enemies, a horde of fish-like creatures, emerged from the forest, shouting their intent for revenge against the humans. Their bloodthirsty cries echoed through the trees as they advanced, eager to kill and destroy. The group, comprised of unidentified man 1, the blonde woman, unidentified man 2, and the pink-haired woman, found themselves in a precarious situation.
Unidentified man 1 voiced his concern, "How did they find us?"
Unidentified man 2, ever observant, offered a grim assessment, "Aren't these just kids?"
It was at that moment that the enemy's presence became undeniable.
A wave of attackers emerged from the forest, their leader declaring, "It's about time for the next level of scumbags to appear." The leader's chilling command, "Kill," echoed through the trees as the ambush commenced.
The ambush unfolded rapidly. Unidentified man 1 engaged the enemy, skillfully dodging attacks, but sustained a blow, coughing as he staggered back. The pink-haired woman launched herself into the air, her attack striking down upon a group of enemies, while the blonde woman continued to fight, engaging in close-quarters combat with another foe. The blonde woman questioned the pink-haired woman's abilities, asking if her attack was one of her skills. The pink-haired woman responded that she had been using it effectively so far, and the blonde woman expressed disbelief.
The pink-haired woman then stated that her boyfriend would save the day without needing any special skills, as a monstrous enemy roared in the background. The creature was struck by a powerful blow, falling to the ground in defeat.
Another enemy approached, threatening to chop off their heads.
But the blonde woman and pink-haired woman were unfazed. They were confronted by a new enemy, whose appearance caused them to comment on his unusual look. The new enemy stated that he had killed their family
and vowed revenge.
A man with gray hair observed the scene from a distance, commenting on the new enemy's size and dangerous aura, and decided to intervene. The pink-haired woman, confident despite the ongoing battle, offered a dismissive comment to her blonde companion.
"If you're scared, you can back off. I'll deal with it." Meanwhile, the blonde woman, ever vigilant, observed the arrival of a new combatant.
Her expression reflected a mixture of alertness and grim determination as she muttered, "Finally, he showed up." The pink-haired woman and the blonde woman fled through a forest, pursued by a large, reptilian humanoid and a smaller, armored figure. The blonde woman, noticing the pursuers gaining ground, exclaimed, "Wait a minute. The pink-haired woman, her expression grim, prepared herself for combat, bracing for the inevitable confrontation.
As the reptilian humanoid lunged, unleashing a vicious attack, its guttural laughter echoing through the trees.
The pink-haired woman launched herself at the reptilian humanoid, her attack a blur of motion.
Her powerful kick impacting the creature's back with surprising force. The reptilian humanoid staggered, clearly affected by the blow. The eagle claw can't break through, it thought, surprised by the woman's strength.
Meanwhile, the blonde woman, already wounded, found herself engaged in a desperate struggle with another reptilian humanoid. She fought back fiercely, but her opponent was relentless. Their blades clashing in a flurry of sparks.
More reptilian humanoids arrived, shouting brothers, as they joined the fray.
The blonde woman, exasperated, yelled stupid.
Don't be careless.
The blonde woman, assessing the situation, reflected, that attack was meant to cut off his arm. Her previous strike had been a calculated attempt to severely injure her opponent, but it had failed to achieve its intended effect. A nearby reptilian humanoid snarled, "Damn B*****." The reptilian humanoid, wounded but defiant, declared, "Don't even think about dying so easily." The blonde woman, observing the creature's resilience, muttered to herself, "That hurts my pride."
It's dangerous. She was frustrated by the reptilian humanoid's unexpected durability. A reptilian humanoid, airborne and twisting, hurtled towards the blonde woman.
The blonde woman's eyes widened in surprise as she registered the creature's unexpected speed. She muttered to herself, "What's with this incredible speed?" She barely managed to brace herself as the reptilian humanoid slammed into her, the impact sending tremors through her body.
The pink-haired woman, witnessing the reptilian humanoid's incredible speed and power, unleashed a swift, powerful kick.
The force of the blow sent the reptilian humanoid sprawling, crashing into the ground with a resounding thud. The pink-haired woman, panting slightly, glared at the fallen foe. The blonde woman, still reeling from the impact, shouted, "What the F***ck are you looking at?" She explained, "I was startled by his movements and couldn't react in time." The pink-haired woman, still crouched, stated simply, "You owe me." The blonde woman, clearly exhausted, responded, "This is not the right time to talk about that." The battle raged in the dark forest. A reptilian humanoid, wounded but still powerful, stood defiantly against the pink-haired and blonde women. The blonde woman, nursing a wound, observed, "This guy is strong."
Meanwhile, a man in a dark jacket watched from a distance, 3 reptilian humanoids standing before him.
He muttered to himself, "They aren't in a good state to help us right now, somehow the two of us have to do it." The pink-haired woman and the blonde woman conferred, assessing the situation. The pink-haired woman stated, "He's fast compared to his size, but still it's not unmatched. Don't rush in, let's stall for time by keeping our distance." The pink-haired woman sprang into action, her movements designed to draw the reptilian humanoid's attention. The blonde woman watched cautiously, warning, "Be careful." The pink-haired woman's plan was to distract the creature, creating an opening for a more decisive strike. The man in the dark jacket observed the scene, his thoughts turning to the challenge ahead.
He reflected, 2 teenagers. If it was Dwayne, a teenager wouldn't be a problem.
But the women who have to deal with an adult are at risk. A man in a dark jacket, his face partially obscured by a mask, moved swiftly through the undergrowth, his internal monologue revealing his intent, "I should finish this soon and join them."
2 reptilian humanoids, wounded but still dangerous, scrambled through the forest, their movements betraying a desperate urgency.
The man in the dark jacket arrived on the scene, his sudden appearance causing one of the reptilian humanoids to fall, seemingly incapacitated by a swift, unseen blow. The remaining reptilian humanoid turned to face him, its expression one of fierce determination. The man prepared for combat. A fierce clash ensued. The man, utilizing a combination of speed and agility, managed to overpower the reptilian humanoid with a powerful kick, sending it crashing to the ground. With a final, decisive strike, he incapacitated the creature, ending the immediate threat. He stood over his fallen opponent, his expression grim but resolute.
The man in the dark jacket launched a swift kick, connecting with the reptilian humanoid's throat.
The impact echoing with a sharp kikiak, as the creature stumbled back. He followed up with a brutal strike, incapacitating the reptilian humanoid. The man in the dark jacket, momentarily off balance from his previous attack, found himself on the ground. But quickly recovered, his eyes scanning the forest for any remaining threats. 3 more reptilian humanoids charged towards him. The man in the dark jacket, already wounded, faced a final reptilian humanoid. He braced himself, and with a swift, brutal strike, severed the creature's head from its body. Another reptilian humanoid lunged, but the man in the dark jacket was ready, dodging the attack with practiced ease and countering with a precise cut, sending the creature sprawling to the forest floor. A final reptilian humanoid charged, roaring in defiance. The man, exhausted but resolute, met the charge. The man in the dark jacket, wounded but resolute, unleashed a final, desperate attack, his blade flashing through the air, ending the reptilian humanoid's threat with a decisive blow. He muttered "damn it," as he assessed his own injuries and the now useless item in his hand. The man in the dark jacket, his face partially obscured by a mask, turned to survey his surroundings, his expression grim. A woman with blonde hair, seemingly injured, gasped in pain, clutching her arm. In the distance, another reptilian humanoid, seemingly escaping, leaped through the trees, pursued by a large, muscular man. The muscular man, pursuing the fleeing humanoid, warned, "It's getting dangerous." The muscular man, pursuing a fleeing reptilian humanoid, muttered "damn it," in frustration, his face a mask of grim determination. He continued his relentless chase, the sounds of his pursuit echoing through the desolate landscape. As the blonde-haired woman, still reeling from her injuries, was struck by a powerful blow from a reptilian humanoid, sending her flying through the air with a crackle of energy. Meanwhile, the man in the dark jacket, despite his wounds, saw the blonde-haired woman's plight and resolved to help. He thought, "We still have a chance to save her." He moved swiftly, his movements precise and deadly, intercepting the attack. The reptilian humanoid's attack left the blonde-haired woman severely injured, her leg mangled and bleeding profusely, as fragments of its shattered body rained down around her. But the man in the dark jacket had already intervened, saving her from further harm. The reptilian humanoid had inflicted grievous wounds upon the blonde-haired woman, severing her leg, leaving her bleeding profusely on the forest floor. Her life hung precariously in the balance. The man in the dark jacket arrived, witnessing the aftermath of the attack. He swiftly engaged the remaining reptilian humanoids. The battle concluded, leaving the reptilian humanoids defeated. The blonde-haired woman lay unconscious, but still alive. A grim observation made by the man in the dark jacket, who noted that she seemed to have lost consciousness, but was not dead. He also noted that there are stamina recovery drugs that will be received as rewards. The man muttered "damn it," as he surveyed the scene, realizing the blonde-haired woman somehow needed to survive and reach the next room. She was surrounded by more reptilian humanoids, attacking from every direction. She was clearly in grave danger. But then, her hair extended, transforming into long, whip-like strands. This was a new ability, Hair Whip LV-151, an active skill allowing her to use her hair as a weapon. With a fierce cry of "die," she unleashed a flurry of attacks, using her hair whips to ensnare and defeat the reptilian humanoids around her. The reptilian humanoids pressed their attack, their crude weapons swinging wildly at the blonde-haired woman. But she met their assault with a newfound power, her blonde hair whipping around her like a deadly weapon. The force of her hair whip LV-151's skill sending the creatures sprawling. One humanoid cried out in pain, "Arg!" The remaining reptilian humanoids fell before the overwhelming power of her attack. The man in the dark jacket observed the scene grimly, muttering "damn it." He noted that the blonde-haired woman, though unconscious, was still alive. Another humanoid, seemingly the leader, snarled, "She's not dead." A man in a dark jacket urgently shouted, "Don't kill her." He moved with speed, his blade a blur as he engaged the remaining reptilian humanoids. His strikes precise and lethal, each blow infused with electrical energy, quickly dispatching the creatures one by one. The final reptilian humanoid fell, its body collapsing to the forest floor. leaving only the unconscious blonde-haired woman and the man in the dark jacket. The man in the dark jacket launched himself through the air, a burst of energy propelling him forward. His body a blur as he delivered a powerful blow to a reptilian humanoid. The impact sending shockwaves through the forest. Lee Jong-hyuk, the blonde-haired woman, lay unconscious nearby. The man in the dark jacket, concerned, knelt beside her, asking if she was all right. He noted the events that had transpired, surprised by the reptilian humanoid's ability to regenerate. He expressed his disbelief and concern, acknowledging the unexpected turn of events. The man in the dark jacket, however, remained resolute, his focus unwavering as he prepared for any further threats. With a final, guttural cry of aarrgghh, the last reptilian humanoid thrashed violently, its body convulsing. Its movements slowing as the man in the dark jacket observed, "That guy has a seizure. Let's finish him now." But another voice cautioned, "Dwayne, wait," as the man hesitated, his gaze fixed on the fallen creature. A surge of crimson energy erupted from the man in the dark jacket as he unleashed a furious attack, muttering, "This bastard monster." A rapid sequence of blows, labeled Hammering 1, connected with the reptilian humanoid, each strike accompanied by a resounding impact. The final blow leaving a crater where the creature's arm once was, as the man in the dark jacket stood panting, his face etched with exertion. The man in the dark jacket, exhausted but victorious, faced a reptilian humanoid. "Have you finished punching?" a voice seemed to ask, though no one else was visible. The reptilian humanoid's form shifted dramatically. "What is this?" the man in the dark jacket muttered, his eyes wide with surprise. He noted the creature's significant increase in size. Another figure appeared, masked and seemingly middle-aged. "He's totally different." He became bigger, the masked figure observed. The man in the dark jacket, having seemingly defeated the reptilian humanoid, now found himself fleeing through the forest. Why from mature to middle age, he wondered, his breath ragged. He encountered another reptilian humanoid, this one resembling a shark. He could get hurt even if it was Dwayne, he thought, bracing himself for another fight. The man in the dark jacket assessed his new opponent. "It's small," he observed, perhaps underestimating the threat. The blonde-haired woman lunged at the reptilian humanoid, shouting, "Die!" Her hair whipped out, attempting to ensnare the creature. But the creature's tough hide proved resistant. "Something like this won't be able to penetrate my skin," it thought. The woman's attack failed. "Damn it! My hair whip can't pierce it," she cursed. Meanwhile, the man in the dark jacket engaged another reptilian humanoid. He moved with speed and precision, his movements a blur as he unleashed a powerful electrical attack. The energy arcing towards the creature, finally striking its vulnerable underbelly. The man muttered, "I don't know about his skin." The man in the dark jacket, his face partially obscured by a mask, muttered to himself, "If it's an eye, it's possible." He braced himself, readying for another attack. The reptilian humanoid lunged, its strong bones and tough skin clearly visible. But the man anticipated the move. With a swift, precise motion, he unleashed a powerful electrical attack, sending the creature flying backward. The blonde woman, observing from a distance, shouted, "First, step back." The reptilian humanoid crashed into the forest floor, stunned. The blonde woman, still cautious, prepared for another attack. But another reptilian humanoid appeared, its shadow looming large over the scene. The man in the dark jacket looked up, surprised, muttering, "What? Where?" The man in the dark jacket unleashed a surge of electrical energy, the raw power incapacitating the reptilian humanoid, sending it crashing to the muddy ground. The man in the dark jacket, his face contorted in exertion, unleashed a surge of electrical energy, the raw power arcing from his hands as he struck a reptilian humanoid. The creature collapsing to the ground, its body smoking from the impact. The blonde-haired woman watched, her expression a mixture of concern and awe. The man in the dark jacket, exhausted but victorious, stood over the fallen reptilian humanoid. A nearby blonde-haired woman observed, concerned, as he declared, "First one is done." The defeated creature lay still, its lifeblood staining the forest floor. The woman murmured to herself, life disappears so easily and in vain. The man in the dark jacket, his face partially obscured by a mask, cursed under his breath, damn it. Another reptilian humanoid emerged from the shadows, its words laced with venom, human bastard.
How are you feeling? Are you embarrassed? Or are you desperate? I'll kill you too soon. The man in the dark jacket, despite his exhaustion, prepared for another fight. He called out to his companions, Dwayne, let's go.
Barbara, we'll face it up front.
Use support from behind. The man in the dark jacket, exhausted but resolute, continued his desperate fight against the reptilian humanoids. He dodged a sweeping claw,
parrying a vicious strike with his worn blade. The blonde-haired woman watched from a safe distance, her expression a mixture of concern and morbid fascination.
There are so many incidents like this, she mused, it's also fun to watch other people fight.
A few hours earlier, Dwayne, the man in the dark jacket, reflected on his abilities. My private attribute is, he thought, when I enter a room, I know the characteristics of that room. He continued his internal monologue, you know, in LAG, information can become a great power.
Well, after all, you don't know everything.
Right.
My attributes are never absolute.
The scene shifted to show a group of people, including Dwayne and Barbara, walking through a forest. Dwayne considered the drawbacks of his limited skills.
For the downside of having only 2 active skills, I think the advantages are too weak, right?
If so, I wouldn't have had to suffer so much when I came here. The man in the dark jacket, unexpectedly encountering his former colleagues in the forest, muttered to himself, I didn't expect to see them here again. Their numbers had increased, he noted, a grim realization dawning on him. Despite their unsettling appearance, he reflected, they were surprisingly friendly. The blonde-haired woman, witnessing this exchange, thought, how can he know this information in advance? The man in the dark jacket, seemingly pleased with the turn of events, stated, thanks to you, I've found something good. He pointed towards a group of figures in the distance, including Dwayne and Barbara, who were traveling through the forest. He then focused his attention on a small orb of energy forming in his hand.
The man in the dark jacket, concealed behind a tree trunk, observed his former colleagues battling reptilian humanoids. He muttered to himself, unsure of their abilities and the best course of action. Concluding that a defensive strategy was wiser than a direct confrontation at this moment. The blonde-haired woman, witnessing the man's hesitation, questioned his assessment, wondering if he was correct in his judgment.
A grim expression crossing her face as she considered the implications of his words, when one fishman remains, he will enter old age. A life detector device activated, displaying a message, you can find out the number of living humans and mobs in the room you are currently in. The device's scan revealed 4 living humans and 2 mobs in the immediate vicinity. The man in the dark jacket, perched atop a fallen log, observed a fierce battle unfolding in the forest. He muttered to himself, they don't know the number of fishmen. Now, the remaining fishmen are with that guy I caught, just in case. The image showed a wounded, blue-skinned reptilian humanoid, clearly one of the combatants. The man continued his assessment, and the guy they're dealing with. That's a brutal fight. Several reptilian humanoids were engaged in a desperate struggle against a powerful foe. If I kill the bastard I captured, the other will enter old age. The man mused, a grim smile playing on his lips. He pondered the strength of the reptilian humanoids. If middle age were that strong, what would elders be like? That would be fun. His thoughts turned to his own strategy. Whoever wins, I deal with the last one and take all the souls. A reptilian humanoid, wounded and defeated, slumped against a tree trunk. Its ragged breathing a testament to its recent struggle. A woman with long blonde hair bound the humanoid's arm with rope, hurrying to secure it. As the creature cried out, hurry up. I can't last long. Lee Jong-hyuk, his face contorted in exertion, engaged in a fierce close-quarters battle with another reptilian humanoid. Powerful bursts of energy crackling around him as he unleashed a devastating blow. The impact sending shockwaves through the forest.
The reptilian humanoid was clearly overwhelmed by the sheer force of the attack.
Lee Jong-hyuk, exhausted but victorious, unleashed a final, powerful energy blast. The raw energy crackling and arcing as it struck the reptilian humanoid with devastating force,
leaving the creature fatally wounded and collapsing to the forest floor.
Meanwhile, a woman with long blonde hair secured the bonds around a defeated reptilian humanoid, her movements precise and efficient. Lee Jong-hyuk, still catching his breath, stood amidst the aftermath of the battle, his senses heightened. A faint but distinct sound reached his ears. The woman with long blonde hair pondered the situation, voicing her observations aloud. "It didn't fly here.
It didn't shoot us. Then, what are you aiming for?"
Lee Jong-hyuk, exhausted but alert, stood with his companions, a reptilian humanoid bound before them. He was addressed by name, Lee Jong-hyuk. A reptilian humanoid, wounded and enraged, let out a guttural roar, "Arf!"
Lee Jong-hyuk unleashed a powerful energy attack,
the force of which sent the reptilian humanoid sprawling into the water with a splash,
leaving his companions stunned and questioning. What's that? No way.
Lee Jong-hyuk, his face partially obscured by a mask, stood amidst the aftermath of battle.
The words "old age" echoed in his mind,
a stark reminder of the toll the fight had taken on his adversary. The other fighters noted that the defeated reptilian humanoid was unusually aged, and that there were other threats still at large. The woman with long blonde hair, ever vigilant, cautioned them to remain calm and quiet, sensing a hidden presence.
She warned them of a hidden enemy with ranged capabilities.
Lee Jong-hyuk, understanding the gravity of the situation, urged everyone to exercise caution. Suddenly, a monstrous reptilian humanoid, far larger and more menacing than the previous one, emerged from the shadows,
its appearance signaling a renewed and intensified threat.
Lee Jong-hyuk prepared to engage, but the blonde woman urged him to prioritize stopping the creature's advance. A reptilian humanoid, its skin like rough bark, lunged forward, its powerful limbs a blur as it unleashed a furious attack. But the blonde woman's sharp intake of breath indicated a change in the situation. A blur of motion indicated a swift attack. The reptilian humanoid lunged forward, its powerful claws extended, aiming to strike the woman with long blonde hair.
The woman reacted instantly, dodging the attack with practiced ease.
The woman with long blonde hair, dodging another attack, muttered to herself, "This is insane." A reptilian humanoid lunged, its long, sharp claws extended towards her, snarling, "Don't move. I'll cut your hair." The humanoid's attack was swift and brutal, but the woman managed to evade the blow, narrowly avoiding serious injury. She leaped back, her heart pounding in her chest as she scrambled away from the immediate danger. The woman's face showed a mixture of fear and determination as she braced herself for the next attack. Her eyes reflected the grim reality of her situation. The reptilian humanoid, its face contorted in a savage grimace, prepared to strike again. The reptilian humanoid, its whip-like appendage still dripping with the blonde woman's blood, lunged again. But this time, a blur of motion indicated a counterattack. A man with light blue hair and a purple coat, wielding a long, thin blade, intercepted the creature's attack. The reptilian humanoid roared in pain as the blade connected, its tough hide seemingly unable to withstand the force of the blow. A fierce, close-quarters struggle ensued, a whirlwind of blows and desperate parries. The reptilian humanoid, despite its initial ferocity, was clearly outmatched. With a final, powerful strike, the man sent the creature sprawling to the ground. He observed the fallen foe, noting the increased hardness of its skin.
Lee Jong-hyuk, the man with blue hair, engaged in fierce close-quarters combat with a reptilian humanoid. He moved with speed and precision, dodging a powerful blow and countering with a swift kick that sent the creature reeling.
The reptilian humanoid crashed to the ground, its body convulsing with the force of the impact.
The fight was far from over, however.
Lee Jong-hyuk, sensing another reptilian humanoid's presence, spun around, his body crackling with energy.
He launched a lightning-fast attack, his movements a blur of motion as he struck the second reptilian humanoid with a powerful blow.
The force of the blow was immense, even the creature's tough hide couldn't withstand the assault.
Even Bone Blade can't go in? Lee Jong-hyuk muttered, assessing the damage he had inflicted.
Lee Jong-hyuk, already battered from the previous fight, braced himself against another reptilian humanoid's attack.
The impact sending a shockwave through his body. He staggered back.
But he managed to maintain his footing. Another reptilian humanoid lunged, aiming a powerful kick. The force of the blow impacting the ground with a resounding crash. The earth trembled under the force.
With a roar, the reptilian humanoid prepared for a final, devastating attack. Lee Jong-hyuk, wounded but defiant, continued his assault against the reptilian humanoids.
He moved with a practiced grace, his movements a blur. Each strike precise and deadly. One humanoid fell, groaning in pain. The other, momentarily stunned, attempted a desperate counterattack, but it was too late. Lee Jong-hyuk's blade found its mark, ending the threat. Breathing heavily, Lee Jong-hyuk surveyed the scene. He had won the battle, but at a cost. His body ached, and he felt the sting of several wounds. He muttered to himself, "I got hit twice by that damn fish bastard." A new threat emerged from the shadows. Another reptilian humanoid, larger and more menacing than the previous two, stalked towards him. "Here he comes," Lee Jong-hyuk observed, his eyes narrowed in concentration. The humanoid snarled, "Humans." The newcomer advanced, his intent clear. "I'll kill you cheese," he declared, his voice dripping with malice. Lee Jong-hyuk's minor wounds healed, he and the blonde woman prepared themselves for the next encounter. The blonde woman stated that they needed to aim for something big. And with a shared look of grim determination, they moved forward. Lee Jong-hyuk, still recovering from his previous battle, engaged the last remaining reptilian humanoid in a fierce close-quarters combat. The reptilian humanoid lunged, claws extended. But Lee Jong-hyuk skillfully evaded the attack, countering with a swift blow that sent the creature sprawling. The blonde woman watched, a mixture of apprehension and hope in her eyes.
Dwayne, severely injured, cried out for Lee Jong-hyuk's help.
As a reptilian humanoid lunged towards him, intent on finishing him off,
Lee Jong-hyuk, ignoring his own wounds, moved to intercept.
With a burst of speed, he closed the distance, delivering a powerful blow that sent the creature reeling, and followed up with a swift, precise strike, channeling electrical energy, finally vanquishing the last reptilian humanoid with a final, decisive blow. The creature fell, lifeless. Lee Jong-hyuk, wounded but resolute, continued his fight against the reptilian humanoids. His movements were a blur of controlled aggression, a whirlwind of precise strikes that carved through the air, leaving a trail of defeated creatures in his wake. He noticed something peculiar about the last remaining humanoid. Its movements were sluggish, almost as if it were exhausted. Lee Jong-hyuk noted the change in the reptilian humanoid's characteristics, realizing that their response time was slowing with each passing moment. He knew he had to adapt his strategy. He focused his senses, concentrating to heighten his awareness and improve his reaction time. The battle was far from over, but he was determined to prevail. With a final, decisive blow, Lee Jong-hyuk vanquished the last reptilian humanoid. The blonde woman observed from a distance, her expression unreadable. Lee Jong-hyuk, his movements a blur, launched a swift attack against the reptilian humanoid. The blonde woman watched intently as he followed through with a powerful blow, shouting, "Lee Jong-hyuk, blow it up in one shot." He channeled his energy, a surge of power coursing through him as he prepared for a decisive strike. Opportunities like this don't come often, he thought. With a final, explosive burst of energy, he unleashed a devastating attack. The reptilian humanoid roared in pain, "Aarrgghh," as the force of the blow sent it reeling. The impact left a trail of destruction in its wake, as the creature crashed to the ground, defeated. Dwayne, severely wounded, watched from a distance. Lee Jong-hyuk, already wounded, launched himself at the reptilian humanoid with a desperate lunge. The creature retaliated with a swift strike, its claws tearing into Lee Jong-hyuk's side. The impact sent him sprawling.
But even as he fell, Lee Jong-hyuk channeled his remaining strength, unleashing a powerful surge of energy that engulfed the reptilian humanoid. The blast incinerated the creature, leaving behind only charred remains. Lee Jong-hyuk, panting heavily, muttered to himself, "I couldn't aim for his neck properly because of the water attack." A wave of pain washed over him as he collapsed, his body screaming in protest. Arf! Despite his injuries, Lee Jong-hyuk managed to deliver a final, decisive blow, severing the last reptilian humanoid's neck. The creature fell lifelessly to the ground. The final reptilian humanoid, its body riddled with wounds, let out a guttural roar of agony. As Lee Jong-hyuk's attack proved fatal, the creature collapsed, its life force extinguished. Lee Jong-hyuk, severely wounded but fueled by adrenaline, lunged forward, his blade a blur. He met the reptilian humanoid's attack with a desperate counter, a surge of energy arcing between them. The clash of steel echoing through the desolate landscape as he drove his sword deep into the creature's chest. A guttural roar of pain filled the air as the reptilian humanoid collapsed, its life force extinguished. Lee Jong-hyuk, despite his grievous wounds, lunged forward, his blade a blur of motion against the reptilian humanoid's massive frame. The impact sending him sprawling, his body crashing against a tree trunk with a sickening thud. "Cook," he grunted, pain racking his frame. The reptilian humanoid, momentarily stunned, roared in fury, its clawed hands swinging down in a brutal arc. But Lee Jong-hyuk, with a surge of adrenaline, rolled away, narrowly avoiding the devastating blow. "Erg," the creature bellowed in frustration. The final reptilian humanoid lay defeated, its lifeblood staining the forest floor. Lee Jong-hyuk, exhausted but victorious, sat heavily amongst the fallen leaves. The blonde woman observed from a distance, her expression unreadable. Lee Jong-hyuk called out to Dwayne, his voice strained but firm, "Dwayne." Despite his severe abdominal wound, Lee Jong-hyuk's tough skin and strong bones prevented a fatal injury. The bleeding had reached its limit. Lee Jong-hyuk noted that prolonging the fight was dangerous. With a pained cry, the last reptilian humanoid thrashed in agony as its body was severely wounded. The bleeding from the reptilian humanoid stopped. Lee Jong-hyuk, surprised, muttered, "No way." Lee Jong-hyuk urged Dwayne to leave immediately, warning that the creature was attempting to regenerate. Lee Jong-hyuk, severely wounded but defiant, lunged forward. His attack a desperate, final blow that pierced the reptilian humanoid's skull. The creature's body exploded in a spray of blood and gore. Dwayne, seizing the opportunity presented by the distraction, urged Lee Jong-hyuk onward. "Nail bullets," he shouted, indicating the source of the unexpected attack. Lee Jong-hyuk, despite his injuries, recognized the urgency. He knew he couldn't determine if this mysterious attacker was friend or foe, but escape was paramount. With a surge of adrenaline, Lee Jong-hyuk pushed himself to his feet. Lee Jong-hyuk, severely wounded but refusing to yield, unleashed a final, desperate surge of energy. A searing blast of power that ripped through the last reptilian humanoid, crippling the creature with a shockwave of raw force. He cried out for Dwayne. As the reptilian humanoid roared in agony, its body convulsing violently. Its life force extinguished in a bloody explosion. The creature's body crumbled to the ground, leaving behind only a trail of crimson and scattered remains. Lee Jong-hyuk, severely wounded but refusing to yield, continued his desperate fight against the reptilian humanoids. He parried a blow, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike, the reptilian's claws raking across his side. Dwayne, providing covering fire, bought Lee Jong-hyuk precious moments, allowing Lee Jong-hyuk to counterattack with a swift, brutal strike, his blade slicing through the creature's flesh. The reptilian humanoid roared in pain as the force of the blow sent it sprawling to the ground. Another fell, its lifeblood staining the forest floor, leaving only one reptilian humanoid standing. Lee Jong-hyuk, despite his injuries, pressed his advantage, his determination unwavering. Lee Jong-hyuk, severely wounded but refusing to yield, delivered a final, devastating blow to the last reptilian humanoid. The raw power of his attack leaving the creature charred and lifeless. He had defeated them all. Lee Jong-hyuk, despite his injuries, focused on ensuring the reptilian humanoid wouldn't regenerate.
"I'll make sure there's no time to regenerate," he muttered, his voice strained.
With a surge of adrenaline, he unleashed another powerful attack, aiming for a fatal blow.
The reptilian humanoid's body convulsing violently as it let out a final, agonizing roar, before succumbing to its injuries. Lee Jong-hyuk, severely wounded, channeled his remaining energy, his body sparking with raw power. The surge coursing through his limbs as he struggled to maintain control. A desperate attempt to heal his critical injuries before the reptilian humanoids could finish him off. Dwayne, witnessing Lee Jong-hyuk's perilous state, watched with grim determination. His expression hardening as he prepared to provide covering fire for his allies' escape. A final reptilian humanoid lunged, but Lee Jong-hyuk, with a final burst of energy, unleashed a devastating counterattack. Lee Jong-hyuk, severely wounded but alive, leaned against a tree. Dwayne, concerned, examined his injuries. "It's not deep," Lee Jong-hyuk reassured him, though his voice was strained.
Dwayne breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank God." Lee Jong-hyuk instructed, "First, heal with the healing ability." Lee Jong-hyuk then declared, "Let's take the souls." The scene shifted to show the fallen reptilian humanoids, their bodies lifeless in the forest clearing. A faint, ethereal glow emanated from each corpse.
Lee Jong-hyuk approached the bodies of the blonde woman and another female humanoid, both of whom were deceased. The blonde woman's head was severed, and the other woman's body was marred by severe wounds. He began to absorb the ethereal energy from the fallen foes, a faint blue light emanating from his hand as he did so. Having completed the process, Lee Jong-hyuk turned, his expression unreadable.
"It seems like it's over," he murmured to himself. "So now." Lee Jong-hyuk, still recovering from his recent battle, confronted a figure hidden behind a tree. He challenged the individual, asking if they would come out.
And the hidden figure, Liam, emerged from the shadows. Liam acknowledged Lee Jong-hyuk's awareness of his presence.
Liam, seemingly unfazed, inquired about Lee Jong-hyuk's well-being, adding that he remained selective in his choices.
Liam's question was met with a surprised exclamation from Lee Jong-hyuk, who recognized Liam and questioned his involvement in the recent events. A system message then appeared, detailing the results of the recent mission. BS3-1 common mission partially ended. Eliminating all residents was completed, with Lee Jong-hyuk contributing 36%, Wilson 29%, Dwayne 24%, and Liam 11%.
Lee Jong-hyuk, Liam, and Dwayne were listed as recipients of the reward.
The additional goal of collecting 20 or more souls was also completed. The system message continued, indicating that a random equipment exchange coin was given as a reward. Liam, holding a coin, asked Lee Jong-hyuk if he knew there was a phrase associated with it.
Lee Jong-hyuk responded that he didn't know if it was true or not. Liam, observing Lee Jong-hyuk's lack of interest, suggested they move on to business.
In the background, Dwayne and another man watched from a distance. Lee Jong-hyuk curtly told them to be quiet. Lee Jong-hyuk and Liam continued their tense exchange. Lee Jong-hyuk reminded Liam of a previous threat, that he would kill Liam if they met again.
Liam, seemingly unfazed, asked Lee Jong-hyuk to repeat the threat.
Lee Jong-hyuk, refusing to engage further, stated there was no need to listen. The scene shifted to Liam, who seemed pleased with the mission's completion.
He wondered aloud who had made the mission a success.
Liam revealed that he had helped because dealing with the situation alone would have been difficult. He noted that Lee Jong-hyuk, whom he referred to as that bastard, had noticed his presence but couldn't even attack him. The contribution to the mission's success was evident. Liam, confident and pleased, recounted his actions to Lee Jong-hyuk and Dwayne. "While you guys were dealing with monsters," he stated, "I killed them all by myself." He continued, emphasizing his point, "You must have been trying to live." Lee Jong-hyuk, annoyed and wary, retorted, "Besides, he was trying to kill an old fisherman.
If we die in the middle of the battle, it's going to be a big deal for you."
Liam, unfazed, responded with a dismissive, "Shit.
That fisherman was unlucky."
After all, I had to kill them in battle. I was going to use these guys to get rid of that.
Liam's words hung heavy in the air as he glared at Lee Jong-hyuk. Don't even think about tricking me with your stupid wit. I know you transform into an elder. The tension escalated. Because of that, our comrades died. Whatever you say, you will die here. Lee Jong-hyuk's resolve hardened, drawing his sword. The final panel shows a dramatic to be continued message, leaving the reader in suspense after Liam's manipulative actions and Lee Jong-hyuk's enraged response. Lee Jong-hyuk, fueled by anger, sprinted across the landscape, his boots kicking up dust and debris. The intensity of his pursuit evident in the blurred motion lines trailing behind him. He was rapidly closing the distance to his target. The scene shifted to show three figures plummeting into a murky swamp, their bodies disappearing beneath the dark water. Lee Jong-hyuk, his face grim, unleashed the four-finger rifle LV-12, two fiery projectiles erupting from his index fingers. The blast striking Liam and Dwayne, sending them sprawling into the swamp. Lee Jong-hyuk muttered, "Damn it! It can't be helped." He continued his pursuit, his internal monologue revealing his frustration. Now the sand is scattered. Lee Jong-hyuk pressed onward, nearing his destination. He could almost taste victory. He arrived at a tranquil beach, the ocean stretching before him. His target was near. Lee Jong-hyuk, having reached the swamp's edge, unleashed a wave of energy from his fingertips. The concussive force sending Liam and Dwayne sprawling into the mire. He watched them struggle, a grim satisfaction etched on his face. TSK, he thought, unimpressed by their efforts. Having dealt with his immediate pursuers, Lee Jong-hyuk continued his advance. His movements swift and precise as he navigated the treacherous terrain. Finally breaking free from the swamp and emerging onto the open beach. Lee Jong-hyuk observed Liam's incapacitated form, a smirk playing on his lips. He muttered, "He'll be out soon." Liam, struggling in the swamp, felt a growing unease. The attack felt too easy, too calculated. As if he had been lured into a trap. He suspected a setup. And his suspicions were confirmed as Pauline Nordine, the water ghost, materialized before him, her power evident in the swirling water around her. The text box revealed her status, dead, but with high-level skills. Liam, shocked by Pauline's presence, questioned her appearance. Dwayne, also incapacitated nearby, remained silent. Lee Jong-hyuk moved with surprising speed, incapacitating Liam with a swift blow. The impact sending Liam sprawling. Lee Jong-hyuk's skill was evident. He noted that without a passive skill, the force of his blow would have been far more devastating. Dwayne, caught off guard, was similarly incapacitated by Lee Jong-hyuk's attack. Lee Jong-hyuk, having achieved his objective, decided to postpone his reward. He pondered the implications of Liam's actions, wondering if Liam's involvement had led to Pauline becoming a water ghost. Suddenly, a figure appeared, surprising Lee Jong-hyuk. It was Pauline, but not as he expected. Lee Jong-hyuk reflected on the difficulty of his mission. He had been unable to proceed without eliminating a significant obstacle. A man who had previously transformed Pauline into a water ghost. He explains that this man was kind to him, leading to a lapse in vigilance, allowing Lee Jong-hyuk to strike. He reveals his intention to kill the man and absorb his soul. Liam, wounded and enraged, confronts Lee Jong-hyuk, shouting, "You bastard!" Liam's strength increases by level 20, a system message appears, strength increase level 20, proceed to the next step. He prepares for a renewed attack. And vows to kill Lee Jong-hyuk. "I'll kill you." Power of the Beast LV1, skill description is shown, it has physical abilities like a beast. Active skills. Liam, now a water ghost, explodes with power, his body radiating a crimson aura. He lunges at Lee Jong-hyuk with terrifying speed. Lee Jong-hyuk, surprised by Liam's enhanced speed, barely manages to react. Liam's attack connects, leaving Lee Jong-hyuk with a deep wound across his chest. So fast. Lee Jong-hyuk thinks.
Despite the injury, Lee Jong-hyuk retaliates, his counterattack a blur of motion.
Lee Jong-hyuk, despite his injuries, braced himself against Liam's onslaught, absorbing the full force of the blow. A pained cough escaped his lips as he staggered back. Liam, fueled by his water ghost power, observed his opponent with cold fury. It's crazy, with this kind of power, no matter who he is, it's dangerous, he thought. He unleashed another brutal attack, a fiery blast aimed at Jong-hyuk's chest. Jong-hyuk, anticipating the move, expertly dodged the flames, countering with a swift, powerful strike that sent Liam sprawling. A pained grunt escaped Liam as he hit the ground hard. Lee Jong-hyuk, despite his injuries, managed to parry Liam's enhanced attack, the force of the blow sending him sprawling through the undergrowth. Liam, enraged by the counter, muttered, "That bastard." Observing the fight, Liam noted that Lee Jong-hyuk's counterattack was precise, aimed at reducing damage while dodging. Lee Jong-hyuk, seizing a brief opening, landed a blow on Liam, targeting a vital spot. Too bad, he thought, satisfied with his success. Meanwhile, Liam's internal monologue revealed his understanding of the combat system. Physical strengthening skills exist, but there are no physical defense-related skills. This was followed by a display of Liam's new skill, Nail Hook LVI, which extends his nails like hooks. Observing Lee Jong-hyuk's rapid regeneration, Liam deduced that his opponent possessed similar abilities. He warned himself to be cautious. Liam analyzed the fight, noting that while Lee Jong-hyuk's regenerative abilities were impressive, they weren't perfect, some damage remained. Liam, undeterred, declared that he would begin their fight anew, and charged towards Lee Jong-hyuk, intent on closing the distance. Liam recognized the tactical disadvantage of a head-on assault against an opponent with superior ranged skills. He needed to create a new variable. Liam acknowledged the honesty and skill of his opponent, even as he braced for the next attack. Lee Jong-hyuk, having anticipated Liam's movements, declared, "I won't fall for the same trick again. I know your speed now." He stood ready, prepared to counter Liam's attack. Liam, undeterred, roared, "Hatya," as he unleashed a furious, close-range assault. Lee Jong-hyuk, momentarily surprised by the ferocity of the attack, muttered, "What?" He quickly assessed the situation, noting, "There is still a distance." Liam's powerful punch connected, sending a shockwave through the air. But Lee Jong-hyuk, anticipating the attack, deflected the blow with a precise countermove, creating a massive dust cloud. He questioned, Is it a trick?" Lee Jong-hyuk, his expression grim, pointed towards a location, stating that the place to come out was fixed, either left or right. He then issued a curt command, "Come out." Liam emerged from the shadows, his face scarred and fierce, vowing to kill Lee Jong-hyuk this time. Lee Jong-hyuk, sensing a hidden presence, unleashed a burst of energy into the earth, demanding, "How long will you be hiding?" Liam, responding to the provocation, emerged from concealment, shouting, "Come out," as he prepared another attack. Lee Jong-hyuk questioned the path forward, his uncertainty evident in his expression, as he surveyed the desolate, gray landscape before him. A wave of doubt washed over him. He muttered to himself, "It can't be." His resolve faltered. Lee Jong-hyuk, bracing himself, prepared to face whatever lay ahead, summoning the expected wave, a powerful technique. But Liam countered swiftly, dismissing it as a mere trick. Lee Jong-hyuk, attempting to utilize his expected wave technique, launched a powerful attack against Liam. But Liam effortlessly countered the assault, his movements a blur of speed and precision, leaving Lee Jong-hyuk vulnerable and open to a swift counterattack. Liam's decisive dropkick sent Lee Jong-hyuk sprawling to the ground. "Damn you!" Lee Jong-hyuk cursed, his face contorted in pain and frustration. "This is not my style, but I'll make an exception for you," Liam muttered, his expression hardening as he prepared for another strike. He unleashed a powerful stamp kick, the impact visible as a green energy surge. The force of the blow sent a shockwave through Lee Jong-hyuk's body, leaving him incapacitated and groaning in agony. "Ha! What is that?"
Lee Jong-hyuk gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief and pain.
This bastard!
Lee Jong-hyuk roared, his rage flaring despite his injuries, as he struggled to regain his composure.
Lee Jong-hyuk, consumed by rage, lunged at Liam, shouting, "I'll kill you!" He unleashed his expected wave attack. But Liam effortlessly deflected the blow. Liam's internal monologue, "If you respond properly, it'll feel less guilty." Liam countered swiftly, saying, "So, here we go." Landing a powerful dropkick that sent Lee Jong-hyuk sprawling. Lee Jong-hyuk cried out in pain, "Aargh." Liam followed up with a devastating stamp kick. Lee Jong-hyuk, weakened and bleeding, could only manage a desperate die. Leaving Lee Jong-hyuk incapacitated and gasping for breath. Q. Lee Jong-hyuk, defeated and heavily injured, lay sprawled on the ground, his body racked with pain. Liam, his victor, stood over him, a grim expression on his face as he questioned himself, "Did I finish it?" He looked down at Lee Jong-hyuk's broken form, a mixture of satisfaction and uncertainty clouding his features. The scene shifted to a beach, where Lee Jong-hyuk's body lay lifelessly on the sand. Liam stood over him, his expression unreadable, as he muttered, "No way." The final panel showed Lee Jong-hyuk's body, battered and bruised, as he struggled to catch his breath, his defeat complete. Lee Jong-hyuk, his body ravaged and his face contorted in pain, lay defeated on the beach. His eyes, wide with disbelief, reflected the harsh reality of his defeat. Liam, the victor, stood over him, his expression a mixture of triumph and unease. He muttered to himself, "That's crazy." Even after breaking Lee Jong-hyuk's neck, the man remained stubbornly alive. Liam's internal monologue continued, "Do I have to cut his throat to make him die? His defense is great. I can't cut it easily even with a bone blade." Liam's gaze shifted, a new concern clouding his features. "How long will you be hiding?" he shouted, his voice echoing across the desolate beach. He saw a figure in the distance, and his thoughts raced. "I can't afford to care about Dwayne and Liam. I can't even drag this guy into a melee. There are so many variables that I can get overwhelmed. I have to trust Dwayne and leave it to him." Liam's decision made, he turned his attention back to the immediate threat. "I have no choice but to deal with this guy by myself," he declared, his resolve hardening. A looming threat approached, heralded by a chilling whisper, "It's coming." Liam, assessing the dire situation, muttered to himself, "The current situation is unreasonable." Liam recognized the need for a power boost and decided to level up his skills. He reviewed the costs: swordsmanship, level 9 to 10, cost 5 souls; pain relief, level 4 to 5, cost 4 souls; lizard's tail, level 2 to 3, cost 3 souls; and tough skin, level 6 to 7, cost 5 souls. Lee Jong-hyuk, defeated and in agony, cried out in pain, "Jhhh." Liam, seizing the opportunity, delivered a final, decisive blow, sending Lee Jong-hyuk crashing to the ground. Liam's powerful kick landed squarely on Lee Jong-hyuk, the impact echoing with the force of the blow. Lee Jong-hyuk grunted, "Shit." Liam observed his opponent, noting that if Lee Jong-hyuk were a normal human, he would have reacted differently to the pain. But because he doesn't feel pain, there's no fear or hesitation. This made him a trickier opponent than the previous fishman. The fight continued, a flurry of blows exchanged between the two combatants. Lee Jong-hyuk, despite his resilience, was clearly overwhelmed by Liam's superior strength and skill. A final, devastating blow sending Lee Jong-hyuk crashing to the ground, seemingly unconscious. Liam, still recovering from his intense battle with Lee Jong-hyuk, internally debated his next course of action. He needed a powerful physical attack. Considering whether to push his limits and open the gate to access greater power. However, he knew that such a move would come at a significant cost. A system message appeared, detailing the sole cost of upgrading his strong bones and breath abilities. Liam decided against the immediate upgrade, choosing instead to focus on increasing the attack power of his bone blades, reducing stamina consumption through breathing techniques. He realized his opponent's movements were instinctive, requiring an irregular approach. With a burst of speed, Liam launched a powerful attack.
his strike connecting with Lee Jong-hyuk's arm, causing a significant injury.
Liam's confidence surged as he declared, "I can do this."
Liam, confident in his strategy, pressed his attack against Lee Jong-hyuk, his blade flashing as he moved with deadly precision, inflicting a deep wound on Lee Jong-hyuk's arm. Lee Jong-hyuk winced in pain, his body momentarily paralyzed by the sudden, sharp strike. Liam launched a swift attack, his blade slicing through the air, the sharp edge finding its mark on Lee Jong-hyuk's arm. A cry of pain escaped Lee Jong-hyuk's lips as he staggered back. Liam stood over his fallen opponent, his expression grim but confident. Liam launched a swift, calculated attack, his movements precise and deadly. He connected with Lee Jong-hyuk, sending the latter sprawling to the ground. A sharp cry escaping Lee Jong-hyuk's lips as he clutched at his injured arm. The impact was significant, leaving a visible wound. Lee Jong-hyuk's face contorted in pain, his breathing ragged. He muttered, still weak, his voice barely a whisper.
Liam's thoughts turned to strategy.
He internally mused, "I need to increase the destructive power of the bone blade."
He began to adjust his grip on his weapon, concentrating his energy, visualizing the enhanced power he sought to unleash. He muttered, "In this form, it will definitely work." Observing Lee Jong-hyuk's instinctive reaction to protect his neck, Liam formulated his next move.
He thought, and he's instinctively trying to hold his neck.
"I gotta aim for it."
Liam, confident and strategic, approached Lee Jong-hyuk, who was weakened and clutching his injured arm.
Liam questioned him, "What are you doing?" Lee Jong-hyuk's passive skill, danger detection, activated, highlighting the imminent threat. Liam lunged forward, his attack swift and brutal. Lee Jong-hyuk, recognizing the danger, muttered, "This is dangerous." Liam's attack was a blur of motion, a dark, swirling energy emanating from his blade as he unleashed a devastating strike.
Lee Jong-hyuk, despite his efforts, found himself unable to dodge in time.
He realized, it's fast. It's too late to dodge. The attack connected, leaving Lee Jong-hyuk severely wounded.
Liam, despite his success, felt a surge of grim determination as he thought, "I just have to try it."
Liam launched a swift and brutal attack, his strike connecting with Lee Jong-hyuk's body. The impact sending Lee Jong-hyuk reeling back with a pained cue.
Liam stated that he wouldn't kill Lee Jong-hyuk, but warned that it would be problematic if Lee Jong-hyuk died by his hands and became a water ghost. Lee Jong-hyuk groaned in pain.
Liam continued, stating that Lee Jong-hyuk would no longer be able to move on his own.
Despite his injuries, Lee Jong-hyuk's rage flared.
He roared in agony, "Arfk! You bastard!"
His fury fueled his vow for revenge. Uttering threats of death against Liam, "I'll kill you. I'm going to kill you." Liam, driven by a mix of confidence and caution, declared, "Let's finish it now," and launched a brutal attack on Lee Jong-hyuk.
The force of the blow sending Lee Jong-hyuk reeling back in agony.
Lee Jong-hyuk, barely able to speak, could only manage a pained sh.
It.
The impact of Liam's attack leaving Lee Jong-hyuk severely wounded, gasping for breath with pained groans of ugh. Ugh. Liam, despite his victory, stood bloodied and bruised, the fight having taken its toll. Blood trickled from his injured hand. Liam, bloodied but resolute, faced his defeated opponent, Lee Jong-hyuk. He considered his options, his internal monologue revealing his tactical thinking. "Can I swing it around while I use an electric trigger shock?" he mused, weighing the risks and benefits of different attack strategies.
Or perhaps a more defensive approach?
Or should I use it like a bone blade shield, he questioned, his mind racing to find the optimal solution to finish the fight. Liam's decision made, he unleashed a devastating attack, the raw power of his technique evident in the visual display of energy. "The power of the beast," the caption declared, highlighting the ferocity of his assault. The force of the blow sent a shockwave through the air, a testament to Liam's overwhelming strength. Lee Jong-hyuk was caught completely off guard by the sudden, brutal attack. The aftermath of the attack was a chaotic blur of motion and energy, leaving Lee Jong-hyuk severely wounded and defeated. Liam, his face partially obscured by a mask, stood over his fallen opponent. Chaotic appearance, the caption noted, emphasizing the brutal nature of the fight.
This is it. Liam thought, finally realizing the extent of his victory. Liam unleashed a devastating attack, a focused burst of energy that tore through the air,
sending Lee Jong-hyuk sprawling across the ground,
the impact leaving a visible crater in the earth.
Lee Jong-hyuk lay broken and defeated. Despite his injuries, Lee Jong-hyuk attempted a desperate counterattack,
but Liam effortlessly deflected the blow.
Liam, despite his own injuries, urged his opponent onward, shouting, "Don't give him a break.
Get up!"
Lee Jong-hyuk, battered and bruised, struggled to his feet, his body screaming in protest. With a surge of adrenaline, he attempted a desperate counterattack, but Liam was ready. Liam met Lee Jong-hyuk's attack with a powerful energy blast, sending his opponent sprawling to the ground once more. Lee Jong-hyuk coughed up blood, his body racked with pain, his final counterattack proving futile. Liam stood over his defeated opponent, slightly weary but ultimately victorious. The battle was over. Lee Jong-hyuk's arms were broken, and his body was severely injured. Liam's opponent, Lee Jong-hyuk, prepared for a final, desperate attack. His eyes narrowed, a fierce determination etched on his face. He lunged forward, unleashing a powerful blow aimed at Liam's heart.
But Liam anticipated the move.
With a swift counter, he deflected the attack and retaliated with a devastating energy blast that sent Lee Jong-hyuk reeling. Lee Jong-hyuk, critically injured, could only utter a single word, "Shit," as he crashed to the ground. It was over. Liam stood over his defeated opponent, victorious but weary from the intense battle. The fight had taken its toll.
Liam unleashed a devastating energy blast, striking Lee Jong-hyuk with immense force, the impact sending Lee Jong-hyuk sprawling across the ground,
his body battered and broken from the sheer power of the attack. Lee Jong-hyuk lay defeated, his body ravaged.
"It's over,"
he thought, his consciousness fading.
Liam's companion approached, observing the scene.
"I guess so," he responded to the unspoken question.
He then inquired about Liam's condition.
"I didn't kill him," Liam stated, "but it was close."
Liam's companion gazed at the blood-soaked sand, a trail leading towards the sea.
Where did that bastard go?" he wondered aloud.
His companion answered, "The trail goes out to sea." Liam, still recovering from his battle, considered the possibility of Lee Jong-hyuk's escape.
Did he flee to the sea?
But Liam's companion quickly dismissed the idea.
But in that state, he won't be able to get far.
A more concerning thought crossed his mind: is there a possibility that Liam will become a water ghost like Pauline?
Liam, though weary, brushed off the concern.
"I don't know.
Even if he drowned, I could say that he died because of me."
"Well, it can't be helped. It's a thing of the past, anyway. Let's focus on what we can do right now. We need to get out of here quickly."
Liam and his companion stood over a small, snow-covered mound, a makeshift grave for Pauline. Liam solemnly uttered, "Pauline, rest in peace." A system message then appeared, announcing the completion of the Find the Water Ghost objective. Lee Jong-hyuk and Dwayne Smith were listed as recipients of the reward, a random piece of equipment related to a water ghost. The message detailed the reward: a water ghost's arm, granting increased physical ability, passive strength, and the tough skin skill, LV10. Liam's companion recalled a boat they had seen earlier during their fight, prompting Liam to agree that they should use it to cross the sea. Together, they pushed the small wooden boat into the water,
preparing to embark on their sea journey. They boarded the boat and began rowing, Liam's companion expressing concern about the journey's uncertainty.
As they rowed, Liam's companion noted the current's direction, suggesting a possible path forward. Liam and his companion sailed onward, Liam confidently stating that as long as they remained on the boat, it would take care of itself. But their journey was suddenly interrupted by an unexpected jolt,
as something large and unseen struck the boat from beneath. Liam's companion cried out in alarm, asking what was happening. Liam, though uncertain, noted something was under the boat. His companion then urgently shouted for Lee Jong-hyuk, revealing a critical piece of information: he could not swim. Liam reacted instantly, leaping into action as the boat was violently broken apart,
managing to grab his companion before he could fall into the water. The companion's face was filled with terror and desperation. Liam's companion, having nearly drowned, cried out for help, his face contorted in terror. As he was pulled from the water, his body convulsing with the shock of near death. He had revealed his inability to swim. Liam, concerned and acting decisively, pulled his companion to safety. The narration box revealed that the companion had become a water ghost.
Liam muttered in frustration, "Shit. Why here?"
He braced himself, preparing for another confrontation with the water ghost, engaging in a fierce struggle against the supernatural entity.
A pained cough escaped Liam's lips.
Liam's boat was violently rocked by a powerful wave, sending him sprawling.
"Shit," he exclaimed, struggling to maintain his balance amidst the chaos.
As the vessel began to take on water, he was clearly distressed, his thoughts racing.
"What should I do? Damn it," he muttered, assessing the rapidly deteriorating situation. Liam watched as his companion, now transformed into a water ghost, fled into the depths.
His boat was sinking, and he was faced with a difficult choice: pursue his companion or save himself.
Should I follow them?
This piece of boat is also about to sink, he thought, torn between his loyalty and self-preservation.
Liam, despite the peril, focused on his immediate survival. He braced himself for the inevitable.
As his boat finally succumbed to the waves, plunging him beneath the surface,
he sank rapidly, the water pressing in on him. But Liam unexpectedly found himself able to breathe underwater. A passive skill, underwater breathing, M1, had automatically activated.
Damn it, he cursed, frustrated by the unexpected turn of events. Liam, still underwater after the shipwreck, felt the lingering effects of the trauma, muttering, "I can't shake it off." He realized the perilous nature of his surroundings, as a chilling thought crossed his mind: this sea is the tomb of a water ghost. Liam's fear intensified as he recognized the danger, whispering, "If I get caught by them, it's over." Even as his companion transformed into a water ghost and escaped, Liam knew the emotional scars would remain, reflecting, even if he became a water ghost, the scars in his life won't go away.
I should aim for the weak spots. Desperate for survival, Liam resolved, "I can't die like this," and engaged in a fierce underwater struggle with one of the water ghosts. He fought back with determination, kicking and striking, buying himself time to find a way to the surface. "I have to find a way to get to the surface."
Liam, still underwater, looked around, questioning if there was a wall nearby. He recalled that when he was on the surface, it was definitely not the end of the sea,
and wondered what the hell that wall was. Realizing that it wasn't a wall at all,
Liam gasped as he saw a gigantic eye open before him. Liam, having been sucked into a giant eye, found himself underwater, the swirling currents pulling him along. He struggled against the powerful force, gasping for air as he was tossed about. This is crazy, he thought, his mind racing as he tried to make sense of his surroundings.
Then, through the blurry water, he saw something enormous looming before him.
"I think I know, that's a whale," he realized, his eyes widening in disbelief as the colossal creature's form became clearer. "It's also an enormous whale," he exclaimed, the sheer size of the creature overwhelming him. Liam, having been sucked into a giant eye, found himself plummeting through a swirling vortex of water, the darkness surrounding him intensifying with each passing moment,
until he finally broke the surface, only to find himself in the inky blackness of the deep ocean. A colossal, ancient form looming before him, the immense size of the creature dwarfing even the vast ocean around them.
It was a whale of unimaginable scale, its presence filling Liam with a sense of awe and trepidation.
Lee Jong-hyuk, having entered B5-4J, found himself faced with a mission to eliminate both human and non-human targets. The mission parameters included a special note: killing a pretending human would anger someone,
with the reward being 30 souls and a random passive skill. An additional goal: to kill the individual pretending to be human,
offered an additional reward, a rune. Described as hidden symbols. Lee Jong-hyuk proceeded deeper into the cave system, activating his newly acquired Owl's Eye passive skill, granting him enhanced vision in the dark. Lee Jong-hyuk continued his exploration of the cave system, his gaze fixed on a peculiar, flesh-like surface. The sensation was unlike anything he'd encountered before. He mused, the feeling strangely reminiscent of trying to force open a dimensional doorway. He realized that he had entered a space impervious to his attempts to break through. This meant that by traversing this path, he could access the 6th basement floor, the interior of B5-4. A flicker of hope crossed his mind. A thought of Dwayne's safety. He reassured himself that Dwayne would be alright, that he was likely still alive. But the reality was harsh. The incident had already occurred, it was a force majeure event. He couldn't afford to dwell on doubts. He resolved, knowing he had to press on, even alone. He began to walk away, leaving the strange surface behind. Lee Jong-hyuk pressed deeper into the cave system, his footsteps echoing in the oppressive silence. He rounded a bend, his eyes widening at the sight of a new passage opening before him. A sudden sound made him freeze, the distinct sound of footsteps echoed from the darkness ahead. Lee Jong-hyuk, his face partially obscured by a mask, clutched a bloodied knife. The scene suggested a recent struggle. He stood, weapon in hand, poised and ready within the confines of a dark, cavernous space. His movements were swift and silent as he navigated the rough terrain. Jong-hyuk paused, his keen senses picking up on the subtle shift in the environment. The sound of his own footsteps had ceased. He deduced that his presence had been detected by someone else. Jong-hyuk, unwilling to wait for his opponent to make the first move, resolved to take the initiative. Lee Jong-hyuk, anticipating an attack, unleashed a burst of energy from his hand. The raw power momentarily blinding his opponent, who stumbled back, momentarily disoriented by the sudden flash of light. He kept his distance, observing the unusual energy emanating from Jong-hyuk. Light? This is the first time I've seen it, he thought. Jong-hyuk's attack left the opponent momentarily stunned, his vision impaired. The opponent, overwhelmed by the intensity of the light, muttered, "Ugh, shit. My eyes need time to recover." Lee Jong-hyuk, assessing the situation, muttered to himself, "I can figure out that guy's location." He continued his internal calculations, given the distance to either walls on either side, it's about this long. A surge of energy manifested as a blinding flash of light, emanating from his hand. The energy arced across the battlefield, aimed at his unseen opponent. The attack impacted with a resounding crack, leaving a trail of shimmering energy in its wake. His opponent, momentarily blinded, reacted with surprise. The opponent, momentarily disoriented, could only think. The bone blade felt nothing. Lee Jong-hyuk, momentarily blinded but victorious, instructed his opponent to retreat and maintain distance. The opponent complied, ceasing their advance. Lee Jong-hyuk, though temporarily blinded, reassured himself that his vision would soon return. Meanwhile, his opponent, still unseen, moved cautiously. Observing Lee Jong-hyuk's state, the opponent noted his quick reactions and formidable nature. The opponent, having located Lee Jong-hyuk solely through sound while in an invisible state, expressed relief at having avoided a fatal encounter. Cara Levine, a woman with striking blonde hair and a determined expression, stood amidst a desolate landscape. A small, glowing blue orb pulsed in her hand. "I don't want to fight," she stated, her voice firm despite the tremor of uncertainty in her eyes. Lee Jong-hyuk, still recovering from his recent battle, observed Cara from a distance. He held his weapon, his gaze cautious. Cara's words, "I don't trust anyone here. Words can't guarantee anything," echoed in his mind. He considered her words, noting her apparent reluctance to engage in combat. He mused, "If I had the intention of fighting, I would have fought back long ago. I guess I was patient." Lee Jong-hyuk continued to observe Cara, his thoughts turning to her demeanor. He noted, "She certainly doesn't seem hostile." However, a flicker of suspicion crossed his face as he recalled past experiences.
He reflected, however, I have seen countless people with such innocent faces who used to mutilate people without any hesitation.
He cautiously approached her, questioning, how long have you been here? Kara responded, I'm not sure, I think it's been 10 hours.
She reiterated her stance, I repeat, I have no intention of fighting. Lee Jong-hyuk questioned Kara Levine about her solitude, prompting her to reveal that she was not alone initially but that her companions had perished in a previous area. She specified the location as B5-3-1, a place where she had been with someone named Dwayne. Further clarifying that there were 6 people in her group and that she wondered if the water ghosts she had encountered earlier were her former companions. Kara's eyes glowed with an eerie light as an active skill description appeared, shooting equipment, and you can replay what you saw with your own eyes. Jong-hyuk, observing this, deduced that she was using her shooting equipment skill to see, but that this ability only allowed her to perceive shadows in the darkness. He cautioned her against wasting stamina, advising her to utilize light mass instead.
Lee Jong-hyuk, observing Kara Levine, stated that he could see her current location and her expression.
A bright light emanated from Kara's hand, a skill description box appeared, revealing her active skill, I light, I can shed light. Lee Jong-hyuk recognized the light as the same luminous mass from earlier. Lee Jong-hyuk questioned whether Kara had mastered the light skill, noting that while it looked convenient, he doubted its worth given the investment. He also suspected the interrogation was over. Kara, in response to Lee Jong-hyuk's unspoken question about her next move, challenged him to attack first if he didn't believe her. Lee Jong-hyuk and Kara Levine walked through a dimly lit cave.
Kara, wary, questioned Jong-hyuk's intentions, asking, what are you doing?
Jong-hyuk, in turn, questioned her decision to travel alone, suggesting they separate if she wished. But Kara countered, stating, let's go together.
Kara then demonstrated a skill, I light, illuminating the cave. She offered to answer Jong-hyuk's questions,
revealing that she had been alone from the beginning, unlike Jong-hyuk, who had been with others, most of whom were now dead. Jong-hyuk noted their similar situations.
But Kara clarified that one of her companions was still alive, separated from her due to the monsters. Lee Jong-hyuk, observing Kara Levine's solemn expression, inquired about her comrade's fate.
Kara, her gaze distant, replied that they had likely been separated. And then, with a hint of worry in her voice, asked if Jong-hyuk believed her missing comrade was still alive. Jong-hyuk, displaying confidence, assured her that he would have survived, explaining that he was a strong individual who would have found a way to survive.
Jong-hyuk's words were followed by a close-up on his feet, revealing faint electrical sparks emanating from his boots.
A subtle detail that hinted at his own abilities. A moment later, Jong-hyuk paused, his senses alerted by a familiar scent.
The metallic tang of blood.
His eyes narrowed, focusing on something ahead.
He confirmed his suspicion, there was someone in front of them.
And Kara, understanding the implication, suggested that the smell of blood might explain their current predicament. Jong-hyuk, agreeing, stated that there was no movement and proposed they proceed. Lee Jong-hyuk examined the corpse of a man, noting the wound to his heart and the absence of a soul. The smell of blood was strong, indicating a recent death. Kara Levine, distressed, identified the dead man as one of those who had killed her comrades. She explained that while there were no signs of monsters, a human was responsible for their deaths. Jong-hyuk surmised that perhaps there had been a dispute between the dead man and his killers, but noted the lack of any hesitation in their attack on Kara and himself, leading him to conclude that the remaining killers were likely nearby. Jong-hyuk questioned Kara about her survival, given the loss of her 6 comrades,
leaving Kara speechless and the scene ending on a cliffhanger.
Kara recounted the events of that day, explaining that she and her 5 comrades were engaged with 4 opponents, when they were suddenly attacked from behind, resulting in the immediate deaths of 5 of her comrades. She explained that this was why she fled the scene.
Lee Jong-hyuk, listening intently, pressed further, asking about one of the deceased, a man named Pauline. Kara confirmed his identity, describing him as a good man.
Lee Jong-hyuk, his expression alert and inquisitive, pressed Kara Levine for details about the ambush.
He wondered if Pauline had been with her.
Kara, still traumatized and sorrowful from the loss of her comrades, described the attackers, one man with a distinctive scar, another with black hair whom she didn't see clearly,
and an older man with gray hair and a white beard.
Jong Hyuk recognized the scarred man immediately.
Kara noted something felt strange about the older man. She had only glimpsed the final attacker, noting only his considerable height.
The unique detail about the last attacker was his skill in using a gun with his offhand. The revelation that Liam was also present shocked Jong Hyuk, prompting him to question Liam's departure from his former gang. Kara recounted the ambush, explaining that Pauline was attacked by a man with exceptional gun skills, and she only survived by fleeing. Lee Jong Hyuk listened impassively, stating that he had no intention of blaming her for what happened. He continued, asserting that in such situations, prioritizing survival over emotional responses is the wiser choice.
Because one must live.
Lee Jong Hyuk then revealed that Pauline's enemies had retaliated, and that one of the attackers had died, while another had become a water ghost, leaving only two remaining.
Kara, confused, questioned what he meant.
Lee Jong Hyuk and Kara Levine continued their journey, the man suggesting that the rest of their targets might be located nearby. He urged them to press onward. Kara, however, questioned the nature of their mission, asking if a certain test had been passed. Lee Jong Hyuk explained that the purpose of the test was to determine whether he could be trusted, and concluded that he could be, but only to a certain extent. He clarified that complete trust would be a lie, given his nature.
Kara found this assessment harsh, prompting Lee Jong Hyuk to elaborate that his reliability was conditional, dependent on the circumstances. He felt confident in his ability to win a one-on-one fight, but admitted that his confidence was limited to scenarios involving surprise attacks or engagements against a smaller number of opponents. Suddenly, a pained groan echoed through the cavern, revealing a wounded figure, their body bearing the marks of a brutal attack. Lee Jong Hyuk observed the injuries, noting the remarkable regenerative abilities of the victim. Kara Levine, sensing an approaching presence, felt a surge of apprehension, as a figure emerged from the shadows of the cave, revealing a man and a woman. The man, wounded and desperate, requested healing potions, revealing a system message about his public attribute and skill levels. Kara, observing the man, questioned if he was affiliated with a particular gang. The man confirmed his affiliation, expressing regret for his misplaced trust. Kara Levine and another individual came upon a gruesome scene. A man lay dead, his body riddled with wounds. The wounds were strikingly similar to those inflicted on a previous victim. Kara observed, noting the peculiar similarity, leading her to suspect the same perpetrator was responsible. She wondered if this was the last member of a notorious gang, or perhaps a more formidable, unknown entity. The scene was unsettling, leaving Kara with more questions than answers. Kara Levine examined the deceased man, her expression thoughtful. She muttered to herself, concluding that the man was not human, and that if he were, she should be able to identify his public characteristics. An older man with gray hair and a sinister grin appeared, greeting them with a casual "Yo, what's up?" The older man observed the scene, commenting, "What a nice couple." He then turned his attention to the body, noting that the victim had managed to travel far despite his injuries. He explained that the man was a monster indistinguishable from humans, a creature he'd never encountered before, capable of absorbing souls and increasing its power. This revelation shocked Kara. An older man, his face etched with age and bearing scars, addressed Kara and the others. "These are new faces," he stated. "Nice to meet you. You guys be my comrades. Let's get out of here together."
Meanwhile, a man with a mask covering his lower face observed the scene. His thoughts revealed his assessment: if he is here, it means that the monster has moved from the previous space to the next space.
The masked man continued his internal monologue, expressing his concern. What the hell is going on? Anyway, one thing is certain. We are in danger. He's not easy to deal with. I currently have 41 souls.
A series of informational panels appeared, detailing the masked man's abilities. The first showed, take a breath level 13 to 15, consumes 16 souls, followed by next level at level 10 of electric shock, consumes 10 souls.
Below, another panel displayed, level entrance electric shock level 10, go to the next step, electric LV1, electricity can be used in many forms. Active skill.
The masked man checked his remaining souls, there are 15 souls left.
Become my comrades.
The older man, his face etched with the harshness of survival, loomed over Kara. No refusal, he stated, his voice gravelly.
If you refuse, I will kill you. It won't be difficult.
He continued, his words laced with a chilling certainty.
You just have to listen to me. The older man declared, now we are allies. Especially for the woman, I will make you even prettier.
He gestured towards Kara, his eyes glinting with a disturbing intensity. The older man continued, it's my favorite body.
I'm looking forward to it. I'll give you plenty of this and that.
The light above Kara's head was the same as when she first arrived. And she reflected that it could have attacked the older man as well. Kara's internal monologue revealed her aversion to taking a life, she didn't want to get a soul.
The masked man observed, commenting that Kara's previous statement seemed sincere. The masked man instructed Kara to focus on the older man.
The masked man prepared to restrain the older man while Kara provided support from behind.
The masked man unleashed a surge of energy, a bright blue arc of electricity crackling from his fingertips.
The raw power coursing through the air towards the older man. The older man recoiled, his body convulsing as the energy enveloped him.
Oh, what is this? He exclaimed, his voice filled with surprise and pain.
Kara watched, her expression grim but resolute as she observed the masked man's technique. The older man's body spasmed violently, his strength visibly draining away as the electrical current coursed through him.
Ally! He cried out, his voice strained. The masked man's attack continued, relentless and precise. Ally!
Aren't we? The masked man asked, his voice a low growl.
If we aren't, I will kill you.
The masked man unleashed a bolt of energy at the older man, but it proved ineffective. The older man, weakened and subdued, could only grimace as the attack passed through him.
Electricity didn't work, he thought, his expression hardening. The masked man, observing the older man's reaction, spoke, no, does he not feel the pain itself?
The masked man unleashed a bolt of energy at the older man. Electricity crackled around the older man's body, but it seemed to have little effect. The older man, in pain, muttered that the attack didn't work, questioning if the masked man felt pain himself.
Ignoring the older man's question, the masked man closed the distance without hesitation.
The older man recoiled in agony as a searing energy bolt struck him, leaving a gaping wound across his face. His eyes, now bleeding, reflected his utter shock and pain.
No!
My eyes, he screamed, his voice filled with despair. I'm not a human if I don't have my eyes, he cried out, his rage building as he felt his power fading. His fury intensified. Those bastards, he roared, his voice echoing with a desperate threat. I will kill you, he vowed, summoning the last of his strength to unleash a final attack. But the masked man, observing calmly, simply scoffed, TSK, and effortlessly deflected the weakened attack. Cara Levine unleashed a torrent of fiery projectiles, each blast aimed precisely at the older man,
the searing flames engulfing him as he desperately tried to evade the onslaught. A massive explosion rocked the ground as the older man was consumed by the inferno.
The masked man watched calmly as the dust settled, his expression unchanged. The older man's final, desperate plea, take out your heart, echoing in the aftermath. A chilling declaration from the masked man, kill.
Without fail.
The masked man observed the aftermath of the battle, his thoughts a mixture of assessment and calculation.
Something is strange. I don't think he has a high defense. I feel like he didn't even get fatally wounded.
Cara Levine, having just defeated the older man, stood panting slightly.
The masked man turned to her, issuing a curt order, then, what now? Get ready again.
With something stronger. The older man's body crumbled into dust, the remnants of his fiery demise scattering in the wind. The masked man's assessment was confirmed. The older man's death was not as decisive as it appeared. He mused, "It's dangerous to fight blindly with him. I currently have 15 souls and a cure." Weighing the risks, the masked man made a decision. For now, it's worth a try. He prepared for another confrontation, a grim determination etched on his masked face. "I just have to try it." Kara's attack connected, severing the older man's arm at the shoulder. The severed limb disintegrated into dust as the older man cried out in pain. The older man's entire left arm had vanished, leaving only a bloody stump. Kara and the masked man watched in stunned silence. Kara, concerned for her well-being, asked if she was all right. The masked man, however, remained focused, observing the scene and muttering to himself about the nature of the older man's disintegration. Kara reassured her companion that she was fine, but the masked man's eyes widened as he saw a new figure approaching. He immediately ordered Kara not to attack until he gave a signal. The masked man explained that attacking now would be pointless. The masked man watched, assessing the situation. He muttered to himself, "We need one shot, for sure." Kara Levine, slightly injured but resolute, continued her assault on the older man, delivering a final, devastating blow. "Not yet," she questioned, as the older man staggered back, his body beginning to disintegrate into dust. The masked man observed, his eyes narrowed, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. "Just wait," he said, anticipating the next threat. The older man's body crumbled completely, leaving only scattered dust. The masked man, impatient, declared, "I can't wait any longer." Kara Levine continued her assault, her movements a blur of motion against the older man, each strike precise and brutal, pushing the limits of her own strength. The older man's body began to disintegrate as Kara's attack reached its peak, his form crumbling into dust, leaving behind only a faint whisper of his presence. The masked man watched, a grim expression on his face, as a skeleton soldier emerged from the dust. "I Skeleton Soldier 1, the soldier announced." The masked man, slightly injured but still capable, observed the new threat. He muttered to himself, "I can move at will." He assessed the situation, his thoughts turning to strategy. "It's a pity that I can't use one hand," he mused, "but this is useful." He looked at the skeleton soldier, noting its human-like skin. "Devil bastards covered by human skin," he exclaimed. Kara Levine, slightly injured but resolute, faced her opponent. "I will kill you now," she declared, her voice filled with grim determination. She prepared for a powerful counterattack, despite a warning from a bystander, "Is that okay? It could even break your bones." Undeterred, Kara responded, "I don't care. Strike quickly." She channeled her power, summoning a fiery demon with a surge of intense energy. The ground trembled as a spectral skull blazed to life, fueled by her magic. The active skill, Fire Horse LV-12, called a fiery demon, was unleashed, a devastating display of raw power. The masked man, observing from a distance, reacted with a quiet "oh" as he witnessed the unfolding battle. He revealed a new ability, "I also can share the skeleton soldier's vision." A powerful explosion erupted as the masked man's skeleton soldier engaged its opponent, the force of the blast sending shockwaves through the surrounding area, resulting in a devastating attack that obliterated the enemy. The masked man winced, muttering "ugh." The damage sustained by his skeleton soldier was being transmitted directly to him. The masked man reflected on his recent battle. Despite the pain he felt, shared through his connection with the skeleton soldier, he noted that the soldier remained a part of his body. He further observed that the bone which had become the skeleton soldier healed regardless of his regeneration ability, although it required significant stamina. Despite the low level of the skill, the masked man realized that its effectiveness wasn't tied to its level but rather to the strength of the bones used. Meanwhile, Kara Levine unleashed the Fire Horse LV-12 skill, engulfing her opponent in a fiery explosion, completely incinerating them. A voice called out, "Well done."
The masked man's skeleton soldier, weakened but not destroyed, unleashed a final burst of dark energy, its form flickering and unstable. The flames erupting from its body intensified as it coughed up a plume of dark smoke. The attack, though powerful, was clearly its last. Cara Levine and the masked man watched, surprised by the creature's resilience. That monster, why didn't he die? Cara questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion. The masked man echoed her thoughts, muttering, I'm confused about whether it's strong or weak. The masked man reflected on the limitations of his skeleton soldier skill, concluding, as expected, LAG is not a place to be trusted. The final, desperate attack of the skeleton soldier ended with a fiery explosion, leaving behind only scattered remnants. Cara and the masked man stood amidst the debris. The masked man's words hanging heavy in the air, there's no one to trust in LAG. The scene fades to black, leaving the future uncertain. A monstrous figure, seemingly composed of decaying flesh and shadows, lunged towards the masked man. The creature's attack was met with a burst of flames erupting from the ground. As the masked man, utilizing his electric man passive skill, deflected the assault with surprising ease. The creature, momentarily stunned, recoiled, allowing the masked man to unleash a powerful counterattack. I'll burn you, he declared, his voice filled with a chilling resolve as he channeled his electrical powers. The masked man, already empowered, braced himself as the monstrous creature unleashed a devastating attack. But with a surge of energy, he activated his electric man passive skill, countering the blow with a powerful surge of electricity that shocked and stunned the creature. The creature roared in pain, Kieg. The electric current coursed through the creature's body, visibly weakening it, leaving it vulnerable and reeling from the unexpected counterattack. The masked man, seizing the opportunity, prepared for a finishing blow. The masked man, utilizing his electric man passive skill, countered the monstrous creature's attack. The raw electrical energy surging through his body disrupting the creature's form, leaving the monstrous being stunned and weakened. The masked man and a blonde woman, seemingly an ally, stood amidst the debris of the battle. The monstrous creature's body disintegrating into dust. The masked man, his breath ragged, muttered to himself, "This only consumes my stamina." He continued, "It's impossible to be a skeleton soldier anymore." With a final surge of energy, the masked man unleashed a powerful blow, shattering the remaining fragments of the monstrous creature, reducing it to dust and scattered bones. The blonde woman, observing from a distance, asked, "Do you have anything more powerful?" The masked man, exhausted but victorious, stood amidst the remnants of the monstrous creature, his breathing ragged. The blonde woman watched him with a mixture of awe and apprehension, her eyes wide with disbelief. The final moments of the battle replayed in her mind as she witnessed the masked man's swift and decisive final blow. The blonde woman, fueled by adrenaline and a desperate need to survive, lunged at the masked man, shouting, "I'll pull your heart out first." But the masked man reacted instantly, his movements a blur as he effortlessly evaded her attack. The blonde woman's attack missed its mark, leaving her vulnerable and realizing the vast difference in their speed and skill. Damn it! It was too late, she thought, defeated. The blonde woman, Cara, lay defeated on the ground, her body ravaged. Her thoughts raced, if we were like this, Cara will die. The masked man, exhausted but alive, struggled to his feet. He muttered, "Shit," as he surveyed the scene. A system notification appeared before his eyes. Wait, there is a cure and a physical recovery system. Pain relief, and, lizard's tail, levels have also been raised. A surge of renewed determination filled him. He declared, "Let's do it." The masked man unleashed a surge of power, his eyes glowing red. A system message flashed, "Limit question, opening of the first gate." His face contorted in pain and exertion as he pushed his body to its absolute limit. The masked man's face, contorted in exertion, was a mask of bloody determination. His eyes, bloodshot and wild, burned with an inner fire. He muttered to himself, "It is unreasonable to use even the blade to use bone. My stamina can't hold up." The effort of his recent battle was clearly taking its toll.
The blonde woman, defeated and injured, stood before a chasm filled with the remnants of the monstrous creature. She looked on in stunned silence. She stared at the scene, her expression a mixture of disbelief and exhaustion. The weight of her defeat heavy upon her. The masked man's eyes narrowed. I feel like time has been getting slow, he thought, a new understanding dawning on him. The masked man, exhausted but empowered, stood amidst the carnage. He muttered, in my current state, I think I can kill any bastard. A crimson energy pulsed around him as he unleashed a devastating blow. The force of the strike obliterating the remnants of the monstrous creature, leaving only dust and debris in its wake. The blonde woman watched from a distance, defeated and injured. The blonde woman, witnessing the masked man's incredible speed, gasped, is that a skill? The masked man, his movements a blur, unleashed a devastating attack, sending his opponent sprawling across the ground. A crimson stain bloomed on the enemy's chest, as the masked man's enhanced speed proved too much to overcome. The impact left a trail of destruction in its wake. The masked man, exhausted but exhilarated by his newfound power, landed a final, decisive blow. The masked man unleashed a flurry of blows, his movements blurring with impossible speed. Each strike connecting with brutal force, leaving his opponent pulverized and defeated. The blonde woman watched from a distance, her expression a mixture of awe and concern. Gasping for breath, the masked man felt the lingering effects of his enhanced speed, a newfound power that left him both exhilarated and exhausted. He muttered to himself, I don't think I would be like this. A system message appeared, Gate 1 closed. The masked man, kneeling on the ground, was clearly spent. Another system message provided context, currently, limit gate, IS level 4. That is, there are 4 gates. The masked man reflected, I only opened 1 gate and it was like this. If I had opened the 4 gates from the beginning, I might have died. The masked man, despite his victory, felt the lingering effects of his battle. He relied on his pain relief skill to endure the intense agony. It's crazy, he thought, still reeling from the near-death experience. The blonde woman approached cautiously, concern etched on her face. Are you okay? She asked. The masked man struggled to speak, the pain still intense. Damn it! I can't speak. He managed to gasp, his voice strained. It's not yet. He was still alive, though barely. The blonde woman, relieved, breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. A woman with long blonde hair stood with arms outstretched, a fiery sword materializing above her head. The text I Flame Blade LV13 appeared, describing the skill, summons a blade with intense flame, active skill. The blonde-haired woman unleashed the I Flame Blade skill, a fiery eruption engulfing her target. The intense heat incinerating the creature, leaving behind only charred remains. She stumbled back, groaning, ugh. The force of the blast sending her sliding across the ground. Finally coming to a stop, exhausted. A nearby man, his face partially obscured by a mask, muttered, It's comfortable to just lay down like this. The masked man's movements ceased after a fierce battle, leaving him injured on the ground. He muttered, Yeah, his movements stopped, but the mission isn't over yet, damn it. He looked around, assessing the situation. Is there anything more left to do? The blonde-haired woman approached cautiously, concerned. What? Is he still alive? She questioned, noticing the masked man's condition. She offered him a recovery pill. I don't know, we have to check it out. If you have a recovery pill or anything, take it. Observing the scene, a figure noted that another person had left the area. The masked man lay injured on the ground, surrounded by flames. His body scorched and still smoldering. He attempted to rise, his movements labored and painful. But his sword remained embedded in the ground, unable to penetrate further. The masked man examined his wound, noticing something unusual. The blonde-haired woman watched in concern as the masked man, severely injured, collapsed to the ground, a dark, burning substance seeping from his wound. He muttered,
barely audible, "Who, man?" The woman's concern deepened as she questioned him, "Didn't you just say that?"
The masked man, struggling to comprehend his own state, repeated, "I am human," his voice strained and uncertain.
He insisted, again and again, "I'm human. I am obviously human. Absolutely human."
His desperate pronouncements highlighted his confusion and inner turmoil.
A monstrous, shadowy figure emerged from the masked man's body, confirming his earlier statement.
The creature writhed and pulsed with dark energy before collapsing into dust.
The masked man, now seemingly free of the monstrous entity, continued to insist, "I must be human. I'm a human like you. I'm human." His repeated assertions, though seemingly contradictory, revealed a deep-seated need to maintain his humanity. The masked man, severely injured but seemingly free from a monstrous entity, cried out, "I'm human."
His voice was filled with a desperate hope, a stark contrast to his previous, monstrous state. The blonde-haired woman, ever observant, responded instantly, shouting, "Back off," as she moved to create distance between herself and the still dangerous masked man. A powerful energy surge erupted from the masked man, sending shockwaves outwards. The blonde-haired woman reacted swiftly, bracing herself for the impact. The force of the blast sent both figures reeling. The masked man was thrown back, seemingly impaled upon a thin, unseen pillar that emerged from the ground. The blonde-haired woman watched, her expression a mixture of shock and concern as she observed the strange pillar. She muttered to herself, "It bounced off the ceiling and went up, but what are these thin pillars?" As the dust settled, a dark, shadowy figure began to fall from above, seemingly disintegrating as it descended. The blonde-haired woman watched, her concern deepening. The blonde-haired woman watched in disbelief as the masked man underwent a horrifying transformation. His body contorting and disintegrating as he cried out, "I'm not human." The monstrous entity within him seemed to be violently expelled, leaving behind only fragmented remains impaled upon a jagged spire. The blonde-haired woman, still shaken, observed the shrinking form, muttering, "What is that?" "The pillars of the body are shrinking." As the dust settled, only a small, dark figure remained, seemingly purged of the monstrous presence. The masked man, his body contorted and monstrous, uttered, "I am not a human." A guttural sound escaping his throat as dark energy pulsed beneath his skin. The blonde-haired woman watched, her eyes wide with a mixture of shock, curiosity, and dawning relief. The masked man, weakened and exhausted, collapsed to his knees, a bright light emanating from his body. As the monstrous entity within him was violently expelled, the blonde-haired woman and the masked man lay on the ground, seemingly exhausted. The monstrous entity, still fused with the masked man, thrashed violently, its form contorting in a desperate struggle for dominance. As the blonde-haired woman watched in shock and growing apprehension, a wave of intense energy pulsed outwards, a searing inferno erupting from the masked man's body. The blonde-haired woman braced herself, anticipating the worst. But instead of destruction, a wave of purification washed over the area. The monstrous entity was expelled in a fiery explosion, leaving behind a weakened, but human, masked man. The blonde-haired woman gasped, a mixture of shock and relief washing over her. "What is this?" she wondered aloud, her voice barely a whisper. The masked man, now free from the monstrous entity's control, looked upon his hands in disbelief. A voice echoed in his mind, "Humans should solve it through communication rather than violence. If you are human." A monstrous entity, fused with the masked man, violently expelled itself in a burst of dark energy and light, the resulting shockwave sending tremors through the ground as the blonde-haired woman watched in disbelief, leaving behind only the weakened, human form of the masked man and a lingering cloud of dust. The monstrous entity, now separate from its host, roared in defiance, "You don't deserve to be human." A narration box explained that the entity had hidden its soul among the wooden bodies and flesh surrounding the masked man. Pretending to be human, it forcibly took his soul. The monstrous entity, its body a grotesque parody of wood and flesh, collapsed to the ground. Gasping for breath, it pleaded, "You guys, don't kill me. I'm not lying. If I lie, my nose gets longer."
I can't be human if my nose is long. Its legs buckled, the creature's desperate plea a testament to its dwindling power.
As the masked man and the blonde-haired woman watched, a brilliant light erupted between them, a wave of energy washing over the scene. The light subsided, revealing the entity's back, now seemingly shedding its monstrous form. Blue orbs of energy floated around it as it contorted, its wooden shell cracking and peeling away. The transformation complete, the creature stood, its form now lean and humanoid, though still bearing the scars of its previous state.
It declared, "I'll be human again. I'm going to kill you. I will eat your hearts and become human again."
The masked man, now human but weakened, watched with a mixture of fear and confusion.
The blonde-haired woman, observing the newly transformed being, considered their next move. She muttered to the masked man, "It's elongated, it'll be 3. What should we do?"
The blonde-haired woman observed the entity's transformation, a grim expression settling on her face.
Some attacks, she realized, would be ineffective against this new form.
"Prepare something to feed him a shot," she instructed the masked man, her voice low and urgent.
"I'll buy you some time." The masked man, weakened and confused, questioned her plan.
"What are you talking about?" he asked, his voice laced with disbelief. "It's not a matter of being able to do it or not," the woman responded firmly. "If we can't make it, we'll have to give him our hearts for his meal."
The entity, now fully transformed, stood before them, radiating an ominous aura.
The masked man, despite his fear, began to move, his steps determined. "If you don't want to end up like that, prepare something that can damage him too," the woman added, her eyes fixed on the entity. He dashed forward, focusing his energy. The masked man plummeted through a chasm, streaks of lightning arcing around him as he fell. The masked man closed the distance instantly, his movements blurring as he engaged the transformed entity. He muttered to himself, he closed the distance at once without any preliminary action. A swift exchange of blows followed, the masked man reacting to the entity's speed. He thought, "He is faster than I expected." He continued to dodge and weave, his internal monologue racing, "I need to speed up my reaction. If I don't, I'll get hit in an instant." The monstrous entity lunged forward, its movements blurring into a terrifying display of speed. The masked man barely managed to evade the attack, his eyes widening in recognition of his opponent's superior agility. The masked man, on the defensive against the transformed entity's superior speed, activated his shape transformation ability. His form shifting as he unleashed a powerful kick, sending the creature reeling backward. The impact was significant, but the entity quickly recovered, its clawed hands reaching out to grasp the masked man, who narrowly evaded the attack. With a swift motion, he countered, his blade flashing, striking the entity. The force of the blow sent the masked man flying back, groaning in pain. The masked man braced himself, his internal monologue revealing his apprehension, "If I get hit, I can't handle it, even with strong bones." The transformed entity, its power immense, was a terrifying sight. Its strength was enough to shake the very space around them. A normal electric shock had little effect on the creature. The masked man knew he had to focus all his strength on a single point. He channeled his energy, unleashing a concentrated blast of power that struck the transformed entity's face with immense force. The masked man unleashed a concentrated blast of energy towards the transformed entity, the force of the attack impacting the creature's face. He noted to himself that if there was a weak point, it was around the eyes. The transformed entity, enraged, lunged at the masked man, shouting, "I'll kill you." The masked man, however, was faster at close range, dodging the attack with a swift kick, and realizing he couldn't maintain this fight for long, he braced himself for impact as he was thrown back, hitting a wall. The masked man, wounded but defiant, braced himself against the monstrous, transformed entity. He muttered, "Shit." His face grim, he adjusted his mask, a steely glint in his eyes. A single word escaped his lips, "Showtime." With a roar, the transformed entity lunged forward, its grotesque form a terrifying sight. But the masked man was ready. He unleashed a furious counterattack, a whirlwind of motion and steel. His blade flashed, a fiery arc slicing through the air, striking the entity with incredible force. Sending the creature sprawling, its body racked with pain and burning with intense energy.
The masked man had landed a devastating blow. A massive explosion engulfed the battlefield, the force of the blast sending shockwaves through the earth.
The masked man, propelled by the impact, hurtled through the air, his sword still drawn. Landing several feet away from the epicenter of the destruction, the transformed entity barely visible amidst the fiery chaos. He turned to the blonde woman, his breath ragged, a single question hanging in the air: did it work?
The ground trembled.
From the heart of the explosion, a monstrous, wooden hand clawed its way out of the debris.
Revealing the transformed entity, battered but not broken, its form shifting and reforming, a terrifying testament to its resilience. Kara, assessing the situation, declared that they couldn't continue fighting.
The masked man, however, expressed confidence, asking if she wanted him to repeat his previous attack. He acknowledged the limitations of his current stamina, stating that this would be his last attack. The blonde woman, Kara, needed time to prepare for the next move, but the masked man was already exhausted.
He knew he couldn't repeat his previous feat.
His internal monologue revealed his despair. Despite his strength, he was no match for the entity's speed, and even if he survived, his future seemed bleak.
With a final surge of adrenaline, the masked man launched himself into a desperate, final attack against the transformed entity.
Critically injured, the masked man mustered his remaining strength, a grim determination etched on his face. I can only do this, he thought, his resolve unwavering despite his dire condition. As he channeled his power, a system message appeared: Gate of Limits, opening Gate 1.
The blonde woman watched anxiously, her concern evident.
She questioned the wisdom of his actions. Will it be okay to use that skill again, she wondered, but the urgency of the situation silenced her doubts. This isn't the time for that, she responded to her own query, adding, when you're ready, don't mind me and blow it up right away. The blonde woman, despite her inexperience with this particular technique, focused her energy, a surge of raw power emanating from her. It's my first time doing this, so it's hard to control, she muttered, but her determination pushed her forward. It will have to be lured this way, she declared, unleashing a wave of fiery energy. The masked man, sensing the shift in the battlefield, nodded grimly. Okay, just try it, he urged, preparing for the final confrontation. With a final, desperate surge of power, the masked man launched himself towards the transformed entity, his attack a desperate gamble in the face of overwhelming odds. Critically injured, the masked man muttered to himself, I must maintain Gate of Limits until I defeat him. He launched a final, desperate attack, his internal monologue filled with doubt. Will I defeat him first, or will I be unable to hold on and fall down first? The transformed entity met his assault with a defiant roar, Come on!
Come on, you bastard!
The masked man's attack connected, but the transformed entity remained standing. The force of the blow sending both combatants sprawling to the ground.
The masked man, critically injured but defiant, launched a final, desperate attack against the transformed entity.
A powerful blow that sent tremors through the very ground.
The impact was immense. But the transformed entity, though wounded, stood firm, absorbing the brunt of the attack. The masked man's attack was a desperate gamble. A final, all-out assault that left him vulnerable. And he collapsed, defeated and bleeding profusely. The masked man, critically injured, plummeted to the ground, muttering, I can't slow down. His opponent, the transformed entity, remained standing, wounded but defiant. He thought, I have to somehow gain an edge over him in terms of speed. The transformed entity focused, preparing for a swift counterattack. He realized, the only thing I can deal with right now is speed. With a burst of speed, he launched a devastating blow, striking the masked man from above. The transformed entity roared, You wormy bastard! I'll kill you! The masked man, unable to react in time, was impaled by the transformed entity's attack. The masked man, despite his grievous injuries, launched a desperate final attack against the transformed entity. But the transformed entity, though wounded itself, was far from defeated. With a swift, brutal counterattack, it sent the masked man sprawling, his body impacting the ground with a sickening thud.
the force of the blow leaving a crater in the earth. The masked man's lifeblood stained the ground crimson. The transformed entity stood over its fallen opponent, its own body bearing the marks of a hard-fought battle. Its victory was bought at a steep price. The masked man, despite his grievous wounds, mustered his remaining strength for one final desperate attack against the transformed entity. He lunged forward. His blow aimed at the entity's exposed flank. "Damn it," he gritted, pushing beyond his physical limits. But his body, ravaged by battle, betrayed him. "My body, it can't stand it anymore," he thought, his strength failing. Yet, fueled by a desperate will to survive, he pushed on. "Not yet," he silently vowed, defying the pain. The transformed entity, sensing the masked man's final, weak effort, smirked. Just a little bit more, it thought, preparing for the final blow. "This wormy bastard," it snarled, unleashing a swift, brutal counterattack that ended the masked man's struggle. "I'll whack you like a fly," it thought as it delivered the killing blow. The masked man, weakened but defiant, launched a final desperate attack, his body crackling with residual energy. But the transformed entity anticipated the move, countering with a swift, brutal strike that sent the masked man sprawling. The impact leaving a smoking crater in the ground as the masked man's life force ebbed away. "Now," the transformed entity thought, as the final spark of life left the masked man. The transformed entity unleashed a brutal counterattack against the masked man. A whirlwind of motion ending with a fatal blow. The masked man fell, his lifeblood staining the earth. The transformed entity, her blonde hair ablaze, muttered, "Just a little bit." She channeled more energy, 3 fiery swords materializing above her hands. "Little bit more," she declared, preparing for a final, decisive strike. Meanwhile, the masked man, his body battered and bruised, thought, "I have to condense it more and give him a solid hit, even if I only hit a small part." He braced himself for the incoming attack, his body tensed. The transformed entity unleashed a devastating blow, a torrent of fiery energy aimed directly at the masked man. The transformed entity stood, wounded but defiant, the masked man's final attack having failed to deliver a killing blow. A surge of raw power coursing through its veins. With a guttural roar, it unleashed a devastating counterattack, a torrent of energy that engulfed the masked man. The force of the blow sending the villain sprawling across the ground. The masked man coughed up blood, his body racked with pain. His final attack had been his last. And the transformed entity stood victorious, though bearing its own significant wounds. The masked man, grievously wounded, slammed against a wall, the impact echoing through the desolate landscape. His body crumpling as he spat blood, a guttural cry escaping his lips, "You bastard." Despite his injuries, a surge of furious energy coursed through him. He struggled to his feet, his eyes burning with a desperate resolve, "I'll kill you." With a final, desperate lunge, the masked man unleashed a brutal attack. But the transformed entity, though severely wounded, met his assault with a powerful counterattack, sending the masked man crashing to the ground, fatally wounded. Lee Jong-hyuk, the transformed entity, felt the crushing weight of his injuries. "Damn it," he cursed, his body screaming in protest. "My body no longer listens to me." He contemplated his fate, his thoughts a grim reflection of his situation. Is this the end? So stupid again. The masked man, despite his grievous wounds, launched a final desperate attack. The speed of his assault was terrifying. Jong-hyuk barely registered the attack before unleashing a counterattack. King Hell. The raw power of Kara's fire skill erupted, a fiery maelstrom engulfing the masked man. Jong-hyuk wondered, is this Kara's fire skill? Why towards me? The intense heat consumed the masked man, leaving behind only ashes and the lingering smell of burnt flesh. A final cough escaped Jong-hyuk's lips before he collapsed. The transformed entity, despite their grievous wounds, channeled the remaining embers of Kara's fire skill, summoning a surge of fiery energy that erupted from within, forming a searing, incandescent blade of pure fire, which they unleashed in a devastating counterattack against the masked man. The fiery blade piercing the masked man's defenses. and engulfing him in a final, explosive burst of flame. The masked man's body was consumed, leaving only ashes in his wake. The transformed entity unleashed a final, devastating counterattack, a fiery explosion engulfing the masked man. The force of the blast sending shockwaves through the air, leaving behind only the charred remnants of the masked man's final stand. The transformed entity, victorious but grievously wounded, staggered back. Their bodies scorched and broken, the cost of their triumph evident. Despite their victory, a grim determination hardened their gaze as they muttered, "If it's like that." The transformed entity, victorious but grievously wounded, knelt amidst the fiery wreckage. A chain reaction of internal explosions racked her body. The masked man, his face partially obscured by his mask, recounted his final moments. He had been blown away by a fiery blast. Then, a fiery blade had been thrown at him, barely saving his life. The masked man's body was consumed by flames, his final moments marked by a desperate struggle against the overwhelming power of his opponent. The transformed entity, her face etched with pain and disbelief, realized the extent of her injuries. "I can't do it anymore," she thought, her strength failing her. The masked man, even in his death throes, amazed the transformed entity. He didn't die even after reaching that state, she thought, her mind reeling from the unexpected turn of events. The transformed entity, legs ablaze with inner fire, could barely stand. "Look at him," a voice observed. "I don't think I have the strength to move anymore." The masked man, crouched low, glared at his opponent. "I'll kill you," he hissed, "and next I'll kill the girl." His face, a terrifying mask of rage, was contorted in a silent scream. "I'll tear you apart alive." Despite his grievous wounds, a surge of defiance coursed through the transformed entity. "I can't die like this." He focused his remaining energy, understanding the limitations of his body. "It's a concentrate ion limit. I have to force myself to move." With a final, desperate effort, he pushed beyond his physical boundaries. "I don't know if my body will withstand it, but there is no other way." A guttural roar escaped his lips, "Aarrgghh." The transformed entity, despite its grievous wounds, unleashed a final, desperate surge of power, its body crackling with raw energy. The very air around it shimmering with an unnatural light. Its form writhed, contorted by the immense strain. As masked man braced himself, readying for a final, decisive blow. Both combatants were locked in a desperate struggle for survival. The masked man, gritting, "Come on, you monster bastard," launched a final attack, his own power surging to meet the entity's. He muttered to himself, "Now let's get this done." The masked man's attack connected, a blinding flash of light erupting as both combatants were consumed by the force of their clash. The transformed entity unleashed a final, desperate attack, a surge of raw power erupting from its form. The masked man, already grievously wounded, met the assault with a defiant roar, "UGH." The clash of their powers sent shockwaves through the battlefield, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The masked man, despite his valiant effort, was overwhelmed by the sheer force of the transformed entity's attack. The transformed entity's body began to crumble, its life force extinguished in the final, devastating exchange. The mission concluded, a system message flashed across the screen, "End of common mission, killing humans and non-humans is completed." Lee Jong-hyuk and Cara Levine received 30 souls and a random passive skill as a reward for their actions. The masked man, critically injured, activated his blazer skill, increasing his body temperature in proportion to his physical ability. He reflected that if he had delayed even a moment longer, his body would have failed him. As an additional reward for completing the goal of killing a man pretending to be human, he received Japak's rune. Cara Levine approached the masked man, concern etched on her face. She asked if he was all right and if his injuries appeared serious. The masked man, despite his grievous wounds, responded that one of them had died because of his skill, apologizing that it was the only solution he could think of. Lee Jong-hyuk interrupted, stating that it was a good decision, a good job, given their survival. Jong-hyuk explained that it was only an injury, easily manageable due to their regeneration skill and recovery system. Kara questioned their next course of action, wondering if they could continue as they were. Jong Hyuk advised them to take a breath and reorganize their thoughts before proceeding. Dust and debris filled the air as Cara Levine watched the fatally wounded masked man collapse to the ground. His body trembled. His final breaths ragged and shallow. What? She whispered, her voice laced with disbelief and grief. A looming sense of dread washed over Cara as the masked man warned, something is coming. From the depths of the earth, a surge of icy blue energy erupted. The masked man, recognizing the danger, urgently shouted, "Run!" He grabbed Cara, and they fled as a torrent of blue energy engulfed the area. The force of the torrent swept them away, the masked man coughing up blood as they were tossed about. Cara, left gasping for air, cried out, "What happened?" Cara and the masked man found themselves spiraling downwards into a vortex of dark, swirling water. The masked man muttered shit as he struggled against the powerful current. Cara, equally helpless, exclaimed that she couldn't control her body due to the current's overwhelming force. The vortex intensified, pulling them deeper into its watery abyss. A torrent of water cascaded down, engulfing them completely. Cara cried out in terror. Cara Levine found herself clinging to the slick, waterlogged surface, the chilling current pulling at her. Nearby, the masked man lay still, his body already succumbing to the relentless flow. A stark reminder of the brutal battle that had just transpired. The system message, Lee Jong-hyuk, Cara Levine enters B6-1-1, flashed briefly before her eyes, a cold confirmation of their precarious situation. She gasped, a choked "oh" escaping her lips, as icy waters threatened to pull her under. The masked man's lifeless eyes stared blankly upwards, a haunting image seared into her memory. A faint "huh" escaped her lips, a mixture of shock and disbelief, as she struggled to comprehend the events that had unfolded. In the distance, Lee Jong-hyuk's enraged voice cut through the air, "Lee Jong-hyuk," a guttural roar that echoed across the flooded chamber. A chilling call that sent a fresh wave of terror through Cara. The masked man, whose real name was Dwayne, had fallen. His final, desperate whisper, "Dwayne," was lost to the relentless current, leaving only the chilling silence and the ominous system message, "Madel Zurer, I public attribute," unable to speak. The weight of the unspoken hung heavy in the air. A woman with long gray hair confronts a figure in armored plating. Her highest level skill is displayed as 91. She states, "I knew you'd be alive." The woman, her face partially obscured, is shown emanating a powerful, icy energy. She thinks, "A face I'll never forget." The scene shifts to a battlefield strewn with corpses. Lee Jong-hyuk, among the survivors, observes the fallen, recognizing one of them. He thinks, "One of the two benefactors I remember from the past." Lee Jong-hyuk's gaze falls upon a particularly gruesome sight, prompting the thought, how could it be Madel? He is overcome with shock and grief, remembering Madel's death. He thinks, "Madel died in front of my eyes back then. What the hell happened?" The woman from the first panel reappears, her appearance slightly altered. Someone off-panel calls out, "I hope to see you here again." Lee Jong-hyuk seems to ignore this. The narrator notes, her public attributes are also different from before, because at that time she could speak. Lee Jong-hyuk, still reeling from the shock of finding Madel's corpse, questioned whether she, like him, was reliving her life, but noted that Madel didn't seem to recognize him. It was as if she couldn't even remember their past encounters. Cara Levine, appearing alongside another individual, advised Jong-hyuk to remain calm and observe the situation. She identified herself and the man as colleagues met previously at designated locations, B5-3-2 and B5-4, respectively. Jong-hyuk confirmed that the man was indeed the colleague Cara had mentioned, noting that he also appeared trustworthy. Cara, along with the other individual, observed Jong-hyuk closely. Cara then tended to Lee Jong-hyuk's wounds, cleaning the blood from his arm. Cara, accompanied by another individual, guided Lee Jong-hyuk towards a recovery room, suggesting he receive treatment first. He nodded in agreement, expressing gratitude for their help. Cara's serene expression hinted at a sense of relief and accomplishment. The two individuals, Cara and the other man, discussed the recent perilous situation they had all faced. They described the ordeal as terribly dangerous, emphasizing their narrow escape from certain death. Kara's companion noted that despite the hardship, the situation was better than what Lee Jong-hyuk had endured. He acknowledged the difficulty, but also expressed relief at their survival. Kara explained that their survival was largely due to Maedel's actions, highlighting her crucial role in navigating the crisis. Her companion emphatically agreed, stating that they were not exaggerating the importance of Maedel's contribution. Kara reflected on her own skills and their timely application, acknowledging that without her intervention, the outcome would have been far worse. Someone observed that Maedel appeared younger than she was, noting that despite her appearance, she was not a simple child. Kara instructed Lee Jong-hyuk to prioritize his physical recovery. She also informed him of a peddler located on the opposite side of the room, advising him to organize his belongings. Lee Jong-hyuk acknowledged her instructions and stated his intention to visit the peddler first. A system message appeared, indicating that Lee Jong-hyuk required 11 souls for complete recovery. The recovery process then commenced. Kara Levine inquired about Lee Jong-hyuk's physical state following his injuries. He confirmed that he had fully recovered, explaining that while the wound wasn't fatal, it required a significant expenditure of his souls to heal. Kara Levine then entered a room marked LAG, leaving Lee Jong-hyuk to observe her. She emerged, announcing that it was his turn. Lee Jong-hyuk observed Kara's attire, deducing that she had invested a considerable amount of her souls into enhancing her appearance. He commented that it was not bad. Lee Jong-hyuk proceeded towards another room marked LAG. As he approached, a cloaked figure emerged, seemingly emanating dark energy. Lee Jong-hyuk, fully recovered, assessed the situation. He mused, so big, it could be 5M. He held 2 coins, one for skill exchange, one for equipment. The text on screen read, Random Skill Exchange Coin, Random Equipment Exchange Coin. Lee Jong-hyuk initiated an exchange, stating, "First of all, I'll exchange this." A shadowy figure appeared, and the exchange was completed. Revealing a new passive skill, Batman Tim, Be Like a Bat, passive skill. He commented, "It's a skill that's almost useless except for the fact that it improves hearing." He then exchanged his second coin for equipment, receiving, Devil's Leather Jumper, you can hide things in your arms. Agility increased by 30% in the dark. Lee Jong-hyuk, seeking to improve his capabilities, approached a merchant and demanded to see their wares. The merchant, unfazed, calmly replied that he had everything Jong-hyuk desired. Jong-hyuk, possessing 37 souls, learned that the merchant offered 2 equipment enhancers and a unique mask. The mask, a skeleton general's mask, had a socket, and each item had a soul cost, 20 and 4 souls respectively. Jong-hyuk then acquired the Japak's Rage Rune and an equipment enhancer. Lee Jong-hyuk, uncertain of the outcome, prepared to enhance his equipment. He voiced his doubts, stating that he didn't know how the equipment would be strengthened, and even the probability of reinforcement itself was not high. He resolved to proceed nonetheless, muttering, "Indeed, let's see the result." He poured a blue liquid onto a piece of equipment, the skeleton general's jaws. The initial attempt failed. But a second attempt proved successful. The equipment transformed, upgrading from Skeleton General's jaws to Skeleton King's face, and Lee Jong-hyuk's Skeleton Soldier skill increased from level 1 to master level, pleasantly surprising him. He admitted, "I didn't expect much, but I got a bigger reward than I thought." Lee Jong-hyuk observed the newly installed augmentation, noting that it penetrated his skin. This was the first time he had seen such a transformation. Lee Jong-hyuk, ready for the next phase, informed Dwayne of his preparedness. Dwayne responded with a simple "let's go." The scene shifted, revealing a woman with short, gray hair, who appeared to have amnesia, as indicated by her confused expression in question, "What happened?" Lee Jong-hyuk registered her lack of recognition, internally commenting, "She really doesn't remember me." Dwayne commented on Lee Jong-hyuk's mask, "But what about that mask on your face? Wasn't that pretty good?" Lee Jong-hyuk responded, "I don't have to show it when I use it." Dwayne replied, "Oh, that's good." Lee Jong-hyuk continued, "Still, I'm glad you're with me this time.
I'm only talking to you, but honestly, I wasn't confident.
It's been a while, but in the meantime, he must have been through a lot.
Lee Jong-hyuk stated, well, let's go.
Lee Jong-hyuk and Dwayne proceeded to open the door labeled B6-1-2.
Lee Jong-hyuk, accompanied by 3 other individuals, walked down a corridor.
He appeared pensive, his expression serious. As a system notification flashed on screen, Lee Jong-hyuk entered B6-1-2, the group continued their advance. Lee Jong-hyuk and his group arrived at a stark, gray corridor. The group consisted of several imposing figures, including a muscular, older man with gray hair and a younger, lighter-haired man. A woman with dark skin and short hair was also present.
The atmosphere was tense.
A public mission announcement appeared, public mission, half left.
Goal, reduce the number of people alive by half. Condition, kill 1 or more.
A complex layout of the area was shown, indicating the requirements for exiting the B6-1-2 zone.
Special notes detailed the conditions for exiting and the rewards for killing opponents.
The older man, seemingly the leader, muttered, dreadful as always. The scene opens with a tense exchange.
One individual questions, should we kill each other?
Another responds with chilling indifference, that sounds interesting. A man, his face etched with concern, thinks to himself, reunion with a benefactor following Madel from another previous life.
He mutters, Stephen. What happened?
The man reflects, this is a tough situation to encounter. A man with short brown hair addressed a group, everyone, please listen to me.
The man continued, emphasizing a name, Jack.
Another person responded curtly, let him.
A display box appeared, revealing information about Jack Daniel, public attribute, highly resistant to ice attributes. Highest level skill, 15.
A sudden, bright flash erupted from the center of the group,
leaving a trail of smoke and disorientation in its wake.
Jack Daniel, his face etched with pain and surprise, muttered shit as he braced for impact. A voice, cold and calculating, observed from the shadows, he's moving through the shadows.
He is going to Stephen. Your public attribute is no sight.
Eunice Kumbo emerged, a lethal glint in her eyes, as she moved with deadly precision. With a swift, brutal motion, she delivered a devastating blow, her words echoing the force of her attack, you are a guy with no luck.
Die.
The impact sent Stephen sprawling, his body crumpling under the force of the attack. Blood splattered across the ground as Eunice stood over her fallen opponent, her expression unchanged. Eunice Kumbo launched a surprise attack on Jack Daniel, catching him completely off guard.
A swift blow landed, leaving Jack injured and vulnerable.
The force of the impact sending Jack sprawling to the ground.
He lay there, injured and gasping for breath.
Lee Jong-hyuk, observing from a distance, muttered to himself, what the hell, this ridiculous power. Eunice, having swiftly dispatched Jack, turned her attention to the next target. She thought, I should go into the shadows. And with another brutal, decisive strike, she ended Stephen's life.
The impact was swift and brutal, leaving Stephen lifeless on the ground.
The scene was over. The scene opens with a grim declaration, carelessness here is directly related to life.
A man, seemingly powerful, stands amidst the aftermath of violence, a faint blue energy emanating from his hand.
A stark reminder of the brutal efficiency of the recent conflict. The question, is Jack dead, is posed, followed by the curt reply, not yet. Eunice Kumbo, seemingly unfazed by the carnage, receives instructions, there is a reward condition, so finish it yourself and get your soul. She simply replies, okay. Lee Jong-hyuk observes the scene, his thoughts turning to the practical, I can't help the blood splattering on my pants.
I can't help it.
He stands among a group of mercenaries, their leader a formidable figure. One of the mercenaries comments on the swiftness of Eunice's attack, a simple and quick attack.
Strong. Lee Jong-hyuk continues his observation, his mind sharp and analytical, is he replacing blindness with another skill?
If he came here with those eyes, there must be something special. Lee Jong-hyuk reflected on Eunice Kumbo's swift and decisive strike, questioning whether it was a honed skill or an innate talent. He noted a chilling difference in her demeanor compared to the Steven he once knew, a ruthless efficiency devoid of hesitation. Another mercenary observed, unconvinced by Lee's assessment of Eunice's actions. A group of mercenaries approached, outnumbered but resolute, extending an invitation to join forces. Despite the grim odds, with only 7 remaining, the mercenaries acknowledged the need for a further sacrifice. One of the mercenaries voiced their desperation, highlighting their vulnerability under the command of a now-deceased leader. Lee Jong-hyuk stood amidst the aftermath of a brutal encounter, his gaze sweeping across the bodies of fallen mercenaries. The scene was grim, several mercenaries lay dead, their lifeless forms stark against the cold, gray floor. 2 surviving mercenaries, one male and one female, launched a surprise attack. The male mercenary lunged forward with a sword, while the female mercenary unleashed energy blasts, shouting, "Attack! Kill him!" Lee Jong-hyuk reacted instantly, his movements a blur as he effortlessly deflected the incoming attacks. The force of his counterattack sent the male mercenary sprawling, coughing up blood as he crashed to the ground. The female mercenary, momentarily stunned, watched in disbelief as her companion was defeated. Lee Jong-hyuk's expression hardened as he stared at the scene, a single thought echoing in his mind: what the hell is this? Lee Jong-hyuk, locked in a fierce duel with a mercenary, deflected a blow. The mercenary commented that it was an easy and effective way to divert attention at close range, but noted that the opponent wasn't good enough. Meanwhile, Eunice Kumbo unleashed a fiery blast, engulfing her opponents in flames. Another mercenary, seemingly surprised, muttered a barely audible sound as Lee Jong-hyuk swiftly dispatched another mercenary with a decisive blow, leaving several mercenaries dead or incapacitated on the ground. The scene concluded with Lee Jong-hyuk standing over the fallen mercenaries and receiving an instruction to absorb the souls of those he defeated. Lee Jong-hyuk absorbed the souls of the fallen mercenaries, a surge of power coursing through him as 21 souls were added to his count. His power had tripled, a stark reminder of the brutal efficiency of his victory. The text below confirmed the grim tally: 21 souls added. The number of souls I have has tripled. Except for one mercenary, Dwayne, all others had met the conditions for the reward, leaving only 6 remaining. 2 figures, likely leaders among the remaining mercenaries, discussed the situation. One questioned why the mission wasn't over despite achieving their goal, the other hinted at a hidden complication: the goal has been achieved, but why is the mission not over? There is something else. A mercenary, Tony Sha, exhaled forcefully, PUAH, revealing his unique ability, the capacity to hold his breath for 5 minutes. A system message appeared, detailing his abilities: Tony Sha, public attribute, can hold breath for 5 minutes, highest level skill, 13. This was followed by another mercenary activating an invisibility skill. Lee Jong-hyuk stood amidst the fallen mercenaries, his back to the viewer, surveying the scene of his victory. A single exclamation point punctuating the silence. A surviving mercenary, his face etched with grim determination, reflected on the mission's brutal nature. He noted that one more death was required for its completion, and that a hidden mercenary was among them. The mercenary continued his internal monologue, concluding that eliminating Tony or Steven would be the easiest course of action. He then addressed another mercenary, expressing his belief that targeting him would be easier than targeting someone he knew. A swirling vortex of sand appeared on the ground, causing the mercenaries to pause and stare in confusion. As the sand coalesced into words, revealing a message from Madel. The message instructed them to first cooperate with the elderly, then to kill an Asian man alone, and finally, to eliminate the remaining 2. A mercenary, his face etched with weariness and a hint of suspicion, reflected on a past associate. She was the one who had brought them together. He mused, remembering a time when Madel and Steven were not the ruthless individuals they had become. The mercenary admitted his uncertainty about the recent events, suggesting they assumed the situation is unrelated to Madel and Steven. A group of mercenaries stood in a stark, gray room. One of them suggested, "Let's stop messing with the old man over there.
Another mercenary responded, "You don't have to take the risk, right?"
One of the unnamed mercenaries voiced her opinion, questioning if the others truly agreed with their cautious approach. She argued that it was better to strike first than to be caught off guard and injured. Another mercenary, however, countered her suggestion,
suggesting they remain watchful and wait for a more opportune moment to act.
The mercenaries observed from a distance as the old man and his companions prepared to move.
One of the mercenaries reacted with frustration to the unfolding events.
One of the mercenaries declared, "I won't go alone." The sound of approaching footsteps suddenly ceased. Another mercenary observed, "The sound of footsteps is gone." A burly mercenary commented, "Oh ho, he makes the sound disappear." The mercenaries surveyed the scene. Several bodies lay scattered on the floor.
One of them speculated, "They wouldn't attack us, would they?
It must be burdensome since we have 4 people."
Another mercenary cautioned, "Don't let your guard down."
A close-up revealed one mercenary activating a passive skill called Batman. A faint sound reached the mercenary's ears, barely audible within the confines of the corridor marked B6-1-3.
It wasn't the typical sound of footsteps, it was something else entirely.
The source was moving without making any noise at all, he was walking through the air.
One of the mercenaries, Dwayne, noticed something out of the ordinary.
A sudden warning from his comrade jolted him. An unseen threat was approaching from his right. Dwayne reacted instantly, but his vision was obscured, he couldn't see the source of the danger. A mercenary lunged at another, his attack met with a burst of energy that sent him sprawling. The force of the blast throwing dust and debris into the air as a woman with dark hair stood poised, her hand outstretched.
The mercenary, disoriented and battered, crashed to the ground. The woman's expression hardened as she prepared for another attack. A blue box appeared, displaying the text, "I Sand Giant's hand LV1 can move the Sand Giant's hands. Active skill."
A mercenary coughed, his face contorted in pain.
A mercenary, wounded and gasping for breath, lay half-buried in rubble.
A description of his new skill, Giant's Breath LV13, appeared before him. After inflating the lungs like a giant, exhale a rough breath. He took a deep breath, his eyes blazing with fierce determination. Unleashing a powerful blast of air that sent a shockwave outwards. The force of the blast knocking several mercenaries off their feet. One mercenary cried out in pain as she was thrown back, while another coughed, struggling to regain his balance.
A mercenary, utilizing the devastating Giant's Breath technique, unleashed a shockwave,
sending several of his comrades sprawling.
The force of the blast was immense,
a testament to the raw power behind the attack.
The mercenary, however, remained standing,
his eyes fixed on his next target.
He prepared to unleash another devastating blow, activating his spiral drop kick LV1 skill.
The skill description appeared on screen: jump up, spin, and kick with both feet. He launched himself into the air, a blur of motion.
A mercenary launched a brutal Giant's Breath attack, but his opponent countered with a swift spiral drop kick,
sending the mercenary crashing to the ground, coughing up blood.
Another mercenary attempted a strike, but was met with a devastating counterattack, leaving him severely injured and incapacitated.
A stark digital display announced the completion of the mission, end of public-private missions,
having the number of living beings completed.
The screen then listed the mission's reward recipients: Lee Jong-hyuk, Dwayne Smith, Cara Levine, Maidel Zurer, Stephen Lang, and Priyanka Chopra.
An overhead view showed the aftermath of a brutal battle.
Numerous mercenaries lay scattered across the floor, many severely injured or incapacitated. A message appeared: you will receive 50 souls as a reward. Another message followed: now you can get out of B6-1-2. A final message clarified the rules: the number of souls you kill and take will continue to triple until you exit B6-1-2. A group of mercenaries, some severely injured, stood facing a lone, older man. He called out, "Wait, stop there." The older man continued, stating, "I have no intention of fighting. I just came to talk about how to go to the next space." A female mercenary, observing the man's demeanor, questioned his perception, stating, "Let go of your expressions." The older man, seemingly unfazed, responded to the mercenary's challenge, "How do you know our expressions?" Another mercenary, addressing the female, inquired, "Young lady, would you tell me that secret? Could that mean the difference between my life and death?" The older man, sighing, replied, "Well, there's nothing I can't say in the current situation. To put it simply, I would say that my other senses instead of my eyes have become more sensitive." An older man, his face etched with the wear of countless battles, reflected on a technique he'd mastered. Although it demanded significant stamina, it proved invaluable once he adapted to its demands. He addressed a group of mercenaries, his voice heavy with weariness. He found their continued presence frustrating, as he remained unable to fully grasp the situation. A female mercenary, her expression unreadable, proposed a plan to proceed to the next area as a united group. In a separate location, Eunice Cumbo, struggling to understand the unfolding events, expressed her confusion. She couldn't decipher the situation. The older man, recounting a threat from the female mercenary, revealed that she had warned of immediate death should they refuse to cooperate. He lamented their predicament, feeling helpless against her power. Lee Jong-hyuk, his face etched with contemplation, stood silently. A moment of quiet introspection passing before him. He questioned the female mercenary's unusual posture. A pose resembling prayer, prompting him to wonder, since when did that woman act like that? His surprise was evident as he muttered, "No way." The female mercenary, addressing a man named Stephen, declared, "Stephen, I'm ready." Her declaration was met with a curt response from Stephen, "Okay, then, let's get started." Lee Jong-hyuk, his expression grim, felt a sudden surge of unease. A danger detection alert flashed on his screen. Meanwhile, Eunice Cumbo, eyes glowing with an ethereal light, seemed to sense the same threat, her hands clasped in prayer. The danger was imminent. Lee Jong-hyuk's eyes widened in alarm as he shouted a warning to his team, "Everyone, avoid them." A wave of dark energy washed over the scene, a visual representation of the impending threat. A man with short, blue hair, his face etched with grim determination, stood amidst a desolate landscape. His eyes, narrowed in focus, scanned the surroundings. A digital alert flashed before him, "Danger Detection 1." The alert triggered a surge of adrenaline. He braced himself, anticipating an imminent threat. Meanwhile, three figures, two women and a man, moved with practiced efficiency, their movements suggesting a coordinated response to the impending danger. Lee Jong-hyuk, sensing an imminent threat, shouted a warning, "Everyone, dodge." Eunice Cumbo reacted instantly, launching a powerful kick, while the unnamed mercenaries followed suit, dodging the incoming attack with practiced ease. The text on the screen read, "I arm of Azura, you can get Azura's forearms and use them like your own body." Active skill. Lee Jong-hyuk observed the ongoing fight, his expression serious. He warned his team, "Be careful." Eunice Cumbo, agile and swift, dodged a fiery blast with a powerful kick, sending her opponent reeling. He noted, "I think she can adjust the hand size too." The scene shifted to a group of mercenaries, one of whom, Dwayne, addressed his team. "Wanna play with me, guys?" Another mercenary, anticipating the attack, stated, "You're aiming for a gap." Dwayne, unfazed, responded, "Got it." He prepared for the ensuing confrontation. A mercenary, Stephen, launched himself forward, his body a blur of motion as he pursued his opponent. His thoughts filled with grim determination. "Now that this has happened, I have no choice but to fight Stephen." He had hoped to avoid conflict, but circumstances had forced his hand. Stephen, driven by a sense of urgency, drew his sword and lunged, aiming a swift blow at his adversary. The mercenary's attack was met with a powerful counter. The force of the impact sent Stephen reeling, knocking him unconscious. His opponent, despite the ferocity of the exchange, remained standing, a grim expression on his face. "This will hurt a little," he muttered, bracing himself for the next confrontation. "I won't accept it." Steven, defiant despite his injuries, launched another attack against Dwayne. He lunged forward with a powerful blow, aiming for Dwayne's head.
But Dwayne, anticipating the move, effortlessly sidestepped the attack
and countered with a swift, decisive strike that sent Steven sprawling to the ground, unconscious. Steven lunged forward, aiming a powerful blow at Dwayne.
But Dwayne, anticipating the move, effortlessly sidestepped the attack. Dwayne thought to himself, "Here we go."
He knew that Steven would never tire of their head-to-head matches.
With a swift counter, Dwayne unleashed a devastating blow, sending Steven sprawling to the ground, knocking him unconscious. The fight was over.
Dwayne braced himself, muttering, "It's full of power, it won't be easy."
He countered Steven's final attack with a powerful blow, leaving Steven stunned and speechless.
"It's crazy, impossible," he thought in disbelief.
Meanwhile, another fighter unleashed a flurry of blows.
A swift, brutal assault that left her opponent reeling, before she summoned a fiery sword, radiating intense energy. The unnamed female fighter channeled her power, a fiery aura enveloping her as she prepared for a final, decisive blow,
releasing a devastating blast of energy
that engulfed her opponent in a fiery explosion.
The dust settled, revealing the female fighter standing victorious amidst the debris.
Her opponent lay defeated, charred, and still. Observing the aftermath, the female fighter noticed something peculiar about her opponent's remains. Only 2 arms were visible.
3 arms, she thought, a hint of confusion in her eyes.
The unnamed female fighter, victorious but troubled, observed her fallen opponent. She noted the missing arm, a detail that fueled her growing unease. As she recalled the intensity of the battle and the strange circumstances surrounding it, a young man with blue hair stealthily approached an older, blind man from behind. His intentions unclear.
He paused, seemingly reconsidering his approach.
The young man with blue hair launched a surprise attack on the blind old man from behind, striking with surprising speed, the blow connecting with a resounding impact. The old man coughed, clearly injured. With a surge of crimson energy, the young man unleashed a powerful attack, shouting, "Power of the beast!" The force of the attack sending the old man sprawling. The unnamed female fighter watched, her expression a mixture of victory and concern.
She muttered to herself, "It's crazy, inspiring."
A blue-haired young man, Steven, activated his reinforced LV-171 skill, causing a surge in his physical abilities. He unleashed a powerful attack on the blind old man, sending him sprawling across the ground. The impact left the old man coughing and gasping for breath as Steven stood over him, victorious.
Observing from a distance, an unnamed female fighter reflected on Steven's power, noting its intensity. The female fighter analyzed Steven's fighting style, noting his lack of equipment and focus on close combat skills. She also observed his heightened senses, deeming him a dangerous opponent. She muttered the name Madel under her breath.
The young man with blue hair, Steven, unleashed a powerful blast of energy from his reinforced LV-171, the force of which sent the blind old man sprawling, the raw power leaving him visibly strained and breathless. His eyes widened in alarm.
Steven muttered "shit"
as he braced himself for the next attack. The unnamed female fighter observed the aftermath of Steven's attack, her expression a mixture of apprehension and calculation. She moved swiftly, launching a fierce counterattack against the still recovering blind old man.
The impact sent a shockwave through the ground,
the force of the blow nearly throwing her off balance as she barely held her footing in the loose sand. She had managed to sever one of his arms, but time was running out. The aftermath of the battle was a scene of devastation.
Sparks still crackled in the air
as the young man with blue hair, exhausted but triumphant, stood over his fallen opponent. The unnamed female fighter, though wounded, maintained a fierce determination. Her face streaked with blood, she delivered a final, brutal blow, severing one of the blind old man's remaining arms.
The blind old man, defeated and grievously injured, lay helpless on the ground. His earlier power was completely gone.
The young man with blue hair, having expended his energy in the fight, watched the scene unfold before him.
He moved to leave, leaving the injured old man behind.
The young man with blue hair, exhausted but victorious, stood amidst the dust and debris, his face grim.
He had defeated the blind old man, but the cost was high. The unnamed female fighter lay wounded nearby, a testament to the brutal ferocity of the battle.
His own body ached, the strain of using reinforced LV-171 evident in his labored breathing. "Damn it," he muttered, the words a reflection of his physical and emotional exhaustion. The young man with blue hair, exhausted but victorious, delivered a final, powerful blow to the blind old man.
His reinforced LV-171 technique proved decisive,
sending the old man sprawling to the ground, severely injured and defeated. Meanwhile, the unnamed female fighter, the wounded, had managed to sever one of the old man's arms before the fight concluded.
The man, his face a mask of fury and pain, glared down at his fallen opponent.
A woman with long, dark hair, lying amidst a pool of her own blood. Her body was still, her eyes wide open in a silent scream. The man's breath hitched, the weight of his actions settling upon him. He had defeated her, but at a terrible cost. His own body was battered and bruised, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. The impact of his final blow sending him sprawling to the ground, his weapon clattering away. The man unleashed a brutal, swift punch, connecting with his opponent's jaw. The force of the blow sending a shockwave of crimson energy rippling through the air.
As the impact reverberated through the opponent's body,
the man's attack continued relentlessly. He delivered a series of blows that sent jolts of electricity arcing through his opponent's body,
each strike leaving visible marks of damage.
The man, still recovering from his brutal fight, looked at his opponent, Stephen.
He questioned Stephen's ability, asking, "You can make something like that with electricity?" Stephen grimaced, stating, "It feels like I hit iron."
The older man, Stephen, continued, "I hit you with the intention of killing you, but this is it.
I'll hit a little harder next time." The man responded, "Stephen, I didn't want to kill you.
If you're going to stop here, I'll stop here, too." Stephen reflected, "I think the woman who just died was quite precious to you, but you didn't take revenge. It's bitter when a young man gives up so easily."
"No matter what you choose, I'm going to kill you."
Stephen, despite his age, admitted, "It's not easy to get rid of greed, even at this age." The man stood over the woman's body, his face etched with grief and guilt. His shoulders slumped in defeat. The weight of his inaction pressed down on him.
He was consumed by remorse, the image of her lifeless form seared into his memory.
Stephen, unwavering in his rage, declared that he would kill the man and move on. The man, however, responded that he didn't know if that was possible, his voice heavy with despair.
In a separate scene, Priyanka inquired about Ashura's arm.
Ashura simply stated, "No more." The woman unleashed a furious barrage of fiery projectiles, each aimed at the man. She screamed, "Die!"
The man, battered and weary, braced himself against the onslaught.
He thought, "It's hard to tell an old man to die." Even in the face of death, a flicker of defiance ignited within him. "Even an old man wants to live long," he mused. The woman's attack culminated in a massive explosion of fire and debris, leaving behind only a cloud of smoke and ash. A figure emerged from the inferno. The silhouette of Stephen, his form obscured by the lingering flames. The man, despite his age and injuries, stood defiant amidst the fiery wreckage. He declared, "There is only one way to survive here." Stephen, watching from a distance, sneered, "This crazy old man." He then coldly strategized, "Take advantage of those weaker than me,
since killing makes me stronger."
The woman, seemingly defeated, prepared a final desperate attack. The man, however, remained unyielding, his resolve hardening as he muttered, "I'm starting to get annoyed now." The aftermath of the woman's final attack was stark. Her body lay lifeless, consumed by dark energy, a chilling testament to her sacrifice.
Stephen, observing from a distance, reflected on the events.
The Stephen I remembered wasn't like that, he mused, his thoughts revealing a complex assessment of the fallen warrior. He continued his internal monologue, there was no one like him who sacrificed himself for others. His words highlighted the unique selflessness of the woman, a stark contrast to the self-preservation he witnessed in others. The man, seemingly unaffected by the loss, stood resolute. Stephen's internal commentary continued, sacrificing others for himself, his blood seems to be cold, there is only a middle-aged man who can't even read his eyes. This observation revealed Stephen's cynical perspective on the man's resilience. A powerful shockwave erupted from the man, a display of raw power that underscored his determination to continue fighting despite the heavy losses. The visual depiction of the shockwave, accompanied by the text, Roar of the Beast, M1, send out a shockwaves in front of you. Strength increases compared to physical ability. Active skill, revealed a new active skill, Roar of the Beast, which amplified his physical strength. The man, resolute and powerful, stood amidst a swirling vortex of dark energy. He raised his arms, a fierce determination etched on his face, and unleashed a devastating roar, a wave of raw power emanating from his very being. The shockwave tearing through the surrounding environment, shattering the ground and sending debris flying. A testament to the newly activated skill, Roar of the Beast. The force of the attack was palpable, even to Stephen, who observed from a distance. His cynical gaze assessing the sheer destructive power displayed by the man. The aftermath of the attack leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The man stood unmoved, seemingly unaffected by the exertion. Assessing the battered figure before him, Stephen offered a blunt assessment, your head doesn't look that good, so I'm giving you some advice. The man, despite his injuries, remained defiant. You can't kill me with an attack like this. You have a little bit of a chance in close combat. Meanwhile, Kara and another man conferred. He urged, Kara, listen to me. Kara, hesitant but resolute, responded with a single word, The man pressed on, can you do it? Kara, weighing her options, finally agreed, yes, leave it to me. The man, seemingly unfazed, countered Kara's approach. A powerful blow landed, sending dust and debris flying. The man delivered a powerful kick, sending his opponent sprawling across the ground. The impact echoing through the desolate space. His opponent groaned, it hurts. Damn old man. Despite the pain, he vowed, I'll try a little harder. Stephen observed, I don't think it will happen. The man countered, you don't seem to have any defensive skills, but you managed to hold on well. Let's finish it now. The man's opponent, gritting his teeth, prepared for a final confrontation. Okay, let's finish it. He warned, can't you just wait for your turn? It's a hassle. A surge of dark energy enveloped him as he unleashed a furious attack. A system message appeared, Eliminate Gate 1 open. The aftermath of the battle settled, leaving behind only the faint traces of a powerful energy surge. A swirling vortex of white energy pulsed faintly on the ground. The man stood over his fallen opponent, his form radiating power and victory. His muscles tensed, ready for any further threat. His opponent lay bleeding, but a flicker of determination ignited in his eyes as he seemed to draw upon a hidden reserve of strength. Stephen, observing from a distance, noted the speed of the man's movements, muttering to himself, his speed is beyond my senses. The man's opponent, despite his injuries, began to formulate a plan, thinking, this might be a bit of a hassle. He resolved to act decisively, declaring internally, I'm going to kill this guy first. With a sudden burst of energy, he launched a desperate counterattack. The man declared his intention to kill his opponent first. He launched a swift, powerful punch. The force of the blow creating a shockwave that sent his opponent reeling. The impact was brutal, leaving a crater in the ground where the man's opponent had stood. The man commented on his opponent's ability to lessen the impact of his previous strike, stating that his response was also good. Before launching another attack, he declared, then, what about this one? The blow landed with devastating force, sending his opponent sprawling, leaving him severely injured and bleeding profusely. His opponent gasped, he is crazy. The man stood over his fallen opponent, his expression grim and determined. He prepared for a final, decisive blow.
The impact sent a shockwave through the ground.
The man lunged forward, his blade a blur of motion as it sliced through the air. The force of the blow sending his opponent reeling backward. A pained gasp escaping his lips as blood sprayed across the ground.
The man's opponent, weakened and bleeding, attempted a desperate counterattack.
The man unleashed a final, devastating blow, sending his opponent sprawling across the ground. The impact echoing in a guttural cue as the opponent crashed into the concrete. His body crumpling under the force of the attack. "Shit," he gasped, his final thought before succumbing to his injuries. He is following the speed of the first gate. The man landed gracefully, his movements precise and controlled, despite the intensity of the previous battle. A stark contrast to his opponent's broken form lying lifelessly on the ground. The man's opponent, his body battered and bruised, noted, "You're definitely faster.
Your power went up too." He added, "Furthermore." The opponent reacted to the blow, attempting to lessen its impact.
But the blow landed, leaving him fatally wounded.
The man, slightly weary from the fight, asked, "But will you be okay?"
The opponent, his vision blurring, replied, "It seems overwhelming just to maintain that." The man stood over his fallen opponent, his breath ragged but his eyes sharp. He registered a flicker of movement in his peripheral vision, and turned to see two figures fleeing the scene. One was a man, the other a woman, both moving with surprising speed.
The man's brow furrowed in confusion as he watched them disappear down a corridor. He muttered, "What?"
The man's gaze fell upon his defeated opponent, now lying still.
He noticed something peculiar. A subtle absence of energy, a void where life once resided.
His eyes widened in realization.
"What is it?"
"They didn't attack me," he thought, a growing unease settling in his gut.
"Then where did they go?" "No way."
The old man, his body racked with pain, collapsed to his knees, muttering, "You're tricking me." A surge of dark energy erupted from him, a vortex of power swirling around his form. He launched himself forward with surprising speed, a blur of motion against the gray concrete. Two figures, a man and a woman, fled down a corridor, their escape shadowed by the old man's desperate pursuit. The woman, glancing back, exclaimed, "Damn old man," as they continued their frantic retreat.
The man, equally panicked, observed, "Is he moving with all his might?" "How fast?" as they desperately tried to put distance between themselves and their pursuer.
The man, grievously wounded, muttered to himself, "At this rate, I will suffer before even opening the next gate." He watched from afar as the woman and another figure fled the scene, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. Their escape a stark contrast to the stillness of his own rapidly fading strength. Despite his critical condition, the man resolved, "It's not a situation to dwell on. I just have to try it." With a surge of adrenaline, he focused his remaining energy, muttering, "Opening the second gate." A powerful energy coursed through him.
The man's opponent, mortally wounded, collapsed to the ground.
His body shuddering with the final throes of life as his soul was ripped away. The woman, seizing the opportunity, launched herself from the crumbling structure, followed closely by Stephen and Dwayne, escaping the immediate danger. The woman, directing Dwayne, instructed him to proceed first, while she bought them time. The man's opponent, consumed by flames, declared, "You can't stop me with that." He lunged forward, a fiery inferno engulfing him. But the woman, undeterred, countered with a blast of fire of her own, the resulting explosion engulfing them both. The man observed from afar, noting, "She is trying to make sure I don't know where they will go." He then added, "She is doing nothing. I can find their location with just the sound of footsteps." The man observed his opponents, noting their movement towards the first door. He muttered to himself, "Even if you enter the den, I can follow you in." He prepared to pursue them. The man's opponents, the woman and another, stood ready to engage him. The woman created a fiery diversion, while the other made their escape. The man, however, was not fooled. He watched them intently, questioning their next move.
realizing they were waiting for something.
The man's opponent was left behind, consumed by flames.
The man's opponent, engulfed in flames, crumpled to the ground.
His body consumed by the inferno. The heat radiated outwards, leaving behind only charred remains. Observing from a distance, the man noted the opponent's demise. His thoughts focused on the sheer power of the attack.
That distance.
He mused, impressed by the range and destructive force. The man's opponent, despite his initial advantage, was swiftly overcome. A final, powerful blow ended the fight. The man's opponent lunged forward, unleashing a fierce attack imbued with crackling energy. The force of the blow sending the opponent hurtling backward, his body impacting the ground with a heavy thud. The man watched, his expression unreadable. The man, having assessed the situation, swiftly moved to close the door, issuing a quick command to Dwayne. Dwayne, however, reassured him, confident in his ability to secure the door before any further threats could approach. The man's opponent, mortally wounded, uttered a final, chilling goodbye. As he collapsed, the man watched, his expression one of grim assessment.
The opponent's final words hinted at a future encounter.
The man's opponent, defeated and dying, uttered his final words, "It's over." The man, the woman, and Dwayne stood before three numbered doors, B6-1, B6-2, and B6-3, the air thick with unspoken tension. The man observed the scene, his gaze sharp, anticipating future conflict. A man lay on the ground, his leg twisted at an unnatural angle.
Above him, the chilling words echoed, "Closed door, you can't return."
The man, his face bloodied, struggled to his knees, his breathing ragged.
He was clearly injured, but still alive. The woman and Dwayne approached cautiously, concern etched on their faces.
"Are you okay?"
"Your face is covered in blood," the woman asked.
Weakly, the man replied, "I think I'll be fine with a little rest." He then explained, "Even though I laid out the plan briefly, it was a kind of recoil. If I was a little late, I might have lost my life."
The second statement is, "It's not time to use that skill yet." Stephen was strong. The man's final words hung in the air, a testament to the intensity of the recent battle and the lingering threat of future conflict. The man, battered and bruised, reflected on the battle's intensity. Judging by his opponent's strength, he must have killed everyone he'd encountered, absorbing their very souls. There was no chance of winning a one-on-one fight. Even if they fought to the bitter end, someone would have died.
But in this situation, their strategic retreat was the only viable option. The operation was a success, they survived. The man, the woman, and Dwayne regrouped.
The woman asked if he was all right.
The man replied that he had somewhat recovered.
They prepared to move on.
The man knelt beside the fallen woman, her body marred by wounds. He observed her, a flicker of recognition in his eyes.
Then a wave of grief washed over him.
"She looks the same," he thought, his voice barely a whisper.
"But Stephen, he wasn't someone I knew."
He gently closed her eyes, a silent prayer escaping his lips. "Please be at peace," he murmured, his heart heavy with sorrow. The man's gaze shifted, his attention drawn to a translucent display that materialized before him. The screen detailed upgrade options for his abilities,
outlining the cost and souls required to enhance Lizard's tail and catch the breath.
The requirements for reaching level 20 in Catch the Breath were particularly steep, demanding 40 souls. The man pondered the nature of his newly acquired skill, Breath Hold, musing, "It seems like a skill for the Gate of Limits." He continued his internal monologue, questioning, "The question is, what is the limit for that certain period of time?" In the end, he resolved, I'll have to use the Gate of Limits to find out. A group, including the man, stood before three doors marked B6-1, B6-2, and B6-3.
Someone asked, "Everyone seems ready, so shall we go now?" The group discussed their next move.
Someone suggested, "But where should we go?"
"Stephen should be avoided, how about B6-?"
Another member of the group agreed, saying, "Okay."
"Good." Lee Jong-hyuk entered the designated area, B6-4. He arrived with his group, their expressions grim, immediately recognizing the location as a labyrinth. Jong-hyuk cursed, his frustration evident.
The others echoed his sentiment, confirming the nature of the place. A mission briefing appeared, outlining the rules of the labyrinth. Escape B6-4, collect souls, with a rounding up system, and note that the labyrinth, despite its name, is surprisingly open.
Jong-hyuk and his companions proceeded cautiously into the labyrinth's surprisingly open corridors.
A system notification appeared, outlining the reward for completing the current challenge, 100 souls, a labyrinth key, and an additional reward for killing the labyrinth's owner, a gift left behind by the owner. Lee Jong-hyuk's group stood within a circular courtyard, the architecture hinting at a labyrinthine structure.
Jong-hyuk stated that the owner of the place was a minotaur.
One of Jong-hyuk's companions questioned how he knew such details. Jong-hyuk explained that it was better to inform Kara, another member of the group, to avoid any doubts.
Another companion agreed that informing Kara was a good idea.
Kara, however, appeared confused by their conversation. Kara reflected on a mysterious ability she possessed, noting its seemingly random appearance and questioning its nature. She found it peculiar that it had only manifested since meeting Jong-hyuk.
When asked if she had used this ability since meeting Jong-hyuk, Kara sadly replied that she hadn't.
Lee Jong-hyuk, addressing his team, stated that he didn't possess much information about the labyrinth's guardian, likening the situation to being inside a whale's belly, where there was nothing special to know. However, he added that if the guardian was a minotaur, it would be a formidable opponent. Kara agreed, questioning if there was anything else to know. Jong-hyuk responded that he didn't have any further information at the moment, promising to share anything he learned later.
He then revealed that the minotaur was exceptionally strong.
Recounting that in his past encounters, he had only managed to escape the labyrinth twice out of many attempts. And on those occasions, he had managed to knock the minotaur down. But at a great cost, as most of his companions perished in those battles. Lee Jong-hyuk grimly showed the group an image of a fallen comrade, a stark reminder of the minotaur's power. He warned, if we run into the minotaur like this, we may be wiped out here.
Jong-hyuk's words hung heavy in the air.
Another member of the group muttered, but bad things always happen. Kara, however, countered with determination, that's right.
But we've always overcome difficulties and lived this far, right? We must continue to survive. And we must get out of here.
The other group members remained silent, their apprehension palpable. A question lingered in the air, unspoken but heavy with dread. Jong-hyuk, his face etched with weariness, voiced the unspoken fear. He said, "Will we be able to reach the end this time?" He shook his head, answering his own question with a somber certainty. "No, there is no such a thing as an end in LAG. The place I thought was the end was the 10th basement floor. Please let it end." Lee Jong-hyuk, Kara, and the other group members proceeded deeper into the dungeon, the air growing thick with fog. The fog so dense that visibility was severely limited. "By the way, it's foggy," one of them remarked. "I can barely see ahead," another added, highlighting the perilous conditions. The group paused, uncertainty etched on their faces. "What should we do?" one of them questioned, voicing the collective apprehension. Kara stepped forward. "If it's your decision, no matter what the outcome, I won't complain," she stated resolutely. Kara, having accepted the leadership role, declared, "Okay. Let's go." The group proceeded down a long, straight hallway. One of the group members observed, "After all, the hall is straight." The group continued their journey, their steps echoing in the desolate corridor. Passing a large compass emblem embedded in the floor. Until one member voiced their apprehension, "I think I've passed quite a few crossroads, but there's nothing there. Should we go back?" Another member interrupted, mentioning, "For a moment, I saw something ahead." Kara, leading the group, observed the entrance, noting the absence of any signage. Lee Jong-hyuk, apprehensive, questioned if anyone felt anything unusual. One of the group members responded that they hadn't yet sensed anything. Kara, undeterred, declared that they should proceed, as there was no other option. A group member explained that the labyrinth's design varied, making it impossible to predict its contents.
Lee Jong-hyuk cautiously entered the doorway, leading the group into the labyrinth.
The group found themselves in a large, fog-filled chamber. One member commented on the vastness of the space, while another noted the limited visibility due to the heavy fog. Lee Jong-hyuk, surveying the scene, declared that the same situation applied to the other side of the labyrinth. Kara, leading the group, suggested they proceed to one side for now, acknowledging that they had no other choice but to explore themselves. The group, consisting of Kara, Lee Jong-hyuk, and other members, began their journey down a fog-filled path, their apprehension growing with each step as the fog thickened around them. Upon reaching a dead end, one of the group members exclaimed in frustration, "Shit! Is there an end?" Kara, though uncertain, stated that they had no choice but to proceed to the end and check. There was an end. Kara's group pressed onward, navigating the labyrinthine corridors. When one member noticed something unusual on the wall, a subtle marking, almost imperceptible against the stone. A sudden, searing heat engulfed them, and a wall of fire materialized behind them, trapping them. A sudden, impenetrable wall materialized, trapping Kara and her group. Panic rippled through the group as they realized their predicament. Trapped within an enclosed space, the group grappled with their predicament. Kara's actions had led them into this unexpected confinement, leaving them surrounded by an impenetrable wall. "What should we do?" one of them questioned, voicing the collective anxiety. Lee Jong-hyuk, assessing the situation, addressed Kara. "Can you break down this wall?" he asked, his concern evident. Kara responded, "It looks very thick, but I don't know what it is." Lee Jong-hyuk, his gaze fixed on the seemingly insurmountable barrier, muttered to himself, "I've never seen this trap before." His thoughts turned to the implications of their confinement. "There's no way it'll end with us just being trapped in this space." He continued his internal assessment, a flicker of determination in his eyes. There must be something more. Lee Jong-hyuk's eyes scanned the wall, noticing a subtle detail. Light on the wall. He observed, a glimmer of understanding dawning. Lee Jong-hyuk's grim expression was etched into his face as he surveyed the scene, his eyes narrowed in grim determination. A wave of realization washing over him as he saw the light through a crack in the wall, countless arrows filled the space beyond. The horrifying truth dawning on him, there was nowhere to escape. The wall was completely filled with arrows. Lee Jong-hyuk reacted instantly, his body moving with practiced efficiency. He raised his hands, a blue energy crackling around them, creating a protective shield as he shouted, "Hide behind me." The energy expanded, deflecting the incoming volley of arrows. Lee Jong-hyuk's energy shield deflected the incoming volley of arrows, but he muttered, "They don't break." Observing that these were no ordinary wooden projectiles. "These arrows are not made of wood," he noted. And added, "Furthermore, there are too many." The sheer volume of arrows overwhelmed his defenses. As the electric barrier proved insufficient against the relentless assault. "The electric barrier can't withstand it," he exclaimed. The arrows continued their relentless advance, piercing through the weakening shield. Lee Jong-hyuk's face contorted in strain as he struggled to maintain his energy barrier against the overwhelming barrage. A volley of arrows pierced Lee Jong-hyuk's weakening energy shield. One arrow found its mark, striking a group member who crumpled to the ground with a pained cough. The remaining arrows continued their relentless assault, narrowly missing Kara and Lee Jong-hyuk as they exploded around them. Lee Jong-hyuk, despite his failing shield, braced himself, his expression grim. Kara, witnessing the scene, called out Lee Jong-hyuk's name in a desperate plea. Kara, desperate and worried, asked Lee Jong-hyuk, Are you okay?" Lee Jong-hyuk, though wounded, replied, Yeah, I'm okay." He explained, "I live thanks to strong bones and Skeleton King's face. If I didn't react instantly, I would have died from an arrow piercing through my eye." Lee Jong-hyuk reflected, "How can this be? I literally put an iron plate on my face. Thanks to the enhanced equipment, I'm alive. The arrows almost pierced all of it. You getting hit, it's a terrible thing to think about." Kara, along with two other group members, stood before a large, imposing wall, its surface marred by numerous impacts. One of the group members commented on the wall's condition, prompting Lee Jong-hyuk to step forward, declaring his intention to test the wall's strength. Lee Jong-hyuk prepared himself, bracing for a powerful exertion. A volley of arrows suddenly rained down upon him. But thanks to his enhanced equipment, he managed to withstand the attack, though not without sustaining some injuries. He grunted in pain. Despite the arrow attack, Lee Jong-hyuk unleashed a powerful counterattack, a surge of energy emanating from him as he retaliated against the unseen assailants. The other group members watched in a mixture of fear and awe. The force of his attack created a massive shockwave that shattered a significant portion of the wall. The force of Lee Jong-hyuk's counterattack reverberated through the chamber. A shockwave of energy radiating outwards, shattering a large portion of the wall. Amidst the dust and debris, one of the group members voiced their apprehension, stating, "I have to go to the other side, but I'm afraid of what might come out." Another member responded cautiously, "Wait a minute." The group watched in stunned silence as the dust settled, revealing the extent of the destruction. The remnants of a skeleton soldier disintegrated into dust, leaving behind only a single bone, stark against the gray debris. A caption identified the creature as a skeleton soldier. Kara, witnessing the scene, exclaimed, "What the hell did you do to get that?" Another member of the group suggested, "Let him lead in the front. If there's a trap or something, he'll react to me." Kara asked Lee Jong-hyuk, "Does it hurt?" To which he replied, "It's a little sore, but it's okay." Damn bastard. In a way, it's respectable. The group, now composed of Lee Jong-hyuk, Kara, and other members, prepared to move forward. "Let's go." The group continued their trek down a long, dark corridor, the only light emanating from their own flashlights. Lee Jong-hyuk led the way, his boots making a rhythmic thud against the stone floor. The air thick with dust and the scent of decay. Kara, trailing behind, felt a growing unease, wondering if they had gone too far. "But does this road have an end?" she mused, voicing her apprehension to the others. One of the group members responded, "I feel like I've walked for an hour. It's weird." Another member added, "There was no door when we entered. Maybe we've gone too far?" Lee Jong-hyuk, however, remained resolute. "No, I couldn't have missed it. Come to think of it, the door should have been visible on this street, but what happened?" he pondered, his brow furrowed in thought. The group found themselves in a desolate, metallic corridor. The entrance they had used was gone, leaving only one path forward. A chilling wind whipped through the narrow passage, causing Kara to notice the sudden change in the environment. Lee Jong-hyuk, ever vigilant, felt a growing unease as he sensed something approaching. A sudden, violent gust of wind swept through the corridor, throwing the group off balance. As debris flew around them, Lee Jong-hyuk warned his companions that something was coming. A powerful vortex of wind erupted, its force throwing Lee Jong-hyuk and his group off balance. Kara exclaimed in alarm at the sudden, violent gust, while Lee Jong-hyuk, ever vigilant, urged them to run. The group, disoriented and struggling against the wind's force, began their desperate flight, Lee Jong-hyuk leading the charge. Kara unleashed a fiery blast, propelling herself forward with explosive force. The intense heat and kinetic energy momentarily obscuring her in a brilliant flash. The resulting impact creating a massive crater in the ground, but the target remained unscathed. It took no damage at all, the observer noted. A large, unnatural boulder hurtled towards them. "It is huge, and it's not an ordinary boulder," someone observed. Lee Jong-hyuk, observing the approaching danger, declared, "Now it's my turn," as he prepared to intercept the threat, while Kara continued her escape. He braced himself, readying for the impact. Kara unleashed a devastating fire-based attack, the flames erupting in a furious maelstrom. The raw power of the blast leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Meanwhile, Lee Jong-hyuk braced himself, preparing to meet the oncoming threat of a colossal, unnatural boulder. The boulder hurtled towards them, its immense size dwarfing everything in its path. But inexplicably, it shuddered to a halt just before impacting the group. "Ha! It stopped, one of the group members exclaimed. Lee Jong-hyuk watched in disbelief as the massive boulder, hurtling towards them, inexplicably came to a halt. A stunned silence fell over the group as they processed the impossible event. It can't be stopped so easily, he thought, a mixture of awe and apprehension washing over him. A massive boulder hurtled towards Lee Jong-hyuk and the others, its momentum threatening to crush them. But then, inexplicably, it screeched to a halt. The group, initially braced for impact, stared in stunned silence. Ha! It stopped, one of them exclaimed. Kara's hand pulsed with fiery energy as she unleashed a powerful attack, aiming to stop the unstoppable boulder. But the boulder continued its relentless descent, seemingly unaffected by the intense heat. Lee Jong-hyuk watched, his eyes wide with surprise as the boulder's momentum suddenly faltered. The immense force of the boulder abruptly ceased, leaving everyone stunned. A fiery explosion erupted from the point of impact, engulfing the area in flames. Kara unleashed a powerful fire-based attack against the massive boulder, its flames engulfing the area as the group ran for cover. But the speed of the boulder had increased, and a sense of urgency filled the air. Shit! Run, one of them shouted. Lee Jong-hyuk, observing the scene, realized that a direct attack was futile. In this case, a direct attack is meaningless, he thought. I have to find another way. The group continued their desperate flight, the boulder relentlessly pursuing them. If we go on like this, we'll reach a dead end, one of them worried aloud. Kara, exhausted and desperate, questioned her strategy. Damn it! What should I do, she wondered, her mind racing. Lee Jong-hyuk, amidst the chaos, focused his mind, determined to find a solution. Think! Think! Find a way, he urged himself, his determination unwavering. Kara, exhausted from her fire-based attack, had reached her limit. The relentless pursuit of the boulder left the group desperate. Lee Jong-hyuk, witnessing the futility of a direct assault, exclaimed shit as he and another group member, Dwayne, fled the oncoming boulder. Lee Jong-hyuk recognized the dead end they were facing, stating, Lee Jong-hyuk, this is a dead end. He then considered a possible solution. Wouldn't that wall block the boulder, he wondered, observing the approaching wall. However, he quickly realized the boulder's resilience. That thing seemed to absorb our attacks, it can't be stopped with shocks, he concluded, as the boulder smashed through the wall. A desperate plan formed in his mind. You have to avoid it somehow, he declared, his determination unwavering. He then called out to Dwayne. Kara, exhausted from her previous fire-based attack, braced herself as Lee Jong-hyuk spoke. Kara, trust me. I think I found a way. Kara, placing her trust in Lee Jong-hyuk, replied, Yeah, I trust you. Lee Jong-hyuk, having devised an escape plan, initiated a swift maneuver to evade the oncoming threat. He moved with surprising speed, while Dwayne followed closely behind, mirroring his movements. As the massive boulder continued its relentless pursuit, Lee Jong-hyuk addressed Dwayne, What are you going to do? Lee Jong-hyuk's plan became clear as he stated, Break the wall. Lee Jong-hyuk, fueled by adrenaline and a sense of urgency, unleashed a powerful blow against the sturdy wall, the force of the impact causing cracks to spiderweb across its surface. The resulting debris raining down as he continued his assault, his grunts of exertion echoing in the confined space. A frustrated exclamation of shit escaping his lips as he realized the wall was tougher than anticipated. Despite the setback, Lee Jong-hyuk remained resolute, muttering to himself, This wall is harder than I thought. Time is running out, as he prepared for another attack. Dwayne, observing from a distance, offered words of encouragement, Kara will be here soon. Lee Jong-hyuk, taking a deep breath, steeled his resolve, declaring, Back off, I'll give it a try, before launching himself at the weakened wall one last time. Lee Jong-hyuk, driven by determination, continued his escape plan. He unleashed a powerful, swirling attack, his movements a blur of motion. The force of the blow shattering a section of the wall. It's broken, he exclaimed, a surge of relief washing over him. He pushed onward, gritting his teeth. A little bit more. Just a little bit, he urged himself, his body screaming in protest.
With a final, desperate heave, Lee Jong-hyuk broke through the remaining wall. Dwayne shouted, Jong-hyuk, in alarm as the wall collapsed around him. Despite his success, Lee Jong-hyuk collapsed, exhausted and bleeding.
No, he groaned, realizing they still needed more time to escape completely.
The command rang out, echoing in the confined space, move. Lee Jong-hyuk.
Lee Jong-hyuk, his face bloodied and strained, pushed himself through the newly created breach in the wall. A whirlwind of motion as he fought to escape the collapsing structure. The dust and debris swirled around him.
Kara, witnessing the chaos, cried out in alarm, Jong-hyuk. Dwayne.
Her voice barely audible above the sounds of destruction as she braced herself for the impact of the collapsing wall. Kara, her face etched with worry and distress, watched from a distance as the scene unfolded before her. A fiery explosion erupting behind Lee Jong-hyuk and Dwayne as they made their desperate escape.
Lee Jong-hyuk muttered, no more, as he pushed forward.
The intensity of the blast intensified, and Lee Jong-hyuk resolved, not anymore. The ground trembled violently as a massive shockwave radiated outwards from the epicenter of the explosion, sending debris flying. The force of the blast was immense, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake.
A powerful explosion rocked the area, sending debris flying, leaving behind a scene of devastation. The force of the blast was immense. But amidst the chaos, Lee Jong-hyuk and Dwayne emerged, escaping the inferno. Kara, observing from a distance, watched with alarm as the two men made their escape. We lived, she breathed, a mix of relief and apprehension in her voice. Lee Jong-hyuk, though seemingly safe, was clearly shaken. Dwayne, his face grim, stood beside him.
Kara approached, offering a hand to Lee Jong-hyuk, who hesitated before accepting.
Thank you for saving my life, but can you move your hand away? He asked, his tone stiff.
Kara quickly apologized, her cheeks flushing slightly.
Well, it's fine.
If it was Dwayne, it would have been different, she muttered, her gaze shifting to Dwayne. Lee Jong-hyuk, confused, questioned her words.
What are you talking about? He asked.
Lee Jong-hyuk and Dwayne stood amidst the devastation, a fiery orb glowing at the center of the explosion's aftermath.
One of them wondered aloud if the strange energy source would ever reactivate. The other responded that it likely wouldn't, suggesting they leave immediately.
They agreed to proceed cautiously, taking a moment to catch their breath before moving on. Kara, Lee Jong-hyuk, and Dwayne moved as a group, slowly making their way through the damaged corridor. As they progressed, they noticed the corridor widening and darkening ahead.
As the group moved forward, a member voiced their concern, isn't something coming out?
A shadowy figure emerged from the smoke-filled corridor.
Its presence causing a stir among the onlookers.
The figure was identified as Derek Chestnut, his profile revealed an inability to run and a level 3 skill rating. The group reacted with alarm to the unexpected appearance of Derek Chestnut. Observing his unusual, almost entirely black, unclothed form.
He's black, it's like he's painted his whole body black. He isn't even wearing clothes, one of them remarked.
From a distance, a group, including Kara, Lee Jong-hyuk, and Dwayne, observed Derek Chestnut emerging from the smoke. Their initial reaction was a mixture of surprise and apprehension.
Hey, what are you doing here? One of them called out. But Derek Chestnut remained silent. He can't speak.
Someone whispered, noting his unusual appearance.
The group began to assess the situation, noting his seemingly human form. He is human, right? The personal information is visible, the appearance is the same, and he seems to be human. One of them mused, though they also noted his lack of clothing and a sense of unease. I wish he was wearing pants too, I don't want to see.
Another member commented, expressing discomfort with the situation. He is a type of human that I have never seen before, another observed, highlighting the strangeness of Derek Chestnut's appearance. I get a strange feeling when facing non-human beings, one of them admitted, sensing something was amiss. The panel then shifted to show Derek Chestnut's sudden, violent outburst. The sound of Derek Chestnut's approach was described as a nice hello, a stark contrast to the ensuing chaos. as he launched himself at the group with unexpected speed and ferocity. His attack was swift and brutal, leaving him clinging precariously to the ceiling. Kara, Lee Jong-hyuk, Dwayne, and the other group members reacted instantly, preparing for combat. Observing Chestnut's unusual maneuver, one member questioned if it was a newly acquired skill, a sentiment echoed by another who noted that such surprises were becoming commonplace. Chestnut, despite his inability to run, demonstrated an impressive ability to jump, propelling himself across the room. A figure plummets from a great height, the force of the fall sending up a cloud of dust and debris. One of the group members remarked on the unusual nature of the sudden attack, noting that it was strange for it to come at them so directly. Another member countered, pointing out that they were 3 against 1, and yet the attacker rushed at them without hesitation. The scene depicts a swift and decisive battle. The attacker is shown to be incredibly skilled, easily deflecting attacks and overpowering his opponents. One of the group members observed the attacker's erratic movements, commenting on their back-and-forth nature. The attacker continues their relentless assault, demonstrating exceptional combat prowess, finally overpowering the last of their opponents. Dwayne unleashed a powerful attack, a shockwave emanating from his body, sending one of the remaining group members flying backwards, the force of the blow leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Dwayne's powerful attack sent one of the group members plummeting through a hole in the floor. As the remaining members watched in stunned silence, one commented, "He is sturdy. Fast too." Another member observed, "It's obvious that he's human because he bleeds, how can he be like that?" The fallen group member coughed up blood, groaning in pain. Gah! More pain sounds escaped him as he continued to struggle. Keeg! Gah! One of the remaining members cautiously noted, "It seems like he is calling a friend?" One of the group members stated that they needed to finish quickly. Another member responded that he would borrow the first member's shoulder, as a sudden burst of energy erupted between them, sending the second member flying backward and landing hard on the ground. The other group members watched in shock, one of them exclaiming, "Wow, you can even do that!" The defeated member lay motionless on the ground. Dwayne, hanging upside down from the ceiling, clutched his sword. Blood stained his clothes. A defeated enemy plummeted to the ground below. A system message flashed, "Gate 1 open." Dwayne, his eyes glowing red, muttered, "I can hear even the slightest movement." He added, hanging upside down like a bat, "I hear better." Another enemy, responding to the sound, fell from the ceiling, defeated. Dwayne activated his new skill, Machine Gun Mouth LV1. Bullets erupted from his mouth, a hail of projectiles striking his opponent, sending him crashing into a wall, severely wounded. Dwayne observed his fallen foe, commenting, "A machine gun doesn't suit you." He then swiftly dispatched another opponent, noting, "Still, it's worse than an arrow flying from a trap." Dwayne, having already dispatched several opponents, continued his relentless assault, his movements a blur of speed and precision as he effortlessly dispatched another foe with a swift, decisive strike. The fallen opponent, eyes wide with disbelief, muttered his final words, "This guy, can't you feel pain?" Another opponent lunged at Dwayne, but the attack was anticipated. Dwayne countered with brutal efficiency, sending the attacker sprawling with a scream of pain. A figure, engulfed in flames, plummeted from a great height, the intense heat warping the air around them. Kara and Dwayne stood amidst the fiery chaos, observing another opponent fall. Dwayne muttered, "Huh? Why only the lower body?" The impact of the fall sending tremors through the ground. Dwayne, victorious in his latest confrontation, stood amidst the chaos, his gaze fixed on his fallen opponent. He questioned the efficacy of the attack, a flicker of doubt crossing his features, a silent query hanging in the smoke-filled air. The words, "Are you still alive in that state?" echoed in his mind, a testament to the brutal nature of the fight. As defeated opponents screamed in agony, a guttural cry that spoke of both pain and disbelief.
His body was engulfed in flames, a testament to the ferocity of Dwayne's attack. A scene of fiery destruction. Another opponent, struck by a powerful electrical discharge, fell to the ground, their body convulsing with the force of the blow. The air crackled with residual energy, a stark reminder of the battle's intensity. The screams of the defeated echoed through the ravaged landscape. A finality of their defeat undeniable. The last of the group lay defeated, their bodies scattered across the battlefield, a testament to Dwayne's overwhelming power. The final member of the opposing group crumpled to the ground, his body dissolving into ash and sparks. A testament to Dwayne's overwhelming power. His victory was complete. Dwayne stood over his fallen opponent, a grim expression on his face. His gaze lingering on the lingering energy of the attack. Kara watched from a distance, observing the aftermath of the battle. The scene was silent, save for the crackling remnants of the energy. A stark contrast to the recent chaos. Dwayne, seemingly satisfied, approached the fallen foe, a small orb of blue energy floating in his hand. "Let's divide the soul into 3 parts to share equally," he muttered, his voice barely audible. Kara and Lee Jong-hyuk, along with Dwayne, cautiously moved forward, discussing the possibility of more enemies appearing. Observing the aftermath of the battle, they noted that although one of their opponents had a human form, he felt no pain and remained silent. Lee Jong-hyuk pondered whether their foe had lost his mind wandering in the labyrinth, but concluded that such questions were unanswerable at the moment. They decided to proceed and investigate further. Lee Jong-hyuk, his expression grim, internally affirmed his resolve, unless facing a minotaur or similarly powerful opponent, he wouldn't lose a one-on-one match on the 6th basement floor. The fog began to dissipate, revealing the stark, gray architecture of the corridor. However, as the fog cleared, a strange cloud-like formation became visible on the ceiling, prompting a sense of unease. Kara, observing the scene, voiced her apprehension. Something felt wrong. When had this place ever been safe? The trio, Kara, Lee Jong-hyuk, and Dwayne, continued their cautious advance down the corridor. As the group navigated the unsettling landscape, Kara voiced her apprehension, noting that the clouds seemed to have descended to the ground. Lee Jong-hyuk, ever resolute, remained alert, while Dwayne continued his cautious observation of their surroundings. The ominous clouds now crackled with lightning. The clouds descended to ground level, an unsettling atmospheric shift. And now, lightning crackled within the unnatural clouds. Dwayne, Kara, and Lee Jong-hyuk looked up, concern etched on their faces. "How are we going to deal with this?" one of them wondered aloud. As the group continued their journey, a question arose regarding their direction. Lee Jong-hyuk, ever alert, interrupted, suggesting a different course of action. A skeletal figure suddenly appeared, its movements suggesting a test or experiment. The group braced themselves, observing the creature's unsettling form and movements. Its skeletal structure was partially obscured by a smoky haze. The group watched from a distance as the creature emerged from the fog, its full size now visible. The ominous atmosphere intensified. Kara, Lee Jong-hyuk, and Dwayne stood amidst a desolate, cracked landscape, the remnants of a recent struggle evident around them. Lee Jong-hyuk voiced his concerns, stating that their current approach was proving ineffective. He suggested exploring alternative solutions. He declared the current path broken, deeming it impossible for them to proceed further in this manner. His assessment was shared by others in the group. One of the group members, seemingly undeterred, declared their intention to investigate further, stating they would check inside. The others reacted with alarm to this impulsive decision, expressing their disbelief at the risk involved. However, the individual, seemingly empowered by a newfound ability to manipulate electricity, insisted they could proceed safely. They explained that there might be a door leading to the 7th basement floor, prompting them to proceed with their investigation. Kara expressed her apprehension, stating, "I don't feel good about this. My intuition has been good since I was young. I can feel what's in there, so I'm worried." Lee Jong-hyuk, attempting to reassure her, placed a comforting hand on her head. He said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'm sure I can run away no matter what pops out." Kara, though still apprehensive, nodded slightly.
Lee Jong-hyuk added, I'll be back for sure, so please wait.
See you. Kara and Lee Jong-hyuk parted ways. Kara called out, please come back. I'll be waiting. Other group members responded, yeah, we'll be waiting here. Kara anxiously questioned if Lee Jong-hyuk would be alright, her apprehension evident.
While another group member offered reassurance, suggesting they trust him and wait for his return. Lee Jong-hyuk, having sustained injuries, reflected on his abilities. He believed he could manage pain relief and electricity-based passive skills, but he remained uncertain about the extent of his capabilities. A surge of energy, seemingly electrical in nature, emanated from him, signaling the beginning of something new. Lee Jong-hyuk, injured but resolute, stood amidst a swirling vortex of energy. A surge of power coursing through his veins as he braced himself against the intense electrical discharge. He gritted his teeth, a low groan escaping his lips. The raw energy threatening to overwhelm him. With a guttural cry, he channeled the power, transforming the chaotic energy into a focused, destructive force. His body crackled with electricity as he roared in defiance. Lee Jong-hyuk felt the raw power coursing through him, a force he sensed even through his skeletal soldier form. It was unbelievable. His body began to adjust to this surge of energy, and he realized he could endure it well enough. He stood, a figure shrouded in crackling energy, the storm within him a testament to his newfound power. A silent storm that promised destruction. Lee Jong-hyuk, still injured, moved with a visible limp, his body crackling with barely contained energy. The raw power coursing through his veins a tangible force. He navigated the damaged cityscape, the remnants of a recent battle strewn around him. He focused inward, sensing the surge of electricity within him. Electricity is overflowing inside my body, he thought. A passive skill charging him like a living lightning rod. Thanks to the electricity passive skill, it's like charging lightning, he mused. A potent energy building within him. Rather good. I can use it at least once, he concluded, a grim determination hardening his gaze. Lee Jong-hyuk continued his journey, his steps now sure, the electrical energy a palpable aura around him. Lee Jong-hyuk stood before a heavy, metal door, his back to the viewer, apprehension etched onto his features. His hand reaching out to grasp the cold, metallic handle. And with a decisive twist, he opened the door, revealing a dark corridor beyond. He proceeded down the corridor, the air heavy with an unnatural silence. A multitude of shadowy figures emerged from the darkness ahead. Lee Jong-hyuk, his face etched with grim determination, stared into the darkness. He muttered to himself. There are about 20 people, he whispered, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. They all look like Derek. The chilling realization dawned on him as he saw the figures before him. One of the shadowy figures lunged forward, its voice a guttural rasp, "WH what, you?" The shadowy beings, all resembling Derek, surrounded him. A system message appeared, revealing Clint McKellen's new ability, increased speed. Another figure hissed, "HES smelled DD Derek. D Derek died." The horrifying truth was confirmed as the shadowy figures attacked. The chilling words, "He killed Derek," echoed through the shadowed space. As several shadowy figures, resembling Derek, tumbled and scattered across the floor. Leaving Lee Jong-hyuk standing alone in a desolate corridor, Kara and another group member watching from a distance. Clint, consumed by rage, threatened, "I'll kill you," to a shadowy figure holding a woman captive. While another shadowy figure explained, "He didn't give an excuse, so I'm pretty sure he killed Derek, the first human being to come here." Observing from above, Lee Jong-hyuk saw several shadowy figures sprawled across the floor of a large, metallic chamber. A chilling scene that confirmed his suspicions about the nature of this place. The figures appeared to be unconscious or dead. A voice, seemingly emanating from the shadows, observed, "Seeing that you came in that form, it seems that you have some skills related to electricity." The voice continued, "You must have a lot of thoughts since you still aren't talking." Glenn Ryder's status was displayed, public characteristic, wide view, highest level skill, 5. The panel also showed a close-up of Glenn's worried expression. Another voice, sharp and dismissive, cut through the silence. You're gonna die here anyway.
Don't try anything. Two shadowy figures, their faces obscured, stood in a dimly lit corridor. One cackled, ha, ha, ha.
Glenn Ryder, his expression determined, approached them. The shadowy figures pointed down the corridor, one stating, yes, that's right. If you go this way, you'll find the Minotaur's room.
Glenn, suspicious, continued to observe them, muttering, I don't know if that bastard is here or not. He then posed a question, well, let me ask you one more question, are you human beings?
One of the figures responded, of course, what do we look like? One of the shadowy figures addressed Glenn, questioning if he considered their encounter fortunate. Glenn's arrival was, from their perspective, akin to a food delivery service.
A delivery service, they clarified, though another figure countered, suggesting it was more of a funeral service.
Glenn's expression shifted, he seemed to find the dark humor in the situation.
The shadowy figures, observing Glenn, noted his identity as an enemy of Derek.
They issued a chilling command, kill. The shadowy figures launched a coordinated attack on Glenn, their movements swift and deadly. The command to kill him echoed through the scene. As they relentlessly pursued him, their determination unwavering. The repeated cry of kill underscored their lethal intent. Lee Jong-hyuk, observing from a distance, hardened his gaze as he witnessed the unfolding scene. He muttered to himself, they eat people, so I'll treat them like they're not human. A chilling command echoed through the desolate space, come here. The shadowy figures, responding to the call, advanced on their prey. Glenn Ryder, surrounded and outnumbered, fought desperately against the relentless assault, his movements a blur of desperate defense against the shadowy figures' coordinated attack. The scene ended with Glenn lying injured on the ground, surrounded by fallen attackers. Glenn Ryder, injured and surrounded, urged himself onward with a defiant shout, come on. He braced himself against another wave of attacks from the shadowy figures, their movements swift and relentless. Glenn Ryder, bloodied but defiant, fought back against the shadowy figures that had attacked him. He unleashed a flurry of blows. Each strike imbued with raw power, sending the shadowy figures reeling. His movements a blur of motion as he continued his relentless assault. Finally overpowering one of the shadowy figures with a powerful electric blast. Lee Jong-hyuk watched from a distance, his expression grim. He observed Glenn's struggle, silently assessing the situation before making a decision. Glenn, bleeding profusely, braced himself against the relentless assault of the shadowy figures. One of the figures lunged, its movements impossibly fast. But Glenn's determination held firm as he continued to fight back, despite his injuries. Finally, the shadowy figures were repelled, falling to the ground, defeated. Lee Jong-hyuk, observing from a distance, muttered to himself, let's try it. Glenn Ryder, despite his injuries, continued his assault on the shadowy figures, unleashing a flurry of blows. Each strike crackling with raw power as he sent them sprawling across the ground. The shadowy figures, weakened and reeling from his relentless attack, struggled to maintain their footing. Their forms flickering and dissolving as Glenn's assault reached its peak. Lee Jong-hyuk, observing the battle from a distance, felt a surge of power coursing through him. He activated a new ability, a wave of energy emanating from his body. A silent testament to his growing strength. The remaining shadowy figures cried out in pain as they were consumed by the energy. Lee Jong-hyuk unleashed his new ability, a surge of electrical energy that engulfed the remaining shadowy figures, reducing them to ash. Only one person, Glenn Ryder, suffered a fatal injury during the confrontation. Glenn Ryder, despite his injury, reflected on the battle. He had expected his electrical attack to be more effective, but discovered that the shadowy figures possessed a surprising resistance to electricity. He concluded that their black paint acted as an insulator, hindering the effectiveness of his attack. Evolution, it seemed, had adapted their bodies to their environment. Glenn Ryder prepared for close-quarters combat, his thoughts focused on the remaining threat. The final shadowy figure lunged at Glenn,
its attack leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. But Glenn, despite his injuries, met the attack head-on, his counterattack a blur of motion,
sending the creature sprawling with a powerful kick. More shadowy figures charged, but Glenn was ready. His movements a whirlwind of precise strikes, each one felling an opponent, leaving a trail of fallen foes in his wake. The battle was far from over, however. As a final, desperate shadowy figure prepared for a final, fatal blow against the already wounded Glenn. Lee Jong-hyuk, however, arrived just in time.
Glenn, already wounded, braced himself against another attack.
A shadowy figure lunged, its strike aimed at Glenn's heart. But Glenn deflected the blow with a powerful counter, the force of the impact sending the attacker reeling. Lee Jong-hyuk observed, noting the shadowy figure's impressive strength. Its swordsman skills were at level 10, its bones at level 12, yet Glenn blocked the attack. He mused that hand-to-hand combat might be more efficient than swordplay in this situation.
Surrounded by shadowy figures, Lee Jong-hyuk unleashed a surge of energy, his body crackling with electricity.
The raw power sending several opponents sprawling to the ground, their bodies lifeless.
As he moved with lethal precision, his electrifying blows felling one shadowy figure after another,
each strike a testament to his overwhelming strength and skill. The remaining figures pressed their attack, their cries of "kill him" echoing through the desolate space.
Jong-hyuk, despite his injuries, continued his relentless assault, his movements a blur of motion. Lee Jong-hyuk grimaced, muttering to himself, "If it wasn't for my strong bone skill, that would have broken my back."
A shadowy figure lunged at him, aiming a powerful blow. Jong-hyuk barely managed to brace himself against the impact.
He retaliated with a swift counterattack, his fist crackling with electricity.
The electrifying blow connected, sending the shadowy figure reeling back with a pained ugh. Lee Jong-hyuk, already injured, continued his relentless assault against the shadowy figures.
His electrifying blows sent shockwaves through the air,
each strike leaving a trail of sparking energy and crimson blood.
The shadowy figures, weakened and disoriented, struggled to defend themselves,
as Jong-hyuk's power seemed to grow with each passing moment. His face, grim and determined, showed no sign of relenting. With a powerful kick, he sent another shadowy figure sprawling to the ground,
leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. The remaining figures, sensing their imminent defeat, began to retreat. Lee Jong-hyuk's system issued a danger alert
as he braced himself for an incoming attack. His eyes, bloodshot and filled with grim determination, reflected the severity of the situation.
With a final, desperate surge of strength, Lee Jong-hyuk unleashed a devastating counterattack,
sending his opponent sprawling. The shadowy figure crashed to the ground, defeated.
A system message announced, "Gate 2 open."
Lee Jong-hyuk, his body battered and bloodied, stood over a fallen shadowy figure. He noted the differences between this opponent and the others. A surge of energy coursed through his body as he delivered a final, decisive blow. "I can't waste time," he thought, his resolve hardening as he prepared for the next challenge. "I have to finish it now," he declared, his eyes burning with determination. With a powerful kick, he sent another shadowy figure flying, the impact echoing through the desolate landscape as he continued his relentless assault.
Lee Jong-hyuk, despite his grievous injuries, channeled his remaining strength into a final, devastating attack.
A surge of energy arcing from his hand as he struck down another shadowy figure, the impact echoing with a resounding crackle of electricity.
Another shadowy figure, mortally wounded, gasped, "Kiahu."
A dying breath escaping his lips as he collapsed, his final words a testament to Lee Jong-hyuk's overwhelming power.
A nearby shadowy figure whispered, "He is as strong."
Lee Jong-hyuk, battered and bruised, his eyes bloodshot, stared up at the sky, his victory hard won and bought at a steep price. Lee Jong-hyuk, severely injured but victorious, commanded, "Everybody back off." The final shadowy figures fell to the ground, defeated. Their bodies lay scattered around a cracked circular emblem on the stone floor. Lee Jong-hyuk stood amidst the carnage, his breathing ragged, his body bearing the marks of a brutal battle.
He issued a final warning before collapsing from exhaustion.
Lee Jong-hyuk, already wounded, stood amidst a scene of carnage. The ground was stained crimson, the remnants of his brutal fight against the shadowy figures scattered around him. He staggered, his body screaming in protest from the exertion and his injuries. Blood flowed freely from multiple wounds. A whirlwind of motion, a blur of steel, as he continued to dispatch the remaining shadowy figures with swift, brutal efficiency. Each strike precise and deadly, leaving a trail of fallen foes in his wake.
His movements were desperate, fueled by adrenaline and a fierce will to survive.
The last two shadowy figures lunged at him simultaneously, but he met their attack with a desperate, almost reckless counterattack, cleaving through them both with a final, powerful slash. Exhausted but victorious, he stood over the fallen bodies, his breathing ragged.
He issued a warning, his voice strained but firm, "Everybody back off."
A shadowy figure, her face partially obscured, looked on with apprehension.
Another shadowy figure extended an invitation, "You don't want to join us? You will be much stronger than you are now."
Lee Jong-hyuk, his face grim, contemplated their offer.
He muttered to himself, "Does evolution mean crawling on walls and eating people? Aside from the ability, it's a specification to become like you guys. I can't help it."
The shadowy figure responded, "I won't stop you if you choose to be food rather than a colleague."
Lee Jong-hyuk, alone and exhausted, questioned himself, "What should I do?" Lee Jong-hyuk, severely injured and exhausted, weighed his options.
Gate 3 was too risky, a one-on-one confrontation was possible, but there were too many enemies.
Should he retreat to the location protected by the cloud barrier? But that would risk endangering Dwayne and Kara. He couldn't put them in danger. But another way. No, wait. The current situation demanded a different approach.
A shadowy figure appeared, issuing a chilling command, "Don't kill him yet."
Another shadowy figure emerged, their words echoing with malice, "We'll eat him alive today." Shadowy figures, their movements swift and silent, pursued Lee Jong-hyuk through a desolate, cracked corridor, easily dispatching any who dared to stand in their way. One by one, the pursuers fell, their forms dissolving into dark smoke as they were subdued.
The relentless pursuit continued, the shadowy figures closing in on their target. One of the figures, seemingly leading the pack, plunged into a dark abyss below.
Lee Jong-hyuk, severely wounded, found himself cornered, facing a final, desperate confrontation.
As a shadowy figure lunged towards him, intent on capturing him, Lee Jong-hyuk's face, contorted in a grimace, filled the panel. The word madness appeared in a stark box below, underscoring his state. A shadowy figure lunged at Lee Jong-hyuk, who, despite his injuries, braced himself. But the attacker's movements appeared unusually slow to the observing shadowy figures. One of them questioned the unusual slowness of Lee's attacks. Another shadowy figure noted that even Lee's smallest movements were clearly visible, as if he were in slow motion.
Lee Jong-hyuk, severely injured, strategized his next move. His inner monologue revealed a plan: if he could hit his opponent's hand, then lift their chin with his foot, the attack would be successful. However, the reality was far different.
A shadowy figure lunged, its attack landing with a sickening thud. Blood splattered across the ground. Jong-hyuk attempted to counter, but his movements were agonizingly slow, his body failing to respond to his commands.
Another blow landed, connecting with Jong-hyuk's face.
The impact sent a jolt of pain through him. His body, unresponsive, betrayed him. "My body won't listen," he thought, his eyes wide with a mixture of pain and disbelief. Lee Jong-hyuk, severely injured, fought back against the shadowy figures, his body contorting in unnatural ways. Despite his best efforts, his body moved independently of his will. "It's moving regardless of my will," he noted, his movements sluggish and uncontrolled. The shadowy figures continued their assault, their attacks relentless as they observed his strange, time-distorted state. Jong-hyuk's body, unresponsive to his commands, continued to be battered by the shadowy figures' blows. His movements were slow and deliberate, as if time itself was working against him. A final, brutal blow landed, leaving Jong-hyuk bleeding profusely as the shadowy figures observed their handiwork. Lee Jong-hyuk, severely injured and experiencing a time distortion effect, attempted to fight back against the shadowy figures. His body, however, was unresponsive to his commands. His movements slowed, his blows weak and ineffective against the relentless assault. The shadowy figures continued their attack, observing his unusual state with a chilling detachment. Despite the pain and disorientation, Lee Jong-hyuk declared, "I don't feel any pain." He pushed himself further, his resolve hardening. "Moreover, I don't feel any fear, nor hesitation." With renewed determination, Lee Jong-hyuk unleashed a desperate counterattack, but his body betrayed him once more, the time distortion effect hindering his every move. The shadowy figures easily evaded his strikes. A shadowy figure declared, "I'm only driven by the thirst for slaughter." The declaration was followed by a brutal attack on Lee Jong-hyuk, who was already severely injured. The shadowy figures easily overpowering his weakened counterattack. Lee Jong-hyuk, despite his injuries and the temporal distortions affecting him, continued to fight. His body contorted in a desperate attempt to evade the relentless assault. Lee Jong-hyuk, severely injured and experiencing temporal distortions, found himself falling through the air. The shadowy figures closing in on him from all sides. He crashed to the ground, blood staining the concrete. One of the figures, incredibly fast, moved too quickly for Lee Jong-hyuk to track even in his altered state. "She's very fast," he noted internally. Despite the difficulty, Lee Jong-hyuk observed, "That would have been hard to follow with my eyes if I was in a normal state," his resolve hardening. The shadowy figure continued its assault, its speed blurring into a vortex of motion around Lee Jong-hyuk. Lee Jong-hyuk's hand, bloodied and battered, gripped his weapon. His resolve hardened, this time felt different. A shadowy figure lunged, claws extended, but Jong-hyuk met the attack with unexpected strength. He grappled with his attacker, his eyes burning with a newfound intensity. "I don't feel like I can lose to anyone right now," he thought. The shadowy figure continued its assault, inflicting further wounds on Jong-hyuk's already ravaged body. Jong-hyuk, ignoring the searing pain, roared in defiance, "You bastard!" Lee Jong-hyuk, despite his grievous injuries, remained defiant. His face, contorted in a grimace of pain and fury, was partially obscured by shadow, yet his eyes burned with unwavering resolve. The shadowy figures continued their assault, their attacks relentless. Blood streamed from a fresh wound across his throat, a testament to the ferocity of the fight. Yet, even as he staggered, Lee Jong-hyuk fought back with surprising strength, his movements fueled by adrenaline and sheer willpower. He retaliated with a desperate counterattack. A desperate cry escaped his lips, a guttural sound of defiance and pain. His hand, slick with blood, clutched at his chest. The shadowy figures recoiled slightly, momentarily surprised by his unexpected resilience. The battle raged on, the outcome uncertain. Lee Jong-hyuk, despite his grievous injuries, continued his desperate struggle against the shadowy figures. His movements, though hampered by pain, were surprisingly forceful. A testament to his unwavering defiance. He lunged, narrowly avoiding a blow. Then countered with a desperate, albeit weakened, attack. The shadowy figures, momentarily taken aback by his resilience, recoiled slightly. But their assault continued relentlessly. Lee Jong-hyuk, his face contorted in pain, felt a surge of adrenaline. A grim determination hardening his gaze. One of the shadowy figures sneered, "I'm enjoying this crazy slaughter battle." Lee Jong-hyuk, however, felt a chilling detachment. A cold realization dawning within him, "This is not me." Lee Jong-hyuk, despite his grievous wounds, continued his relentless assault against the shadowy figures. His movements, though hampered by pain, were surprisingly precise. Lee Jong-hyuk, severely injured but defiant, found himself surrounded by shadowy figures. Their leader lay defeated, a blue orb of energy emanating from his chest. The remaining assailants, panicked by their leader's demise, hesitated momentarily before launching a frenzied, disorganized attack. Their cries of "Kayak" and "Kaya" echoed through the desolate landscape. But Lee Jong-hyuk,
fueled by adrenaline and a desperate will to survive, met their assault with surprising ferocity. His movements, though hampered by his wounds, were precise and deadly.
He fought with the grim determination of a cornered animal, his every blow carrying the weight of his desperation. The shadowy figures, despite their initial aggression, began to falter under his relentless onslaught. Their panic grew as they realized their leader's death had left them vulnerable and disorganized. It was reported that they were panicking because their boss died. Lee Jong-hyuk, despite his grievous injuries, found himself surrounded by shadowy figures. He braced himself. And with a surge of adrenaline fueled by sheer will, he launched himself into the fray. His movements a blur of desperate defiance as he fought back against overwhelming odds. Each strike a testament to his resilience, his body battered but his spirit unbroken. He continued to fight with surprising strength, pushing through the pain. Finally, his relentless assault overwhelmed the shadowy figures, forcing them into a panicked retreat. Lee Jong-hyuk, severely wounded but defiant, unleashed a final, desperate attack. He channeled his remaining strength. A wave of dark energy erupting from his body as he decimated the remaining shadowy figures. The ground was littered with their lifeless forms. Exhausted but victorious, Lee Jong-hyuk collapsed, muttering, "I have finished." He reflected on his victory, and with this many souls, things will get easier in the future. A grim determination hardened his gaze. The madness will soon end, after retrieving the souls. Lee Jong-hyuk, severely injured but still conscious, found himself disoriented. What? Where am I going? He wondered, his thoughts clouded by pain. A chilling realization dawning on him. Don't tell me. He thought, fear gripping him. Am I aiming for Dwayne and Kara? No, he vehemently rejected the thought, his body moving instinctively. As he stumbled forward, his actions betraying his internal conflict. If he continued on this path, he knew he would end up killing them with his own hands. Lee Jong-hyuk cursed, "Damn it!" His body, still reeling from the recent battle, refused to obey his commands. He struggled desperately, his thoughts racing. What should I do? I can't move my body according to my will. He stumbled, his legs giving way under him as the aftereffects of his enhanced state wore off. Finally collapsing to his knees, exhausted and battered. The aftermath of the battle was stark. Dozens of shadowy figures lay lifeless on the ground, their bodies scattered across the stone pavement. Lee Jong-hyuk stood amidst the carnage, a small, glowing orb in his hand. He had collected 370 souls. He resolved to share these souls with Dwayne and Kara, his allies. Lee Jong-hyuk, exhausted but resolute, began his journey down a long, dimly lit corridor. Exhausted but resolute, Lee Jong-hyuk approached a mysterious room, its entrance framed by a stark, rectangular opening. A title card appeared, proclaiming, "Lee Jong-hyuk enters the Room of Mystery." He entered, finding himself in a large, gray chamber, the floor marked with a single, central symbol. His gaze fell upon the symbol, a thought crossing his mind, "This is..." It is similar to the starting point of LAG, he realized, a grim expression settling on his face. A hand reached out, tracing the contours of the symbol, a silent question hanging in the air, "If that's the case?" Lee Jong-hyuk, intrigued yet apprehensive, walked down a dimly lit corridor. The path leading to an enigmatic room, eerily similar to the entrance of LAG. He found himself in a stark white room, dominated by a large, rotating sphere of glowing red crystals. A sign above a nearby device read, "This is the room where you can become a resident of the labyrinth." Another sign instructed, "You can become a resident of the labyrinth by putting your hands here." The device was a circular platform with a glowing square in its center. Lee Jong-hyuk, his expression a mixture of apprehension and curiosity, muttered to himself, "I knew it." He resolved, "If I put my hand on it, I will become like them." The text on the screen confirmed his suspicions. This is the evolution they were talking about. The screen displayed further details of the transformation process. By converting all the skills and souls you have accumulated so far, you will learn the passive skill Labyrinth Man. It explained that the transformation would adapt him to the labyrinth's environment, gradually altering his characteristics. It evolves you to be suitable for living in the dark, and even your characteristics will be changed step by step. At level 5, Glenn's strength and speed increased significantly, allowing her to speak perfectly. However, the existence of a higher level was mentioned, though details remained scarce. It was revealed that others knew the way out of the labyrinth, but they couldn't proceed further because they couldn't defeat Minotaur in their current state. A character, presumably a woman, indicated knowledge of Minotaur's location. This prompted speculation that Minotaur might be beyond a certain door. The narrative then shifted to explain why humans ventured into the labyrinth, to increase their labyrinth man level. It was noted that all those who encountered the narrator collapsed. The question of how they gained lightning resistance arose, leading to the hypothesis that lightning resistance might be an inherent trait of labyrinth men. A manhwa panel displays information about insulator paint. Spraying it on the body will cut off electricity. Lee Jong-hyuk observes a device, understanding that the labyrinth man's black coloring was due to the insulator paint. He reflects that with this knowledge, Dwayne and Kara can also enter the labyrinth. Lee Jong-hyuk, having gathered enough souls, declares his readiness to proceed. Lee Jong-hyuk walked amidst the corpses of his fallen foes, his expression grim. The scene was a testament to the brutal battle he had just fought. A grim reminder of the stakes involved. He reflected on the situation, muttering to himself, "The goal has changed." No, it's similar. Still, his primary objective remained unchanged: escape from LAG. However, a shift in his circumstances became clear. He was no longer alone, he thought. However, I am no longer alone. Dwayne and Kara too. With renewed determination, Lee Jong-hyuk declared, "Let's get out of this F***king place." Lee Jong-hyuk reappeared, his presence marked by crackling energy. He asked, "Have you waited long?" His intense gaze and strained expression hinted at a grueling ordeal. He declared, "I'm back." The aftermath of a violent struggle was evident. The room was in ruins, strewn with debris and blood. Shouts echoed through the damaged corridor, "Dwayne!" A figure, seemingly lifeless, lay sprawled across a cracked, gray expanse, a storm cloud looming overhead. A desperate cry pierced the air, "Dwayne!" Dwayne, injured and possibly unconscious, lay amidst the rubble. A desperate cry escaped his lips, "Kara!" He was overcome with pain and rage, muttering a string of obscenities. As the impact of the attack sent tremors through his body, Dwayne struggled to comprehend what had just transpired. His thoughts fragmented and confused. What kind of guy was it? What is it? Calm mind, Dwayne, severely injured but resolute, reminded himself, "Don't get upset." He muttered to himself, "That bastard won't be able to do what he wants. Let's look for traces." Dwayne surveyed the scene, a desolate corridor marked by bloodstains. He observed, there are no corpses. They might be alive. Kneeling, Dwayne examined scorched earth. He identified the markings, scorched traces. It's Kara's fire skill. He continued his investigation, noting, "This is Dwayne's roar skill." Dwayne followed the trail of destruction left by the recent attack. The lingering smoke and bloodstains painting a grim picture of the battle that had taken place. He paused, his gaze fixed on a dissipating cloud of energy. A question formed in his mind: did his attackers escape through the cloud barrier? Upon closer inspection, he found that after entering the cloud barrier, all traces of his pursuers had vanished. Frustration washed over him. Is there another way, he wondered, before muttering a curse under his breath, "Damn it." A thought bubble appeared above a character's head, containing the words, "If Dwayne and Kara came here naked, maybe they already." The same character responded to their own thought, stating, "No, they aren't easily defeated." The character continued, expressing trust in Dwayne and Kara, saying, "Let's trust them. They will definitely be alive." The character's internal monologue was revealed, "I trust them, so I have no choice but to go my own way." The scene shifted to show Kara walking away from a scene of carnage, several bodies lying lifeless on the ground around her. The perspective changed to show a man standing before a large, glowing structure composed of red, crystalline blocks. The unnamed character stood before a long, dimly lit corridor, its walls lined with what appeared to be server racks.
A bright light emanated from the far end, beckoning him forward.
He contemplated the daunting task ahead.
Without Dwayne and Kara, he knew the mission would be nearly impossible.
Without Dwayne and Kara, it would be impossible to do it alone, he thought. But his resolve remained unshaken.
But there is no other way.
I just have to try it, he steeled himself.
A holographic display appeared, outlining various upgrade options for his abilities.
The costs were listed in souls. Electric level 1 to 10, next level consumes 100 souls, take a breath from level 20 to level 30, consumes 100 souls, pain relief achieving pain relief, consumes 12 souls, strong bones level 12 to 20, consumes 64 souls, hand-to-hand combat level 7 to 10, consumes 15 souls, lizard's tail level 10 to 20, consumes 70 souls. He reviewed his options, ultimately deciding to allocate his remaining 7 souls. There are 7 souls left, he muttered to himself. The preparations complete, he stood ready. The preparations are finished, he declared, a steely glint in his eyes.
The unnamed character, his face grim, moved through a dark, metallic corridor. His steps echoing in the oppressive silence.
He proceeded with purpose, his gaze fixed ahead.
He continued down a long, brightly lit hallway.
The stark white contrasting sharply with the dark surroundings. A sense of foreboding filled the air. He emerged into a large, open area, the sound of rain a sudden, jarring contrast to the previous silence. A single word escaped his lips, damn. 3 figures stood in a dimly lit corridor, one, fair-skinned with striking eyes, another, a muscular man with an axe, and a third, a grizzled man with a scarred face. They appeared apprehensive as they surveyed a larger group of armed individuals. A woman with pale skin and a mask stood among them, her expression unreadable. The scene shifted to a wide shot, revealing a large group of combatants, some injured, strewn across a stone floor, stained with blood. A lone figure stood amidst the carnage. The Minotaur, lying dead. A man with short, blue hair, his face etched with concern, observed the scene.
That's the Minotaur, he thought, but dead? However, a voiceover clarified, killing the owner of the labyrinth is an additional goal of the mission, it's not over yet. The man's expression deepened with worry. What happened, he wondered. The aftermath of a battle unfolded before an unnamed observer, who questioned aloud, did they kill the Minotaur?
The scene was grim, the air thick with the stench of blood. A character noted, what a bloody smell fills the room. This bastard has it fills the room. Jeremy Stone, a man with a heightened sense of smell, level 22 skill, was introduced.
His profile appeared on screen, highlighting his abilities.
Jeremy Stone, assessing the situation, remarked to another character, yours is stronger than the smell of blood on the fur of that Minotaur. The other character, seemingly unfazed, responded, you might be more insane than me. The unnamed character observed Jeremy Stone, concluding, a close combat type. I think he is pretty confident in his skills since he approached me without any caution. I guess all of them who have come all this way have basic skills. Amidst the aftermath of a bloody battle, an unnamed observer, keenly aware of his surroundings, questioned the lack of blood in the area. Jeremy Stone, his heightened sense of smell already at work, assessed the scene. He commented that one of the individuals present wasn't particularly strong, based on the faintness of his scent. Another character noted that the individual in question, covered in blood, possessed a skill level of 30, a remarkably high number, suggesting exceptional strength. This observation prompted a discussion about the individual's unusual strength, with one character remarking on how high his skill level was, leading to an invitation to join their group. The bloodied individual, however, refused, stating that their daily lives involved mutual attempts at killing each other. One man, scarred and weary, declared there was no need for another round. His opponent, Conrad, a powerfully built figure wielding an axe, was clearly agitated. Conrad pressed him, questioning if he was still upset about a previous incident, reminding him that he had already apologized. Conrad's frustration grew, his words laced with anger as he called the other man a bastard. The scarred man retorted, explaining that this was why someone called Blackie couldn't handle the situation, and then called Conrad a mongrel, predicting a short lifespan for him. Conrad, enraged, challenged him to a fight, vowing to kill him this time. The scarred man simply responded that Conrad was going to do it, as the two charged at each other. A group of men, engaged in a tense standoff, were interrupted by a voice that declared, "There's no use in fighting between ourselves. We have a guest." One of the men, observing the newcomer, muttered to himself, "So fast.
Is that an acceleration skill?" Conrad, seemingly agitated, was questioned by another man, "What's wrong, Conrad? Can't Japanese monkeys get rid of it?" The scarred man, addressing Conrad, scoffed, "You're going to fight me even though you don't have that much strength? Japanese monkey?" Conrad, exasperated, retorted, "How many times do I have to say I'm not Japanese?"
Another man intervened, suggesting, "Conrad, I'd rather just kill this bastard this time." The scarred man, Jeremy, turned to Conrad, his expression unchanged. There was a limit, he stated, to what even he could tolerate. And he warned Conrad to be more careful about what he said, lest he turn them all into enemies.
Conrad, seemingly resigned, simply replied that he understood.
But the scarred man's words were immediately followed by a harsh whisper of "stupid" from another unseen character. A woman with platinum blonde hair and a dark mask appeared, questioning what they were doing. Another man, his face partially obscured, expressed his own displeasure with the situation, stating that he hadn't intended to join them in the first place. As the scarred man scoffed, commenting on the other man's outspoken nature. The scarred man, his expression condescending, questioned Conrad's confidence, stating, "You sound pretty confident in your skills."
He continued, implying Conrad's bravado might be a mask for fear, or perhaps you have lost your nerve? Conrad, seemingly unfazed, retorted, "It sounds like you want me to kill you either way."
The scarred man, intrigued, pressed further, asking if this could be seen as a sign of Conrad's willingness to fight, and prompting him with the question, "Then what will you do?" The scarred man, seemingly pleased, simply responded, "Well, that's great." The scarred man, standing amidst the rubble of a destroyed city, challenged Conrad.
"Anger? Do you really want to die?" Conrad responded, "This is a place where you don't need to say that. If you want to kill, you can kill. No one will stop you.
Those who can't do such a thing will talk."
Conrad continued, his gaze unwavering, "I think you're the same type." The scarred man, enraged, shouted, "What? You bastard!"
A group of hardened men watched Conrad, their expressions grim. They had no intention of stopping him. Conrad, however, was focused inward. He mused that they must be curious about his skills. And that they likely didn't care if they both died in the ensuing fight, perhaps they even hoped for it.
The scarred man lunged at Conrad, knives flashing.
Conrad met his attack with a sneer, challenging him with the words, "Let's see if you are as good as your snout." The fight began, a blur of motion and steel. Conrad, calm and collected, prepared to answer the challenge.
"You will get the answer," he thought.
Conrad, confident and ready for a fight, responded to the scarred man's challenge with a simple, "Well, let's do it." The scarred man, enraged, lunged at Conrad, shouting, "You bastard." The two clashed in a flurry of motion. Conrad's speed was impressive. But Conrad noted that the scarred man's speed, while impressive, was still within his expectations. He thought, "He is so fast, but still within my expectations."
Conrad prepared to counterattack.
Conrad, confident and prepared, launched a powerful punch that connected squarely with the scarred man's face, sending him sprawling to the ground with a pained crook. The impact was brutal, leaving a bloody mess. The scarred man, despite the heavy blow, displayed surprising resilience. He clutched at his wounds, his eyes burning with fury. He controlled his knives with practiced skill, preparing for a counterattack. Conrad, realizing he couldn't prolong the fight, muttered to himself, "I can't drag this out for long. I should finish it before he can react." He prepared for a decisive blow. Conrad, prepared for a final attack, unleashed a devastating blow against the scarred man. A surge of energy crackled around his fist. the impact sending the scarred man sprawling, his body convulsing with the force of the strike,
leaving him wounded but still defiant on the rain-slicked cobblestones.
Several knives lay scattered around him. Conrad stood over his fallen opponent, a faint blue energy still sparking from his hand. He surveyed the scene, his expression unreadable.
Following Conrad's victory, a discussion arose amongst his companions.
One of them suggested seeking revenge for their shared past,
proposing a vote to gauge their interest.
The scarred man lay defeated nearby, a stark reminder of their recent conflict. Several men voiced their opinions, some indifferent, others in agreement, and one dissenting. Conrad's comrade pressed him for a decision, noting that a sudden, unannounced attack would be more effective.
But Conrad, the sole decision-maker, remained resolute. He revealed his reluctance to risk the mission for Jeremy's sake, acknowledging the opponent's formidable strength. The masked woman declared her opposition to a course of revenge, stating, "I'm against it." A question arose amongst the group regarding their options, given their outnumbered state. Well, what should we do with 2 versus 23?
The scarred man, defeated and lying on the ground, was shown to be severely wounded, his body visibly ravaged by the recent conflict. Conrad and the others stood around the fallen scarred man, contemplating their next move. The scarred man lay defeated, a crimson stain blooming across the ground, his body a testament to the brutal battle. Conrad, the other men, and the masked woman watched from a distance. Conrad's gaze was fixed on the fallen figure, his expression contemplative as he weighed his options. The other men exchanged uneasy glances, their numbers clearly insufficient to challenge whatever threat remained. Suddenly, a figure ripped itself free from the remains of the Minotaur. It was a man, engulfed in flames, his eyes burning with an eerie light.
The onlookers reacted with shock and fear.
"He ripped himself out of the Minotaur," one exclaimed.
"I've never seen him," another whispered, their voices laced with awe and terror.
A box appeared, displaying the words, "Burning Man, characteristic, burning and burning, highest level skills, 1." One of the men observed, "I can't believe how scary it was when he screamed." A group of men stood amidst the ruins of a city, their gazes fixed on a horrifying sight. A towering, fiery figure emerged from the shadows, its form radiating intense heat.
One of the men, his face etched with fear, whispered, "What is that?" Another man, more apprehensive, responded, "Burning Man? Doesn't he look a little dangerous?"
The Burning Man, a figure of immense power, stood before them, his eyes glowing with an infernal light. His very presence seemed to scorch the earth around him.
A wave of intense heat emanated from the Burning Man, engulfing the surrounding area in flames.
The air crackled with energy. The Burning Man, now revealed to be the Labyrinth Master, unleashed a devastating attack, sending a shockwave that ripped through the group of men. They were thrown back, helpless against his overwhelming power. The Burning Man, revealed to be the Labyrinth Master, moved with terrifying speed, his fiery form a blur amongst the group of men.
One man cried out, "Sh*T. He's so fast," as the Burning Man's attacks left a trail of injured and terrified men in their wake.
Another man, desperately trying to fight back, was thrown aside with brutal force, screaming in agony as he crashed to the ground.
"Do something about him," he cried.
The scarred man, already severely wounded, lunged at the Burning Man with a desperate attack, only to be effortlessly grabbed and thrown aside with a dismissive, "Do it properly, you bastard," from the Burning Man. The Burning Man then unleashed a devastating attack, engulfing 2 more men in flames as Conrad and the masked woman watched from a distance, assessing the situation. The Burning Man, revealed to be the Labyrinth's master, stood amidst his fallen foes. His fiery form radiated power as the bodies of his attackers lay scattered around him. One man, the scarred man, still attempted a desperate attack, shouting, "You monster," as he lunged forward. But the Burning Man effortlessly incinerated him with a wave of fire.
The on-screen text read, "Bomb LV4, causes an intense explosion. Active skills, ...
The final explosion consumed the scarred man completely.
The Burning Man continued its relentless assault, its fiery power incinerating another attacker.
The man's desperate cry of "Damn it," echoing as he was engulfed in flames.
The scene shifting to reveal the aftermath of the Burning Man's brutal efficiency. Several bodies lay scattered, charred, and lifeless. Conrad watched from a distance, his expression unreadable. Conrad's thoughts turned to the Burning Man's incredible speed and power. 3 opponents had fallen in an instant. Conrad observed the aftermath of the Burning Man's battle, the air thick with the smell of burnt flesh and the lingering heat of the flames. He saw the extent of the Burning Man's power. Muttering to himself, looks like he's dealing with the people who killed him. His gaze was intense, assessing the scene. Conrad continued his assessment, his thoughts turning inward. He mused, then I'll be the last, unless he is running away. 2 men approached Conrad, one asking, "Do you have a cure?" The other, more experienced, responded, "There is one, but those guys are already dead." Their souls came out. Conrad reacted with urgency, exclaiming, "What?" He was clearly disturbed by the news of the dead men's condition and the implications for the cure. The Burning Man stood amidst the fallen bodies of his attackers, his fiery form flickering. He addressed Conrad and the masked woman, his voice a low growl, "There is no time. You'd better decide quickly." He continued, his words laced with a chilling ultimatum, "Hand over the cure if you need my help. If not, I won't move until you all die." Conrad reflected on the Burning Man's previous disregard for him, deducing that the Burning Man's current targets are those who killed the Minotaur. The masked woman and her companions watched as Conrad and the muscular man confronted each other. Conrad stated that he would not be forced to cooperate, while the muscular man warned him about the Burning Man's power. The muscular man explained the Burning Man's overwhelming strength, emphasizing the danger of confronting him without a plan, while the masked woman confidently declared she would handle the situation from behind. Wesley Freeman's stats appeared: public attribute, fire resistance 30%, highest level skill, 29. Wesley, exhibiting green energy, lunged at the Burning Man, who retaliated with fiery blasts. The two clashed in a flurry of blows, fire and green energy colliding. Wesley declared, "I have fire resistance," and then added, "and I have this fist." He continued, "It's literally a stone fist, so fire isn't scary. I can kill this guy." But the Burning Man's power surged, engulfing his body in searing flames. A wave of intense heat radiating outwards. The flames intensified, transforming him into a blazing inferno. A deafening roar escaping his lips as the immense power coursed through him. Wesley, bracing himself, unleashed a powerful counterattack. His fist colliding with the Burning Man's fiery form in a violent explosion of energy. Burning Man, his body engulfed in flames, unleashed a devastating blast of fire, the force of the explosion sending shockwaves through the air. Wesley Freeman, observing from a distance, braced himself for the impact. The intense heat seared the ground as Burning Man continued his assault. A masked woman and Conrad watched from the sidelines, their expressions unreadable. Wesley, however, reacted swiftly. Morgan, one of Wesley's associates, warned him, "You'd better decide quickly. I don't think you'll even get a chance to do that in a minute." Wesley Freeman, observing the aftermath of Burning Man's fiery assault, muttered, "Yeah." He then requested, "Give me the cure." The masked woman, seemingly unfazed by the carnage, responded, "Here you go." Wesley Freeman received a vial of blue liquid and a syringe, his expression one of grim determination as he said, "Good." He then explained to himself, "The syringe form of it is more effective and faster." A moment of uncertainty clouded his face as he admitted, "I don't know how things will go." A tense standoff unfolded. Conrad, observing from a distance, watched as a masked woman and a man, Wesley, faced a powerful, dark figure. "If you can't kill him, I'll kill you," the dark figure threatened, his voice laced with menace. The masked woman retorted, "If I don't kill him, you'll die anyway. You don't have to make useless threats." The masked woman and Wesley stood firm against the dark figure. "Don't push yourself too hard," she cautioned Wesley, showing concern for his well-being. As the dark figure, Burning Man, unleashed a fiery attack. Wesley, caught in the blast, was severely injured. "Stay back," he warned, despite his critical state. Conrad analyzed the situation.
He realized that Burning Man was only interested in Scar and Morgan, ignoring Wesley's presence.
This presented an opportunity. Conrad decided to act.
He knew he had to take advantage of the distraction. It must be done in one shot, he thought, preparing for a decisive move.
Conrad weighed his options, a grim expression etched onto his face.
He muttered to himself, questioning whether to utilize Gate 42. But quickly dismissed the idea. Even with a recovery agent, he hadn't yet opened Gate 3, Gate 4 was far too risky. A system notification flashed across his vision, Gate 3 open.
Conrad's eyes widened in a mixture of relief and apprehension. As he activated Gate 3,
a surge of dark energy enveloped him, transforming his appearance and imbuing him with immense power. The transformation complete, Conrad stood, a lethal aura radiating from him.
He acknowledged the power's intensity, noting that even Gate 4 would be too much. For now.
A bloody hand reached out, a testament to the brutal power he now wielded.
Conrad, assessing the situation, expressed concern, "Are you okay? That looks dangerous."
He added, emphasizing the urgency, "It'll be troublesome if you die before you even fight him."
Conrad, despite the danger, remained resolute, "Don't worry, I'm fine."
A fiery figure, Burning Man, began to move, prompting a warning from Conrad. He moved.
"Don't move even if he attacks." Conrad's instructions were met with disbelief. "What? I can't believe you. How can you say that?" Conrad, unwavering, explained his strategy. "That's the only way."
There is no time for haggling. Lee Jong-hyuk, pursued by a fiery Burning Man, braced himself. As the flames surged towards him.
Hey, hey, hey! Burning Man taunted. "Hey, you bastard." The attack intensified, forcing Hyuk to react. "Don't move," he commanded himself.
But he was already reacting, his sword flashing. "I didn't move," he declared, as a surge of energy erupted. A powerful electric current coursing through his blade. And striking Burning Man with a devastating blow. The impact sent shockwaves through the ground. Conrad, in a flurry of motion, deflected Burning Man's fiery attack, countering with a swift, precise strike that sent a surge of electricity through his opponent, leaving Burning Man defeated and engulfed in flames. As the dust settled, Conrad, exhausted but victorious, deactivated Gate 3. "You really caught it," he muttered, acknowledging the intensity of the battle. With Burning Man vanquished, Conrad and his companion surveyed the scene, the air still thick with the lingering scent of smoke and the residual energy of the conflict.
The mission's primary objective was complete, but Conrad's thoughts turned to the additional objectives that lay ahead. A question lingered in his mind: was my expectation wrong? Conrad, exhausted but victorious, stood amidst the lingering smoke and rubble. His gaze was distant, contemplative, the recent battle with Burning Man still fresh in his mind. A question forming in his mind: or is there another owner of the labyrinth?
The ground beneath him cracked and crumbled, a fiery chasm opening up as the aftermath of the battle continued to unfold.
Nearby, another figure voiced their confusion: "Why is the mission not over?"
Conrad and the others looked on as more of the ground gave way, a new wave of destruction erupting from the earth.
One of them questioning, "Is there something else left?"
Conrad stood amidst the aftermath of his battle, his expression a mixture of exhaustion and contemplation. A woman, her body scarred and smoke-like, stood defiantly before two onlookers.
She muttered, "Scar?
Burn Man, revealed traits, looks like smoke, but is all body parts. It increases and decreases freely.
Highest level skill, 1.
The woman's body began to dissipate into smoke as she fell to the ground, leaving behind only a faint trace of ash. One of the onlookers exclaimed, "Morgan."
"Damn it!"
The remaining smoke swirled and coalesced, reforming into a shadowy figure.
Conrad, exhausted but resolute, stood amidst the aftermath of his battle with Burning Man.
A system message flashed before his eyes: "Gate 2 open." He collapsed, blood staining the ground around him, the victory hard won. Morgan and an unidentified woman observed the scene from a distance. The woman exclaimed, "This is crazy." Morgan continued, "It's so fast. And it has unbelievable destructive power." Conrad, regaining his composure, muttered, "I'm glad I recovered right away, but he is in the form of..." A figure, kneeling beside a fallen comrade, voiced their disbelief. "How did this come to you?" Their lament continued, a sense of profound loss evident in their tone. "I can't believe you are dying in vain like this." The unnamed figure declared, "I will also be like you." Another figure shouted, "What are you doing? That woman is already dead." The unnamed figure, witnessing the death of their comrade, responded, "I know she's dead." The unnamed figure, consumed by grief and rage, lunged forward. A dark, shadowy entity erupting from them. The unnamed figure, consumed by grief and rage, was hurled backward by a powerful force, his body impacting the ground with a resounding thud. A wave of dark energy pulsed from him. As he muttered, "But I don't want to die quietly." He resolved to fight until his last breath, declaring, "I'll try my best until the end." A system message appeared, detailing a new skill, Cat's Dance, LV20, fast continuous attacks using Cat Paw Hop. Affected by physical competence and related skills, active skills. With newfound determination, he unleashed a flurry of attacks, his movements blurring into a whirlwind of motion. The unnamed figure, fueled by rage and grief, moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion. Scar's attack spread, taking a new, unpredictable form. A warning cry pierced the air, "Scar, get down." The unnamed figure's attack connected, engulfing Scar in a wave of dark energy, sending him sprawling, the force of the blow evident in his pained expression. The unnamed figure, exhausted but victorious, collapsed to the ground after his successful use of Cat's Dance against Scar, his body trembling with the exertion of the powerful technique. His attack had significantly slowed Scar's regeneration. Scar, weakened and bleeding, watched as the unnamed figure fell. He knew he had to act quickly before Scar could recover. Another figure, presumably an ally, appeared, urging immediate action. "We must stop it before it's back in shape." The ally, using a technique called stretching steps, rapidly closed the distance. The unnamed figure, exhausted but victorious, moved with a newfound grace, his movements a blur as he unleashed a devastating attack. His weapon, a shimmering, ethereal blade, materialized in his hand, the shape transformation technique allowing him to shift his form and weapon at will. He moved with impossible speed, a whirlwind of motion. A flurry of blows that left Scar reeling and battered. The dust settled, revealing the extent of Scar's injuries. His regeneration visibly slowed, his body struggling to repair the damage inflicted by the unnamed figure's precise strikes. The unnamed ally watched, concerned but ready to intervene if needed. The smoke from the battle cleared, almost completely dissipating. But the mission end message hadn't appeared yet. A flicker of doubt crossed the unnamed figure's face. Was there something else? Scar, his body ravaged and regeneration failing, lay defeated on the ground. A dark, swirling vortex pulsed around him. The unnamed figure, victorious but uncertain, watched the ominous energy consume Scar's form. As the dark energy intensified, a silent question hung in the air: was this truly the end? The vortex continued to grow, threatening to engulf everything in its path. The unnamed figure, his face grim, declared, "I'll end it," and lunged forward, his resolve hardening as he prepared to finish what he had started. Scar, consumed by dark energy, thrashed violently as the energy coursed through his body. His face contorted in agony, eyes bloodshot and filled with a desperate, silent scream. The unnamed figure watched, his expression grim. "Scars, please, no. Stop, we're lost in the overwhelming power consuming him." With a final surge of energy, the unnamed figure launched a swift, decisive attack. A blur of motion that ended Scar's suffering. The unnamed figure, having just vanquished Scar, felt a sudden unease. "What?" he muttered, a flicker of concern crossing his face. A chilling realization dawning on him as a strange energy pulsed within him. "This doesn't feel right."
The dark energy, unleashed during the battle, began to consume Scar's body.
Scar, his body racked with pain, let out a strangled cry, "Cook!" His body convulsed as the dark energy completely overwhelmed him.
He coughed, weakly, I can't move my body."
Scar was consumed, leaving behind only a lingering darkness. Scar's eyes widened in agony as the dark energy consumed him. A guttural scream escaping his lips as the darkness overwhelmed him, leaving behind only a spreading stain of crimson and shadow. The unnamed figure, weakened but alive, lay on the ground, the lingering effects of the dark energy still coursing through their body. A single, pained word escaping their lips, sh*t. The unnamed figure, weakened but alive, stared intensely at the ground, his eyes bloodshot and filled with a grim determination. He muttered to himself, a question hanging heavy in the air.
"It can go into the body?"
The dark energy that had consumed Scar pulsed ominously, a dark stain spreading across the stone floor. Scar, his body contorted and consumed by the dark energy, writhed in agony before finally succumbing to its power. The unnamed ally watched from a distance, his expression unreadable. The dark energy continued to coalesce above Scar's remains, forming a swirling vortex of darkness.
The dark energy pulsed, a malevolent presence lingering in the aftermath of the battle.
The unnamed figure's eyes burned with a newfound intensity, a silent testament to the ordeal he had just endured. The unnamed figure watched, eyes burning with intensity, as Scar's body was consumed by dark energy. The dark energy fusing completely with his remains.
The unnamed ally observed the scene from a distance. The unnamed figure, weakened but alive, made a grim assessment. This was no time to conserve energy.
With a surge of determination, the unnamed figure prepared for the next challenge, the opening of Gate 3 signaling a new phase in the conflict. Scar, weakened but defiant, was consumed by a surge of dark energy. The energy erupting outwards in a violent display, leaving behind only a lingering aura of darkness and a silent testament to his defeat. The unnamed figure, witnessing the event, was awestruck by the power of the dark energy. The sheer force of the roar exceeding even their expectations, a power beyond comprehension. An unnamed figure, driven by a desperate need to end Scar's reign of terror, resolved to try a risky plan, muttering to themselves, "I don't know if this will work, but I have to try." The plan involved harnessing a dark energy, a dangerous gamble with unpredictable consequences. Scar, caught in the surge of dark energy, was overwhelmed and absorbed, his life force extinguished in a flash of dark light.